HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 2-2 pitch is swung on, and that's hit high and deep to center field. Back goes Carter at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. And we're tied at 2.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Choppy is out sick today with the Movid, despite wearing a mask. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt and Peyton Russell running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube as the Texas Rangers fall to the Astros 4-3. I have been blaming the front office and ownership and Chris Young for this Ranger season so far with the lack of offense, and I've been kind of putting Skip Schumacher to the side. I'm going to bring him back towards the middle, too much to the middle of the plate for last night, and 3-0 to Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, now, I know everybody's upset about that, and it's not good. You put it in a position where you could hit it. But also, it's like, how frequently do you get the 3-0 swing? Like, if they just think, like, he's going to take this pitch here, we're going to be fine, and throwing it like you would expect to. I'd have to look and see how frequently Yordan's been a 3-0 swinger this year. But, yeah, it's gotten to the point where anything's in the strike zone, and he is sending it 450 feet. Yeah. And so they need to just put him on base.
You're already at 3-0.
Just walk him, yeah.
Skip, after the game, said, I don't know if I've ever walked the leadoff hitter in that situation. You're sitting there in that moment with that score. But you're already at 3-0, and you can blame the pitcher if you want. Well, just take it out of his hands so absolutely zero mistake is made. And again, you're already at 3-0. And if you're telling them, hey, pitch very, very careful, which they did, and instead you get a slider that catches some of the plate, it's gone. You may as well just go ahead and put him on.
Yeah, and he's, this was it became pretty clear by the end because they walked him, in his last at-bat. At that point, it was like, and there was somebody already on base there. It's like, well, we'll move somebody into scoring position just so that he doesn't swing the bat again. Because, that was just, he is on an absolute tear. Ooh. You can't put it in the strike zone right now or it's getting crushed.
It's like Ortiz right now.
And it was it was one of the instances, the first one last night, just the inability of the Rangers also to hold on to a lead. Where they get a lead, and then they lose it instantly, and then they get another lead, and they lose it instantly. And then they go, after that second Jock home run, they were, I think, 2 for, 22 the rest of the night, which one of them was another Jock home run. Jock had, 3 of the hits, half the hits last night. Outside of that, that was, again, just one of those innings of the other night, they get on base 3 times to open the game, and then they don't do anything the rest of the night. Last night, they got those 3 hits in the first inning, and then it was just dead other than when Jock would come up and swing.
And Tyler Alexander has to catch his heat as well.
that was a pretty bad throw.
And for David Murphy to get that critical, you done effed up with Alexander with the throwing error to first base on the sacrifice bunt.
Well, and where's... I don't know. Bassick or something's got to say, isn't there supposed to be...
Bassick called me yesterday. He called me twice.
Oh.
And then after the second time, because I'm not picking up, basically no matter what. And I'm like, something might be in trouble. Did we get in trouble? Is he hearing things in the front office? Somebody worked up? Did Mike say something critical? And he just wanted to talk.
How are those Cowboys? How fun is it talking about them?
Nah, he's like, day off. I haven't caught up with Sean Shreve for a while. And I was like, day off? Because I've been getting caught on the Astros TV play-by-play. Like when I go to DirecTV and I click Rangers, it's taking me to the Astros broadcast, and I just forget to go ahead and switch over. So I guess I didn't even realize Mike was off for the series.
So is it...
I wanted his NBA thoughts.
I think it's their TV. You should have told him. You should have said, well, if you're off, you should have come in. You should have come and done radio with us.
I would do that, but I would want to... I would think that'd be bad for Mike.
How much money would you... Yeah, you'd have to come up with some money to get him on the air, too.
No, you'd have to come up with some money to supplement the money lost from his TV salary after he got himself fired.
I never got the chance. I would love to host with Mike. That'd be great. I would draw him off sides all morning.
I don't think you have to have too much of a hard count for that. Draw Mike off.
That's right. He's Sam Williams.
Hot.
So
he's in the backfield.
Have you noticed on, I think it's the TV side, the Astros broadcast, they're I think it's their main play-by-play guy, either on TV or radio. He sounds like Seth Payne. Like, exactly. I got to find one of the clips because last night I heard him call stuff. He's like, Jordan is look at him hit the ball here. And he sounded exactly like Seth Payne.
Jordan homers twice for the second consecutive game, including the tie-breaking solo shot in the 8th. He's got 5 homers in 3 games now. He is at 20 on the season. The same night that Murakami reached that number for the White Sox, Schwarber leads the way with 21. Of course, Jock had 2, but some Rangers decisions and obviously mistakes costing them with Jacob deGrom on the mound.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't that like now 20 home runs that deGrom's given up this season too? So he's one of the leaders as well.
Is it 20?
It's not 20. It's not that many, but he is. I think he's up to 12 now. I mean, he leads the majors in home runs allowed, but it's just right now, this is...
Tonight you're getting, is it Arrighetti? Spencer Arrighetti is 6-1 with a 1.32 going up. At least you got Eovaldi on the mound. I said before the season, I'm picking Nate Eovaldi as the Rangers ace, and another situation where it feels like he has to make a series look better than what the overall outcome could be, but you're facing a 1.32 ERA with 6 wins on the season.
DeGrom is on pace this year to allow 38 home runs, which would be astronomical. He's at 13 right now, but this is... I guess the only people who don't have problems hitting in the Rangers ballpark are everybody else who come into town. Like with all the discussion about, the ballpark factors and all the AI bots who want to tweet stuff at us, and then Choppy wants to put it as prep. It doesn't seem to be much of a problem a lot of times for these visiting teams to actually get runs on the board.
Hockey.
2-on-1 for Carolina. Blake and Stankoven coming in. Blake, Stankoven, 3-0 Carolina. That's a huge goal. Sent across Logan Stankoven. There is his 8th of the postseason. And the Hurricanes have ripped the top off of this game.
3 in the first period, 3 in under 3 minutes as Montreal is just stunned right off the bat. And the Hurricanes take a 3-1 series lead with a 4-0 victory on the road.
And you will be happy to know 87% on Money Puck for the Carolina Hurricanes that they deserve to win that one over Montreal. And so
Choppy talked about Montreal's offense, and you saw it at the end of Game 3 in that third period, and then leading into the overtime, just a really hard time getting shots off, and they get blanked last night, basically like the Rangers' offense.
Yeah, and I the very little bit that I actually pop in and watch some other hockey that's other than the Dallas Stars at times, Carolina is fun to watch. Like, they are they play very fast, and it's like it feels smooth watching them play, because that's one of the things that the biggest issue for me watching hockey when it's not a team that I'm like following is feeling like the game is falling into any sort of a rhythm of I like watching the game. All right, we feel like we've established a flow here. That's the issue for me with soccer, hockey, is that how easy it is to just disrupt the flow of what's going on in the game. And Carolina's just very, very smooth.
What do we think RJ is out with today?
Yeah, see, I was going to ask, which do you think is worse? Me calling in with a real illness late, or Choppy making one up 24 hours in advance?
Well, he didn't make something. First off, your illness is 30% mental.
Mine actually, I
don't know how legit it is.
I produced symptoms. Now, maybe because I licked microphones.
I saw his symptoms.
And maybe because I licked microphones. He told us there was bacon in his throat.
Look, he was coughing and hacking all over the place. I wanted no part of it. He used to have a fear of getting Wally pipped. It's weird that fear has decreased with you here. But he was a mess yesterday, and I don't want RJ Tough Guy to get me sick before our Rangers game experience on Saturday, and then dinner afterwards at Brandon Hurtado's brand new restaurant. So he came in hurting. Derek Holland hurt him physically. He said the lawn hurt him in terms of the allergies, but no interest in being near it.
There is no telling what sort of illnesses could have been floating around that Derek Holland and RJ Choppy workout. That's right. That's two. The only way that could, you throw Jenny McCarthy in there, and that's the only way that's getting less immunized.
Is Jenny McCarthy
Oh yeah, Jenny McCarthy is one of the leading don't give your kids shots gals.
Pepe, what was your diagnosis?
Well, it was something that I had the last week. I know you guys can't hear me and really see me in here because I'm in the studio, but I was coughing up stuff. I had a trash can for a good 3 or 4 days in here, so I feel what RJ's feeling. But
did you give RJ it?
I don't think so. I don't think we ever made contact, unfortunately. But I put in the call that I think he was drinking last night too. I think he felt good after his nap, but you already gave him the green light, Sean. So he's like, you know what? Because he said in here, I know he's Mr. Tough Guy. I'm gonna fight it off.
What do you mean drinking?
Oh, I think he was feeling fine last night to drink.
I think he was
because he got an off day. He's got an off day.
Wait,
today.
you guys are saying that RJ went out or drank?
No, at his house.
I think he either went out or he did at the home.
No, why?
He's up texting he's up responding to our Go Fish question at midnight and stuff.
Yeah, that dude was so partying last night.
This is totally a party. I need to.
Bobby, shut up.
Why am I shut up?
RJ doesn't wuss out of
Payne's the
work.
one that said it.
He doesn't wuss out of work.
Payne's the one, no, but if somebody gives him an opening, he'll go, okay.
Nah.
He is Mr. Take advantage of an opening. If you gave him the opening, he's afraid of getting Wally pipped, like you say. But if somebody's going to give him the opening and is like, yeah, look, I think you might be out tomorrow. He goes, you know what? I think I will be out tomorrow.
All he does is preach. Hey, suck it up. I don't want to hear about your anxiety. I don't want to hear about all your fears.
He's also Mr.
Get to
4-day work week. He thinks he's entitled to an extra day off every week.
So, will he be out tomorrow?
No, he'll be back tomorrow because he got his 4-day work week.
The preppy will come at 2:55.
Yeah.
He'll have it all ready to go.
That doesn't mean he actually works on those 4 days, but he's at least here. He's present.
Victor Wembanyama has been warned by the NBA, don't skip the media session anymore. And a lot of people were up in arms about this, saying, oh, the Golden Child gets another break. You didn't suspend him after the elbow to the throat, and now you're just giving him a warning. In 2023, Jimmy Butler and Dylan Brooks both got fined $25,000 for not speaking to reporters. Now, I don't know how often they were doing it or whether it was a second or third instance, but Wemby, Mr. Leader, Mr. NBA Media Award from the Professional Basketball Writers Association for cooperating with media and fans, he did not want to talk after Game 5.
I'm guessing that's why he got a pass. He won the award this year for being amenable to the media and stuff like that. And so I'm guessing that's partly why he got a pass. It also may have been that he was just still heartbroken over the MVP. He was still working on his PowerPoint presentation to show up, be like, this is why I should have won it and SGA shouldn't. And look, I know I'm nitpicking a Spur and I don't like Wemby. I just don't. But
well, what would you not like about him personally? There's nothing not to like.
So I think the initial dislike came from everybody telling me Woj. I think Woj ruined him early on with just he is the greatest player ever in the history of any sport. And then I was like, okay, well, I just don't like your assumption there. And so that annoys me. You
can't think for yourself on it.
That just annoyed me. And then, no, since then, I think there is he's a fake, I do think he's a fake competitor. 100%. He gave this viral interview before he got into the NBA where he talked about basketball is just it doesn't matter. I enjoy it, but ultimately my life is about other things, which is a good perspective to have. It's a nice work-life balance, but I don't think he's the competitor that everybody thinks he is. That's why he's passive. He is Victor Wembanyama. That's who he is. He gets into big moments and he's scared of it right now, and maybe he gets above it, and that'd be great, but I'm surprised you were on that and not crushing SGA this morning for being a petty little baby. You saw the story?
Because of Underdog?
The cease and desist he sent?
Yeah.
They said a cease and desist over the SGA operation game you told us about yesterday.
Well, if they're selling the game, then I understand it. You can't use my likeness to insult me and make money off of it. I thought it was just an internet. I heard whatever girl's on with Drake told, hey man, kidding me? That's dumb. That's so dumb. FAF. I get the shutdown, but it's just going to make the noise even louder about SGA being a crybaby. But I don't think they were selling it.
I don't think they were either. I think it was just they were whining,
doing a bit.
Yeah, I think SGA was whining about it. This is more serious to me than the flopping from SGA.
The Euros, man. I know they're winning all the MVPs, but now we're getting the soft reputation, making that U-turn back towards Tony Kukoc, and everything people have been saying about
Canadians
him.
and French. Those are the two who are going to be whining.
RJ's favorites. What does Emmitt Smith think about the Cowboys offseason so far? Here from the Cowboys legend inside the Star, Next on Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
But first, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages just have not kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make their payments work. At D&M Leasing, they solve that problem with the Easy Lease. They offer lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Don't overpay. You don't have to. You can solve the payment problem today with the Easy Lease. At D&M Leasing, they know how much trust you're putting in them when you're getting into a new vehicle, and they don't take it lightly. That's why D&M has been the right fit for so many of our friends, family, and neighbors, because they are just that. They are your neighbors. They are a DFW company through and through.
crash. Officers are out in force. Buckle up. Skip the $200 fine. Click it or ticket. A message from TxDOT.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
The payload is coming up at 6:40. We have a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. This is Sean and Bobby with Choppy out sick today on DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys and Rangers, as Emmitt Smith gave his updated outlook on the Cowboys offseason.
Yeah, Emmitt's very active now in a lot of these like spaces where he's got some partnership or something he's doing. Because like we just talked to him a couple weeks ago about the Narcan stuff that he was doing with opioid overdoses. And then he's up there on NFL Network. He's like doing some like partnership with Peyton Manning right now and Bud Light or something like that. And so he's out there doing the rounds a little bit. And he had spoke with USA Today last week, had talked about how he feels like the Cowboys have had a nice quiet offseason, which is what they need. They need quiet. They need a little more quiet around there. And then he was talking to NFL Network, and he was asked about that quiet offseason. Emmitt, how do you think the Cowboys offseason has gone?
The key is how all these pieces of the puzzle come together as a defensive unit, because I think the Cowboys needed to upgrade defensively more so than anything else on the team. Defensive linebacker core, secondary needed to be upgraded. We did that with the new defensive coordinator. I think all those things are key elements to leading the Cowboys to having a successful season. What I mean by that is a winning season that perhaps gets us into the playoff. If you think about how poorly our defense played last year, we lost games because we couldn't stop people. We lost games and gave up big drives and continuational drives by making mistakes in the secondary. Blown coverages, all that played a significant part in terms of how average our defense was. And what will happen if we improve from the bottom 30 to somewhere in the top 20, we will win more games. Our offense will get more possessions. We should score more touchdowns. We got one of the best kickers, if not the best kicker in the game. And so all of those things should be part of and are a part of how well we should improve.
I know it's been repeated a bunch. Something similar to what he said, which is just if they're just a little bit better, defensively. And I know there's been I think there's some Cowboys fans who are starting to say like, all right, like this isn't as simple. Like they were really bad last year. Like it's not as simple as just like, well, we just need them to get one or two more stops a game.
Yeah.
I think one or two more stops a game is actually exactly what, like if you just look at the fact that they were getting run through in some of those games, like Green Bay and in the second half against Carolina, where it's like they're not getting stops at all. And if you just talk about 2 stops per game extra, they beat Philly in the opener. They beat Green Bay instead of tying with Green Bay. They beat the Panthers.
Oh God, I love when you do this.
I'm just saying.
You just like that game would have just totally flipped the result. One stop in the third quarter.
No. I'm saying if you get 2 stops where like instead of them scoring, I'm not saying you get a stop and they don't just continue to. Okay. I'm talking about taking scores off the board.
Okay.
So if you get 2 extra stops against Philly where that drive gets off, because a lot of these drives where they were allowing stuff, they were allowing third down conversions on almost every scoring drive last year. Where if they can just get off the field on a few of these, that does flip probably at least 3 results. Maybe not more than that, but at least 3.
I was going to take it to their record. And their record was 7-9. And I think when we're like, defense just be a little bit better. By the way, that has to go along with the same offense that you have, which we've talked about a possible step back, or Troy Aikman saying some of your offensive numbers should be down based upon game circumstances and outcome. So if you're a little bit better, your 7-9 becomes 10-7. I mean, flipping 3 games is a lot. If you're kind of conservative and you're like, all right, that's 2 wins at least. If our defense is a little bit better and gets those stops, then you're still kind of talking about 9-8, which is not fantastic. So being a little bit better defensively maybe gets you ceiling 3 more wins, which would be 10-7. But I'm kind of thinking, like we're forgetting they were 7-9.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some of that that's
felt like they were like a 8-9 or 9-8 and just missed. And now the defense will definitely vault them into the postseason. And I have them winning the East, and I am very excited about the upcoming season. But I'm just trying to be realistic. You were 7-9. How many more wins would the number 19th defense, how many more would that have gotten you?
Yeah, because I think the number 19 defense, you probably expect to win the 4 games you lost last year where you scored 27 points or more.
Yeah.
Like you expect that, all right, we're at least just holding them to 21, 24, something like that. Or like we're holding them somewhere in these games where that 30 that we put up against Detroit shouldn't have had us losing by 2 touchdowns, or 40 at home against Green Bay should have won a game. Like, those are the kind of games that I think you're trying to flip. But they had 26 against the Vikings. They lost that. 30 against the Lions. They had 27 against the Panthers, and they lost. Those are the ones that you're hoping to flip.
I also wonder, from a Schottenheimer play calling standpoint, if you're calling it, and he'll probably say it's no different. I don't know. He usually gives us pretty honest answers. If you're calling a game knowing you have to score every time, how much did that benefit them versus maybe dialing it back a little bit with a respectable defense to where, now maybe it leads to some more turnovers because of your aggression, but I'm thinking that led to some more points if you felt like you had to match the other team dropping 40 on you.
Yeah, you probably feel like, all right, we can play a little bit more conservative here. We can afford to if we have to punt here, we have to punt here. Like, you probably play it differently. Emmett was asked about kind of what you're just talking about the offense, where they're at, how they can build on, and specifically was asked, hey, since you say this team can improve, is this a Super Bowl contender, Emmett Smith?
It's hard to say because we're still in May and we haven't seen the team actually come together. But on paper-wise, it looked like it could turn around fairly quick. And the one thing that I think people underestimate is the importance of an offensive coordinator and that style that fits that team, a defensive coordinator and that style that fits that team and the players that play within that schematic system. If that comes together, you can see a team that was very poor last year defensively in the bottom 30, bottom 25, if you will, and then work their way all the way up to like the top 20, or even in the middle of the pack. Any of that type of improvement will have our Cowboys competing at a level that make them look like a championship caliber football team, just because of just those little subtle changes. And most importantly, it's the contribution of an offensive coordinator like Brian Schottenheimer and a new D coordinator that's bringing those things together, and players taking it upon themselves and the responsibility of gelling together as a football team, which is what they should be focusing on right now anyway.
And look, the jump is possible defensively. If you go through history, the Eagles with the largest single-season defensive jump, well, there's different metrics. You can go points, you can go yards, you can go PFF, but the Eagles, 78 fewer yards a game under Fangio. They went from 26 to first, 23 to 24.
Who else was on that staff?
Christian Parker.
Oh, Christian Parker.
Denver, 30th to 4th in DVOA. Again, I'll just give you different metrics. San Francisco, by PFF grades, 2018 to 2019, they made a leap, and I think they made the Super Bowl that year. And then the Jets, they slashed their points per game allowed by 11, and that was one of the biggest turnarounds in 45 years. So it can happen.
Yeah, it can happen. It will happen that they will be better, because, I mean, literally, the bar was so low last year. Like, I know there were times they got stops, or there was, times they had 13 points allowed against the Raiders or whatever it was. And so you can say, like, oh, well, no, I mean, they had moments where they were able to get stopped, so clearly they could allow a score every drive. Realistically, it cannot be worse than it was last year. There is no functional way for me to look at the defense coming up in 2026 and to say it was worse. It could be exactly the same, I guess, in some small possibility. But it can't get worse. It can only get better. They have all the margins in the world to improve. The bar has been set so low that improvement, anything looking like, well, that was a little better at least, is sky's the limit. Again, we've talked about it. The most points per drive allowed in the history of the NFL. They were allowing 3 points per drive. On average, over the course of 17 weeks, you were scoring every time against the Cowboys defense. You were putting a field goal on the board every single drive. And there's no way that can be worse. And so that would be the biggest step is just, all right, let's start with the small improvement and let's see if we can get to middle of the pack. Now, Emmett was also asked about, hey, you had a pretty famous contract standoff, and there's another one on the books for the Cowboys right now with George Pickens, even though he signed his franchise tag. What advice would you give to George Pickens?
I would say to George Pickens right now, you just ran into the business side of sports, period. It's nothing else but pure business. Try not to take it personally. I know you will, because I would take it personally too. But if you do, shuttle that energy over into your performance, because I think your performance itself is going to speak a lot louder than anything else. Allow your mood and your focus to be on dominating as a wide receiver so you can position yourself for free agency or position yourself to be traded or to give yourself an opportunity and options and better options for next year. And that's a good thing. And also what it sends the right message. And it sends the message that you are worthy of the dollars that you want. It sends a message that to the marketplace that you are worthy of not only playing at the professional level, but you work at it, you own your craft, and you're a great team player. Anybody or any other 29 or 30 teams will appreciate having a player on their team if the Cowboys choose to trade you or you choose to go into free agency. Whatever decisions that you make going forward, it puts you in a better light.
And at the end of that clip, David Mulugeta would stand up and applaud and say, exactly, George, right there. Because there is going to be a feeling of, you've talked about this before, where, you know, when you've had contract negotiations in your career and stuff, how it's like, yeah, you want to feel valued. You don't want somebody to just offend you by the way that they're operating. And it's very easy to feel like, okay, they're just not respecting me. They're not valuing what I do. And I think David Mulugeta is probably sitting across from George right now and being like, it's very important. I know it's difficult, but it's very important you don't take this personally, because you're probably feeling like, well, why should I go out there and do that for them if they're not even going to respect me? And it's like, not for them, for you, for your next team.
One Boy Scout year, just one more Boy Scout year can get you your generational money.
Yeah, do this for you. If you were to come into the season with a bad attitude, or you had you were hurting yourself more than you're hurting them. And that's what I think the messaging probably is from his side right now, is whether it's here, whether it's somewhere else, it's critical that you lock in this year and not take it personally. And I think everything Emmett just said there is probably similar to what David Mulugeta is telling George Pickens.
Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and Bobby. Peyton is furious that the baseball dog has been suspended. And can you get a refund for the meal that you actually ate? It's The Payload, next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and make sure you finish out that shortened week strong, because
6:30, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the Payload every single Thursday at this time. And guys, we start off with a very unfortunate story that it kept me up all night last night. I was so furious over this. But look, I really hate people, and you guys know this. Everyone knows this. We've talked about this. I really hate people that abuse dogs, as most people should. But I wish the absolute
most people
worst.
should.
Well, yeah, abusing dogs.
Yeah,
I like that stand. Like, guys,
I thought he said, "I really hate people abusing dogs, as most people should."
No,
that abuse dogs.
Most people should hate people who abuse dogs.
Okay.
Choppy would say that it's all morally relative, and it really doesn't matter. You can't condemn anybody for anything ever. But, no, yeah, I would say that most people probably should, Peyton.
But I do wish the absolute worst for you if you suspend a dog. And you're wondering, well, why would you suspend a dog? Well, the Tulsa Drillers, the AA affiliate for the Los Angeles Dodgers, did just that. Look, most baseball teams have bat boys where they have humans go and retrieve the bat after each at bat for people, but it's very normal around the sport. Some teams, mainly in the minor leagues, have a bat dog, where a dog runs from the dugout to go grab the bat after each at bat. It's a fan favorite, but things took quite the turn a couple days ago. A Dodgers prospect, Kendall George, remember the name, scored a run during the game, and when he was on his way back to the dugout, the bat dog ran out to get the bat, but George was in the way. He leaped out of the way, that George did, to avoid the dog, but he hurt himself doing so. George was seen then by the broadcast team limping to the locker room and throwing a hissy fit in the dugout, and the injury did come out as a patellar injury. I believe that's how you say it. Patellar?
Yeah, patella tendon, that's not good.
Yeah, which is, for those who don't know, it's in the knee, in the kneecap right there. And because of the injury, the Tulsa Drillers then suspended the freaking dog from grabbing bats. What kind of piece of S team does that? You suspend the dog, take out the dog. You know what, George? Maybe you should have gotten out of the way of the dog. The dog runs the same path every freaking game. You take another route to the dugout if you need to. It's a 4-year-old puppy. Now, the dog's name is Achilles. I don't know why they would have named the dog Achilles there, but it would have been ironic if he did have an Achilles injury there for old George Kendall. But, George, get out of the way, dude. Come on.
I think this is hilarious to begin with, because he says, now, obviously, I hate dog abusers, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But I wish the absolute worst on you if you suspend a dog, which makes it sound like you think suspending the dog is somehow worse than, like, dog abuse.
Because it shouldn't happen. You don't suspend the dog. He's doing his dog duties. The poor dog, Achilles is at home right now, playing with tennis balls, wondering why he's not at work right now. He doesn't know what's going on. The dog has feelings. And, I mean, Kendall, look, I looked up his stats and was going to make fun of him. He was a bad player. He's a good player. 333 in 43 games this season. I think he has 4 home runs in 4 years. So let's hit the weight room, George Kendall. But, come on, man. Worst take of the week nominee for me right now is the AA affiliate for the Dodgers, the Tulsa Drillers.
I want you to answer this question without getting in trouble FCC-wise or with the bosses. What was your initial reaction to the Mike Vick dogfighting story with what you wanted to happen?
I mean, I was so young, so probably didn't hit really hard back then. But, obviously when I knew about what was going on, I was upset because, I mean... I
just wanted to know how harsh, you wanted the Vic punishment to be.
I will tell you, I couldn't, when I was old enough to really know the story, I couldn't read it, really. I couldn't get into it because of I couldn't see the pictures or whatever videos they have. It hurt me too much. I can see, we talked about the cockfighting with the peacocks or the roosters not too long ago. That was the first thing that popped in my mind. I was like, wait a minute. No, we're talking about roosters here. Maybe they do peacock fighting. But yeah, any kind of dog fight and stuff like that, I mean, it hurts me. It really does.
This is not a bit with him that he does like dogs more than people.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
It gets him angry. Very minimal slights to dogs he finds really, really problematic. But again,
I bet their couples fights in their house happen if Mackenzie raises her voice at the dog. Keeps the dog outside.
Yeah, because we have one dog that sometimes when it's raining outside, she won't go outside night, even though we have, you guys have been there, we have the little awning over in the patio. And so sometimes she'll go to the bathroom like on the patio without going in the yard because it's raining. Sometimes she just decides to go to the potty inside the house. And Mackenzie will spank her on the butt. And I refuse to do that. I, will kind of raise my voice at her.
Spank me instead?
Yeah, because the poor dog will get its butt spanked and run off to the corner of the room or into a dog bed. And I kind of go over there and it's okay, doggy, it's okay. And Mackenzie's like,
undermines
stop
the parenting.
Stop that.
Is your dog involved in your wedding somehow?
Oh, I think we have the...
Where's the dog going to be that day?
At her parents' house, but I think the neighbor's going to watch them, so they won't be at the actual wedding. But yeah, there's some. It might have been on the invitation, like pictures of them as well. We'll have pictures of them throughout the venue. But yeah, they won't
my
actually
brother
be
who
there.
brought his dog to my wedding.
Oh,
yeah, and rehearsal dinner and everything. It was a lovely experience with everyone wearing their nicest clothes and white dresses.
You messy. This is the biggest thing. This is why you have to suspend the dog. Sean,
are these wooden bats, by the way, or metal?
And minor, yeah, wooden.
Okay, I mean, is the dog bite? Is like dog bites not getting into this bat and chipping away at this wood? You can call some broken bat grounders.
He's probably trained to only use his mouth, not use the teeth on. It's just a bone, Sean. That's all it is.
No, when you look at it, you've got 268 career games, 4 years in the minors. For his career, he is a .303 hitter. He is
he should be on our team.
70% failure.
He is a .407 on base percentage. And last year, he got 100 stolen bases in one season. That's a guy you need. If you're going to start jeopardizing his knee, you have to teach the dog. Would you rather they have rolled up a newspaper and hit the dog on the nose?
And is suspend just a nice way of saying the dog has been fired? Like, how long is the suspension going to be?
Better not be more than one game, or else they'll be hearing from me.
Hey, it's okay. They took the dog to a farm. He's got lots of room to play, lots of room to run around. That's where he's going to live forever now.
Yeah, next thing you know, they put him in doggy heaven there. But all right, it is the Payload every single Thursday at this time. Guys, if you get the wrong meal delivered to you, but you still eat the entire meal, are you entitled to a refund? And how often have you called to get a refund or a replacement order after getting food delivered to you that was wrong?
This is an amazing question. Probably 8-9 years ago, apartment in Dallas. It was a Chinese order, and they had gotten the order wrong. Well, when they came to bring the correct order, I went downstairs to get it, and they're like, "Where's the other food?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" And they're like, "Well, we gave you the wrong order, so we need the other food." And I was thinking, "Oh my God, I'm gonna have double the order,
2 dinners,
2 dinners. I'm gonna have leftovers for the entire week." And they're like, "No, in order to give you the correct one, you have to give us the wrong order." And I was like, You're not going to do anything with it. You can't. Yep. You can't reserve it. You don't know what I've done to the food in my house. They made me give them the old food back, and it ruined my actual correct order because I thought I was getting a couple free meals. I can't believe they made me give the other food. I'm like, what are you going to do with it?
Well, so it's like the same at the restaurant, though, right? Like if you get the wrong plate, they will take it back.
Yes.
Like they don't let you just eat that one and then bring you to the new one.
But how many bites out of that one can you take before they're like, "Hold on, you already ate half the steak"? We're not giving you that.
I do that with drinks sometimes.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I've taken 2 sips of this. I don't like it, or it's the wrong thing. And then if it's slow service, you have to sit there for 10 minutes and decide, do I take 2 more sips and look like a cheapskate that I'm getting half a free drink, or you just have to sit there? So that's the difficult thing in a restaurant with a drink order too.
Yeah, I think it's
like Choppy. Choppy says no returns no matter what.
Yeah, I don't return food. And if I return food, I don't want them to correct it.
But if you order a steak and they bring you chicken, you're returning. You're telling them in the restaurant, I ordered a steak.
Yeah, and I don't want them to bring me a new one. No, I will eat the chicken at that point. But if they bring me something like fish, I'm not going to eat fish. I will tell them this is wrong and just take it off the bill. I don't want you to bring me the food.
Why?
Because
that's not spittable. That's not a spit-worthy retribution.
I'm put out at that point, and I'm in a bad mood, and I want the money back, and I don't want you to fix it. Just give me the money back. But I will say on this, yeah, I would probably not eat the food until I just heard from them. I think most places I would assume like Grubhub and some of these other places, I think they do just say keep it. And then they bring you a new one most of the time. I think I've had this happen before. They're like, well, you just keep that. We brought you the right order. Or they'll just refund you. You can keep the order and they refund it is usually what it is. But yeah, I would wait to hear from them until I got the other food back and then I might eat it. But if I eat it assuming first, then yeah, I think you probably just don't get your new order.
Yeah, so I bring this up because customers at a Domino's, and I try to look everywhere for this location. I looked through 9 different articles, 9 different sources. I could not find a freaking location of this Domino's. I don't know if it even exists at this point, but these Domino's customers confronted an employee demanding a refund in cash despite eating the wrong pizza. This is the exchange between the employee at this Domino's and the customers the other day.
No, you're really not.
Then take your food and have one.
You're really not. You can really just refund me.
I'm not, though.
You can really refund me because all the food was dry and nasty, and it was spoke to you first.
H-A-L-E-I-G-H.
Okay, and what is the corporate number?
I don't have that.
But we need it. We need corporate.
It's crazy, but I'm trying to offer
Who's the store manager?
I'm trying to offer you a credit.
But we don't live over here. We live an hour and a half from here.
You got to get back the product for me to give you a refund.
But you should have said that over the phone.
I misunderstood you, and we already.
So how is that my fault?
No one says it's your fault, but you've got to do it though. Like it's not your fault.
So then that's something you should have said over the phone.
But
Again, you didn't allow her to speak, and you was just so unprofessional, really. And you still are. So this doesn't play right. And this is like the whole wrong.
But I need the pastas back.
So it's just 5 pastas,
Have a good night.
and a 2-liter drink. Did she just blow a kiss?
So she was just blowing a kiss at them right there. And you saw that you heard in there that they live an hour and a half away. I was like, why are they traveling an hour and a half to Domino's? But I guess they were out of town. They were probably at some, venue close by. And we're just like, let's get Domino's real quick. But then they wanted to go back home. And now they're an hour and a half away from wherever they live.
So they got the wrong pizza? How much of it did they eat before trying to take it in for the refund?
It says in the article they returned an empty box. So
Okay.
they were eating the whole pizza and
sorry,
then
no
decided,
refund.
And they wanted cash, I guess, instead of the store credit because they didn't live there. But they just wanted cash back to get a free meal. They didn't want to come back to the Domino's, but they tried. But hats off to, I think her name was Haley. She was spelling it there in the beginning for them to understand what she was saying. But so hats off to this employee for standing up to these customers.
Yeah, I was watching one of those did you ever watch Mystery Diners? Where they would send in to test the restaurant. I found one of them. They had this scam where a buddy would call in an order and then he would call to cancel it 15 minutes later. And then the person in the kitchen was like, all right, well, it's canceled. We've made the food. We can't serve it out there. So when that happens, it was always you could offer it out to people. So workers were calling their friends, telling them to put in order so that then they'd get the food.
Wow.
Hey, does anybody want this? And then they'd take it home to them for free.
682 says, you buy. That's their policy.
The payload every Thursday at this time in the 6 a.m. club. We want you to win the Luke Bryan tickets that we're going to give away in the commercial-free expressway after Yordan Alvarez tortures the Rangers. Could these rules help improve Major League Baseball? And we have the NBA Finals decided tonight. That's all next with Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. But how about the collaboration you did not know you needed? Speaking of pizza, Hurtado Barbecue has teamed up with Cane Rosso Fort Worth, and they are having a burnt end pizza. Maybe the best bite in barbecue, the amazing burnt ends. It's not going to be out there for long. It's a rotating pizza special, and it is available at some of your different Cane Rosso locations, teaming up with the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers. It's Tuesdays in Fort Worth. That's on the Cane Rosso right next to the Arlington Hurtado location. And we are going to be in Arlington on Saturday as a morning show right after the Ranger game and enjoying the brisket nachos, the brisket sandos, of course, the tostadas, the birria tacos, and the
When the project is complete, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here comes the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck it out on a fastball, and the ball game's over. The Astros have won it by the score of 4-3.
The Hall of Famer Eric Nadel with the call on this radio station. As always, we are your home for Rangers baseball. Choppy out sick today. Sean Sharif and Bobby Bell trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible as Yordan Alvarez does it again and again, and the Astros beat the Rangers yesterday in Arlington, and Skip Schumacher is getting a little bit of heat along with Tyler Alexander for the error at first base and the offense disappearing late.
You know how when you're a parent, and maybe you haven't hit this yet with how young Ollie is, but you always try to find, like, all right, where's my pressure point? Where do I start finding the motivating factor? All right, this is not registered anymore. Maybe I try this. And I'm sure the Rangers look for similar things. I think what they need to do is they need to play these final calls from Nadel. And be like, do you want to hurt Eric Nadel like this anymore? Do you hear how just dejected he sounds watching this awful team play baseball? That's a guy who's been around, seen a lot of baseball, and it sounds like he thinks this looks pretty awful right now. But that's exactly where it is. It's a team where every night it feels like there's something, like usually it's the offense, but every night it feels like there's something that just is a critical failure that feels inexcusable. Whether it's how did the offense go 6 innings without getting a hit? Other nights it can be why the hell did Jacob deGrom all of a sudden allow 4 home runs in 5 innings in another start? Or last night, why is Tyler Alexander not able to throw a ball to first base? Why isn't there anybody like right there to back up first base so that it doesn't just roll into the corner and allow somebody to score?
Why didn't you walk Alvarez?
Like it feels like there's just always something that you can point to as what feels almost negligent. Not even just like, oh man, we got beat. We just weren't good enough. It just feels like you dropped the ball.
Alvarez is on fire. Hits in 8 of his last 12 games. He's got 20 home runs on the season. 8 in his last 12. That may be dated. That may have been before yesterday's game. Yes, it actually was. And I was talking with Jared off air.
Wow.
Yes, about trading for bats and getting offense, and he's like, I'm not saying the Rangers would or actually could do this, but Yordan Alvarez was a name he brought up that should be dealt as a trade possibility, as Houston isn't good. Alvarez has his injury concerns, but when you're a team like the Rangers and you're looking for an absolute offensive jolt versus 2 mediocre bats or above average that aren't really going to move the needle, Yordan Alvarez is that type of target, right? They're 7 games under 500. I already talked about the injury stuff. He is 28 years old. I haven't heard that they're shopping him or thinking about shopping him, but man, that's the dream right there.
Yeah, and they've got, if you go to Spotrac, they've got this cool section of this website where it's basically if there's been a verified report anywhere of somebody being mentioned, even suggested as like, hey, maybe they could trade him, not even that they were actively looking to. They've got this section of the website of here are the players that have actively been suggested in trade talks by bigger media outlets. And if they're suggested, here's how much their salary is, here's how much the tax impact is on the organization, here's how much this is. And so in that section, like they've got 36 position players in there right now. And Yordan Alvarez is not one of the ones that's listed in here. You do have a couple Texas Rangers because they have Jake Berger and Josh Young listed in here as guys that could get traded. But otherwise, it looks like it's a pretty bleak looking trade market right now for offense.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of people think that their general manager is not going to be back. A Houston insider said as long as Jim Crane, the owner, is involved, the idea of the Astros being buyers at the deadline cannot be ruled out. Their recent, series against the Cubs have kind of turned around things in some of the minds of the armpit, but there you go. If you really want to rebuild and your run is over in Houston, maybe a guy like Jordan, if you're concerned about the injuries as he approaches 30.
Yeah,
it's a fun possibility. They're not going to trade him to the Rangers, and we don't probably have enough to offer up, but just a name like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd obviously love to have Jordan Alvarez here. The thing that's really sad.
He's a guy with monster power, too, that they were saying this on the Astros broadcast, actually hits 300 on top of it.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? That doesn't exist.
Yeah, he's not Adam Dunn or, Mark Reynolds or some of these guys who've just been like big-time power that hit 210. But, man, it's the sad or scary reality, whatever it may be for the Rangers right now is, let's say you drop Jordan Alvarez into the Rangers. They're definitely better, and they're winning more games. I don't know if Jordan Alvarez has the impact that you would normally think Jordan Alvarez should on winning because, Jock Peterson hit 2 home runs last night, got on base 3 times, scored 3 times, and that's still nobody else did anything. And so if it's one of those nights where Jordan's hitting 3 home runs, but they're all 3 solo home runs and they allow 4, it feels like those are the nights you may run into.
And Jock.
Right.
There you go.
And there's nothing, obviously there's nothing better than Jock Peterson and Jordan.
Jeff Passan tweets that Major League Baseball is expected to make their first proposal to the union today. Owners have long planned to push for a salary cap, and the details of it will set the stage for the labor battle leading up to the December 1st expiration of the current CBA. So Rob Manfred yesterday was on McAfee talking about the spending disparity between 1 and, is it 30?
Mm-hmm.
Major League teams. So salary cap in baseball, which is probably going to lead to a work stoppage.
Yeah, it would definitely lead to a work stoppage. I have always been...
They also threw in, Bobby, a competitive integrity tax for any team that does not spend $150 million, increase minimum salaries from $780 to $1.5.
Which, look, forcing a cap floor, which is what a lot of leagues still have the cap floor, but enforcing minimum spending would be big time for how the Rangers have spent in recent years. You would hope that would encourage some more spending from them, but I've always been against the idea of a cap in baseball. I like the idea of if you have the money, you can go instantly invest to add to your team.
So you don't like the NFL salary cap?
No. I miss the era of being able to just build a dynasty with.
Because you grew up in the number 4 market in the country.
Yeah, I loved it.
The Habs.
Yeah.
You're like RJ in the SEC.
Yeah, 100%. Look, I'm not worried about 99%. I'm worried about the 1% up here. But I've never wanted to. I will actually. This is one of these rare instances. Rob Manfred to me, which is stunning for me to think about 4 years later. After I would not have said this in the past. Rob Manfred has been right so consistently with the moves he's endorsed that I would just say, all right, I'll trust you. If you think it's going to be better for the game, so far everything I thought was not going to be better and you put in there has been better. So I will go ahead and trust and say that if you think that is better for the health of the game, then I'll buy it because you're batting 1,000 lately.
Yesterday he said there's a $446 million gap between baseball's smallest and highest team payrolls. Quote, that's not a fair fight on McAfee. Fans want competition, and that's what it's about at the end of the day. That is what we need to get fixed. A $446 million gap.
Yeah, I would like to see them fix the whole deferred payment thing that the Dodgers can just in perpetuity have $2 million superstars.
I was getting ready to go and look up because I wonder if Choppy would make the argument that you're getting different contenders and different playoff teams every year. And then I go and look at the last 6 World Series champions: Dodgers, Braves, Astros, Rangers, Dodgers. So the Dodgers, they're effing it up for everyone.
How much money do you think the Dodgers currently owe in deferred payments through 2047?
$880 million.
No. $1.6 billion.
That was close.
$1.5 billion more than in deferred payments through 2047. That is.
See, I actually give them credit for gaming the system.
I absolutely give them credit, but now that they clearly exposed the loophole, fix it. Don't let them do it anymore.
Right. I guess it was a commissioners panel on ESPN, and Adam Silver, come on down. Let's address your issue, one of them, of flopping. We already know about tanking. What about flopping in the league and in these playoffs?
How about the flopping? Flopping. Big conversation, Mr. Commissioner.
So, it's been a conversation. I would only say that there's a difference between selling a call, exaggeration, and a true flop, which is where you're actually fooling the referees. I think sometimes, even as I sit in the stands at games, players may be falling down, players may be reacting to a call, but then to me, if they're not fooling the referees, it's like, okay, that's like the players are taught to sell calls these days. I mean, can officiating get better? Of course. We're always working on that. Can officials get fooled occasionally? We're always looking at that as well. But the officiating is incredible.
He's the worst commissioner in sports. It is so bad. And there is Goodell, Bettman, Manfred. They will all talk very openly and directly about this is a problem, like whatever it may be. This is a problem and it's got to be fixed. This isn't acceptable. This isn't going to.
I kind of want them to go back to the days of ugly NBA where we're not blowing whistles, and we got to go back to Pat Riley, Heat, Knicks, because the problem with that, on top of the physicality, and they're worried about thugs and fighting and setting the example, you also had low-scoring games. Well, now you can have high-scoring games with a lot of offense and the physicality. So let's go ahead and mix a little hockey with today's basketball, and in the offseason, I would say we're putting it out there. How far overboard would it go? Does it take one person getting punched in the face or an ugly physical assault to change things up? Yeah, everyone would be freaking out, but I would love to see that if Adam Silver sent the memo and went around and saying, we're swallowing whistles for the next season.
Which, of course, he would never do because he's a coward. And he is to me, if I'm a player in the NBA right now, I go like, all right, if you're going to give me a foul, I'm going to earn it. Like, you're going to feel it. Yeah, I will not. There's not going to be.
Yeah, but they pass out. They pass out flagrant ones too easily.
No, I know, but
the amount of stupid reviews that we waste where it's like, is that intentional? Come on, let's move on. I think I have a perfect rate on Twitter of being like, this is not a flagrant, let's go. Come on.
Imagine if everybody on the field was the quarterback. And they were calling like how softly they call roughing the passer in the NFL now. The NBA has gotten to a point where everybody's a quarterback. And they call things so soft and call things so consistently. And then Adam Silver has the gall to stand up there and go like, the officials are actually fantastic, and there's never any flopping in our league.
Well, they all have to say that it's fantastic.
But they've you've definitely gotten criticism from other leagues before about the job that they're doing. I mean, Manfred, the whole thing with the ABS, the whole automatic ball strike system is like an inherent problem with umpiring.
That was the big disappointment with my Bassick phone call yesterday. I was like, Mike, I don't want to talk about baseball. Save that for your choppy combos. Mm-hmm. Tell me about these draft picks. Give me the scouting. What do you think about the Thunder, SGA, Wemby? And he's like, and I was like, oh no. And he's like, I haven't loved the NBA product. And I was like, what about Mikael Brown? We talked about Boozer for a little bit, but Mike, he went and rewatched, I think, Game 3, but he's just out. He doesn't have the love for basketball like he once did. I was very disappointed.
That's stunning because I know he had said he was back in after the flag thing.
He might be back in on rooting for the Mavs, but he doesn't love the brand of basketball.
No, it is a bad sport right now. It's not like Thunder and Spurs. Look, nothing could have gone better for the NBA than Game 1 of the conference finals.
Yeah,
the Thunder Spurs game was great. Watching the Knicks come back and do what the Knicks did was fantastic in Game 1. It's been a little weak since then, but yeah, they've got a watchability problem. It's not enjoyable a lot of nights to watch just a random NBA game.
Point towards some ratings and say, look at these numbers. That's not a watchability problem. You're going to get, a chance for a back-to-back versus the number one media market in the country. I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Let's go commercial-free in the Expressway and make you happy with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway. And let's bring in Bobby Belt's Cowboy Mailbag, answering all of your America's Team questions on the fan text at 877-881-1053, social media, and X as well. Bobby's Cowboy Mailbag and Luke Bryan tickets after this. And this is Trajan Wealth. TRAJA.
2020. Nobody covers this team like your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free. We're going to hook you up with Luke Bryan tickets for being part of this show as we head into the weekend. Another Luke Bryan ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. Sean Sharif, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Choppy is out sick today. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And it's time for a Cowboy mailbag.
Yep, we're going to open up the mailbag a little bit. We are in the middle of a little bit of a lull in Cowboys action. So now's a good time to attack some of the broader questions that you may have. You can text them in 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. But I'd also put out 4 questions on Twitter, and we got a number of questions sent in. And the first one here is from Takes by Taval, I think it is, Tyval. He said, the Cowboys led the league in penalties in 2025. How is Brian Schottenheimer going to address this in year 2? Which I was trying to think back about it. I remember
they led in penalties.
They had so many problems last year that's the thing. I had to go look. I mean, I was sure that was correct just because, I mean, like the fact that he said they led, it's like, okay, well, I'm sure you looked it up. And so I went and had to look. And
I mean, I know they usually lead in penalties. I just didn't realize they did it again.
Well, and I remember there was a time during the middle of the year where we had talked about that the penalties were becoming an issue again. Because early on in the year, I think they were, like, first game against Philly, they had like 4. And we were like, oh, okay, they've kind of cleaned some of this up. They look disciplined. And then I remember it becoming a bigger problem as it went along. Did not remember them leading the league in penalties. So here's what I would say, and this is probably something that I don't know if the Cowboys would ever say this on the record, but I think there would be people that would tell you this away from a microphone.
Here it is, Dallas 133, Tennessee 130, the Giants 128 with Jacksonville.
Yeah, and so you've got Jacksonville that was 130, you've got Denver that was 129, Houston that was 128, Philly was a little bit behind that. A couple years ago, I mean, Baltimore used to routinely lead the NFL in penalties. Penalties is not necessarily the problem. Like I think a lot of people would say when you start coaching penalties aggressively, you're coaching out a lot of aggression at times that you don't want to totally tamp down. The problem is which penalties are you leading the league in? So, for instance, one of the things that's really bad is pre-snap penalties. That's what you don't want, which is where the Cowboys are higher up on the list. And when you look at who are the worst teams in the NFL with pre-snap penalties last year, okay, it was the Giants, it was the Titans, it was the Saints. When you look at the teams that were the best with pre-snap penalties, San Francisco, the Rams, the Bills, the Colts, the Patriots, the Seahawks, that's a disciplined football team. You'll take some of the other penalties that come your way. Roughing the passer penalty sucks. It's 15 yards. But a lot of times you don't want to coach out of a player like, hey, pull back on the aggression.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to get some guys that if they're playing physically at times, you'll get holding calls and different things like that. The ones that are just inexcusable are, we're not even like in the middle of action and you're setting us back another 5 yards before we can even snap the ball. That's a problem. So in terms of cleaning those up, I think what's going to be bigger there, a lot of times it's on offense with the pre-snap penalties. It's going to be about the communication angle. With the offensive line in particular, it's going to be about how frequently have they played with each other, because a lot of the being able to gel as a unit, a lot of times we get offensive line penalties, pre-snap or otherwise, whenever there's just somebody new comes in the game and then there's immediately a false start, or somebody new is in the game and they don't know the cadence, and there are all these different things that can occur there, different things of players who are motioning and then not lining back up correctly. So a lot of times that's just about swapping players in. So I think for them it'd probably be about finding stability along the offensive line they would believe is going to clean up a lot of their issues. But it is funny that we don't think about them being the most penalized team in the NFL because that's how bad the defense was. Whereas, like, we don't even have time to talk about the penalty discussion because the defense is so terrible.
It's like special teams. We haven't, Tolo brought it up 2 weeks ago. We haven't talked about the special teams problems enough, and they're right.
Yeah. Next question here is
Aubrey got re-signed.
The Cowboys mail. We'll talk about Aubrey at 8:40. Next year in the Cowboys mailbag, 817. Are you worried about Dak's mentals at all with the drama that's been going on this offseason?
I'm shocked that you would address this.
I'll let you answer first.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to address it. I don't have a problem, but I'm curious. Do you have any concern about that?
I did for a second, and then this past weekend, I saw his former fiance posting a lovely child's birthday party where they were either back together or they're just co-parenting with great smiles on their faces. So before I saw that, I was 5 to 10% worried. But after I saw that, I was like, all right, either they're back together or they're making it. They're making it work. She posted a lot of pictures of the two of them. Now they're not hugging and kissing, but they look very happy. And I was even surprised that she posted those if they're not getting back together. So one's
wet and one's dry.
That alleviated some. It was a pool party, I think. That alleviated some of my concern.
I think
because that can be something.
100%. I think naturally
messes with you.
I don't care who you are or how tough you are mentally or whatever else. I would have a concern that
I always wonder about that coach or player that's playing, and right before that, they got in a nasty spat. They got in a nasty fight, and it's just irritating you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, did they think about that in the first quarter or the second quarter? And then it's like, ugh, like I have to go home to settle this argument now over who didn't load the dishwasher.
Yeah. Or do you then like focus your energy like Tom Brady? Like, do you play better when your marriage is falling apart? No, I think it's natural to wonder if it'll have an impact, and not in any sort of a, geez, I hope that guy's got his head right. Not in that sort of way at all. Literally just in the same way of when a family member dies or anything else, out of just almost like a concern of like, that's a really difficult thing. It's probably hard to just focus on your work. And the other part of me says that may be a nice escape. Focus on the work. You don't have to focus or worry about any of these things. I would expect that when we see Dak in front of the media this offseason, I would expect he's going to say something about it. Like, I'm guessing it'll come up and he'll answer it. And I think he's going to be locked in. He's had a lot of things happen in his life.
Yeah.
Since he's been the Cowboys quarterback, and I can't recall us thinking he was distracted by them. Like, we know he's dealt with them, we've talked about him, but I don't remember a time where we've thought like, man, he just doesn't look right or focused. There are times he doesn't play well, but I don't remember a time where anybody's felt like he's been distracted. So I'm concerned about it in the way that I would normally be concerned about any player going through something like that.
Or Vrabel.
Yeah.
You don't think, we'll get to it more at 8, you don't think Vrabel's going to coach in 2027, and RJ said his guaranteed betting lock of the year, the degenerate special, was the under on the Patriots wins because of Rossini.
Yeah, that's one of those things where I do think it can impact you, and you gotta wonder. I need to see it. But we have seen from Dak pretty consistently, he seems to be able to compartmentalize and focus. And somebody just pointed out on the fan text, 817, look at Luka. Luka had everything happen, and then he went on a tear.
Yeah.
He started playing his best basketball, and so some guys need it for the escape or the focus or whatever else it may be. All right, Cowboys mailbag here. Dr. Mark Klee sending in, which I saw he had commented on your post the other day where he had said, love you guys. You guys have gotten me through some dark times before. Dr. Mark has always been one of our best, most loyal Tolos all the way from Austin, and has actually, we found out at one point, treated my daughter at an urgent care once years before I was ever on the station.
What?
Yeah. So he's a pediatrician. Wow. He's a great dude. So Dr. Mark is saying, what are the realistic expectations for Caleb Downs next season? Like, how good will he be compared to league average? What are your realistic expectations for his career? So I think, and when this has been, I want to prepare people. I don't want to tamp down expectations. I think Caleb Downs is going to be as good as you think he's going to be. I think the thing we need to discuss or prepare for is, I don't think being as good as you think he's going to be is going to also equal up to stats that show he's that good.
Not going to be Ed Reed.
No, like, he's not going to have 10 interceptions. He's not going to score 3 touchdowns. It's not going to be like, oh my gosh, look at Caleb Downs. How many times did he blow up a quarterback, and then look at this huge game-changing interception? I would guess his first-year stats look something like 100 tackles, 2 interceptions, 6 pass breakups, and a sack or something. Like, his numbers could very well look like that. And that sounds maybe a little disappointing. What he is and what he's going to be asked to do is going to be such a stronger impact on the unit as a whole, and in just stabilizing things. That's how you're going to notice him, is that he's going to stabilize it. It's the conversation of years ago, This is, I think, 7 years ago or something like that. Darren Woodson was at a party and for around the Super Bowl time, and Mike Zimmer was there. And I had heard this story relayed. Mike Zimmer called him over, and he was like, Woody, I got to apologize to you. He's like, why? He said, you were too good. He said, you were too good, and we weren't good enough when I had you. And he's like, and I needed you to do a lot of things. And I made you play linebacker, and I made you play nickel, and I made you play safety, and I needed you to do all these things for me. And he's like, you weren't able to just sit at a position and collect stats. He's like, and I think that probably hurt your Hall of Fame chances. And I feel like, and basically apologize, like saying like, I feel some responsibility that like if you were so good that if we could have just had you play one spot, if you were just so versatile and so good, you probably could have collected the numbers that other guys did, and then it wouldn't have even been a question. And Woody, of course, was like, dude, no, like that was my job. And that's what made him great. That's what makes him a Hall of Famer. But it kind of works counter. I think it's the same thing with Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs is going to be such a great player. They're going to ask him to do so much that it's not going to just look like stat collecting. It's going to be about where are we like completely unstable? Where do we have instability? Caleb, you fix that. And then we'll worry about everybody else doing things to like make a difference. And so I think he's going to make a big difference. I think right away he is going to play at a Pro Bowl level. I just don't know if it's going to look that way statistically. Is that generally where you've been at expecting for him? Like you're not thinking, man, we're going to have like easy defensive player of the year gaudy statistics.
Yeah, I mean, my first thing with Caleb Downs is he's going to be out there organizing people. Like I'm hoping for my number one thing is not the ball hawking interceptions or blowing people up. When they're carrying the football, it is being the quarterback of the defense and being an instant leader out there with his brain. Number two, my number one anticipatory highlight is Caleb Downs sniffing out run plays, screens, just things when they show the overhead shot, when they're like, look at the beat that he had on this play, look at the anticipation. He knew it was coming, and boom, he's there to blow it up. And then I'm curious / worried about him as a slot corner. I want to see. I'm worried a little bit, and Choppy's going to be bragging and letting you have it nonstop. If he's here, if he gets torched a few times, or for that 60 or 70 yarder when he was basically, singled up or playing man, quote unquote, in Christian Parker's defense against some of the best slot guys in the league.
Not going to happen.
Okay.
Not going to happen. Okay. You guys can take solace in that. I think that I remember Ted Wynn from The Athletic had a play that he had shared a couple weeks ago on Twitter, a couple weeks before the draft. And it's this play of Sonny Styles like blowing something up. And you see this play and Ted Wynn goes, this is just fantastic stuff from Caleb Downs. And like people who watch it on the surface are like, what are you talking about? Like he just blew this up. And he broke down like, you got to see what Caleb Downs does here, the reactionary athleticism he has to get in position and take this away to where the quarterback had to move to this side and to do something. Made an easy cleanup play for Sonny Styles. But on the stat sheet, it looks like, wow, Sonny Styles really wrecked that play. Yeah. When in reality, in the film room, they're saying Caleb Downs wrecked that play. And that's something where I think you're going to see a lot of the impact. All right, Cowboys mailbag here. Next question from Max on Twitter. Jonathan Bullard, why isn't he getting talked about much? So Jonathan Bullard was obviously one of their later signings that they had along the defensive line. I would expect that early on he's probably going to start. He'll start next to Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. A late addition for them and a long-term veteran that's been around the NFL now, I think, for like 9 years. But I think realistically the reason why you're not hearing anything big about Jonathan Bullard is, A, what does he play? Which is he's going to play an edge setting, like eat up blockers, just do your job type of responsibility, and the gap and a half stuff that Christian Parker talked about with us in Indianapolis. It's not going to be very flashy. So I think a lot of people it's going to be easy for Jonathan Bullard not to be thought of alongside Kenny Clark or, Quinnen Williams or some of the other guys that they have there. But also just kind of late in the offseason, the addition, it flew under the radar. I think a lot of people probably forget that he was even signed. But he's definitely somebody who I think fans should be excited about in the sense that before he signed, that was a massive just black hole after they traded Osa. Of like, who's playing there? You don't have somebody to even step in and just give you stable play. Jonathan Bullard is like a model of stable, average to a little above average consistency in a job that isn't going to like make a lot of waves to begin with. And so to be able to get that and just say, hey, I know that's going to be consistent and I know what I'm getting out of that position, that's something that I think fans should be excited about in terms of
excited.
Yeah, I think excited because what was so damaging about last season? Guys who just didn't do their jobs and were completely fooled or negligent or confused and blew things up. Bullard is like
he had a 59 PFF, but it may be a tougher position.
60 is average.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I mean, he's going to be just an average guy who. He's not going to rack up a bunch of stats. He's not going to also be just somebody that you're going to see blown out of the running game a lot. He's just going to be stable, consistent, other guys doing their jobs around them. It just creates stability. And stability is honestly a big part of what they need right now. All right, next question here. Got time for one more?
One more.
All right, this is from Titanic Gambler. What are the things that make you most optimistic about the 26 Cowboys? What is the things that worry you the most? Before I get to that, you got anything right off the top of your head that you're excited about or worried about still?
Christian and Caleb. That's it.
Can those both be the same answer? Because I think that might be the answer for me.
Yeah.
Christian Parker is what I'm most excited about. Christian Parker is what I'm most worried about. Like, I mean, I think he's going to be really good. I don't know. And I think it's, like I said earlier, it's really difficult to anticipate that this defense will be any worse than it was last year. It can only get better. And so from that perspective, it shouldn't be too terribly concerning, but there's such high expectations for what he's building and the vision that he has that if that were to come out during the regular season and he just struggles a ton to adjust to stuff and the growing pains are more intense than you initially expect, that I think is going to be very depleting to a lot of morale and make it feel like, oh, okay, this wasn't just took you a couple weeks to get your legs under you. This is a whole season where you had to figure out how to call a defense. That would be pretty demoralizing, I think, for them. So, yeah, I think that Christian Parker, Caleb Downs, both of those guys are massive encouragements for what they want to do. And at the same time, both of them having not done it before.
Especially when you're starting off, by the way, against the Giants and the Commanders. Now, again, I think we may be guilty of sleeping on Washington and Jaden Daniels a little bit too much. And you got all this New York excitement with the new coach and Dart and the frat bros. But you'd like to see a pretty quick start against two teams that everyone is going to have you better than in the NFC East. Yep. And then you're going to get C.J. Stroud. Like, don't have C.J. Stroud light you up.
Don't have him figure it back out again with you. No, and I think that's the thing is that there is a ton to be excited about with them, and then also at the same time, because they've never done it before, Parker's never called the defense, Downs is a rookie, and you're talking about those are the two biggest reasons you think things are going to be better this year for people you've never seen do it. That's a lot, and you can even feel confident that it's going to go the right way. It's a little terrifying to lean on your greatest reasons for optimism are things you've never seen before, and I think that it's going to work out for them. But yeah, I think both of those they can be equally exciting and concerning. And that's what I think both of those are.
Bobby's Cowboy Mailbag, commercial free in the Expressway here on DFW Sports Station. Choppy out today, sick. I bet he's back tomorrow. We shall see. Either way, we know we're going to have two more giveaways to finish up your week, along with the Luke Bryan giveaway right now.
Country girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See Luke Bryan at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on Thursday, June 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Let's get local with all the stories that you text in, tweet in, email in. It is every Thursday at this time, the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh, yeah. It does turn out the DFW airport is as big as a city, and now we have data to back it up. We'll talk about it here in Neighborhood Watch, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing, dmautololeasing.com. Before we go to the ridiculous statistics behind DFW Airport that I saw yesterday, did you see that we're getting a replica almost of Reunion Tower built?
No.
So AT&T is building a mini version of Reunion Tower at its Plano headquarters. So I'm trying to remember how tall Reunion Tower is. I think it's like 500 feet tall.
561.
561. So the Plano City Council approved a zoning change on Tuesday that will allow AT&T to build a 280-foot modernized, smaller version of this. I'm going to show you what this looks like if you haven't seen it. It's like Reunion Tower, only like futuristic looking.
Yeah.
So it's not the same sort of
It's like two. It's not one pole
instead
into
of
the
a
ground,
shaft.
split. Yeah.
Yeah, you got the two legs instead of the shaft. So the two spread legs, and then you have the shaft in Dallas. And also you'll notice it looks it's like the AT&T logo at the top. It's the
Which I think AT&T got wiped off the stadium yesterday in Arlington for Dallas Stadium and the World Cup.
They did. They started covering everything up. It's amazing. You can cover up signage. You can cover up windows.
Yep.
You can do a lot of different things when the World Cup comes to town. But they are going to be building this. AT&T's moved to Plano from downtown Dallas. It's underway with demolition work happening on the former EDS headquarters already at the site. Employees could begin relocating by late 2028. So if you're in Plano, be on the lookout for this to become the new addition to your skyline, I guess, if there's a Plano skyline. I don't know if we would think that there is one typically. All right, DFW Airport. So there's a new report from KURU Footwear in 2026, and it is identifying DFW Airport as the longest walk to its furthest gate at 1.5 miles. It is the longest one in the entire United States. The next closest, we've been to... I know I've been. I can't remember if I've been with you. Have we been to Denver before as a show?
No.
Have you been to Denver before yourself?
No.
The Denver airport is, well, first off, there's a ton of conspiracies about it and how they think they're like whole camps, like there's tunnels under the airport where they keep like humans enslaved down there.
What?
Dead serious. You can Google it. They're like, look, there are murals on the wall that say
this one I believe.
Yeah. See, I knew you would believe this. There's like whole things of like. They also say, look at the landing strips. Looks a little vaguely like a swastika from above, doesn't
my
it?
goodness.
Yeah,
Look at the fences. Everything is pointed like in, and it's like the barbed wire is pointed in instead of out.
The barbed wire is pointed in on the fences instead of pointed out.
Aiden's believing it.
People are all over this. So the Denver airport, though, is massive. It's huge. And it's the second longest walk. It's almost a half a mile shorter from the security gate to its furthest gate. So 1.5 miles. That's why you have to take that little train everywhere that you go. I don't even know that you physically can walk it.
3 terrible things about DFW Airport in no particular order. The baggage claim waits once you land. I thought we had fixed it. I thought we had a Tolo on the inside, and it had gotten fixed for a while. And, I mean, it could be a 30-minute wait. The second thing is there's nothing worse than arriving, and I'm usually relying on Choppy, right, because he's on his nerdy airport apps, and he's like, all right, here's the latest update, go ahead and meet me in the Sky Lounge here, and then they change it, and it's such a freaking hike and walk that you have to jump on the rail.
Yeah.
You have to jump on the train, and the third thing is it feels like the ride shares are so far away. I can't remember if it's at Love or at DFW, but it feels like you are. I used to land, get to the baggage claim, and then when I saw my bag, I'm hitting boom for the ride share to pick me up and take me home. Well, now, I'm arriving late to the pickup line because it's so far away, when I feel like it used to just be like, go downstairs, go outside, here's your section for it. I just feel like, I could be wrong, I feel like it's now a humongous trek.
Maybe Love has changed, but I'm pretty sure, Love, it just doesn't feel like it's a long trek to anywhere.
Yeah.
And so I think that must be DFW, because I don't ever, Kristen always picks me up at a DFW.
Because you got it unlocked like that.
Whenever I've had to,
You're like,
yeah.
pick me up.
Garcon.
Be there.
Whenever I've had to like Uber out of Love Field. I always remember you like walk down this tunnel and then you're just kind of outside at the pickup area, and it's pretty quick. So picking somebody up out of DFW or picking somebody up out of Love Field's never been a problem. But DFW, this is...
Pepe, which one for you? Which one am I thinking of? Or have you not had any problems with either DFW or Love in terms of walking or rideshare?
So I went to Love Field for the first time earlier this year when I was going to Vegas. I had never been. My parents were always DFW.
What?
I'd always flown out DFW. You know, I'm a member there. I have the app and everything, so I get the points and all that.
You've never flown Southwest?
No, never.
What a bougie little...
I know. This summer,
I know.
I'll fly Delta, I think, in a couple months. So, I don't know. But yeah, DFW for me, it's tricky, but Love Field was so much easier. You just pull up, you walk right in, and the gate's right there. I mean, so I love it. I would go back for sure.
I'd go back.
What is the what would be considered the like snobby way to fly? Like, I'm trying to think. Is
Chicaline.
But I'm talking about like an airline where it's like, oh yeah,
yeah.
I'm talking about that airline where it's like, wasn't there an airline Jennifer Aniston used to do like commercial for where she's like, oh look, there's a bar in the middle of the plane that you can walk up to and order drinks and cocktails and stuff like that. So that's what I imagine Peyton doing, whether it's like whatever those like the.
It's what you imagine his parents doing.
No, well, I imagine his parents paying for him to do it. Yeah. Not him doing it himself. But no, this is another instance of DFW. It's like DFW Airport. I remember it blew me away the first time I went in there as we're doing Neighborhood Watch here.
Chicaline, actually, and I think you've done this. I don't know how y'all get away with sitting the rest of the family behind you in economy and you getting a first-class seat. Like, that to me is... Oh, man, that's one of the rudest things of all time. It's bad enough that Bobby walks in front of the family and leaves them, but Armando
I'm representing that I'm the leader and they need to follow me.
Chicaline does the same thing where he puts them in the back. If I did that with my wife and kids, I don't think she'd get off the plane with me. I'd be on the ride share myself.
Instant divorce, I think, for me.
Instant.
Yep.
Well, you guys just don't got it like that.
It's true.
That's what it is. Now, I will say, when it blew me away the first time I went to DFW Airport.
Imagine if Choppy did that.
Oh, yeah, that would not work out for him.
What would she do to him right there? It'd be an incident.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even fathom him trying it. Like, I don't think he would try it. I think he would be intimidated to even try it. I remember it blew me away the first time because I don't know that there's anything else like this. When you pull up and you've got to pay at the gates to get into the airport, which I already think is stupid that you got to pay to just like get in and drop somebody off.
Yeah.
But how it cost you if you were in the airport for less than 8 minutes. And if it was between 8 and 30, it was like free.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, like, that's so weird. Why is that? The first time I ever ran into that. And then I was explaining to me, like, well, no, people use it to cut through to 360. Like, it's a highway basically in there. They will use it sometimes as a toll road. And so if you're in there for less than 8 minutes, they know you just went in, used it as a cut through to get to a highway, and then you bailed out of there and you weren't actually using it as a patron. So I understood it after that, but that's one of those things where that's just how big and city-like that airport is. One last thing on the airport. So I'll say, them talking about how long the gate walk is. You know what the sweetest gate walk I've ever had was I was doing stuff for NFL Network and they dropped us in Kansas City. And you having been in Kansas City, that is wild that you go through security and it's like you walk out of security and the gate is there. Like at the one that I went to, I literally grabbed my bags and turned around and the gate was in front of me. It's like you check in at the gate and go through TSA at the gate. It was wild. All right, Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. So there's a new report out from the Texas Education Agency that and this is from KXAN in Austin, thousands of Texas educators flagged for misconduct and criminal history. A new tool from TEA shows thousands of incidents of alleged misconduct by Texas educators were reported since 2025. The Educator Misconduct Reporting Dashboard launched this month to give Texans some transparency into the state's efforts to protect students. It was created as part of Senate Bill 571. The dashboard is divided into 4 sections: misconduct reports, educator investigations, State Board for Educator Certification sanctions, and do not hire registry. So you can like jump in this registry and check out all the reasons that related to their job or related to the safety of your child that somebody may have gotten in trouble.
Oh.
Which is A, great that you can look into it. B, probably concerning that there's thousands of educators flagged.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if this is similar to like the no-fly list. So the no-fly list gets criticized all the time for it's super easy to get put on it. There are a lot of people who get put on it and have no idea they've been put on it.
Tiffany Gomez.
And so, yeah, you can put it on the no-fly list very easily, and it's not all equal all the time. But this did remind me of a situation that we had pop up recently where Kristen is now talking about, like, moving Addison out of her middle school for next year. Because at the end of the year, we got this vague, like, alert or email from the school that said one of the teachers was being investigated for taking photos of students. But it was very vague. And I remember reading the word and being like, that doesn't say, like the way they're wording it does not read like it reads like it could be took photos and the parents never authorized that those photos could be uploaded to Facebook or something. It's like, look at my class. It was not clear. But because of that, there was all these rumors where people on Facebook posts and everything else were saying definitively, hey, I know this is what it is and it's so bad. And then there were other people going, y'all don't know the full story. This is garbage. He took a picture of them holding their science project and he put it on a teacher website or something. But you're getting people claiming both sides of it, and it's so aggressively split and causing all this confusion and freaking parents out now, because a lot of times they told the parents who they said, hey, your child was one of the ones who had photos taken of them. They would not tell them what it was. They said, well, we're still investigating, so we can't tell you what it is.
Oh, my.
And so there's these paranoid parents now that are like, what? So you're telling me this could be really bad or really simple?
Yeah.
And so Kristen's now just like kind of fed up with it. And like, I don't know that I want to deal with an administration like that. My thing is, I think you're going to run into that in a lot of schools, period, as policies. And that's why at least I think it's a good idea to have this sort of a tool that you can open up and maybe get some sort of clarity.
So now I have to sit here and go through this registry of all my kids' teachers to make sure that no one is on this?
Yeah.
Great. That'll be real fun.
Don't you want to be able to know?
I do want to know, but I don't want to look.
Yeah, that's the thing. But that's the issue that we ran into. I'm sure this situation is not going to be listed in this misconduct report because it's still being investigated, so they can't even tell you anything about that, which is super frustrated and super concerned. If this was Addison that they had come to us and said this about with the teacher, I wouldn't be able to focus on work or anything. I'd be trying to figure out, like, consistently, like, you guys got to tell me what the hell this was.
Yeah.
And not just tell me, we'll let you know once we figure out what exactly happened. Because it's like, no, this is taking too long. You're going to tell me now.
You.
Yeah. And so it was serious enough that they put the teacher on leave.
Oh!
For the end of the year.
What?
Yeah.
And what grade is this?
Middle school, 7th, I think.
Neighborhood Watch every Thursday at this time in the commercial-free Expressway. No reason for you to go anywhere else. Thank you for turning it on, leave it on. If you didn't win the Luke Bryan tickets, you can win them 24 hours from now or this morning in the 9 o'clock. Can Victor Miyagi keep the Western Conference Finals alive, and why won't she just admit to being wrong about Jalen Brunson? Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Wow.
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. We're getting the jumping jacks from Jake Reitma, Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell, RJ Choppy out sick today. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on and leave it on. Will the Western Conference Finals end tonight? Bobby Bell, you had the strong, correct feeling that your dumbass wasn't able to bet on in Game 5. Do you have as strong a feeling tonight for Game 6 in San Antonio?
No. I would pick Oklahoma City, but I would, it's not like I felt in Game 5 or like I would feel in Game 7. I think they're going to win tonight, and I would definitely pick them to win Game 7, but yeah, I think this is ending this evening, but I don't feel like slam dunk about it.
Well done with the slam dunk. What do you think the spread is?
Let's say, I'm going to say San Antonio minus 1.5.
3.5.
Okay.
All right. So, quick buzz right there. So the 3.5 point spread. I think the number one question that we agree on with this series, and the biggest question mark for tonight, is Wembanyama going to be more aggressive? Are he and the coaching staff, I know Sean Sweeney's on the defensive side, are they going to put him in some type of positions to get him more involved, more aggressive, more of a facilitator, more of someone that the offense just runs through? Or is Wembanyama going to settle for jump shots, three-pointers, and 5 or 6 field goal attempts in a first half? That, to me, by far the number one question of the night and the rest of the series, if it even extends.
Yeah, there's no telling what nights he's going to be involved at the level he needs to be. And it's been like that all season. Like the fact that Wemby throughout the year averaged 16 shots per game.
That's crazy.
And the fact that there are some nights where he's putting up 24 shots, and then there are other nights where it's, you're through 3 quarters and he's put up 8 shots so far to this point. I would say that it feels like negligence from the Spurs, like orchestrating the offense. That just feels like Wemby does not have the assertiveness or the disposition to this point to just say, I'm doing this, like Kobe would, or others are just saying, like, no, what we're doing is we're getting me the ball and I'm going to score. That's how we're going to do this. Until, like, last night, he finally started putting up shots in the fourth quarter when they were kind of out of it.
Yeah.
But he's got to be involved at a high level, and I think that only comes down to him. They can't make him shoot the basketball. They can put him in position, but if he's not going to shoot the basketball, he's not going to. He's
he's 2 shots less per game in the postseason than the regular season. I think it was at 17 and it's down to 15.
He is not.
And again, they're good. They've been good. He's in the conference finals.
This is the thing. You can talk about how talented he is, and he's very talented, and he's the most unique player in basketball. And there's all those different things that you can say with him. The fact of the matter, for me, the way I look at it, that dude is not a killer. He's not. I think he's gotten a bit of a BS reputation as one. Because I don't think he's an assassin yet. He doesn't have, and a lot of guys get there. Dirk wasn't there early in his career. Dirk used to be very passive. Dirk would, in the moment, you could see almost like the knees would start like kind of buckling, and that flipped really quick for him after a couple postseason runs where he became the guy and was like, no, I'm taking these shots and I'm going to put you on my back. And Wemby just hasn't gotten there yet.
So he didn't learn it at the temple?
No, with the Shaolin monks, where ESPN just did a whole like breakdown overview of his time learning with the Shaolin monks. Because you remember he shaved his head, he was wearing these long robes. The things they were describing in there that he was doing, like, oh yeah, we had him go on this like treacherous mountain hike in the middle of the night where you can't see anything. It's all feel and breath work, which if you're into that, I'm not mocking that. I just think it's funny that like somehow it's like, how are we translating this to him? Like it sounds like he became a little too calm, a little too centered if he won't just put a shot up, and that sounds like it's an issue. But he got lost in that whole Mr. Miyagi thing during the offseason and became centered and one throughout the whole thing.
Look, I have admitted that one of my top 5 worst sports takes in the history of this 15-year program is not saying Jalen Brunson could be the man. And I've admitted it. I've showed growth over the years. Becky Hammon, basketball legend and ESPN analyst at one point in time. I don't know if she still does it. She's getting peppered. She's getting peppered with criticism and questions over what she said back in December of 2023 about the Knicks as a contender.
How stuck do you think the Knicks are here in the Eastern Conference?
Well, I certainly agree with you. They're not getting into that tier. They don't have enough personnel. They don't have the manpower that they need to hang with those guys. I think you're going to get a consistent team like they've been. They're a pretty good team. They're well coached. They're going to be on their defensive game. But at the end of the day, they don't have a dude. You got to have a dude. You got to have a 1A dude. And they're missing that at the end of the day if we're just getting down to brass taxes. I got a philosophy. Can I say my philosophy?
Go ahead.
If your best player is small, you're not winning. John Stockton, Allen Iverson, Steve Nash, you could go down the list. Steph Curry is the only
but he's not that small. He's not that small. He's like 6'3".
But also, though, I mean, he's the greatest shooter to ever walk the planet. He's in an outlier class.
Okay.
She is
right. History says she is right.
Okay, there's a little Brian Windhorst chime in at the very end. Now, Karl Malone was the best player on those teams, not John Stockton.
Yeah.
Now
and then I had a reminder of Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Which then I had to go, but Steph Curry's not small. Yeah, but she said Steve Nash, and Steve Nash is an inch taller than Steph Curry. So if Steve Nash is too small, Steph Curry at 6'2" is also too small.
And Isaiah Thomas was the best player on those Pistons teams. They won 2 championships. Well, the other day, the media caught up with Becky Hammon, and they're like, any apology you'd like to issue?
And that's the other thing, is I think Jalen Brunson's a hell of a player. A hell of a player. I'm speaking historically on the NBA with what I said. I don't know why that's being brought, why everybody's so stuck on that. I said it 2 years ago. I stand by it.
I'm letting you clear the air.
There's no air to be cleared. I said what I said. He proves me wrong. He proves me wrong. I mean, good for him. But I do think the 2 best teams are in the West.
I think we got a little RJ Choppy technicality here where Becky Hammon's going to say, I meant win the championship. Now, you also said they don't have a dude. That's been proven incorrect. There is no nuance about that. I was wrong about it, Becky Hammon. You were wrong about it, but I think she's trying to be like, no, if you're small, you'll never win it all. That's why she's saying because the Western Conference is going to ultimately get the championship.
Do you think she's been told that in her interviews? Hey, we need a dude. All right, that's what we need. We need a dude. And so
not by the Mavericks.
We're not going to be able to do this. I do think it's...
It's not your night.
Own it. Own it. Well,
just own it.
And to throw that out of I don't know why that's being brought up 2 years ago. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of y'all's specialty, right? Bringing stuff up from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, sometimes even longer than that. That's been my experience. But just owned and say yeah, he's been great so far. He's a different player than I thought he was at the time. He is
he's a franchise player.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was a franchise player.
Yeah,
I didn't think he could become a franchise player.
I probably would have agreed with Becky Hammon back then. I don't think he's necessarily a guy who can just carry you to a title. It looks like that's completely wrong now, and he is a big time crunch time performer.
Now, because the Knicks are on an all-time historic playoff roll, and because the New York hype, and because this series is dragging out, which is a good thing. People are trying to say, and I told you the meatball started this on our group message, New York can beat either of these 2 teams. Reggie Miller said it the other night on NBC. He's like, here's my hot take. And he tried to say, I think that Vegas would have the New York Knicks equal or favored against either of these 2 teams. Well, unfortunately for Reggie, BetOnline had just sent me the NBA Finals odds and the future look ahead against either OKC or San Antonio. Do you agree, Bobby Belt, that the Knicks should or will be even or favored against the Spurs or the Thunder?
I'm going to guess they would not be even with either of them, and I think they should be close to a coin flip with the Spurs.
Okay. If the Knicks face San Antonio, the Spurs would be favored with a 72% chance to beat New York. minus 265 for the Spurs, plus 220 for the Knicks to win it all. If the Knicks faced the Thunder, there's a 1% increase in the Western Conference winning the championship. Minus 275 for the Thunder, plus 225 for the Knicks. That'd be a 73% probability of Oklahoma winning the championship. So, at least a 70% chance of the West winning this against New York. So, that's what Vegas thinks, courtesy of Bet Online.
It's again, I know it's become like a broken record, but it's so remarkably consistent that you've got to go through the struggle in the NBA to win. Like before you can win, you have to get your kicked downstairs a couple times, or just really experience the pain before you can really do stuff at that level that you want to do. And that's been the Knicks. The Knicks have gotten kicked a couple different times. They've been through this process of refining and going through the pain and trying to, tweak. And they've already got a core that played together and won a title in college and has now gone through this experience at the NBA level. And so to me, if the Spurs were able to get by the Thunder, which I don't think is going to happen, but if the Spurs were able to get by the Thunder, well, then the new issue becomes, I don't think you can get by. You've got to experience the heartbreak. It is so consistently the case with basketball. Everybody, Isaiah, like you mentioned Isaiah Thomas a second ago, Isaiah to Jordan, the greatest of all time have all had to basically lose on the biggest stage before they can get to that point. And the Spurs are no different. And so until I see that proven wrong in the history of the NBA, the Spurs are the team I have the least confidence in winning the title.
Did you hear the New York governor yesterday?
No.
You're going to love this. I don't know how to pronounce the last name. Needed RJ for this today. Nancy Hochul? I don't know. The New York governor tried to show off her basketball knowledge to shame President Trump, who says he may be attending a game at MSG in the finals. Here's reporters with the governor.
What do you think of him saying he's a lifelong Knicks fan? I think that's how the Times reported it.
I asked him to name the starting lineup from 1993 championship team and see how he does.
Which 93. That was not the Knicks. In fact, that was the Chicago Bulls.
Over?
That was the Chicago Bulls over. It was the Lakers first, and then it was the Blazers, then the Suns? So it was Bulls over Suns.
Well done, Bobby Belt. Yes, Governor, as you were attempting to dunk on the president, you turned it over out of bounds.
Did New York win a title in sports that year in 93? The Yankees weren't winning a title in 93. The Giants were not a 93 champion.
Yeah.
I don't know something
Maybe the Rangers did. Hockey.
The Rangers did win. They did win in 94, I think.
94.
Yeah.
So it's a year late, even, but still, she got it wrong.
Yeah,
Unless the Islanders won or something.
You want to show off your knowledge? Name the players off the 93 championship team. Oh, that one backfired quickly.
What year did they win the title?
Who?
The Knicks.
They haven't.
73, I think.
No, they won it.
Yeah, with Phil Jackson
somebody had told her
Walt
73,
Frazier.
and she was like, "Oh, okay." So she just couldn't remember what year it was. That's embarrassing, though.
Was last night an embarrassing loss for the Rangers, and say goodbye to this Ranger veteran. Next, and some Diamond Cavs on 105.3 The Fan. But
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 2-2 pitch is swung on, and that's hit high and deep to center field. Back goes Carter at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. And we're tied at 2.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about the return of Ryan Contreras?
Wow. Right.
What a surprise.
What up, Rai?
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing here?
Came into town for my mom's birthday, and I was planning on doing something like this last time I was in town, but I didn't have time, so I texted Peyton, and I was like, should I do that next time? And he's like, yeah, you should just
He said,
roll up.
we'll make sure it's the day Choppy's not here.
Oh,
that's why
I
you didn't
totally
show up
forgot
today.
to mention to Ryan about that.
Yeah.
I felt bad.
And reset for everyone Ryan's history.
Ryan was Rai. He's the greatest video coordinator we've ever had.
That's why Bobby just closed.
Aiden is great as well. Aiden is bringing along.
Yeah,
I'm just basically saying Carter sucked is what I'm getting at, and Carter was awful. And I mean, I guess it's still awful. He's just not here present for me to know for sure anymore. I guess I'll see him at Peyton's wedding.
Yeah.
But no, it is.
He got the invite.
Yeah, which is,
I didn't. Oh.
Yeah, I know, right?
Neither did G-Bag or KC.
I can't hear you, Peyton. He doesn't have headphones.
Darn.
So, so Ryan was our video coordinator up until, what was it, end of 24?
July.
Yeah, July 24. And so I saw him last year in Denver because that's where he is. Are you still in Denver now?
Still in Denver. Saw Bobby when the Cowboys were in town.
And do you have any review of our new lighting setup? And and be honest, please.
I don't know what this one's doing right here.
So somebody turned these. These are what we're having a problem with now. Is Fred will come in here and he'll just turn the lights down or turn them away because he doesn't like them.
Oh,
and so he's been told not to touch them. But we're trying to brighten up what is a pretty blank canvas.
It just looks like you guys have like little individual
Those
lights
don't work.
Yeah. This is nice to see you, but it's also like getting me upset all over again that you left. I did not want Ryan to leave, and you have not been replaced. We love Aiden, but your standard has not been met yet, and I'm rooting for your failure in Denver, as I always have, so that you have to come back here and work with us.
Work with Aiden,
again.
not replace Aiden. We do love Aiden. We love Aiden, and so Aiden and Ryan together.
And what are you doing, TV? What are you doing out there?
I'm over at 9 News in Denver. I'm directing.
Is that Mike Kliss?
Yes, that's
Brian Broaddus' enemy.
That's Brian Broaddus' mortal enemy that you're working with.
Mike will just kind of walk around. I've seen him just kind of walk around. He just kind of lumps like around this. Like I remember, I didn't know who he was. I was like, "Who's that? That guy?" And it's like, "Oh, that's our Broncos insider." And I was just like, "Why is he?" He looks depressed.
Does he move worse than Broaddus? That's all Brian wants to know. Yeah, does he move
physically?
No, Broaddus definitely has a lot more energy than that guy does.
Oh, really? Is he a big dog there? Like, is he a little bit of a diva? Don't get yourself in trouble.
No, no. I mean, he doesn't know who I am, you know. So like, he can be a little, a little stingy.
So are you happy? Are you doing well?
I'm loving it over there. I definitely wanted to be in Denver and be in Colorado because I enjoyed that town and that area.
How's Denver compared to DFW? Because we were just talking about how much both airports have major issues and problems.
Have you found the people enslaved under the Denver airport that they always talk about? Have you seen them yet?
We definitely love to poke fun at that on on the shows there. Like especially they recently did a story. Like the other day that they had apparently one of our anchors. She does voiceover for that train. So if you ever hear a lady voicing, like saying, "Oh, please hold on," that's her at 9 News.
Oh, how about that job?
Yeah,
trained voiceover person for the airport monorail.
And then they had her do a new voiceover for a story saying like, "Your trip to Kansas is delayed. Your train is broken.
Yeah,
this train isn't going anywhere." So they love to poke fun at some of the unfortunate, but Denver compared to here, it's pretty similar. But the driving here reminded me how just the speed limits are a little bit better here. And
bigger egos in radio or TV?
I think it's kind of the same. I think everyone kind of has the same. I didn't see any big egos here or Big E goes there, really.
See, y'all? What do you miss the most about working the morning show? Not the hours.
Not the hour. I mean, I'm still working mornings at the news station, but it's a little bit of a better gig because I go in at like 7 or 8.
Okay.
Which is a little bit
How's
nicer.
sports talk in Denver compared to here?
They definitely like the sports talk. Like they like to put a lot of sports talk in the news shows, like especially when the Broncos were doing as well as they were.
Yeah.
And so I think they can be sporty. I feel like Dallas still kind of triumphs the sports talk.
How depressed is that city right now? That the Broncos, Avalanche, and Nuggets are all just getting kicked in the gut over the course of 2 months.
Yeah, the Broncos, that playoff, that was the second playoff game where Bo Nix broke his ankle.
Yeah.
Like I remember, because we won that game, and the whole newsroom I was working, we were like, this is awesome, like this is just amazing. And I took credit for some of it because, don't want to brag, but during my 3 years here, the Cowboys had those 3 12-5 seasons.
Yeah, he was the 12-5 guy. It wasn't McCarthy.
Rangers World Series, Mavs final. So I went there, I told them all that, and they're like, oh, this guy's our good luck charm. And then we're all talking like, Ryan's the guy that did it for us. We're going to the next round. We go into the Super Bowl. And then, Sean Payton comes out and says he broke his ankle. It's like the deflation in that room. Like, oh,
you forgot to say that. Well, the Mavericks lost the title, and then the Cowboys did. Yeah. The Cowboys did get disappointed in those 12 seasons. So it's to a point.
It's to a point.
You get it to a point, and then you're.
And then I run out of steam.
Yep. The beloved figure. All the Twolos, the fan cam, the Twitch, and the YouTube, loving Rai.
Oh, the Twitch
miss y'all.
The Twitch still just loves him.
I try and tune in as much as I can. I'll go in there and chat with him.
How do you think the show has changed since when you were here, if at all? Anything?
Yeah, how much have I elevated the show in general, would you say, since when you first saw it?
I guess that would be the only common, denominator there.
Yeah.
Just Bobby just completely 100% elevating and holding this show up for sure.
That's what I did.
All right, Ryan, I think your time is up. Go tour the news. We miss you. We love you. Keep crushing it.
Too. Thank you.
And if and when you ever fail, please come back.
Will do.
Please go analyze everything. I want to hear your real true thoughts in the commercial break.
All right,
Ryan Kuchar, Rai, absolutely loved on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We are your home for Rangers baseball. Yesterday, Yordan Alvarez taking advantage of the Rangers in a 3-0 slider, going yard again. 20 home runs on the season. Skip Schumacher in the post was like, the instructions basically were, don't give him a pitch to hit on 3-0. Maybe I should have just put him on base, even though I really have not done that in my career. And then you get the throwing error from Alexander, just absolutely terrible on over to first base. And the Rangers end up losing to the armpit. They play again tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. And Andrew McCutchen, who Choppy and I took a lot of grief for, at the Firehouse in Grand Prairie. I remember that conversation. Excuse me, not the Firehouse. At Just Love Coffee in Grand Prairie, the Rangers designated Andrew McCutchen for assignment Roberto.
Yeah, you can't blame him anymore for all of the problems that were going on as was going on the other day. That, Jared said he's got to be better. Andrew McCutchen's got to be better. I would think that if he was expendable enough to just designate for assignment, that he probably was not important enough to be somebody you could lean on consistently. But this is
39 years old.
Yeah, he's going to be 40 in October.
Come on.
This is a guy who, he burst onto the scene, around the same time you guys came on the air? I think it was around 2010 was when he really
18-year career. I mean, fantastic career.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's near the end. I don't blame Andrew McCutchen for being a 40-year-old baseball player who's just kind of trying to keep it together. And there were times where he was good early in the season for them and was helping them out early in the season. Anything you got out of him was a bonus.
73 at bats.
They are just in a really bad position with their roster right now. They're just the problem is that they are not good enough offensively, and there's enough of the. It's reaching a point of. I know I've used this word a couple times this week, but it's reaching a point of negligence to just keep leaning on. Well, they're going to. If you keep saying they're going to, you are actively harming a team now.
I think some Ranger fans. Maybe I'll just block the idiot homers. I think some who are as optimistic as possible have kind of hit reality, because I was expecting, after we were torching them after getting no hit and then they score 8 runs in the first inning, I was expecting some chirping in my comments during that game or the show after, and did not get it. So I was like, oh, people don't want to say, see, told you so, because they know the reality of what the offense actually is, even after erupting for those runs in the next game. And then yesterday, the offense disappears in that loss. Vegas has sent me the updated division odds.
Well,
as everything is jumbled together. That was Brett Boone and all his optimism yesterday, saying, look, you got all these issues and you're still a couple games back. Who is the favorite to win the American League West as of today?
Ooh, let's say they're going to think the Mariners are going to finally click into place. The Mariners.
You are correct. It is the Seattle Mariners. Now, in reality, Seattle is up a half a game on the Athletics. The Rangers are 2 back at 5 games under 500. The Astros are now 3 back after going 6-4 in their last 10. So Seattle's the favorite with the odds of almost even money, minus 110. Who's second? Who's going to finish second?
Man, I'm going to say they have it as... We'll say they still are, for some reason, optimistic on Texas.
They are. Plus 240. I may have guessed the Astros in that, but no, the Rangers are 12-5 to win the division. Athletics are third, the Astros are fourth, and the Angels way back at 66-1. Now,
is that before the Angels swept you, or do they know that? Like, were those odds updated after the Angels beat the hell out of the Rangers?
That was as of yesterday. I just got sent to me by Jimmy Shapiro in Vegas updated win totals 2 months into the season. So far, 15 teams have gone over their preseason win totals, 13 teams under. Biggest overachiever so far. Would you like to guess them, or you want me to just list them?
Biggest overachiever so far. Let's go with, I don't know, Tampa.
Tampa plus 14. Are you on this email too? I thought this was exclusive between Jimmy and I.
Exclusive.
Tampa plus 14. St. Louis and Washington have overachieved by 10 wins. The White Sox plus 9. Atlanta and Cleveland plus 8. Biggest underachievers so far, the Mets minus 13.
Red Sox up there?
Yep. Second with minus 11. Armpit minus 9. Kansas City, San Francisco. So on March 23rd, the Texas Rangers over-under win total was 83.5. Today, it has moved where? Up, down, exact same.
We'll say it is exact same.
It's down by 2. The over-under is now 81.5, minus 2, with the update on the win total on your home of the Rangers.
I was waiting for you to play it.
I was going to be nice, Bobby, but you looked at me.
Well,
so
you just got to be consistent. We got to own our... Sean owns his Brunson thing. I owns missing that. We just want Becky Hammer to do the same.
How Brandon Aubrey went from software engineer to the highest paid kicker in the NFL. That's next. And below the bell on your home of the Cowboys after this.
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
How Brandon Aubrey put the Dallas Cowboys in a position where they had to overpay for the least valuable position in football. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. I'm half kidding. I mean, here's my official position, because I've had some people tweet at me about this where they'll say, why do you hate Aubrey? Why you just... I don't. I think Brandon Aubrey's great. I think Brandon Aubrey deserves...
It's like me with Kyrie.
He deserves his money. I just don't want to. I don't want my team to be the one to pay for it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. I would never devote those resources to anybody. It's not a Brandon Aubrey thing. If you told me this was 100% of the time accurate kicker who never missed, I would still not want to be the one paying him the highest amount of money. I just don't want to do it. I don't think that's a valuable use of resources, personally, especially when it was initially talking about going $3 million over the rest of the market.
Yeah.
And they're talking about getting a $10 million contract.
And I think the Stafford deal got redone, or a 1-year extension, and I think it's still 5 below Dax.
So, yeah, it is.
55 to 60.
Yeah.
Oh,
so, you
guys aging poorly, not from a production standpoint, even though a lot of people say he's still not a $60 million quarterback. You just don't want that contract to be sitting there top of market that long. That looks bad. It looks like you misread it.
It's the old line about the market always resets itself, and everybody knows that. They said, that's fine, play within those bounds. You can be the market setter, don't be the market corrector. If you correct the market, you have screwed up. And the Cowboys, to this point, have corrected the market on quarterbacks. The Cowboys corrected the market on running backs when they signed Zeke to his deal. And so you don't ever want to be the one paying that deal and then making the rest of the NFL go, whoa, hold on. Let's start reevaluating these deals, because nobody's going to pay that. And so that's where you can get yourself into some trouble. But Brandon Aubrey is a fantastic story. Brandon Aubrey is a fantastic kicker, and Brandon Aubrey is, in the experiences we've had with him.
Too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in the experiences we've had with him. We had him at Super Bowl 2 years ago with Zach Martin. Really nice guy, really likable individual, really down to earth dude. And Calvin Watkins had this article up, and I thought it was pretty good over at Dallas Morning News. It says, Brandon Aubrey is part of a kicking revolution. Kickers are making field goals from 55 yards or longer much easier than in years past. In 2025, NFL kickers attempted a whopping 22 field goals from 60 yards or more. You remember, like, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, how it was like if you even had one during a season, you were like, holy cow, somebody's about to kick a 60-yarder.
Yeah.
And it was like this, like, buzz. Now it's kind of like, why don't they kick it? Why are they punting from midfield? They should just try to kick the ball. NFL kickers also in 2025, there were 182 field goals that were made from 50 yards or more. That's 24 more than there were in 2023 season, but fewer than the 195 from the 2024 season. I bet if we went back and looked at that from like 05, though, it would be extremely different. Says, you get it, the value of kickers is up, taking the pressure off offenses when drives stall at midfield. Instead of feeling compelled to punt on 4th and long, teams can now be confident going for a long field goal. And I'll just pause there before we get to the rest of this. I know that's my shot at Aubrey, like, kind of jokingly. It's more just at the kicking position in general, what I think it does. How much is that? I know you aren't as concerned as I am about it, but how much of your concern is, yes, you can get points where you would normally punt, but I'm concerned about what's happening in downs 1, 2, 3 leading up to that, if you're doing everything or if you're settling. Do you ever feel like that? Do you feel like the Cowboys settle at all whenever they're kicking?
Yeah, a little bit. I felt like McCarthy settled more, but I would have to go back in third down situations to see what the play call was to judge the settlement versus bad execution of the play not working.
Yeah, and I think I've got to find
what did you make of what Schottenheimer told you at the Combine when you brought it up to him?
I didn't think he answered it, really. I think he just said he's a weapon. You view him as a crutch, we view him as a weapon. Because he just talked about how great Brandon Aubrey was. And I was like, well, yeah, I didn't think Brandon Aubrey wasn't great. My problem is that he is great. And I think that leads for a little bit of comfort and safety in hey, let's just not try to push this. Like let's not take any unnecessary risks here because we don't want to walk out of here with no points when we could have 3. And so I think that there's a tendency to do that with every coach. That's not a Schottenheimer-specific issue. That's a lot of coaches do that. And that's why I need to go back. I need to find an efficient way to study the play calling on the 3 plays before a field goal for Aubrey last year. He kicked so many of them, it would take a long time. But I've got to find out, because I think third down is a big thing. I also want to know, what were you calling on second?
Yeah.
Like, were you in 2nd and 9 and you called a run play that got stopped for 2 and then put you in 3rd and 7? So it was like, how are you basically pulling the reins back?
Right.
But he talks about that Aubrey owes.
Oh, we got some drama developing in the NFC East.
What is it?
I'm going to tease it.
Oh.
I'm going to tease it for
that's what you do.
Maybe 9 o'clock. We'll do it at 9 o'clock. Jackson Dart and a Giants team meeting has taken place.
Oh, I can't wait for that. Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News writes that Aubrey owes much of his success going from professional soccer player to NFL kicker to kicking coach Brian Egan, the founder of Performance Kicking Academy. So Aubrey found him by accident. Or not totally by accident, I guess. It found him by good fortune. So his wife, Jen, we've all heard the story. They've got football on TV one weekend while he's working as a software engineer. He had been an MLS player before. He obviously went to Notre Dame. And his wife says, you could do that. She's watching something and she goes, why don't you do that? So she kind of started nudging him a little bit. And he literally just was Googling kicking coaches around DFW. And that's one that he found. He's like, okay. And he jumped on it. And he said, I couldn't have done it without him. Obviously, I made a commitment to him and to myself financially, Aubrey said of Egan after signing his contract. And as a man, I said I was going to do something, show up every day and work toward the goal. And he made the same commitment to me. He showed up as much as I did and put in as much effort as I did and helped me to get where I wanted to be. Says that to make sure he continues his path, Aubrey teamed with Egan and occasionally with TrackMan Football, which helps kickers improve by providing video analytics from practices and games. The Cowboys use TrackMan Football, but they only use it for their quarterbacks. They don't use it for the kickers. So Aubrey's using that independently by himself. Simon Matheson, who's the head of technology at TrackMan Football, said, to the general public, everybody thinks kicking is so easy. Why is it the position that most high schools around the country struggle at? TrackMan has found success in golf and baseball primarily by tracking the ball with radar. For football, kickers from all levels send kicks through the uprights, if possible, and check out the data from cameras positioned behind them. The cameras track the speed of the ball, the height of the ball, the trajectory, and how fast the ball spins. The consistency that TrackMan Football told Calvin, the kicking, like how consistent the kicking is. It's not like a let's kick it harder every time. Let's do this. And there's like a curve that it goes on. The average kicker sends the ball 70.3 miles per hour when they kick it. It says any more or less tends to lead to misses. Kickers based on TrackMan data have 1.3 seconds to kick a ball that is placed within 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. The average height is 11.9 feet. The average highest apex is 43.6 feet. It doesn't matter how long or short the kick is. That is the consistency every single time. And that was one of the things. About 1/3 of the teams now use this technology to help their kickers. Like I said, Cowboys haven't done it yet. But Aubrey said that the biggest change for him coming away from soccer was, surprisingly enough, the consistency of it. So he said, I had no idea the level of scrutiny you put yourself under as a professional kicker. You put yourself in the same position every time. As a soccer player, the ball is coming at you a million different ways. You never get in the set routine and how you're going to strike the ball. You have your mechanics based on what you're trying to accomplish as a kicker. You have to start from square one. You have your steps and finding a way to get into a comfortable position. It's a repeatable process, which there's some, I would imagine, baseline expectation there that makes it easier for Aubrey to than playing soccer. But like he says, like, I've got a million different ways I can come at it. It's like a golfer. I've got this kind of shot I can do, different things like that. No, with kicking, he's saying, no, this is, you have your mechanics, which have to be perfect and have to lock in every single time. Aubrey spent many days, Calvin writes, working on his steps while attempting kicks, whether it was in the garage, the living room, or on a practice field with Egan. Aubrey's journey towards becoming an NFL kicker began with it when his wife encouraged him to try football as the two were watching an NFL game. She told him he was good enough to kick. He went ahead, went on the internet searches. One of the main things Egan has told Aubrey is to remain consistent. TrackMan Football is a great aid toward that end, with many kickers players, whether they want to use the technology or not. Egan said it wasn't about teaching how to swing his leg. It's more like, how do I hit the ball the same way? How do I finish the ball the same way? How do we get to our spot with our steps very well? Every kick is a straight kick. It's the same whether you're in high school or college, making sure you hit the same spot in college. And I think that's the thing that, if anything, Aubrey deserves a lot of credit for. I mean, he deserves a ton of credit for just getting to where he did as quickly as he did. He is a marvel.
Yep.
But take a guy like Brett Maher, who was I've never felt worse for a player than when Brett Maher missed all those extra points against Tampa, because it is considered such a mental position because of those specifics that Aubrey talked about, that, man, going into it and basically changing professions and having to be that perfect every time is a marvel that Aubrey is as consistent with that and those mechanics as he has been compared to guys who haven't done it for forever. Because Maher had one kick that missed, got in his head about it, and all of a sudden just was broken for the next couple weeks.
I just want to know why Aubrey pulls the jersey down, the shoulder pads down, the tug. I want to know the neck tug and what he does. I'm like, is that an alignment thing? Is it a balance thing, or is it just a tradition, repetition thing, a nervous thing?
Like almost like the toe tap with Josh Hamilton, where at first they said you can eliminate the toe tap from your batting stance. It's a useless timing mechanism. Well, then he had all these problems, and Clint Hurdle told him to put it back in because he's like, if it's a comfort thing and it just helps your mechanics feel comfortable, do it.
But I wonder if that's like, is it dipping your shoulder down? Is it? I want to ask Brandon Aubrey that next time.
And he deserves
the jersey tug.
Like I said, he deserves a ton of credit for his mental toughness and the ability to repeat his process, because that is a mentally difficult position. Dan Bailey here famously had some problems. He was dealing with some stuff that had nothing to do with on the field, and.
What, was it disclosed?
No. But he was just dealing with some stuff like in his life. It wasn't like super dramatic, but it was just like it was a distraction. And the problem became so much, or it became where it like
what a commercial break this is going to be.
People around the team felt like, oh, okay, like this might have just messed with his mental process a little bit to where he can't replicate that perfection as consistently, and it became an issue. And that's what's really incredible about Brandon Aubrey to me more than anything else, is his ability to be consistent every time.
Below the belt every day at 8:40 here on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers with Roberto Choppy out sick. I'm Sean Treve. We have 1 hour left to go with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway, and we have a developing situation. Has the presidential drama settled down with the New York Football Giants and Jalen Hurts answering the A.J. Brown questions as well? Other NFC East drama. I know Emmitt Smith is happy about that. We'll get to it next on 105.3 The Fan.
Berkey's or visit us at berkeys.com.
M37968.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Rai with a special visit from Colorado, so the fist pump had taken us back here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy out sick today. Bobby Belt doing his stupidity on the camera. We got Peyton, Phillip, Russell, and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we got drama developing inside the NFC East.
I called that one.
And thank goodness it doesn't have to do with your Dallas Cowboys. We have two other teams. The first is coming from Mike Garafolo, NFL Network, as Jackson Dart addressed teammates in a meeting yesterday to discuss his introduction of President Trump last week. Other team leaders spoke up as well, and Dart and the players worked through it. They are moving forward. So a team meeting had to be called because of Jackson Dart introducing the president and Abdul Carter tweeting about it on social media.
Look like an ant.
Would he need to have a team meeting over, like, I'm just trying to think of, like, if he had gone to the White House if they had won or something. Like, there's...
Right. This is bad.
I would never do it for anybody. I would never introduce a president. I don't care who they are. Like, I would go to the White House for... Similarly, no matter who they are, I would go to the White House. Like, no matter who's in office, I would go as just like, oh, cool, we got this honor.
Yeah.
I would never, whether I supported them or not, I would never accept introducing a president at an event. Like, I just wouldn't do it. Like, if I was in the position of being a player. Just
and
because
why?
Because it's clearly such a
divide,
volatile issue right now, and locker rooms are just such a balancing act of 53 egos, and a lot of times there are going to be people in there who don't get along. When you get any 53 people together, it's not like we all like each other totally and completely.
Yeah.
And so it's already such a delicate balancing act that I just wouldn't, like, it for what? Why would I want to do that?
Because it's an honor. I'll play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
I understand and agree with a lot of what you're saying, but RJ would be in here and say, screw everyone else. It doesn't matter who the president is. If they're asking me to play golf, I'm playing golf. If it's the president of the United States, show some respect. If they ask you to go to the White House, you go to the White House, and they give you the honor of introducing them at an event, you do it. I know I can hear RJ coughing through that right now with that statement with bacon in the back of his throat.
Yeah, and I would say that you know damn well that you're not being asked by the president in that situation anyway to do it. You're being asked by whoever the organizer is or somebody in their cabinet. Like, they're picking you. So it's not like, oh my gosh, the president himself asked me to do this.
Yeah.
And so I think that it just, again, no matter who it would be, if it was Donald Trump, Joe Biden, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, like Ronald Reagan, Harry Truman, Franklin Roosevelt, go down the list. Like, I don't care who it is. I'm just not, in this day and age, given where it's become, like what political discourse has become and how people interact over it.
Yeah.
I'm not accepting it from anybody.
Yeah, this is bad for society, great for us. Mm-hmm. Because here you have the future of the New York Giants in year 2 already having to answer questions in a team meeting and have certain teammates, and this applies to any team in sports and really any work office in the country, you have teammates wondering, oh, are you against us? Are you for that? Are you against that? You support what he... Because now I guess the internet sleuths, if I'm trusting what you sent yesterday, when researched all of Jackson Dart's political likes on social media yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that there's the vast majority. I think it's... I gotta be careful how I say this. I think it's dangerous to say that you voting for this person or voting for that person means you're inherently like against me as a human being. Like, I think that's most of the time BS.
Yeah.
And so no matter what it is, I would be like...
Very presumptuous.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that I think that there are people who would, in either direction, no matter who you talk about, that, oh, you're voting against the ideals that I believe, you're voting against me as a person. No. They supported the candidate because it fit whatever their worldview is and how they live their life or whatever they think.
Or
like
financial view.
Yeah, I mean, there's all these different things that match up with it to where it's like, I think having to call a team meeting over it is extreme.
I don't.
But I think...
Do you think... So you're saying it was unnecessary?
I'm thinking if somebody needs to call a team meeting over, like, you support a candidate, which is ultimately what I think this comes down to. I didn't know you supported that.
Yeah.
Then I think if you need to call a team meeting for that, I think that's silly. Because you know there's going to be people that support both. And so for me... But to my issue with Jackson Dart is, you do know that in today's world, there are people who will want to call a team meeting over that.
Yeah.
So you knowing that that's going to happen, I wouldn't do it.
Right.
But sure, do it yourself if you want to introduce that issue.
And then Abdul Carter, keep things private.
Yeah.
I think you could call the team meeting for that as well.
Yeah,
you could be like, hey, this is what I would have said if I was Harbaugh. Jackson, you're well within your right to do it. Just know, when anyone in here chooses to align yourself, right? It's the whole thing of, freedom, but they're not free of the consequences from a fan base or media people. And you may not care. Just know this is going to come with the territory because people are psychos.
Just look at the fan text right now.
What?
Like the amount of people on both sides right now who are screaming at us.
For what?
For just how we talked about this. That literally one of the... I mean...
I should take calls on it and really blow up a nice, calm Thursday.
Bobby, first, I'll just take the ones that were about me instantly. Before that, Bobby being a coward, not supporting the honor of talking to... And then literally of that, yeah, Bobby, protecting child R words ain't no big deal. That's exactly what, it's instantly, back to back. That's
proving your point, really.
I think that you are an absurd individual if you talk like that in general. Either way, either one of those texts to me is absurd.
Yeah. But if I'm Harbaugh, I'm saying this is the reaction that's going to come with it. And Abdul, man up and pick up the phone and call him, go over to his house or send a text message versus this public divide that last weekend was. So just know that you can do it. We're not going to make a team policy that you can't support someone in politics. This is the backlash. This is the firestorm. And Abdul Carter, you need to handle it privately. That's what I'd be saying if I was John Harbaugh. Stop reading the text.
I'm just, it's to the, as much as the discourse around everything right now is on both sides about whatever this represents as being anti-American. You're anti-American if you don't support it. You're anti-American if you do support, which has been this whole thing. It's hilarious to me that I think the objectively anti-American thing is you can't even talk about it right now, which is what the fan text is doing. Which is like say, you can't say that. You can't talk about that. Well, literally, I mean, freedom of speech would be the number one top thing that if you're trying to silence that would be.
You see, the real money is in down the hall. Imagine, there's sports talk bosses back in the day who wanted you to just open up phone lines. I think that's Philly and Detroit radio. Can you imagine the cakewalk? That won't be cakewalk dealing with the opinions and the emotion and the hatred and the passion. But the cakewalk could just taking political calls for 3 hours and boom, walking out of the building. Oh, it'd be so easy. Money. Well, maybe not easy, but it's nuts. It's crazy. 877-881-1053.
It just changed.
I wonder if Brady, from a perception standpoint, I feel like Tom Brady and Bill Belichick are President Trump supporters. But I feel like I only found that out at the very end of their coaching and playing careers, and I wonder if that was by design. The good thing is I'm looking at this from an NFC East perspective. This is happening at the beginning of Jackson Dart's run. So for me, selfishly, as a Cowboy fan, follower, media member, I don't want it to get, truly ugly and full of hatred, but I want
you just want them not to like each other.
I want the Giants locker room to have an eyebrow raised. Are you that dude? Jackson Dart? Oh, really? Oh, Abdul Carter? Are you going to put me on blast socially and publicly if something happens in here? I want those John Harbaugh bonds to go ahead and break early on. So that's the Giants. Jalen Hurts yesterday, coincidentally, picking up his drink to sip when this question was asked about A.J. Brown.
Picked the right question to sip on, huh? I think for us, we're focused on learning the offense. It really doesn't change in terms of our approach to improve. There's an if. Obviously been a lingering thing, but nothing can replace all the greatness that we achieved together.
And that right there sounded like another nail in the coffin when he goes, no matter what, nothing can replace the greatness that we achieved together. And that sounds like let's harken back and look at what was done and not what is going to happen before AJ is dealt to New England.
Well, and he implied he was not at his wedding, even though he's the godfather to his kid.
Did he say why? I heard the wedding clip, but I didn't hear someone ask why.
He didn't say why. I assume it's because they don't like each other. Is why. But even still, the way he said, I hate hearing him talk and him going like, I saw the pictures from the ceremony. It was beautiful.
He's a mumbler.
Anytime someone enters into that covenant, I think it's beautiful.
Did he say covenants?
He said covenants, which is not a word. I think he meant covenant. But he said entering into that covenant always gets congratulations from me. It's beautiful. Just say, be honest, be a real human being for once, and just say look, and we have our tension sometimes, but like anybody does, and we grow through it. I
think he has kind of said that.
I don't think he's ever acknowledged tension. In fact, remember he destroyed Brandon Graham for insinuating there was tension, absolutely crushed him, and that was the longest standing veteran who had a place to say something about it. This is
over though, right? He's gone.
Brown. It sounds like he's going to be gone in 4 days, whatever it is. He'll be in New England, and then he'll have a different drama to deal with.
Mike Vrabel, with his own drama, was asked by the Patriots media about his work and family balance these days.
Oh, really good. I think that's, again, I appreciate my family is great. I love Jen. I love the boys. I love, my personal friends, and then, this spring is focused on really the coaching staff, the players, more importantly than the coaching staff.
Not as aggressive as normal.
No, and I just cut it there. He spent 2 straight minutes they were like, how's that family football balance going? And he goes, I love my children. I love my wife.
I love the boys.
And then he goes, I love my personal friends. It's like you can tell he's like, how do I say this in a way that doesn't get twisted or clipped? Something.
But he's not saying it was with his usual bravado.
He went personal friends and
2 straight minutes talking about football after that, completely pivoted away from the question and did not look up really at all. Did not make eye contact really at all. He was terrified. That fear that existed in him, it's completely changed his demeanor. Completely, I feel like, emasculated him. And man, my favorite comment yesterday was when he said, I love my family. Somebody said he loves family so much he started 2 of them. That just shows how committed to family he is.
All right, there it is. Let's hook you up next with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway. Bobby, stop texting.
I got to reply to this one last guy.
Stop texting. A Luke Bryan ticket giveaway next in the Red Zone. And are we helping or hurting NFL Sundays? Less game on Sunday. Is that a good or a bad?
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It's the Red Zone. More of your football fix brought to you by Jess Love Coffee here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Choppy's out sick today. Man, he would have missed that last discussion.
And that's why your side is totally wrong. Send.
You need to stop.
I didn't say that one time.
Stop it.
The fan text has
That's a bit. That's a bit.
Right
I'm going to start replying it as Bobby sent this.
I've before, like, I've wanted to do as a bit lately. I've wanted to, like, just jump in to the fan text when I hear G-Bag reference anything political, and I want to start just replying aggressively and signing at Wolchuk and just see what happens.
That's genius.
No, right now is your opening to get Bobby to bait him on the fan text.
Masterfully.
But I think I've given a recent talk to him a couple weeks ago. Just don't write back anything that will get you fired. And hopefully that is what
I don't think
wins.
I have today.
Okay. 877
Just ask Remo.
Let's get back to this. And I was like, do I do the Jackson Dart Giants Trump?
To be clear, I did not text anything back that I did not just say in the last segment. I've not added anything other than that. I've just basically said
no curse words?
No.
No threats?
No. I did say WTF to somebody because somebody had said something. I said, WTF, are you talking about that? That's not what we just said.
Yeah, you've been very regulated. So props to your physician. Props to your doctor for reining it in.
I didn't take any today.
Okay. Well, props to your natural body. All right. NFL Sundays. We got a little bit of a debate. Chris Sims, Jason Kelsey, two different perspectives. Here's Jason Kelsey on the New Heights pod saying we're kind of losing. We're kind of losing the fabric of our favorite sport.
I don't think we're there yet. Sunday is the day of football, right? Outside of going to church in the morning, if you're still religious and you do that, Sunday is like where so many games happen, and that's what you grow up in. You gear your entire week around watching football on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's an institution at this point, the NFL playing games on Sunday. With every day that we keep adding in there, we're getting away from that just a little bit. And I worry that I think the game got big. One of the reasons it got so popular and big was because all of the game, it was an event. Sunday is the NFL. And everybody set their week apart to tune into their games that were happening on Sunday. And you're watching kind of all of them now take place across Sunday Ticket, right? I worry that we're getting away from that just a little bit by building too many of this.
Okay, so this is a lot of the whole Mark Cuban, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. Chris Sims responded to that on PFT Live and said, I don't want 7 games at 1 p.m. I can't watch it all. There's no way. It's stupid. Are you telling me people's Sundays are going to be ruined because they're gone? I'm one that's not going to be complaining about this. I like the standalone games. I enjoy being able to watch one at a time. I feel like this will be better for everyone to digest, and I don't think it's going to effectively change Sundays all that much. So which side are you on? Now, both of you guys are actually working the majority of Sundays with Cowboys coverage on the official home of America's team, but Kelsey saying, don't take too many games away from Sunday, and Chris Sims saying, go ahead and take them away so I can watch more standalones versus a congested noon schedule.
I know this may come as a shock. I think Chris Sims is wrong again with most things in life. It's great to have standalone games. The problem is that, what would you say every Sunday when there's a full docket of games?
Yeah.
Usually on average, probably 3 games that are like really, really interesting. But like, I don't just mean on a heading into the game, what are the new, but like when you actually see the game playing out, you're usually like, there's like 3 really good games that are going on when I would say by the numbers. And then you've got a bunch of blowouts or just games that are kind of boring that are peppered around it.
Sure.
The more standalone games I get, the more I am jeopardizing Sunday being just boring games and me just going like, I don't even want to watch this. And like checking out. There have been times I hate the 3 o'clock slate when it gets to, we've got Cardinals and a bad 49ers team or something.
Yes.
And then if Dallas isn't great and they're in 3 o'clock, then it's like, I've got 3 games to watch in the afternoon, and none of them are interesting to me. And then I feel like I have had my Sunday stolen. I feel like you took something from me. You took the thing I enjoy. There's not enough good games going on here in the afternoon. I don't enjoy watching this. Now I'm checked out. So that's why we all hate whenever Sunday Night Football is bad. Or Monday Night Football is bad. It's like, oh, great. Okay, so we got this game set aside that nobody even wants to watch.
What's your preference, Pepe?
See, I look at it as from the fantasy football point of view. Sundays like that. It's the March Madness every single week. It's boom, boom, all the action. I got all my players scoring up and down. I got all the highlights and everything I'm looking at and all the action, in the noon games and 3:25, then Sunday night. Then you got the Monday night games. I wish they would just keep it Thursday, Sunday, Monday. This whole, there's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday game. If it's on a Christmas Wednesday or Christmas Eve falls on a Wednesday, sure, I guess, whatever. But, it's just, I like a set schedule. Give me that one game Thursday. And that's the thing. If you put these games on standalone, they better be good games. Don't put Jacksonville, and the Jets or something on a random Tuesday. You have to have good teams playing on these standalone games. You can't have some crappy teams playing. So they got to find, that Sunday night, Monday night football version on these Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, all this stuff.
Yeah, my perspective on it is going to start from the red zone perspective. So my ideal Sunday setup for me while working this job would be the 12 o'clock games, having the majority of the games, which they do, and I get to consume that with red zone. So it doesn't really affect me that there's 2 or 3 decent games at noon, because I'm just getting highlights. I don't want to watch any 3-hour game on its own at noon. I guess Choppy's the only person in America who likes to do that. And then give me the Cowboys at 3:30, and then give me my Sunday night game. That's my perfect NFL Sunday. I think the danger, I don't, and if it's a really, really good game, I do like it to be isolated on Thursday night or on a Saturday. If you get caught with a bad game, that sucks.
Yeah.
Right? So that's where it can cost the NFL, because we're all always comparing the professional and the college product. Well, you can't sit there and brag about the NFL product too much when you get an awful standalone Kirk Herbstreit, Al Michaels game on a Thursday night and there's nowhere else to go. So it helps the NFL have the games at the same time, a lot of them at noon, because you can dance around and find a better one. It can also help the NFL if you get a great game on Sunday night or Monday night as a standalone. So a lot of mixture in there.
I think, and again, it's...
I don't want the Cowboys playing at noon. If there's 3 other games I'd like to pay attention to.
I can't remember if this came up when you were out or if, like that day that you had missed, or if this was one where you're here.
I only missed Mavericks news, Bobby.
I think this was that day, which is why I'm wondering. We were talking about the Pizza Huts. You were out this day. We were talking about the Pizza Huts that have been set up a certain way now. They're going back to the old 90s design or whatever, and people love it. And I inherently love it, but it had brought up a discussion I'd had with a friend recently where we were talking about something similar, and he said, nostalgia is poison. I was like, what do you mean nostalgia is poison? He said, he's like, I love nostalgia too. He's like, but people like companies and brands use it as a poison. They will, instead of improving what they've got or doing whatever they're supposed to do, they try to hit you with nostalgia. And they say that, look, doesn't this make you feel like something you used to love? And then we can cut corners. And the more he said it, the more I've thought that way. So even with thinking that way about nostalgia, I guess I'm nostalgic. And I grow up with the NFL a certain way, which is, these are my games, then I've got a Sunday night and I've got a Monday night. And Monday is supposed to be the big game, not Sunday night. Monday night's supposed to be the big game.
Right.
And I consume it that way. That's my preference. I don't love Thursday games.
Yeah.
I don't love when at the end of the season when they move stuff to Saturday. And like I said, I recognize it's probably hypocritical, and it's because that point that I'm starting to come around on a little bit that my friend has, which is nostalgia's poison. It may be a poison that has gotten in my brain and made me think this is better just because you used to have it that way.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I've come down at, where I think I'd like it to go back to that. I'd love Monday Night Football on NBC, if that's where it's going to be. I know it was on ABC before, but if NBC's got the primetime game, fine. They can have Monday Night Football. ESPN has Sunday Night Football, and then the rest of the games are just on TV.
It's backward. It's reverse.
No, I know. I know that's what I grew up with. I'm just saying, whatever it is.
You grew up with it on ABC. Monday night on ABC.
No, I know. I'm saying the primetime game being Monday Night Football is all I care about. I don't care if it's on ABC or NBC.
Okay.
So it can be on NBC on Monday night, whatever. But I want Monday Night Football to be the general public broadcast. The cable broadcast is on Sunday nights, and then the slate of games is just filled up otherwise with that. And that's what I used to be obsessed with, was just being able to take all that in for 6 hours and get the entire NFL slate.
All right, give us your preference on that Sunday slate. Chris Sims' point or Jason Kelsey's point? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel fan text. How are they leaning, Pepe?
Let's see, the 817, get rid of Thursday night games after Thanksgiving, go to Friday nights. High school football is over. NFL players need the rest, and Friday night is open. Let's see here, 214, Sunday for me, Cowboys, red zone when Cowboys not playing, then Sunday night football, unless Sunday night football is a bad game. 432 says my ideal Sunday setup is Dallas plays in Europe, so game is at 9 a.m. Then I have the rest of the day to hang out with the kids.
903, 2 Monday Night Football games suck. It does.
Yeah, and that's and the Sunday morning 8 a.m., that feels like a chore. That's my chore game.
Yeah.
Now, at first I was like, why not? Why not wake up and have it on at 8 o'clock and take me up till noon? But it feels like a crappy game, and that one feels like a chore. I know Choppy would talk about half of these non-Sunday games feeling like chores because it creates more work for him to have to follow. But that Sunday, that international game, I don't love the feel of consuming it.
I've always,
because then I got to sell it to my wife. Hey, honey, instead of 12 to 10, we're going 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and I have to watch this for work.
Would you? Do you think the 8 a.m. game would obviously be awful if you were a West Coast radio guy, because then it's a 6 a.m. game, and you wouldn't get up for that, I wouldn't guess. But
I mean, if the team was playing that, I cover.
Yeah, your team you cover. But I'm saying otherwise, if it's just a regular game.
No.
So, but do you think you'd prefer that? Because I had friends who they moved from the West Coast to Dallas, and they were just like, they hated that they had to wait till noon for football. And they're like, I loved getting up on Sunday morning, eat breakfast, and then you roll right into a football game at 10.
The number one people, I feel so bad right now for my dad and East Coast NBA fans.
Oh yeah,
because my dad's always, he's 89 years old. He's like, and watching the playoffs and the final rounds was kind of always our thing. And I'm like, all right, Dad, Oklahoma City, San Antonio, you got to watch. And so every other day he's like, what time, what channel? And I'm writing 7:30, and then I'm like, oh no, you're in Maryland. That's 8:30, 8:40, 8:45. This 90-year-old guy is staying up till past midnight and getting an 8:30 tip. So brutal for the NBA East Coast fan. All right, let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. The fellas join us right after this.
vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Country girl, shake it for me, girl.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on Thursday, June 11th. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Let's cross out with a KNC masterpiece with Alec Medford in for Corey Majors with the family graduation yesterday, wearing the very nice suit jacket, and Kevin Hagelin here on 105.3 The Fan. You see Rai?
I did. It was nice to see him. Nice surprise.
Ryan's great.
You guys didn't love him that much, clearly.
Oh,
well,
man.
they did not. They never got the benefit of him.
I mean, I did because show prepping. I was sitting next to him for 2 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Yeah, so you knew.
So
you got.
I knew him pretty well.
Yeah, Kevin, unfortunately, he did not get to have Ryan. He had to have the other one.
Oh my goodness! I mean, yeah, because most of our conversations were just kind of, "Hey, how's it going? Pretty good."
Yeah. Ryan started off rough. I thought we were gonna have to get rid of him because he was sleeping in a little bit, and I think it happened a couple times.
That happens with a lot of guys. They sleep in a little bit, and then ultimately they rescue the show.
Yeah, and some become double A.
He means himself. I get
Some
it.
become double AC DJs.
Oh my goodness! I don't know what that means.
Love
Yes,
you,
you
Shippy.
do.
Oh yeah, that happened on our show. That's right. Okay.
But
Taking notes.
And then I felt like it never happened again with him. And I mean, he just
took some time to adjust to his body clock. Took some time to adjust.
Yeah. What's coming up on the show?
Okay, I will tell you that. But real quick, how long did it take you to adjust to this time slot?
I don't know that I totally have, but
6 helped.
So
you started at 5 initially, didn't you?
That's probably no. Yeah, it started. I think it was 5 to 9.
Yeah.
Then 5:30, 10, then 6 to 10.
Okay.
So probably when we shifted to 6.
So next year we're going to start at 7. Just is slowly moving the clock.
Wow, man!
Like
when
the users.
How much?
and take off 4 months.
Whoa!
Hey, get it if you can get it. Get it.
Yeah. Does that mean you don't have to follow sports anymore too? If we're just sticking with that idea, we are going to have Jared Sandler in studio at 12:40 to answer for this Rangers team.
Whoa.
No, I'm just, it won't all be like that. By the way, side note about Luke Bryan. Yesterday, Skip Schumacher told a story about how he didn't know who Chris Stapleton was years ago when he was opening because he was going to a Luke Bryan concert, and he said the concert was awesome. So what a great giveaway you guys have.
Awesome. Thank you for that cross-promotion.
But then they lost, so, you know.
Yeah,
Were you,
I do think I would go to the Chris Stapleton show, though.
Were you yelling and screaming over 3-0 to Jordan?
Yeah, and that's the weird thing is I've seen a couple of people like, why pitch to him? And I'm like, but you didn't pitch to him, or you weren't trying to pitch to him, and then DeGrom made an awful pitch. Like, what was the plan there? Why would you throw anything near the strike zone against him with the tear he's been on all season, not just now?
But if you're in the and I haven't been blaming Schumacher, as you know, up to this point, but he's got to take a lot of heat for that because if you're already at 3-0, then don't even invite the possibility with the way that Alvarez is swinging the bat. You can say, oh, it's the pitcher, and execute 3-0, but you're already at 3-0. Put him on. Now, Skip's like, I don't know if I've ever done that in my career.
Right.
And hindsight, blah, blah, blah. It obviously ended up costing you.
That is he has gotten to 3-0 20 times this year. Yordan Alvarez has. That is the second time he has taken the bat off his shoulder. It's the first time he's hit it.
Wow.
So that's the first he has swung
I did
twice.
not know that.
He had a fly out once, and then he hit that home run last night.
Alec, which one of those tattoos is the most recent one?
Oh, I know.
C-3PO?
Joker.
Nope. Yeah, it's the Joker on my calf.
Oh, that's right.
Let me see. Like the Heath Ledger Joker? Hey,
it's like the Mark Hamill animated Joker.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why'd you decide to go with that one versus Heath? I like it.
So this is probably the most random tattoo that I have.
Can I see it? Can I see it again?
Yeah.
Because it looked like it's not just not your patented. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, that's good. I like the different colors, not just the green.
All right. Thanks.
Can you
Peyton.
imagine Sandler getting a tattoo?
Ooh.
No. Who would be the least likely? I could even see Hagelin getting a tattoo over Jared.
I would like to see that.
Do you have a tattoo?
No.
Okay.
Do you feel like his would be like WRC Plus or WOBA or something that he would get tattooed?
Yeah.
It's probably the most random tattoo that I have. It was one of those, ironically, somebody that I used to go out with in college decided to career pivot and went from, I think, the dental industry to tattooing. And she's an apprentice now, and she was like, "Hey,
show this to me.
Do you want to get something done? I need some color work, like some colored ink work, for a showcase that I'm doing later in the year." And I was like, "Sure. What do you want to do?" And she was like, "I just want something comic themed." So I was like, "How about the Joker? He's cool." And she was like, "Okay, you free on Saturday?" I'm like, "Yep." And I was in the chair for 10.5 hours.
Dang.
Yeah.
Man, I want to see. Is there a Yelp for tattoos? I want to know
Sure.
this.
Probably.
Is there?
Yeah, there's all kinds of different forums and
Because
stuff.
I never hear anyone. It's like surgery. I never. What?
Don't ask him. It was too far, Bobby.
What's the problem?
Too far.
What?
Let me read
Don't show that to him. Do not. It might get caught on camera.
It's going to be Jared's
It
tattoo?
is not okay.
Yeah, I figured it was something like that.
From the three,
Throw that away.
From the 3, 2, 1, Kevin wouldn't get a tattoo because tattoos are banned according to the Bible. Not so fast, my friend. We actually did this topic on the Jesus podcast.
Oh,
I think that there are differing ways to interpret further
Really? I've never heard that
newer
before.
scripture about that.
Oh yeah, no, the whole like the New Testament killed a bunch of the Levitical laws.
What was said about it?
There are multiple different things about people who like got what seems like it's described as their version of a tattoo in there, and it also there's multiple scriptures in the New Testament that talk about like as long as it's for a righteous cause and you're trying to spread the word. And I know multiple people in the church who have tattoos of like their favorite verses, and if you ask them what it is, they're like, look it up. To like try to
let God
encourage you to go check it out. So
what's the name of the podcast again?
What the Bible says about.
Okay,
How many?
I'm gonna subscribe.
Episodes have you done? When is it? When do you do it?
It comes out once a week, usually today. Probably, I don't know, 60, 70.
Oh, okay. So, Medford, my thing is, if I was going to get a tattoo, like it's got to be a 10 out of 10 execution.
Sure.
So I wonder how many times people are unhappy, or do you correct it in the moment? Like, do you feel like all of yours have been done like a 9 or 9.5, 10 out of 10?
So I would say all but one. I have 9. And
Dang.
My first one was my worst one. I got it because it was the shop that my dad went to when I was a kid. So sentimental thing, it was my 18th birthday. So first tattoo, 18th
nostalgia
birthday.
cost them.
Yeah, exactly.
Poison.
And it's probably the simplest tattoo I have too, and they screwed it up. The line work is just not that great. It's faded a little bit.
Yeah.
They didn't do the font that I wanted. So yeah.
Is it like a haircut to where you stop it down, or you're like, we've gone too far and I'm screwed? It's done and over with.
Depends on what point you're in, because a lot of the time the stencil is kind of where that's really your last real chance whenever they put the purple stencil on to be like, I don't like the placement, I don't like the size, I don't like, I think this is a little, like this line work is a little bit too thick, is this going to look the way that I want it to?
Yeah.
But after the line work, sometimes you can give some critiques and stuff, but like with the Joker one, Maya did a great job. I had no critiques or anything. There was a couple.
That was your ex.
Yes. Still most random story I have.
What's her last name?
Not telling you that. And then the one that Bobby calls C-3PO, but it's a microphone with the Phantom of the Opera mask. I did give a couple of critiques on that one, just because I thought it was a little bit dark and I wanted some highlights to kind of make some of the curvature stand out. And so he put some white ink, which you can't really notice unless you look really hard, like in some of the corners.
Yeah.
There's some white ink. So I was like, I think some white would be cool there. And he was like, good idea. And we ran with it.
Can I ask Kevin Hageland the nostalgia thing you just referenced?
Sure.
I'm interested for his take on that.
Yeah.
So we're all fans of nostalgia, right?
Sure.
Like it's a cool thing.
For sure.
I have a buddy who his saying is that nostalgia is poison. And then he says, I love it too. He says, but it is a poison used by brands and companies to cut corners. They show you something that, hey, this looks kind of like what you used to have, right?
Yeah.
And they lean into that, and it just allows them basically to give you something lesser because they trick you into thinking it's what you used to have.
I think that is a pretty astute observation. See, I usually deal with nostalgia more from an entertainment point of view as opposed to like consumer goods, but that actually makes a whole lot of sense. Was there a
Let's hear examples. Let's hear an entertainment nostalgia.
I'll give you an entertainment nostalgia
like the Pizza
one.
Hut thing. Yeah, you might get me in there the first time,
Right.
but if the pizza's not good and the buffet's not passable, I'm not going back. So you might get me once.
In entertainment, it actually came up because of an entertainment thing, which was he said it's all the reboots and it's the Fuller House for Full House people, and it's like it allows you to carry shows that aren't even good.
Well, I mean, wasn't that the biggest argument when The Force Awakens came out? It was the highest grossing movie in North American history.
Star Wars?
Yeah, that was part 7. And everyone's like, wow, it's the greatest thing of all time.
Yeah.
And then eventually people were like, hold on, didn't they just kind of redo A New Hope? And then people, I feel like over time have been like, oh yeah, I guess they did. Maybe that's why we liked it
like the
so
second
much.
Happy Gilmore and how horrific that was.
Yeah, or one of the things.
Agree, Alec?
Yep.
One of the things.
Not a fan.
Okay, but pause on that for just 1 second. We can use Happy Gilmore as an example, or, I mean, you can go further with the newer Star Wars movies about that, is if you try to do something that you use nostalgia as the springboard and then you try to expand the horizon, how often does that fail? Like Cobra Kai is something that I think stood out because it succeeded in introducing all these new people. But most of the time, people are like, oh, you don't want just nostalgia. But when you try to step out and expand the universe and do something different, people, I feel like, usually crap on it.
No, that's why he said it's like that's exactly was his point, that it's poisonous because it doesn't they feed you what is.
Yeah.
Here's retread. Consume, whether it be entertainment or like one of the examples he pointed to was he's like the McRib. He's like, people saw the McRib. The McRib is back. The McRib is back. And he's like, nobody likes that. He's like, nobody likes the McRib. He's like, but they all buy it. They all buy it whenever that pops out.
That poisonous sounds a little strong and dramatic.
I think the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I get that, not poisonous, but I do get. I think it is. I think it's
cover up.
I think it's weaponized a lot of times from companies to basically trick consumers.
Like
I can see that.
The NBA on NBC intro.
And how terrible was that when they're like, plus we got Michael Jordan, and then you're like, oh, this is it.
Yeah.
But I think how many companies, like to your Pizza Hut example, how many companies are like, good enough, we got you through the door that one time. That will help boost the overall bottom line, as opposed to let's use this as a fundamental pivot for our business to rise again.
214. Bobby just described the block T for the Rangers City Connect jerseys. That they think that's an example of like you just went, oh, here's nostalgia.
Starter
Take
jackets. What's poisonous about a damn if a starter jacket came back?
321. Can we get a shout out to Harambe? It's been 10 years since he was taken, and the world has been spiraling since. There's some nostalgia. Like, remember the world that had Harambe in it.
Did you know who Harambe was until he got killed? Because I did not.
No, but I knew my existence was different. You know?
We're back tomorrow. We'll see if RJ Choppy has an existence here.
Do you think he will? Give me your odds right now.
They're all pointing to Jordans on the fan text, by the way. They say Jordans are an example of nostalgia, like allowing you to get away with a bad product.
Oh, are Jordans supposed to be a bad product?
A lot of people think Jordans
now?
have slipped and that they don't try anymore.
A little bit.
Madden is that way. Madden does not do anything to improve the game.
That's a great one.
We're back tomorrow with 2 more Luke Bryan ticket giveaways. Alec Medford and Kevin Hageland with the KNC Masterpiece next.
When sports news breaks this morning, we promise you'll hear it here first.
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Alec Medford.
Oh man, what? That felt weird.
And the not quite, but soon to be famous Jet Howard. Gentlemen. Right, did I get that wrong?
Nelson,
son of a...
I think Howard's on the Magic.
That's
Dwight.
At least I was thinking of a sports person.
Yeah.
But that is still embarrassing for me. Yeah, he is.
That's what happens whenever you play Harambe songs right before.
Oh, man. I didn't realize that this was the 10-year anniversary, but Bobby mentioned it, and so I found the Harambe tribute song, and it's delightful.
Is it?
And I thought it was delightful.
The guitar is kind of nice, I can't lie. It's kind of soothing.
Yeah. See?
Reminds me of simpler times.
Do you kind of feel like we should have played that as the intro to the show today?
No, absolutely not. I still don't necessarily agree. I just thought the guitar was kind of nice.
Okay.
Kind of soothed the senses a little bit. I mean, sinuses are on 1,000 today. If you can't tell throughout the show, my nose is basically a faucet today.
Right.
Because I woke up not being able to breathe out of the nose. So I took some Afrin, and now it's like either or. Do you want to not breathe, or do you want your nose to be like a faucet outside of your house? I took the latter.
So from the 972, is this the adult tour where we can say whatever the hell we want? I don't know the context of that, but yeah, it is.
Adult tour.
I might not necessarily read them all if they're not FCC compliant, but I feel like you can say what you want. But the thing that I didn't say that I should have said is, how the heck are y'all doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Mr. Medford, we will start with you.
I'm doing a lot better now because as we went live, I got a missed call that my suit for Peyton Russell's wedding is ready to be picked up 3 days early, so I'm happy about that.
Next weekend?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm ready to get locked and loaded. Got that out of the way. That was the most stressful part of it because I've owned 2 suits in my entire life, and the last one that I bought was when I was still at UTA and about 40 pounds lighter. So yeah. It didn't fit, Kevin. It didn't fit.
That makes sense. You've gotten jacked.
I'm trying. I'm not quite there. I'm trying.
I told you when we were at Nick and Sam's, my wife said, "Hey, is Alec secretly jacked?" And I was like, "I don't think it's a secret."
I mean,
so
we're on the fan cam today too. So,
and can I just point out, Jet, for you, I did at one point know your last name, and that's how I got the email to you.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
that's a good step. You knew it.
That's good. We've still got some things to work on, though. All right, let's go ahead and start off. We're going to do it a little bit different today because the Rangers broke my heart yesterday because they lost, and I felt like if they won, that Skip Schumacher really was going to jump back on air with us today.
Yes.
And I feel very confident about that. So when they scored in the 8th, I really thought maybe there was when they were going to overtake it, and even then, I still thought the Rangers were going to win in the 9th. But they did not. They fall 4-3 to Houston. Now the best you can get is a series split. So we're going to start with something totally different. Dallas Cowboys news of the day. Let's start with not me saying this, but Mark Schlereth, former guest on this show.
I've heard of him.
He said the Dallas Cowboys have plenty of talent. Quote, I think this is a football team that can dominate both lines of scrimmage. That, to me, says the Dallas Cowboys are the front runners to win their division. Now, whether you think it's just that, whether you think it's the Eagles fall off, whether you think it's the really amazing culture that Harbaugh is already building with the Giants, any of those options, do you see a world, Mr. Medford, in which the Cowboys are the favorites in the NFC East?
So I thought about what Stink said there a little bit more. At first, just on paper, it's a little bit shocking. But then when you think about the context of what he actually said and winning the line of scrimmage, I start to look at team by team, I think about the Giants. You mentioned the wonderful culture that they are building over there. Shout out to Mr. Harbaugh doing great work over there. But I think about an offensive line where one of their tackles is literally on a non-guaranteed contract. He has $0 guaranteed on his deal because that is how little they believe in him. They restructured Andrew Thomas's money a little bit, but that's historically the past 5 years in offensive line that just hasn't really figured it out. New coaching staff, they draft Francis Malinois. So there's a little bit to be excited about for the Giants, but still, you got to see it happen. Washington, you saw the Commanders struggle to keep Jaden Daniels on his feet.
And he talked about what a just garbage feeling last season was, and we'll see if that motivates him to be better.
Which scares me because I feel like he's a person that doesn't need much to be motivated.
Sure.
Jaden Daniels, he's a very mentally strong guy, which you need in a quarterback. Then I look at the Philadelphia Eagles that are just an absolute miserable mess right now. They're about to trade away any given day now after June 1 hits. They're about to trade away their biggest offensive weapon, not named Saquon Barkley. They don't like their quarterback.
And can we go back to Brown for just a second? I just want this to be over.
Me
I'm
too.
so tired of hearing about, these two teams are haggling. And I was like, you're kidding me. In a trade, both sides don't automatically agree? Wow.
Which is weird when you've had this much time and everybody in the world knows that you are speaking to each other. And just total sidebar, I'm intrigued to see how the NFL handles this going forward because I know they can't be happy that we've been talking about for 2 months now.
Yes.
When this trade happens, because it's going to happen, it just can't legally happen yet, is the weirdest thing ever. But
do you think that June 1st concept is just really outdated then?
I think it is, just because
We can at least move it up a month, can't we?
I think so. And with the level of communication that the NFL already allows between players, agents, and ownership and general management, I feel like there really is no purpose for it to be so far back because we already know legal tampering period. Right. You can agree in theory, in concept to a deal, but you can't actually do it. So I understand it's financial salary cap metrics for the post-June 1 and whatnot, but I'm ready. I'm at the Aaron Rodgers point with that story where I'm just like, stop talking about it because we know what's going to happen. We knew he was going to come back.
From the 214, wow, Corey's hatred of the Rangers made him not show up today. I would argue, isn't it his love of the Rangers and his sadness that made him not show up today? Or his son graduated yesterday. By the way, I set the over at 220. You said hit the over. It's 226.
Yep.
So, cash out for Mr. Medford.
What do I win?
I really thought you get to host today. Let's
go.
Yeah, that's why you won. But I really thought we were going to hit the nail right on the head. And then from the 321, Kevin, since Corey is gone, can we give a shout out to Alex Nipple Piercings? Very
They
progressive
don't
of him.
exist. I'm wearing a tight shirt today. You can see.
Only feels like there's one way you can prove that. Exactly.
11:20 today, maybe.
Oh, from the 561, feeling blessed, our son is due on Monday.
Congratulations.
Absolutely.
That's lovely.
Delightful.
New Tolo entering the world. I like that.
All right, let's go back to the Cowboys. And I thought this was really interesting as we get ready for mandatory OTAs. Those will start on, you'll get a Monday, Tuesday, then the next Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. But ESPN was going across all of the NFC best signing, worst decision for each team. And let's go with the Cowboys. And I think this one is a good one. We've talked a whole lot about Jalen Thompson. Obviously, we've discussed the draft ad nauseum. But they said best signing, inking Kobe Durant to a 1-year, $4 million deal. And I think his potential mixed in with the nature of the cheapness of that deal, which is very on brand for the Cowboys, is what got it to number one on that list.
I think that did go under the radar a bit just because as football fans, a lot of the time, especially for players that don't necessarily affect our team, we are slave to box scores, stats, and PFF grades and whatnot. And some of those metrics would tell you that Kobe Durant is just a dude. But you actually watch how he kind of rose to the occasion as the season progressed for the Rams last year into the postseason. He had some of his best football, really, of his career in the postseason. Like, he was a late riser to the occasion, and some of the numbers, some of the advanced metrics and whatnot would show you that he probably is going to get you a few interceptions this year. You know, he's a talented ball tracker, and he's a talented playmaker on the outside. And the fact that you got him for what you did, you got him for absolutely nothing. You got him in free agency for one, but two, you were able to sign him for next to nothing, and he's going to start for you more than likely. And if not, it gets to the whole like Malachi Lawrence conversation. He might not start the game, but he's going to get the lion's share of snaps defensively. He's going to play a lot of important football for you, and I like him as that wild card piece that, sure, he might be a Trayvon Diggs where he gambles a little bit, gets burnt a couple of plays, but he's going to make a couple of other plays, a couple of other pass breakups, or just straight up good coverage that you're like, reminder, we got him on a 1-year deal for nothing.
Exactly. On the flip side, worst, bringing back Terrence Steele on a restructured contract. All right, so there's a few things to unpack here. I feel like I was leading the way of people who thought for sure they were going to post June 1st him, even though I would have taken the salary cap hit it all at once. That's neither here nor there. I thought they were going to post June 1st, cut him so you could be able to free up some more money. They did not do that. We talked 2 days ago, I think, about some of the different ways that they're using their other coaches to address deficiencies, not only for Terrence Steele, but for everybody on the offensive line. So I don't even want to say I'm cautiously optimistic, because that's probably not true. I am neutral on this situation now, leaning towards this was probably not my favorite move either. So I will say I can agree that left me scratching my head, bringing back Terrence Steele in a restructured contract.
It's a weird place to be, because watching him as much as we have for years now, we know what he is, and we know that you're not going to get the best pass blocking. But at the same time, my mind goes towards, what are you going to do there? If you do move on, like, who is going to replace him that makes sense? Are you going to burn one of those first-round picks on a tackle, which I feel like everybody just generally is so bored of at this point? You built the Great Wall of Tyler, which is fun and everything, but it feels like every other year, if not every year, you're having to do that all over again, because you're letting somebody walk, what have you. Somebody plays a little bit, Tyler Biadasz plays a little bit above expectation, gets himself a big free agent deal. You're having to start the cycle all over again, and that's a position group that I don't want to start the cycle over, just because it's so important. I'd rather get it right. And it goes back to Terrence Steele. Did you get it right giving him that deal? Probably not.
Yeah, that's probably where I would lean as well. But I'd be glad to be proven wrong.
Oh, me too. And maybe we talked about it earlier this week, maybe the BT Jordan hiring, where, you know, he's a pass rush specialist, but he's getting involved in these conversations with the offensive linemen saying, hey, here's how we beat you consistently. Let's try to work on that. Let's give you some of the inside knowledge on why you're getting beat in these pass sets and why you are pretty good in the run game, and we can improve on those things. So I'm hoping that maybe second year of Brian Schottenheimer, second year of Clayton Adams specifically, and some new voices, and maybe a little bit of pressure, because I doubt that he's immune to all of this noise.
Right.
I bet he's heard, and maybe they've had some conversations behind closed doors of like, hey, if this doesn't improve, we need to make a decision here. So we need to see something from you. We gave you all of this money for a reason. I'm hoping that this year is the year that you're kind of like, okay, that's why they gave him the money.
Yeah.
I have no reason to necessarily believe that. It's more just hopium, because the offense was good last year. Imagine how much better it could be if he was consistent in the pass game.
Now, a couple more things. Paris Campbell officially went on the reserve retired list yesterday, in case you care. Want to make sure you're informed of everything. And the preseason schedule, it is set. Preseason week 1 on the road against the defending champion Seattle Seahawks. I mean, sort of, because that's not going to be the actual team that goes out there.
You're kidding me.
And that's at 7 o'clock, August 15th. August 22nd, a week later, 9 p.m. against the Arizona Cardinals, and they'll wrap up the preseason at home Friday, August 28th against the New Orleans Saints, 7 p.m. kickoff right there. So if you need to know and you want to plan your schedule accordingly, boom, Now you can plan your schedule accordingly.
Can I convince you that one of those games, not even joking, is pivotal?
Yeah, that last one is pivotal because we auctioned off a suite as part of Peace-a-thon.
That's true.
That will be a pivotal game.
A starter or two in the game would be cool, but the Arizona Cardinals, Corey Majors is deathly afraid of them because it seems like we can never beat them for whatever reason.
True.
What if I told
true.
you the Dallas Cowboys got their, feels like annual at this point, loss to the Arizona Cardinals out of the way in the preseason?
Oh, thank God.
You get demolished. Like 21-point loss.
Fine.
And then in the regular season, you give them a 21-point loss and you win against the Arizona Cardinals and then you make the playoffs.
I would actually love if that was the scenario that played out. Now, Jet, quick question for you.
Yes.
Have you heard about the new trend of corduroy pillows?
No, I've heard of corduroy pants.
No, yeah, corduroy pillows. It's crazy. They're really making headlines.
Okay, I mean, I could try them out. I want to try the purple pillow first, but
Jet, you're really killing my vibe here. I'm going to try this one more time. Have you heard about the new trend of corduroy pillows? They're really making headlines.
Are they making the headlines? I think I'm gonna have to kill the vibe here.
I did not realize that a good defense for my dad jokes of the day.
I like this.
Would be not getting the punchline.
I like this.
Yeah, did I just defend it right there? That was.
I think you just defended it by not really getting where I was going with
Whatever
that.
you're doing, keep doing it.
I kept thinking, like, when is the first one going to come? And I thought he was just tossing it to me, just getting me ready for corduroy pillows.
This is disappointing.
I am sorry.
I'm glad you're disappointed.
We will regroup and come back stronger. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Rangers, Astros, and what have you been wrong about with this team thus far? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3-0. Here's the pitch, and it's hit deep to center field. Way back goes Carter. It's gone. Over the 410 sign, a prodigious drive by Yordan Alvarez. It's his second consecutive 2-home run game. He hits a 3-0 pitch, and he hits it a mile. And Houston leads for the first time tonight. It's 3-2 Astros.
And that is essentially what lost you the game yesterday. The Rangers had won 4 straight on Wednesdays in which we had Skip Schumacher on the show. That streak comes to an end, and now the best you can hope for is a split with the Astros in this series, with the final game of the 4-game series set for today. Pre-game at 6:30, first pitch about 7:07 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I know we talked about this a little bit in Crosstalk, Alec, but why, oh why, would you even accidentally throw Yordan Alvarez a strike? Yordan Alvarez, by the way, in case you were curious, is on pace for 57 home runs this year, 111 RBIs with an OPS of 1.085.
You know, I don't have an answer to that question, Kevin, but
okay, good.
You know what I do? I do have a weird reason to thank him, because he's showing us that the ballpark isn't an issue for offense.
Man.
At all.
Prodigious shot, as Mr. Nadell said.
I haven't heard that word used in a sentence in I don't know how long, and it's only fitting that Yordan Alvarez crushing a baseball is the reason that word was used. But he even said it after the game. This just made it hurt a little bit more. He said, apparently I love playing here. I can see the ball really well.
Okay.
So he's even saying, here at this ballpark, I can see the ball well, and I can mash.
And it speaks to a troubling trend for maybe the Rangers starting pitchers as a whole, but honestly, Jacob deGrom, in terms of, I mean, there's just no way he located that pitch where he wanted it. Like, I don't feel like I'm breaking down any revolutionary thoughts right there, but there's just no freaking way that is what he wanted to do with that pitch. Although, actually, that one was Tyler Alexander. So, sorry, shouldn't have called him out on that. But Jacob deGrom also gave up a home run, and so it's just, you continue that disappointing trend. And I know people have some concerns about Tyler Alexander, but hey, today just don't pitch to him.
I think it's a pretty easy solution. That has to be the game plan. You plan anything other than throwing him a quality strike in that situation. Really, in any situation at this ballpark at this point. Especially like Jacob deGrom, he's been kind of snake bitten by the home run ball just altogether.
He really has.
Really, the past couple of years. So that doesn't necessarily shock me that an elite hitter got to Jacob deGrom this time. But whenever you're in such a tight situation like Tyler Alexander was, you can't afford to make a mistake.
Yeah.
If you're going to make a mistake, it's going to be a ball in the dirt.
Yes. Or like if you throw a sweeper moving away or whatever, just where you're like, well, there's no way he's going to get good contact on it.
Exactly.
If he gets a piece of it, it's just going to be a foul off or whatever. So, yeah, that was really unfortunate. And I know Skip is obviously taking some of the heat on that. And then from the 903, could we just trade for Alvarez because he is the only person in the world who can hit in this park well, especially when he's like, man, I really like playing in this ballpark. It does kind of feel like maybe you should consider that. But it's a disappointing loss, not only because you lose to Houston, but also Houston is terrible.
Yeah.
Like, don't get it twisted. And you might be like, oh, I think they're only a game back of the Rangers. Yeah, well, you can draw your own conclusions off of that. But I will once again say that Houston is terrible, and now at best, you're going to be able to split the series, and that's followed by getting swept by the Angels, who are also terrible and also in your division. So you've played two of the worst teams in baseball, who both happen to be in your division, and you've lost 5 of 6. That's a horrifying combination of things I just said.
It really is. And that's why letting Yordan Alvarez be the one person that beats you is one thing. That's fine. But when Mike Burrows is going 7 innings against you, making you look foolish, only giving up 5 hits and a couple of earned runs, that's the area that concerns me the most. It just disappoints me because I can live with Yordan Alvarez beating my baseball team because he does that to everybody. Like you said, this Astros team is not what they used to be.
And their pitching has been horrible.
Their pitching is awful.
By the way, Burrows, 5.75 ERA going into that game.
Is that good?
No. Well, I mean, I guess then we were getting no hit by a guy who had an 8+ ERA, so...
And a guy that made his major league debut to close out the final 6 outs. Oh, and, all 6 of them perfect, by the way. Not great. That's what's the demoralizing part for me personally is just... Not only is the pitching kind of ebbing and flowing right now, which you expect throughout the season. You've seen it. You saw it last year with Jacob deGrom. He had a few weeks where he just didn't quite have it. We talked about the long ball just a second ago. That's okay. That's where your offense picks you up. They elevate you. That's where you have the 8-run first inning just a couple of days ago now, where you're like, that's a team that understands the assignment. When things aren't all equal, the other side lifts up and elevates and says, we got you. The Astros are figuring out how to do that right now, trotting out a bunch of starters with ERAs north of 5.
Yeah.
Yordan Alvarez is like, don't worry, guys, I got you. You're not playing complimentary baseball right now. This team just can't live with prosperity in one direction or another. Whenever your bullpen is exceeding expectations for the island of misfit toys that they are, you can't get a lick of offense.
And that's why yesterday, we talked about, does the offensive explosion change anything? And I think we were pretty much in agreement. No. If you have a 2-week run of really good baseball, I'm not saying you have to be like undefeated or anything like that. If you have a 2-week run of really good baseball, then I'll be like, all right, here we go. We've really got something going now. But from the 2-1-4, us getting crushed by horrible teams feels like last season when we went up against other teams' bad pitchers and suddenly they look like Cy Young contenders. And that is a very fair way to put it. And there's like a little part of me that's glad that's been spotlighted a little bit more, because otherwise you're just like, oh, we went up against Christopher Sanchez. I get it. He's unstoppable. But like, not every time you were getting shut down was because you were going against some wizard of a pitcher. All right. And so this feels like it's really crystallized that in the last week or so. And then from the 9-7-2, are we sure Skip was the way to go? So I'm not going to bail on that yet, just because you go back to his first year with the Marlins, and he did such an incredible job before him and the ownership group had just a fundamental difference of opinion about how the team should be run. And so, I mean, how do you judge it? Because I still think right now I go kind of almost trickle down all of the way. I'll go ownership, then front office, then your manager, then your hitting coach. Because I go back to the thing with the hitting coach. You have tried variations of this for the last 3 years. I do not think it's just one person who's causing all of these issues. You've had hitting coaches. You've had 3 hitting coaches now. You changed hitting coaches. And guess what? Your offense still struggles. So I'm not saying he's off the hook, but I'm not going to lay it all at the feet of the hitting coach.
Yeah, he's not
co-hitting coach.
He's not absolved from all blame. Like he definitely has a part in it, some decisions, and he'll be the first to tell you, that like, I shouldn't have made this move. I shouldn't have let this guy stay out there too long, what have you. The way that I refrain from putting too much blame on Skip Schumacher's plate is I'm kind of looking at this Rangers team in the same way that I was looking at Jason Kidd and the Mavericks last year with Cooper Flagg. This was a team built for somebody else.
Right.
This was a team built for Bruce Bochy. This roster personnel, there's a lot of dudes, like, let's just be honest, Boch, he would even be the first to tell you, he didn't really like causing chaos on the base paths. He didn't have a ton of athletes,
He wasn't looking to small ball it up.
No, not at all. He wanted to make solid contact with the baseball, and he wanted to drive in runs, not create runs. And that's okay, because it worked for a year, and it won you a championship. Now, you hand the keys over to a younger manager who has said, even when he took the job, his first interview on this station, he said, yeah, like, I want to steal bases. I want to create runs. I want to manufacture runs. How do you do that with incredible athletes? Wyatt Langford fits that category, but he gets hurt, and even before then, he wasn't exactly living up to that expectation. But then you start looking, you're like, okay, who are the other run creators on this team? Corey Seager's not legging out a triple.
Nope.
You know, Jake Berger is not doing any of that.
Him to, right?
You don't want him to because he's going to pull something in the process. Jake Berger is not a burner on the base paths. You just start naming these guys up and down the batting order, and you say, that's a Bruce Bochy kind of run-scoring team. That's not a Skip Schumacher way of doing things. So how do you alleviate that? You spend money. So that's where I take your approach, Kevin, top down. It goes ownership, it goes general manager, then it goes to the manager and all of the assistant coaches and position coaches, because right now, this team isn't exactly tailor-made to Skip Schumacher. Now, a good manager is going to find ways to win. He found a way to get an 8-run inning just a couple of nights ago. Like, he's shown that he can do things the right way with this group of guys. It's just not always going to work because they're not necessarily the right prototype yet.
And I've talked about this a couple of times. I will stick by this. It is unfortunate that like the Rangers right now are not in the National League. Do you know if the Rangers were in the National League, the closest they would be in any of the divisions is 9 games out. That's the closest they would be. And instead, right now, they're 2 games out of the lead in the West, and I think they're 1.5 back in the wild card. So I see all of the text. This is not a good Rangers team right now. This is not a good Rangers team right now by any stretch of the imagination. But what is going to be the comeback that you're going to get? Your 2 best hitters are out, and you're still close.
Yep.
So, like, as much as you see it, I see it, Jet sees it, everybody can see it, nothing's going to happen on that front for a while because, well, first of all, you don't necessarily get the added trade value that you would think if you trade at the beginning of June as opposed to like late July. You think they'd kick in a little extra something for that extra month and a half. You don't necessarily pull that down. But also, you know the Rangers are going to wait it out and be like, hey, if we're this close, why would you possibly sell? And I understand that logic to a point unless you've watched the team play. And then how could you not think that at this exact moment?
And it's an interesting thought. Obviously, we have no way of knowing. If you were in the National League, how does that perspective change from a team-building perspective? If you are sitting here already at best 9 games back, are you kind of like, well, we'll start kind of having those tough conversations behind closed doors? Or are you still getting that same mentality from Chris Young and company, which if you are, good on them for being consistent.
Yeah.
But I think the conversation and the narrative behind closed doors starts changing if you are that far back at this point in the season. It's just a weird reality that the American League is god-awful right now.
It really is. And by the way, maybe this is another conversation for another day. From the 682, the ownership did spend, the GMs spent stupid money. And so I would take issue with that. If you're talking about 4 years ago with Seager and Simeon, like those contracts look really bad now, but at the same point, you would not have won the World Series without them. So I will always kind of grant a pass on that, even if it's not working out for you right now. But what about since then? Like, how long has it been since you really felt like you've spent that money? I've talked about it time and again. You're about $85 million selling or spending under where you should be per your slot in the MLB markets. $85 million per year. So I do not agree with the idea that the ownership has spent commensurate with what they should. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. The streakiest team in MLB history is back in the win column. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in...
Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The 0-1 pitch. Bounced to short. This should do it. Swanson shovels to Horner. Nope, he juggled it and then threw to first in time to end the ball game. So the 10-game losing streak is history. The Cubs win tonight's game by a score of 10-4.
Feel the excitement right there from that call. Woo! You'd have thought that was a ground out with the bases empty and one out in the second inning. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. We can both do that. All right, let's talk about the streakiest team in MLB history is back in the win column. And Alec, you might be like, that's a bold claim. Well, why don't you give me just a damn minute to explain it?
I apologize.
No problem. All right, from April 14th to April 24th, the Cubs won 10 in a row. Then they lost their next 3 games. Then they won 10 in a row again. There's no gap between that, all right? So it's not like they're like, then they won 1, lost 1. No, they won 10 in a row, lost 3 in a row, and then won 10 more in a row, which means they won 20 of 23 in that run. Then they followed up with 4 more straight losses. Now, luckily, 2 of those were against the Rangers. Then they trade off, get a couple of wins. Hey, all right. And then they get into that series against the White Sox, win the first game against the White Sox, and then proceed to lose 10 straight games before last night's win. The Cubs, who hadn't lost 10 in a row since June of 2022, joined the 2017 Dodgers as the only teams in Major League history with 2 10-game winning streaks and 1 10-game losing streak in the same season. That's crazy. I feel like if you get a 10-game winning streak in a season, you're like, wow. You get a 10-game losing streak in a season, you're like, whoa, that's also crazy. They have done it twice on the wins and once on the loss. That 2017 Los Angeles Dodgers team, by the way, the rightful world champions, because they lost in Game 7 of the World Series to the trash can cheating Houston Astros.
That's right. So always in some part of history, it feels like this Chicago Cubs team is so odd. And so confusing because they have all of the names in the world to make something happen, and then they decide, well, we kind of burnt all of our star power for a minute. Let's take a week and a half off,
right?
And then let's get back to mashing and let's get back to dealing. Their pitching is awesome. I mean, athletes all up and down that batting order. I can't get a read on that team. I know Corey was kind of talking about it a little bit yesterday, where some of these baseball teams are way better than they should be and way worse than they should be this year. We've talked ad nauseum about the American League just not being anything impressive whatsoever as a conglomerate, and then the National League just feels like an absolute juggernaut right now. I do like that the Cubs got back on the right side of history. They're like, well, okay, 10 wins, 10 losses, that cancels out. Let's go ahead and get back in the win column again. So the math doesn't cancel out anymore. People are only going to talk about us winning going forward until we lose 10 in a row again because trends.
See, I like this idea from the 940. So if the Cubs are on a losing streak going into the playoffs, I should bet on them to win it all. That actually kind of makes sense to me.
Oh, kind of like the Rangers in 23.
Exactly.
Just an absolute skid, and then they're like, you know what? We're going to dominate every diamond we step on.
I think you should consider it. Would you like to talk about home runs, dogs, or labor negotiations?
Labor sounds painful, so let's talk about dogs. I like dogs.
Let it not be said that this is not a very variety-filled baseball nuggets. So, Kendall George, one of the Dodgers' top prospects, he hurt himself avoiding the bat dog. Now, bat dog's been around for a while. It is not a rich dog that masquerades as a crime fighter in the evening. It is the dog who goes out there to retrieve the bat. And so Kendall George, I believe it was Tuesday evening, he hurt his knee trying to avoid the bat dog. And at first, it looked really bad. And you could hear him being like, son of a bee. And he was limping after that. And then you can see the dog like running off. And it was a whole problematic thing. And the initial thought was, quote, not positive per people in the Dodgers organization.
Oh, no.
However, per the initial or per the follow-up MRI, he did not sustain ligament damage, and there is still hope. I haven't seen an update this morning. There's still hope that he might avoid surgery, but he and the Dodgers are still waiting a second opinion, but he might still need surgery because of the bat dog.
So there's a lot to unpack here.
You have to stop doing bat dog now?
That's what I wonder. Like, obviously the dog wasn't trying to cause any harm, but
sure,
it's one of those things. It happened. So
did.
you have to address it.
To their number 13 prospect.
Now, that's where my other question comes in. If it was the number 35 prospect...
Yeah.
Are we having this conversation? Are we just laughing instead? We're like, ha, that's kind of crazy. Hope he's okay, but it's a top prospect, so we're like, oh no.
Can you imagine if we would have had to have this conversation be like, Walcott's out for the year because he ran into the bat dog? I feel like that would be the end of that program. And by the way, no, I did not say that the MRI was not positive. I did not say that, but the 817 texted it in, so I just felt like you needed to know that.
Did you?
Yeah. I mean, you know. All right. By the way, sticking with the Dodgers, Dave Roberts, he tells reporters that Teoscar Hernandez will be placed on the injured list with a hamstring strain. I think that was kind of anticipated based on how the last 24 to 48 hours have gone. Now, let's talk about Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani, already the only starting pitcher in Major League history to hit a leadoff home run, did it again yesterday. He has now done it 3 times in his career. But more impressively, his pitching. 6 innings pitched, 1 earned run, despite having no hits, and striking out 7. They had to take him out of the game, even though you're like, oh my God, could he have a leadoff hit or leadoff home run and a no-hitter? That would be amazing. But that would also probably be reckless by the Dodgers. His ERA going into June is 0.82. That is the 9th lowest ERA entering June since earned runs became official in both leagues in 1913, and it is the best through 9 starts in Dodgers history.
That's saying something because the Dodgers have had some elite starting pitching.
For sure.
In their history.
Fernando Mania immediately jumps to mind, what a crazy run that he had as well. All right, we might pick up the labor negotiation conversations when we have Jared Sandler a little bit later. But this is shaping up to be an epic Cy Young race because MLB.com, I believe yesterday, put out their straw poll for Cy Young. and Shohei Ohtani was fourth. This was before his start, but he was still fourth. Mizorowski third, Skeen second, and number one, Christopher Sanchez. And yesterday, you could see why, because you know how you said you love old-timey stats? Here we go. Christopher Sanchez, he extended his scoreless inning streak to 44 2/3, setting the new Phillies franchise record and passing Hall of Famer, but not president, Grover Cleveland Alexander. In a 3-0 win. Also, it was the Phillies' 7th shutout in the month of May. That's the most they've had in a month since July of 1951. So, I feel like hopefully that has met your old-timey statistical quotients for the day, and I haven't even gotten to talk about Murakami because we have to go. By the way, he set a record too.
Christopher Sanchez is unreal, and the fact that the Phillies are doing that, and they're one of the teams that fired their manager like right at the beginning of the season.
Right.
That's just absurd. This season is so weird.
It really, really is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the NBA and NHL Playoff Super Segment right here on The Fan. piece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A couple other Rangers notes for you. Didn't get a chance to mention this earlier. We've had a jam-packed show already. That outfielder Andrew McCutchen was designated for assignment, and kind of in his stead, infielder Nicky Lopez was signed to a one-year Major League contract covering the 2026 season. He's a left-handed hitting utility infielder. He broke spring training with AAA for Colorado and hit 333 in 15 games before being traded to the Cubs for cash consideration, and he went 0 for 5 in 4 Major League games. Cubs designated him for assignment on Saturday. Now, boom, here he goes with the Rangers. But now, it is time for the NBA and NHL playoff Super Segment. Would you like to start with basketball happenings or the NHL?
Let's start with the NHL.
All right, give me cut number 8. You know him. You love him. He scored another goal.
Blake kicks it up. Costas Bear getting in front of that attempt. Here's Blake with Stankoven. Score! 3-0 Carolina, and Stankoven on the feed from Blake.
That is Logan Stankoven with his 8th goal of the playoffs thus far. We always ask this about former players. Alec, I'm going to kick it over to you for this question, as he is clearly thriving. And don't forget, Logan Stankoven is 23. Do you find yourself rooting for him as a former star in these playoffs?
100%. He didn't do any wrong here.
Yeah, he didn't demand his way out or anything. Yeah.
It wasn't a disgruntled player situation. I always find myself rooting for those guys in any given situation, really. I mean, even though he was in the division, and thankfully he's not in the NFL anymore, Tyler Biotish finally got out of the NFC East. I was rooting for him just personally, because I was like, that was a guy that, you know, nationally, nobody really thought anything of. The Cowboys draft him. He has a good career, a good start to his career, and he gets paid somewhere. Hate that it was a division rival, but there you go. You know, in a weird way, I will kind of sort of root for Micah. Even with some of the theatrics, just kind of, sort of, just because I think he is a good dude. Yeah. You know, and like
I don't think he's like a bad person.
Yeah, and he's entertaining. Yeah. You know, so I'm
very much so.
I'm gonna be like, you know what? I want the person to thrive, not the team or any of that. Like, I don't want him to, you know, destroy us in the postseason like that team always does. But yeah, Logan Stankoven, I didn't get enough of him here. That's why I root for him as much as I do. Is like you said, he's only 23. He should have had a much longer tenure here. Sure. He should have had a much longer run here. I know business is business.
And you got a heck of a player as part of that deal.
Exactly. But it's the cost of doing business. So you get a heck of a player in exchange for a heck of a player. I consider that a pretty fair deal. But because he is so young and I think he has such a long career ahead of him, I am always going to keep tabs on him.
Yeah.
Even if he does move teams yet again in the future, if he does get traded again down the line, if he leaves in free agency at some point, I'm going to keep tabs on him just because I'm going to be like, he was ours before he was anybody else's.
Now, Friedrich Anderson if you're fancy, the goaltender, probably not though, for the Carolina Panthers. You don't strike me as somebody who's fancy.
Really?
That's right.
I'm picking up a suit today, Kevin. It's pretty fancy if you ask me.
That is for a wedding, and you also knew the number of suits you had ever had. A fancy person would have no clue. They'd be like, I don't know.
I need to start lying. I think that's what I need to do.
I don't know if that was the takeaway.
That's the one he gave me.
Okay, well, Anderson has already set the record for most playoff shutouts in franchise history. And in only 12 postseason games with Carolina, he's 11-1 with a 1.56 goals against average. So I'm going to be really excited to see that final series between the Golden Knights and the Hurricanes. And the reason why I feel confident that I can already say that is teams leading in the conference finals, or as it used to be called in the NHL, the semifinals, when they're up 3-1 in the series, they are 72-1. So it did happen once before. but it's not looking great for the Montreal Canadiens, because of course it's not, because Canadian teams don't win the Stanley Cup. We are one win away from this being the 33rd straight season in which the United States has won the Stanley Cup, which once again, we have to bring up the Stanley Cup is an American trophy. By the way, Montreal was the last Canadian champion in 1993, but it sure doesn't look like that's going to happen again.
It's not going to happen because what's been such a treat for me to watch in this series for the Hurricanes specifically is the defense and not just goaltending. Like the actual blue line defense and the way that they are pressing and suffocating Montreal offensively. They're not getting anything. 3 straight games with under 20 shots on goal through the entire game for Montreal. Like, this is a defensive masterclass, and I don't know if I'm just a little bit bitter after the Stars exit, and I'm kind of nitpicking and watching things that I didn't see from my team, or if Carolina really is just that good defensively, and I think they are. It seems relentless through every period of play. Every second matters to them on defense. The want-to factor, the give a bleep factor is what I often say with stuff like this, especially defense and basketball and whatnot. I'm always saying that the want-to has to be there. The want-to from every single line is there for Carolina. I just see no flaws in their game defensively right now, and that gives me no reason to believe that your theory is going to come to life.
There you go. Now, I was going to bring up what I thought was a potentially positive story, that Jason Robertson took batting practice with the Texas Rangers. But then I saw this text, and I was like, huh. And from the 214, did you notice that Robo had 0 Stars gear on as a guest of the Rangers? Now, I'm going to try to assuage those fears. He did have on a Rangers hat and Rangers red batting gloves. I can imagine that maybe he thought taking batting practice in a sweater was not, you know what I'm saying? Like that is not doesn't have the most give to it if you're going to be swinging and stuff. So I'm going to go with that, maybe just to protect myself and not him giving notice to the Stars. I choose to believe that.
Well, you know, he was on the pregame show with Jared Sandler yesterday, so maybe we can see if there was any conversations. Jared, being the filled with integrity journalist that he is, maybe he asked some questions before they went live. You know, like giving him that 10-second countdown to air, and he's like, "So, have you gotten the call yet?"
Okay. See, I like where your head is at with that. All right, go ahead and give me cut number 9, because it's not going to be a super segment unless we talk about the NBA playoffs as well.
Finds Shaman, far corner, 3-pointer for the tie. He got it off the back rim and in. Shaman with the soft touch, and we're tied at 99 with 41 seconds to go.
Once again, so much content. I'm going to give you an option. Would you like to talk about the president flopping or the golden ticket?
Ooh. Anytime you say the president, it's kind of hard to not steer that direction.
So
I'm chaotic.
This is a bipartisan statement. Just telling you a thing that could happen. President Donald Trump says he plans on attending one of the NBA Finals games at Madison Square Garden. Said he got invited by Dolan. Of course, he did add numerous people invited him. By the owner of
big time.
I mean, look. I think we should all be able to have some fun with that. But he was invited by the Knicks owner, and he said that he thinks he's going to go. He would be the first sitting president ever to attend an NBA Finals game. And
it's kind of wild.
And New York is his city. I mean, it is wild, but at the same time, I just think about what a logistical nightmare all of those things are for like the Secret Service and security and everything like that. It's like, hey, I'm just going to be sitting right here. Oh, could you not do that? And that's not about Trump. That's about any former, current president that does anything. I'm like, hey, could we not do things that are out in the open?
The idea of him sitting courtside is kind of hilarious, though.
Sure.
Just because, like you said, you never see that. So just the idea of, I don't know, like Jalen Brunson bringing the ball up past half court. He's trying to set up the offense. They do one of those close-ups where he's just standing there dribbling, pointing out answers, and then you see the president of the United States right behind him just watching the game. Like, objectively, I think that rules.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen because of, like you said, logistical security purposes. He's probably going to be in a suite. But that would be awesome just to be like, hey, and the president's courtside because, sure, the finals just mean more.
Yeah, sitting next to Spike Lee. That's what I would like to happen. I know.
And Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so that leads us to the golden ticket. So, kind of the logic of the richer and more famous you get, the more things you get that you could pay for, but you don't have to pay for.
Yes.
All right, Timothy Chalamet was sitting courtside in the closeout victory over the Cleveland Cavaliers when he received the golden Chipotle ticket.
What?
And he was very excited because it's actually like a card. And he goes, oh, my name's on it. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. That's an actual thing that he actually said. Are you familiar with this Chipotle card?
So I know that they've given out cards to celebrities like that they've worked with.
They have. Do you want to just hear a weird hodgepodge of them?
Absolutely.
Timothy Chalamet, Ozzy Osbourne, Olivia Rodrigo, and Tony Hawk. I just thought that those are the people that you really needed to know. Is like there's a lot of differences there, but it allows those who have the card the opportunity to get one free customizable meal per day and one catering order for 50 people once per year.
Ooh.
So
I'm just thinking about how annoying I would be each day. I'd be like, double this, double that, extra this. You know what? I've never tried this flavor combination. It's free. I don't care if it sounds ridiculous. I'm still going to taste it. So I like the concept of just switching it up every day because you can. And that's another reason why every child should aspire to be famous in some capacity because you have the money to do that. And I even saw there was some video of Kylie Jenner sitting next to him at the game, and it looks like she snuck in some alcohol in her purse. Oh. And people are like, even rich people are sick of the sporting event concession prices.
Because Timothy Chalamet, he's only worth about $25 million.
Something slight.
Per reports. Now, Kylie Jenner is worth between $700 million and $1 billion. So they don't necessarily need this money. But again, that's what you get. Now, let's talk about something that I do think, actually, I'll save the heartwarming story for tomorrow. And instead, I'll tell you a fact, and you can interpret it however you see fit. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, so far in the playoffs, has made 114 field goals and 120 free throws. So he has more free throws made than field goals. I decided to do the research on this because I saw people saying, well, Wemby's the same.
Bless you.
Wemby is not the same because I saw people were like, oh, Wemby's exactly even, or Wemby has made more free throws than field goals. False. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 114 field goals made, 120 free throws made. Wemby, 115 field goals made, 91 free throws made. So he's at a plus 24, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is at a minus 6. These are just numbers that are factual. I will let you interpret them however you want, or get mad however you want.
Flopper.
It was interesting. I heard Jay Williams this morning. He said every time that Shai goes down the court, it feels like a debate about what a foul is or not. Mm-hmm. Now, I think one of the things that people don't factor in at all, and they should factor in at least somewhat, is I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is significantly more likely to cut to the basket than so many people who will camp out at the three-point line.
Sure.
So that's naturally going to get him more free throw attempts. However, I don't need you to fall down every single time.
That's true, but also be careful what you say because he might take legal action against you for using his NIL.
Oh, so that is an issue that do you want to go into that AM on the FM or hit it right here?
Let's do it now.
Let's do it now. They have sent a cease and desist to Underdog for any potential plays or shirts that they're selling or anything like that would dare insinuate that Shai has ever flopped.
It's the weakest thing ever. I tweeted this morning or last night. He is the softest quote-unquote superstar
right.
that I've ever watched in my lifetime, because he puts on this persona in the post-game pressers and interviews of, oh, it's business, I block out all the noise, I'm cool, I'm nonchalant. No, you're not, dude. You're literally sending out legal notices to people who are acknowledging facts that you are a foul-baiting loser. And when you are the league MVP, you are bound to get that conversation surrounding you, whether it's fair or not. In this case, it is fair, and he doesn't want to acknowledge that. But even if it wasn't fair, it's just like Brett Boone was on the morning show yesterday, and he was talking about any Skip Schumacher blame, and he's like, when you're in that position, you're going to hear about it, whether it's your fault or not. You are going to get that conversation surrounding you. You have to be mentally tough enough to deal with it and just say, let me prove you wrong. He's done nothing to prove anybody wrong because it's factual. I'm so sick of that team, and I'm so sick of him because it's ruining basketball. It really is.
Something to look for tonight. Focusing on a different player, Alex Caruso, shooting 47.7% from three this postseason. That's 18.4% higher than he did in the regular season. That is on pace, if it stays, to be the biggest jump from regular season to playoff three-point percentage ever. So, we talk about the depth of Oklahoma City and the defense of Alex Caruso, but the three-point shooting, watch out for that tonight.
I've got a number on him, too. That's really interesting, real quick. Alex Caruso currently has the highest true shooting percentage of any player shooting 8+ field goal attempts per game in a conference finals in history.
Wow.
Yeah. 79.8% this series, true shooting percentage. That's ahead of 2017 Kyrie. And 2022 Jordan Poole. No other player in the top 10 has done it in such few minutes that he's played.
All right.
Also more steals than anyone in the top 10 as well.
Does that mean I have to thunder the F up?
I'd rather you not.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus don't blame the pickleball court. Next on The Fan.
With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. That was like a 9.9 out of 10. That was incredible.
I've always wanted to do that.
That was incredible.
By the way, Corey should be back on Monday. He's celebrating his oldest son's high school graduation.
Or he knew the Rangers lost and I was going to wear a concert t-shirt today. And he didn't want to show up because I did wear a concert t-shirt just to spite him.
And you'll be glad to know from the 817, somebody texted in to shut up. And just to me. And I was like, oh, why? And they said, I'm behind, but that corduroy joke... It wasn't bad. I just felt like Corey would have responded like that.
Yes!
I was like, okay, all right. And then another person said they were listening in their earbuds, and they laughed out loud, and everybody at their office looked at them.
Good. Because you shouldn't have laughed at that.
You were probably jealous.
It wasn't
good. You
good.
just heard. And also trying to figure out how Jet didn't get that joke.
Came to me slowly, but surely.
It took a village. It took a village. Guys, we got the question of the day, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel injury attorneys text line.
I got a question of the day for you.
I'm scared.
Actually, it's for Jet. Jet, would you consider, instead of Alec Medford, Alex Single Momford?
I like the ring of that a little bit.
I just attract bits is what I do, because at first it was the nipple piercings. Now it's the single mothers, because God forbid a man does a nice thing on Mother's Day, giving a stranger some flowers, and she's like, oh, you know, this is nice. This is timely. I'm a newly single mom, and I went about my business.
So you also happen to know that she was a newly single mom, did you?
Because she told me. It was a stranger.
So let's just recap.
Aiden, stop!
Let's recap the facts as we know them, Aiden. Alec finds out of nowhere that this lady lets you know that she is a newly single mom. Second fact, it's also Mother's Day. Third fact, Alec gives her flowers. And fourth fact, did she say, don't know. But that's a pretty damning argument right there.
Just
the prosecution rests.
Good, because just want to let y'all know I'm a pretty decent human, I think. That is not my intention.
I don't think you're a bad person if you hook up with single moms.
Go ahead and mark that. Thank you. This is my favorite segment because I can bait Kevin into saying something stupid. So now that's how I get my segment back on the rails. We got the question of the day because it's a great day today. We go to the National Day calendar. No, it is not any holiday pertaining to anybody that you think I would target in life. It is National Hamburger Day. It is National Hamburger Day. So the question of the day, 877-881-1053. What is your favorite meal of all time? Because for me, it's so easy. This is my default anywhere I go, and this is how I know if, as a restaurant, as a company, you're serious. If you can nail a bacon cheeseburger, then you got my trust, because that's kind of hard to screw up.
See, I like that. For me, it's the perfectly cooked medium rare steak that I'm like, well done.
Easy.
Bravo to you.
Well, medium rare, not well done.
True. Yeah. I do not understand the well done steak concept at all.
Me neither. Maybe for children.
Yeah.
You know, just to be like, hey, you know, get the vitamins, get the protein and everything, but they don't want to see something that's still mooing at them. I kind of get it. What are you laughing
By the way, you know I'm laughing. There are so many people that are, man, Alec Medford, ain't missing. And some other FCC not compliant out of that. From the 469, Alec, you dog, much respect. And then shout out to Jake Burger on National Burger Day.
Yes.
Yep.
He needs to hit one 400 feet tonight. That's what he needs to do.
And that would be great. Just watch like every at bat Yordan Alvarez has had.
All right.
Except for those 2 strikeouts against Jack Leiter with a home run wedged in between. And
that's an awful ice cream sandwich right there.
Yes.
Because it's beautiful and it's ugly at the same time.
True. Ooh, chicken fried steak.
That's a good
From
one.
The 806 is their go-to. They said they haven't found a winner in Dallas yet. I have no doubt Fantex will now do what they do at 877-881-1053, and they will help you out with that quest.
They're gonna do some good work once they abandon the idea that I'm out here looking for single
mothers. Yeah, and
mothers.
also said Alec is Mr. Steal Your Mom. Look, he's not saying he's going to be your dad. He's just saying he enjoys company with your mom. And if someday you want to call him that, then that's up to you.
I feel like Alec could fit that role. Like
You're not helping, Jet.
He takes care of things. I mean,
Yeah.
Really
he
likes
does.
to give advice. He's mentored me my entire career.
Oh.
I think that fits perfectly.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Thank you guys for making this show number 1 because I don't get it.
Alec Milf and Cookies Medford? That is tremendous. That's from the 214. I wish I would have come up with that.
You know what? At this point, put it on a coffee mug. I'll drink from it. At this point, I can't escape this. But yeah, I'm going to go back to the question of the day for National Hamburger Day. Kevin, what is your favorite meal of all time? That's just an easy one for me because you can't screw up a cheeseburger for me, a bacon cheeseburger specifically.
But if you do screw it up, you know not to try anything else there, right?
Exactly, because at that point, I'm scared to try a steak from that establishment. I'm scared to try any kind. If it's one of those places that they have a menu that just has everything and you screw up a cheeseburger, I'm not trying your sushi.
Yeah.
I'm not trying your Cajun chicken pasta. I'm not trying any of that because I can't trust you to do the one easiest thing on the menu.
Dare I say, I do not know if I would want to be at the restaurant that serves double cheeseburgers and sushi.
Ooh.
I feel like maybe that's not the spot for me. I appreciate that they seem to have a variety of food that they choose to make, but
Jack of all trades, master of none.
I don't know if that's the spot I'm going to.
Let's see. Oh, the Thirsty Lion in Las Colinas. From the 817, they say a proper pint of Guinness is my go-to.
By the way, a couple of people shouted out Babes for their chicken fried steak, and I that's a good answer. I know sometimes there are certain places where, like, if there's a lot of them, you just assume like lower quality or kind of like homogenized quality. But I think that's a good answer.
And then from the 214 for a good chicken fried steak, Cindy's Deli.
Ooh, you know what I always think of? Is Cindy's Deli, I know there's multiple ones of those as well. Is that the one on Central that's right next to the funeral store? There's a deli on Central, and I think it is Cindy's, that's right next to the funeral store. And I always wondered if anybody's like, whoa, it's a tough day. We had to go buy this casket and set up. Would you like a Reuben sandwich? Like, I don't know what the carryover is on those two places. Not sure.
A Reuben would make me feel better.
Especially if you're planning something that just disappointing. I'd go with a Cuban if I'm having that tough of a day.
Sure, fair.
You know? I don't know. I feel like I need a little bit of the excitement from the mustard. I don't know. Jet, what's your favorite meal of all time that you can't go wrong with?
Favorite meal of all time? It's funny because we were talking about not sounding too fancy a little earlier. My answer is gonna break that through the window. Alaskan king crab legs.
Oh, that's the fanciest thing I've ever heard.
Big time.
It is the best meal you can have. You got that garlic butter to dip it into. Ooh. That's what my family used to do. Like, that'd be the Christmas Day, Easter type of meal.
Ooh.
That would be a perfect holiday family meal right there. That's big time, though. I can't tell you the last time I've had that specifically. I know I have. It's just been a while. Stop laughing at the fan text.
It's not about moms. Although somebody did ask if your favorite song is Stacy's Mom. From the 214, yes, it is next to the casket store, and there's usually old people eating at that Cindy's location. And they said they think it's great marketing for the casket store.
They're just planning ahead or what?
I knew it.
I like your phrasing better. The funeral store. We're going to go buy a funeral. Because, yes, that's a tangible thing that you just go purchase.
By the way, I don't want to be a bring down, but if you have had somebody die that is close to you, it is shocking how expensive funeral costs are. Like when my dad died, I was just floored by all the different packages they were offering. I was like, good Lord, then that's the cheapest one? Oh my gosh.
See, and when my mom passed, she literally had it written that she didn't want a funeral because she knew how expensive it was and she didn't want us to have to deal with paying for it.
Yeah.
So I was kind of appreciate that in an odd way.
Yeah.
But it was dang, we're at that point where people are don't put one on for me because it's expensive.
And that is kind of sad, but I appreciate the forethoughtness. Nope. From your mom. I'm going to stick with that.
Forethoughtness.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with that from your mom to help you guys out.
Yes, it was. That was the most mom thing ever. Most mom way to go out. And guys, this is not a way to go out if you play pickleball. According to CBS News in Pennsylvania, a local township recently launched an investigation after there were multiple acts of vandalism to pickleball nets and courts located at TLC Park and Mountain View Park in Pennsylvania. Security footage later revealed that the alleged culprit, a Tannersville resident named Saif Kaleem, was hobbling around on crutches. He was He was hobbling around on crutches and vandalizing these pickleball courts. They later found out, after speaking to him and reviewing more footage, that he played pickleball at these courts frequently, and he blamed one of these pickleball courts for an unspecified injury that left him on crutches and said it, quote, ruined his summer.
Whoa.
And it drove him to lash out and vandalize these courts and pickleball nets. So he got injured while playing pickleball.
And took it out on the inanimate objects.
Yes, and it ruined his summer. So he went and vandalized it for everybody else, and they caught him, and he is now under arrest. So, hey, injuries happen, man. It's I'm in an intramural football 7-on-7 league. We play on turf.
Right.
Is there a chance that I tear my ACL? Absolutely. I signed a waiver that said I'm okay with that. You got to know what you're getting into. And, dude, I'm sorry. But, hey, maybe that's just a sign that you're past your prime.
Oh, man. I guess so.
Skill issue.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who will be victorious in these quarterback battles? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Thirsty Thursday show. Of course.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
First and goal. Dortch again lines up in the backfield. Murray near side to Harrison. Over the shoulder. Touchdown.
Piece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Woo. And let's start with...
That felt good.
Let's start with the saga of J.J. McCarthy and Kyler Murray, because this is going to be the crux of one of our questions today.
No.
They were both asked about their relationship so far. Tell me if you think these are similar answers. Kyler Murray. Obviously, he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him. I feel like I played 7 years, going on 8. I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Giving him any knowledge he needs. Okay, that's nice.
That's nice.
J.J. McCarthy. He compared it to them being two guys in a classroom and said he sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us.
Huh.
So in theory, it sounds like perhaps he does not think that Kyler Murray is going to teach him all of the things. Do you think that is a fair way of interpreting that statement?
I think that's more than fair. I think that sounds like somebody that is viewing the other quarterback as true competition and somebody threatening to take his job.
As he should.
Which, yeah, he hasn't shown anything to me outside of maybe 3 or 4 plays late in the fourth quarter. J.J. McCarthy, where I'm like, oh yeah, that dude's got it. Other than that, I saw a lot of questionable stuff. It's really just the between the ears stuff.
Right.
Some of the reads, like he's got the arm talent, he's got the athleticism. I just haven't seen him put it all together yet. And then Kyler Murray played in Arizona.
Yeah.
And he's got the athleticism, he's got a cannon of an arm. I think that is somebody that feels threatened by the idea of somebody who has kind of been there, done that to an extent, and Kyler Murray feels threatened by him being in the locker room, and he's like, no, we're both in the classroom because we're both trying to graduate. This is not the student-teacher situation. This is two guys competing to be valedictorian right now.
Yeah.
And which, like you said, he should be in that mindset because he didn't play well enough, and I'm standing on it. Kyler Murray is going to be the week 1 starter, and he's going to keep that job because I don't see any reason to believe that they are close enough of a football player to each other.
Now, Denzel Ward has not been at the Browns OTAs, and he's like, look, don't worry about it. I've just been training, working out. And then he added, I got a girlfriend. I got to take her on some dates. I've just been working out, working my craft, and getting prepared for when I get back in there. Yeah, that's it. But he did say that once the mandatory portions of these camps begin, that he shall be there. Now, let's go back to Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy as part of this question. We've got 5 kind of key quarterback competitions. Let's start with Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. And Mr. Medford, my question is twofold. Kind of who do you think will start the season? And then if you think that's going to change, when will the change happen?
It's easily Kyler for me. Again, I don't see it with J.J. McCarthy. I thought Kevin O'Connell would show me something that I didn't see coming out of college going into the draft, where I'm like, okay, they were right. I expected that. I know that he missed a year with the injury and everything, but I expected something to where this would be a little bit more of a conversation. I think Kyler wins that job and he keeps it.
Okay. Now, we go from that to, this could be the most high profile just because of the draft status. Fernando Mendoza and Kirk Cousins. I've told you I've become more and more of the belief that they might just start with Kirk Cousins. What do you think?
They absolutely are going to. I think that Clint Kubiak has the old school Kubiak line of thinking and coaching where it's, no, whenever you draft a guy, you develop them. You don't play them, So I think it's just the old school. It's very Vegas Raiders. It's very, very Raiders, if you ask me. It's just old school way of thinking. Kirk Cousins is the guy who earns the job because he's been there, he's got the skins on the wall, and we're not going to rush our number 1 overall pick out there because, quite honestly, we don't know what this offense is going to look like and if he's going to get murdered in broad daylight out there. So we'd rather it be the overpaid backup.
And when will it switch, if at all?
I think late in the season. I think Kirk plays double-digit games. I think he starts double-digit games. I really do. Just because, again, I think the Raiders are so committed to doing this the quote-unquote right way. So I think that's how it plays out.
Michael Penix versus Tua for the Atlanta Falcons.
The easiest question you've asked me all day. It's going to be Michael Penix. Penix, if you're fancy. Tua's just... if it's not... Penix.
I think Tua starts game 1. I'll tell you that'll be my hot take for this.
If it's Tua, I think it's because Penix hasn't done enough rehab wise.
Fair.
Which again, I'm just assuming that he does all the right things to be on the field week 1. Does Michael Penix?
Just devil's advocate on that. I'm not disputing that, but you can do all the right things and still not be ready just because of logical progression of your body.
Sure, and his lengthy injury history gives me pause just to say that maybe they say, we've got a guy that started a lot of games, so if you're not quite feeling it, if the knee isn't quite where it needs to be, if you're just, maybe you're not at playing weight right now, I could see it. For their sake, I don't want it to be Tua because it's going to be a miserable disaster.
Cleveland Browns will limit this one to Deshaun versus Shador. Poor Dylan Gabriel will not be part of this conversation.
Good, because he's not good at football.
There.
It's going to be Deshaun, and
Agreed.
I don't hate it. I was kind of excited that Shador was actually getting a chance because I was under this idea that Deshaun was just going to kind of phase out on the bench, and they were eventually going to eat the dead money at some point.
I did too.
Whether it was next off season or whatever, they're just kind of like, okay, we took the L on this. We're going to try to move forward. And then Deshaun starts impressing early on at OTAs and whatnot, and everybody's like, oh yeah, he's far and away the best quarterback on the roster right now, which makes sense. So he starts week 1. I think he plays the whole season too. If he stays healthy, I think he keeps the job.
Do you want to know an amazing thing about Deshaun Watson when people are like, well, at least this is the last year of the contract? Well, remember, they kept switching that contract up. They still owe $86 million on that deal after this year, and he's under contract for none of those seasons. So
that's not good.
No.
And that's why I say the Browns GM, Andrew Berry, I don't understand how he's still employed.
Yeah.
He's not very good at this. Yeah. That's why he has 18 quarterbacks on his roster.
It is.
And he's going to pay one of them almost $100 million to not be here at some point.
Whoops. Now to the main event, the one I know you've been waiting for, the three-way dance with the Arizona Cardinals, not the American Cardinals, between Jacoby Brissett, I guess, Gardner Minshew is there too, and Carson Beck.
Well, you sandwiched Gardner Minshew in an ice cream sandwich of misery.
Although let's not overrate Minshew either.
I mean, yeah, that's true. It's just, I've actually seen him win a couple games, which is cool. I've seen Jacoby Brissett win a couple games, and then Carson Beck exists.
That he does.
I think this Brissett financial disagreement keeps going. I don't think they resolve it. And ultimately, I know Corey is really pushing for the Carson Beck experience. I don't think he wins the job. I think Gardner Minshew ends up starting week 1.
Okay.
I don't think he keeps that job, though. I think it ends up being Carson Beck at some point this year. Maybe whenever they play the Cowboys. Maybe that's his first go-around.
Fascinating.
I think it's later in the year for the Cardinals to make that move, but I do think Gardner Minshew ends up being the week 1 guy.
All right, let's talk about Von Miller. He said not only does he want to play for the Broncos once more, he's been actively lobbying to play for the Broncos again. He said, I do lobby. I lobby publicly, privately. I do lobby. I think there's no question the type of environment I bring to a locker room to a team. I don't like to pat myself on the back, but at 37 years old, I can still roll out of bed and rush the quarterback. What do you think about the contribution abilities that Von Miller still has? 9 sacks last year with the Commanders. That was his best since 21.
I think he can still give something to a contender. It's just got to be a deep team, which the Broncos defense, deep.
For sure.
When you're not asking him to be a quote-unquote full-time player, I think you are winning that battle. It's the same thing we talked about with OBJ trying to get back in with the Giants and their new coaching staff is if he's your 4th receiver, it's a good move. Right. It's a good move. You're not expecting anything from him at that point, just to play a role, just to fill a jersey number and catch a couple passes here and there. For Von Miller, if you can ask him to come in on 3rd downs, and say, just straight bull rush, give us your best effort on 3rd down, then I think that's a winning decision for a winning team, which the Broncos hope to be again next year with a healthy quarterback, we think. So I think the move makes sense, and I think he could give you a little bit of something.
We're the Kansas Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can go back to the Rangers, or are these MLB veteran studs, including a former and current Ranger, just in a slump?
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And we're going to try a couple of different things out right here.
I dare you.
Okay. Accepted. So to go along with that, we got Jared Sandler rolling up into the studio about 12:40 for the Texas Rangers Power Hour, and I'm really looking forward to that. Quick note on the Rangers. Keith Law put out his new top 50 prospects for the Athletics. Sebastian Walcott started preseason ranked 16th. He is now 15th on the list, with that list, just like MLB.com's list, being topped by Jesus Made, or if you prefer, Jesus Made.
That's right.
But it is Jesus Made. And so just wanted to throw that out there. Now, got a question for y'all about some MLB players that have been studs.
Reality.
Over the year. No,
Oh, wait, wrong.
That
Wrong
is
segment.
not what we're doing.
Dang it.
This is going to be more simplistic.
Oh.
Do you kind of feel like maybe these players are done being great? Let's start with Manny Machado, 7-time All-Star, top 4 in MVP voting, 4 times. And still, even last year, playing almost every single game, putting up some very solid numbers so far this year. He's still out there and he's still playing. He has a negative .5 WAR and is hitting 169 with a 603 OPS. He is about to turn 34. Do you think Manny Machado is done being really good?
Ooh. I've thought this a couple times with him.
Oh, yeah.
And then, kind of like Matt Stafford, he just says, no, I'm going to go ahead and be Manny Machado again. This time, it's kind of hard to deny, but at the same time, the Padres just have a few offensive bats that just haven't figured it out this season.
Fernando Tatis perhaps leading the way.
Yes, so I don't know if maybe there's a systematic top-down kind of issue that's going on. They've had some turnover in terms of managerial status and whatnot. I mean, they're not afraid to make massive moves. That's why they have so much star power. But for Machado, I don't really see anything that shows he's trending in the right direction either.
Okay.
Like, even his recent game splits are not good. So I think he might just be hitting that wrong side of 30 conversation.
I think I'm with you on that. I believe the same thing about this next fella. 4-time All-Star, 3-time Silver Slugger, and 2017 World Series MVP for a fake title, George Springer. Currently, even though he was really good last year, he is currently hitting .211 with a 657 OPS. He will turn 37 in September. Is this the end of the road for George Springer?
I think it might be, because we're already getting to the point with him where he's a healthy scratch in the lineup. Literally just a day ago, removed from the lineup, asked the manager why. Said he needed a breather. And that's not a physical one either. That's one of those, he's kind of struggling along here. Again, the legend of him that lives in Houston, it's going to live forever. But he's lived past that. He's seen better days for sure, which sucks because I was excited when he left Houston because I wanted to see if he could continue on that legacy. It's just like if Yordan Alvarez, if for whatever dumb reason the Astros ever let him go, I'm going to be excited because I want to see if he just continues to be that monster going forward, and then I can have a reason to kind of like him.
Right.
George Springer has not done that for me. The change of scenery has not been good for him. He's been banged up too with the Blue Jays. He's had a little bit of an injury bug here and there. He doesn't play enough anymore to get that level of consistency that I'm used to from him. Again, even some of the advanced numbers just say that it's not one of those where it's like, oh, he's just unlucky right now. You know, he's hitting the ball hard. He's not. He's not really doing anything well.
5-time All-Star, AL MVP runner-up in 2023, and 2-time World Series MVP, number 5 for your Texas Rangers, Corey Seager. Corey Seager as having by far the worst start to his career, and I know he's out right now. I wonder if we're still a couple of weeks away on that front. 179 batting average, 638 OPS, because even in the years when he had been injured, like you look at last year, is he's still able to put up a WAR of about 6 and an OPS of 860. Those are down dramatically. Is this the end of the road of greatness for Corey Seager? I'm not saying he'll be out of Major League Baseball or anything crazy like this, but is this the end of greatness for Corey Seager?
I hope not, just because history will tell you he has this weird trend of small injury turns into extended stint on the IL, turns into he comes back and he's got everything figured out again.
Right.
And
when it's on, it's horrifying for opponents.
Exactly. So baseball is a game of trends.
Yep.
So I would like to follow, it's hard for me to, but I would like to follow the trends here and say that he is going to make good use of this time away from the lineup, identify some things that maybe weren't working for him. We know how robotic and just scientific he is when it comes to his mechanics, his swing, everything involved in playing the game. I just hope that he is doing that. He is taking this time away to really evaluate, one, get healthy, but two, evaluate what wasn't working. And maybe he does come back scorched earth because he's done it before, so I don't want to act like he's not capable of doing it again, but I'm inching closer towards that point.
This is really depressing, too, from the 575. What's even crazy is with Machado and Springer being so bad, they might still be one of the best bats on this team. That is...
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Yeah.
I'd take it.
That does really bum me out. Now, we're not just going safe here. We're going to throw out some names that might make you pause.
Oh, no.
Mookie Betts.
Whoa!
8-time All-Star. 2018 AL MVP, 2023 NL MVP runner-up, and man who, once he was moved to the number 4 spot, hit 2 home runs just 2 games ago. But you look at it and man, oh man, is he struggling this year. 182 batting average, 649 OPS. Now, I realize that injuries have come into play with all of that, and I understand that, but those are still some staggeringly low numbers for somebody who's at least been like a pretty good even hitter for average, for pretty good to very good for a good chunk of his career. He turns 34 in October. Is this the end of Mookie Betts being great?
This is tough. It's tough to bet against him, but at the same time, injuries have plagued him on top of the fact that he's probably, even in the 4 spot, he's probably seeing a lot more difficult pitching than he's used to because his lineup is so stacked.
Sure.
So just because of the concept of lineup protection and whatnot, the different scouting reports from team to team, I feel like even at the 4 spot, he might just be seeing better pitches for the pitcher, for the defense specifically. So it's almost like having really good teammates sandwiching you in the lineup is not a good thing for him right now at this point in his career. If you even wound back maybe even 2 years ago, I'd probably be like, that's a ridiculous statement. And he's going to figure it out at some point. But again, he went into play on Tuesday with an OPS under 600. Like, it just hasn't.
And he had a great game.
He did have a great game, so maybe the lineup change is what he needed. I still think he's going to see really good pitching there. I also just remembered he's in year 13. So I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
I'm going to say yes just because the numbers are getting to me in this sense. Like, some of the other names you gave me, I'm like, I'm not going to let it get to me. He's been doing this at a stupidly high level for 13 years.
No-brainer, Hall of Famer.
Oh, 100%. It feels like he was the hot shot, like third-year player in Boston just a few years ago.
Now, I might be exaggerating the word great for these next two, and I will accept that. But somebody texted in, so I added another person from the 817. What about Adolis? How's he doing? Did we make a mistake? I mean, defensively, this team has been atrocious, so you could make that argument, probably yes. But Adolis Garcia this year, in case you're wondering what you missed out on, what you lost, he's hitting .201 with a .599 OPS. He currently has a negative .4 WAR, which means he's worse than just your average run-of-the-mill replacement player. He has 4 home runs to go along with 15 RBIs, and he has 65 strikeouts. His on-base percentage is .287. So he's pretty much clunking along at even a little bit of a lower rate than he had been in his last 2 years with the Rangers. So I would say definitively on that, no, you did not make a mistake unless you want to solely focus on defense. But I want to throw another one out at you. Again, we might be bending the use of the word great. He was 4th in Cy Young voting 2 years ago at the age of 26, and Rangers fans thought the sky was falling. Cole Reagans. Is he not going to be particularly great anymore? Let's take a look at what happened. Like I said, 4th in Cy Young 2 years ago. Since then, last year, although injury problems have popped up as well, 4.67 ERA. This year, in 8 starts, 4.84 ERA, and he is hurt again. Is it possible that 2024 season, no matter how spectacular, made a lot of Rangers fans worry for nothing?
Yeah, this is interesting because this is case of young pitcher dealing, elbow blows out. What happens now? He was shut down over the weekend in his rehab. He was placed on the IL back in May, early May, I should say. Yeah, this is odd. He's not going to be pitching for a few days. Elbow stiffness is not something you'll love to hear in this process.
And he hasn't pitched since the beginning of the month.
Yeah, that's... All signs are pointing towards I should not have any firm stance on him right now because I don't know if he's going to be able to continue doing this at a consistent rate just in general, good, bad, or indifferent. I don't know if he's going to be available. Now, ultimately, whenever you first deal him and he is a Cy Young contender, you're like, holy crap. And we might not be good at this development thing.
Well, and the only reason I didn't care, and that is very fair, obviously I agree with that. The only reason I didn't care is the trade helped facilitate the pieces that got you the World Series.
Yeah.
But I'm with you on the development part. I don't think you can make a really strong argument that they're good at development.
I will say, in that rehab outing that set him back over the weekend, he was really, really good. His fastball velo was back to his average. So he was looking good, and he's only 28. So this one, even though it's fun to think about, I think we're going to get back to the point it might not even be this season. It could be next season where you're like, remember when we traded that guy?
Right.
Whoops.
Right.
You know, it's all worth it. Like you said, whenever you sell out for a championship and it works, everything is worth it. So I'm not mad at it, but I do think his stuff is good enough to where at some point I am going to bring that up again. Like, he was on this team at one point.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Try not to think across other sports, especially basketball, people that used to be on this team. By the way, or our teams. By the way, a couple of other notes for you. Yannick Sinner, the #1 tennis player, he was 1 game away from advancing in the second round of the French Open. Then he fell apart. I know a lot of people are bringing up the heat, and he ended up losing in 5 sets today. And then a positive note. Felt like he needed something positive here. The Dallas Wings, they get after it again tonight. They're hosting Las Vegas. Then they'll host Seattle on Monday. But once they get back out on the road, they were 4-18 on the road last year. So far this year, they're 3-1. So they're already 1 win away from matching their road record, which obviously was awful next year. So another sign of a step in the right direction, and I believe ESPN had them at number 5 in their power rankings. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. That's going to eventually include the Baseball Power Hour with Jared Sandler, but we will kick it off with NFL Overreaction or Reality next right here on The Fan.
by the on-time experts.
Here's a handoff to Williams. Williams pops into the secondary. Williams breaks a tackle. Williams gets all the way down to the Eagle 45-yard line. And the Cowboys needed that. They needed something to get them going. 20 yards for Javonte Williams.
Piece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. And Mr. Medford, we will start with this. Overreaction or reality? Javonte Williams is properly appreciated. Because I feel like now that can be for the Cowboys fan base, that can be for the national media or whatever, because you continue to see, well, what the Cowboys really need is another backup running back and all this and that. So maybe it's looked as a slight to their draft picks last year. But I feel like Javonte Williams does not get the proper respect that he deserves.
Yeah, I'm with you. So overreaction, I don't think he is. I've really been kind of taken aback by some of the conversation of people nationally and even locally. I think John Machota might have even had like Malik Davis off the roster as a backup running back and saying, that's an option that you could go do. Our buddy Joseph Hoyt put out 5 moves that make sense for the Cowboys, I believe, yesterday.
Right.
And one of those was going and getting James Conner in a trade, and he was like a veteran backup running back that has recently hit 1,000 yards. I'm like, everybody really thinks that you need a legit running back too. Now, that could be, I think especially from a local perspective, it could be from the eyes of, we see him take a lot of carries and a big workload that he wasn't used to last year because he had been injured the past couple of years. So maybe it's more of if we can preserve this power.
Yeah.
And you did see at times the one knock that I think you could ever give Javonte from his first season in Dallas was sometimes in the third and fourth quarter, you could see him getting caught, a couple times because he's being asked to do a lot. And he's doing a lot of between the tackles running.
True.
So a lot of aggressive play calling from Shoddy. Maybe the idea is just if we can keep him fresh, where it's like you come off the field on third downs and we run a pass that just, something that we don't want you necessarily to do 7-8 times a game.
Yeah.
So I understand from a local perspective, sure. I think nationally, people just kind of box score watch sometimes, and they're like, oh, yeah, that's Javonte Williams. Like the rookie year.
Right.
We're still kind of jaded by that, where it's like, oh, yeah, we've seen him do it before. Cool.
Right.
He did it again. It's like man shows up to work and does his job.
Whoa.
Woo.
Yeah.
Amazing. I think that's kind of what the national media is like. They're like, been there, done that, nothing new. And maybe part of it is Dallas has a history of good runners that don't necessarily have the elite household name, like DeMarco Murray and stuff like that, like Darren McFadden. You start thinking about those names, and maybe some people of, recent football intelligence are just like, we've seen him turn anybody into a 1,000-yard rusher. And to Kevin's credit, what does 1,000 yards really even mean?
60 yards a game. It's actually 58.3, I believe.
So, it doesn't really... I think people just have to be... You have to be otherworldly as a running back for people to really appreciate you across the world of football.
All right, overreaction or reality, Mr. Medford. We're going to get a little wild here.
Oh, no.
Jacksonville could be the team to beat in the AFC.
Ooh.
I feel like you're apprehensive. Let me throw this out there. The Jags had the 6th highest scoring offense in 2025, and that was thanks in part to a 10-game post-bye stretch in which they went 9-1, won the South, and in the final 6 games, Trevor Lawrence threw 15 touchdown passes and 1 interception.
Down the stretch, I was one of the biggest believers of Liam Cohen. I understood what the vision was at first. It took a minute to come to life.
Sure.
And again, I don't think the vision is fully realized in Jacksonville yet because they did have to part ways with 2 first-round picks to go get Travis Hunter. they have the quarterback on the long-term deal, so to an extent hamstrung salary cap-wise, but they've made some decisions letting the running back go and whatnot, some financial decisions that give them a little bit of freedom. Now, the biggest cog of that machine, if it is going to be the machine in your hypothetical, are they going to get Brian Thomas Jr. involved this year?
Yeah, that's been a mystery year over year. I really thought he was ready to take off.
I thought he was going to be the next big thing that nobody really expected. And I thought the Liam Cohen offense lended itself to creating that reality. And now, one thing that's interesting, I don't think the Eagles and Patriots trade falls apart, but if there really is some bartering going on, like we're hearing about, because it's not June 1st yet and we need stories about that for whatever reason, James Gladstone, the GM in Jacksonville, Corey likes when I call people sickos. He's a sicko.
Right.
And I think he would be willing to jump in there and at least run up the price a little bit and say, hey, our number one receiver didn't do anything last year. How about we go find another one and we just make the rich richer? So either way, they need a true standout wide receiver to really go off this season, whether he's on the team or not. I hope it's Brian Thomas Jr. because it's an easy solution in-house. But it's a long-winded way of saying reality. I think they will be, because I think Liam Cohen has the right idea.
You might need to use the word hope again here. Overreaction or reality? DeMarvion Overshown will play at least 12 games this season.
Reality, I'm just going to...
Oh, yes!
I'm going to take the Kool-Aid. I'm going to take, maybe 2.5 gallons of it and just chug it all, because I don't know. I really don't even have a good reason. I want to hope, because nothing has told me that is going to happen. There is no recent history, even dating back to his time at Texas. I have no reason to say, yes, there is a logical path to that happening, other than he is one of the hardest working guys in that building. And he's one of those guys that has said he will trust Britt Brown with his life, and he is the hardest working rehabber. And guess what he doesn't have to do this offseason? Rehab. So what does he get to do? He gets to make sure he's in game shape. He gets to make sure that he's mentally where he needs to be, and he gets to put himself in the best position to succeed. He's not at the mercy of a training program. He's not at the mercy of how a leg feels on a given day. I think having a full offseason to just condition and to just simply exist with the team, because hanging out on the sideline and chatting and whatnot is cool and everything. Actually being in there and taking those licks. I know that you don't have all the padded practices that you used to, but the actual action of cutting on a football field and the actual action of chasing somebody down at full speed and pushing the sleds and doing all the Olympic weight lifts in the weight room and stuff like that, I think that is going to be extremely beneficial to him.
Overreaction or reality? This one I might need some explanation as well. Abdul Carter will continue to not turn pressures into sacks. So this is a kind of a philosophical discussion too about the pressure versus the sack. Last year, Abdul Carter was 12th in the NFL with 66 pressures. He also ranked 46th in pressure rate, but only 4 of those were turned into sacks, which was 211th in the sack-to-pressure ratio. Ooh. So, especially for a rookie, a great level of pressure. But in terms of finishing it off, not so much. So my overreaction to reality is he will continue to not finish the sack.
What's going to be interesting, does his production go up with some of the changes that they made on the defensive line, including trading Dexter Lawrence? Does he get more attention and the production dips, if anything? Or does a scheme change, does a system change alongside some personnel changes put him simply in that spot to succeed because he is more of the feature piece rather than the complementary asset that they wanted to play essentially cleanup? Or is he a Dallas Cowboys DeMarcus Lawrence, where he's doing all the right work. He's just not finishing.
Right.
Is that forever his title? Is that forever what he is? I think he has the playmaking ability and the athleticism to finish on pass rushes, and I think he is in a division that quite simply isn't good enough to defend him every single play. So I'll say that he will turn some of those pressures into sacks. I think you're going to see that leap here in his second year where you're like, okay, that's kind of more what we expected. I don't think he ever reaches some of the comps that he got in the draft that I thought were always outrageous. Like the low-hanging fruit was always Micah.
Yeah.
I don't think he reaches that level, but I think you say that's a damn good pass rusher.
All right, now, next one, overreaction or reality. Emeka Egbuka is a future All-Pro. Now, if you look at the totality of the stats, they're okay. But through his first 5 games, he had 25 catches on 38 targets for 445 yards and 5 touchdowns. He became a group of only 18 players that have done that, and only 9 did it in the 2000s. The other 8, Puka Nacua, Anquan Bolden, Stephon Diggs, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Malik Neighbors, Terry McLaurin, and A.J. Green. So not 100% rate, but kind of a murderer's row of wide receivers. Will he be a future All-Pro?
Reality.
I think I'm there with you.
I do think, and I don't really put much stock into the numbers dipping around mid-season last year. I think that division, that team was just in a weird place. They're not necessarily in a better place now, but I think they're in a more refined spot now because Mike Evans is gone. Chris Godwin hopefully is going to be healthy for the entirety of the season, so there's going to be a lot more of a focus on him. The volume is going to go up more than anything, so I think he has all the tools to do it. I think he's got a good enough quarterback to do it. I think he's got a good enough play caller to get him the ball. I think the circumstances for him personally make a lot more sense, and I think the volume's going to go up, so sure. Give me a reality there.
I'm going to throw one more out there for you. Overreaction or reality, the Titans have gotten Cam Ward the amount of help he needs. So Cam Ward has already stepped out and said he thinks it's going to be an explosive year for Carnell Tate. You can make a really strong argument from not only the offensive line, but the supporting cast in general, that the team around Cam Ward absolutely sucked last year, and not just because of him. So overreaction or reality, the Titans have gotten Cam Ward the amount of help that he needs.
Ooh, overreaction, I don't think enough. I think they've taken the right steps. The draft helps. They already had Tony Pollard in place. I'm kind of surprised that they kept him on the roster just because salary, you're trying to build around a new quarterback. But Tajay Spears is still on that roster as well, so they could have saved some money there. But I don't hate them keeping Tony Pollard in place. Sure. They got better across the offensive line. I still think they could use a stud really to anchor that offensive line. Nitpicky, they have like 4 tight ends on the roster right now. It's actually 6. They have a lot.
Not as many as the Rams.
Not as many as the Rams. And a few of them are names that you've heard of before, like Daniel Bellinger played some time with the Giants. Not amazing names, but they've got the idea. Again, kind of like I was talking about with Jacksonville. They're not wrong. They're just early situation. So I think you fast forward to next season, if they make another big move offensively, whether it's in the draft, free agency, or trading for a player, then I'm like, yeah, they've done everything they need to. They've taken the right step to help him this offseason. They're not quite there yet.
With a KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, will you go ahead and give me cut number 2, because it's time to start our Power Hour.
The 0-1, that one is hit high and deep to right. Smith going back, gets turned around, watches with the rest of us as it sails out of here. Home run number 5 on the season for Jock Peterson. He's put Texas back in the lead at 2-1.
And to do so, we bring on Texas Rangers broadcaster and knower of all things baseball and how to prevent a work stoppage in December. It is, in fact, Jared Sandler. Howdy, sir.
What's up, guys? Is this right mic? Do I have the... That's great. This is mic 5. I pressed mic 6, but I'm mic 5, which was Jason Kidd's original number with the Mavericks.
That's right. How did that work out?
Well, he won Co-Rookie of the Year, so I'd say then it worked out.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the second time?
You know who he won Co-Rookie of the Year with?
Rand Hill?
Yeah. What a shame.
Man, I didn't just starting with me right away.
No, I was just, I'd throw that out there. I know you love Duke.
I do.
Alec, it's great seeing you, man.
So, Jared, how's it going?
I'm glad Corey decides that when his son graduates, he can just take several days off. I didn't realize that was a thing.
Oh!
I'm just kidding.
Now you can plan ahead in 17 years.
I know.
That's right. Take notes.
Hey, let me tell you, those public school graduations are not the most enjoyable to sit through at times.
Especially in Plano or Allen ISD, I would not want to go through that.
Just don't. Now, maybe when it's your son or daughter, it's a little different, like the adrenaline.
I don't think it is.
It's not. Okay.
Having decompressed with Corey about this, I do not believe that is the case.
Well, let me tell you, it's even worse when it's your, at the time, wife's. Oh, no, were we married or not? Fiance?
Oh.
Fiance or wife? Wife, yeah.
Yeah.
When it's your wife's cousin, who I love. But I just don't. I didn't. I'm proud of him that he graduated high school 4 years ago, and I just did the college graduation. That was cool too, I guess.
Yeah, I think I hear you on that. I definitely got in trouble a few weeks ago because I was like, "Are you kidding me? Why would you volunteer us for that?" And I was like, "I've never even met that person before. Why in the world would I want to do that?" And unfortunately, that did not turn out well for me. All right, so Jared, I hope you appreciate and respect the spirit of this first question/statement. I would like to open up to you because I saw Evan Grant talk about this. Maybe it was yesterday. I'm sure you've had to deal with it. What would you say to the people who are Rangers fans who at this point seem to only want your responses to be, "You're right, this team is the worst. Let's get rid of everybody"? I saw the guy who got really mad about your trivia question a few days ago, and you're like, "I do that every single day." So, what would you say to people who either want that or perhaps think you are too kind of bright side about the team?
So, I'll be fully honest here. So, a few things. One, I am employed by the team. I am a Texas Rangers employee. I am living my dream.
By the way, who took time out of his schedule to be here with us today.
That's right.
Well, I love hanging with you guys.
That's nice.
Just hanging.
I love just hanging. Those are the days. I literally, I am so happy professionally. I get paid to broadcast Major League Baseball games. I fly on a chartered plane, stay in nice hotels, go around the country and do cool things. I am not going to jeopardize that just to prove a point on the radio or against, with some guy who's, too chicken to have his face or name tied to his Twitter profile, right? So that's the first thing. Just being honest. People are saying, "Well, he's a Rangers employee," like it's a negative. Yeah, I am. I'm pretty proud of that. I'm happy with where things are. Kevin, you used to do the post game with me.
Yep.
I have come on this station, various shows for years. If you listen, there are times you can probably read between the lines, right?
That's exactly what I think. I honestly think that with a few different people we talked to.
Yeah, I've never come on here and said something that I genuinely don't believe just to misdirect. There are things that maybe I will answer a little bit differently.
Sure.
But as far as the out for blood stuff, the other thing that I think people sometimes lose sight of, and I'm a fan, right? I'm a fan of the Rangers, but I'm a sports fan of other teams in which I don't have this professional responsibility.
Sometimes I am astonished at the amount of sports you do consume, given your sometimes seemingly singular baseball focus.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's, I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but
it's a compliment. Yeah, it's a compliment.
So, for instance, I was watching Tottenham on Sunday morning. They almost were relegated.
You're sweating that out.
Yeah, I'm pacing around and I'm, doing all the things that I don't do that I've been conditioned not to do on the baseball side. But I understand it. I don't fault fans. I realize that, and I said this probably 50 times on Twitter. You're not mad at me. You're upset at the team. But but we are the people who are the connection, right? They can't necessarily connect to other people. I get that. It is what it is. It really doesn't bother me. But what I think people don't realize sometimes is that when Joe Bob 736 with a cat picture on Twitter says this guy's the bleeping worst, he should be DFA'd, no one pays attention.
Right.
And I don't mean that in like a rude way, but he can say whatever he wants. Even if he has his picture and his name on Twitter, but he's an accountant, if he has some opinion, hopefully that person would be more respectful. I'm sure their employer wouldn't like them dropping F-bombs, whatever. But like, if they have a take, people forget about it in 2 seconds. If I tweet something, and whatever it is, positive, negative, in the middle, that gets tied to me. People will see that. People will come back to it. So I don't have I take I think there's a lot of responsibility with that. I'm not going to just go and say that everyone needs to be fired after a bad game.
Right.
I got my thoughts. I'm also, because of the first thing I said, the Rangers employee thing, if you're looking for someone to quote unquote hold people accountable, because I saw a lot of that on Twitter, that is not my job. I'm not saying that like I'm lazy, other people can do it. It is literally not my job to do that. That is y'all's, like you guys do that, right? The beat writers do that. But I understand that people, when they're not in this world, they might not understand that. So I get it. But like, it's not my job to hold someone's feet to the fire. That's like literally like that's a one-way ticket out of this job.
Right.
That doesn't mean I'm a robot and I don't see things. I can assure you that I pour over numbers and data.
I saw your back
stuff.
and forth with the guy,
the AI guy.
The AI guy, yeah.
That was bizarre. But like, I see it too. But I just think people don't understand necessarily where someone like me or Eric or Dave are coming from and what is and is not kosher for us to say publicly.
I appreciate that you just said that last part. Yeah. Now, one of the things, and you referenced this in a tweet talking about taking accountability, you go back to early in the season when Jock Peterson was stinking it up again in terms of stats, except for hard hit rate at exit velocity, which seemed like they were really good, and they did not match the production you were seeing. So move forward since that tweet, 277 batting average, 390 on base percentage, and a WRC plus of 120. So 20% better than your average major league player. Do you think, because some of the baggage that comes along with people from an admittedly awful season last year, that people are kind of sleeping on Jock Peterson? Hey, not too bad at all.
Yeah, and a few things. One, two things can be true. He can be performing incredibly well at the plate over the last now nearly 2 months, but also not be giving you back every little penny for the overall contract, right? So, you know, like I when I tweeted that, predictably, I know some people are like, oh, well, but 2 for 40. Like, I get it, but that's not the question. The question, or the issue at hand was on April 5th when he was hitless and coming off last year's season, which was a really, really bad season. You know, people wanted him gone. They wanted him DFA. They didn't want to see him in a Rangers uniform. And my point was simply, hey, it's been less than 2 weeks. There are some things that suggest that he actually is kind of trending in the right direction. Let's give it some time.
Right.
That's not, hey, the signing was the best signing in Major League Baseball history. It was, this lineup needs him. Let's give it some time. And he has been great for this. I mean, he's arguably been their most productive player from April 5th on, you know, right there with Josh Young. Now, does Jock Peterson help you defensively or on the bases? No. He doesn't. But they didn't ask him to do that. They didn't bring him here to do that. And at the end of the day, the contract's already signed. You can't undo it. So you may as well get the most out of him that you can. And again, from April 5th on, this guy's been really, really good.
It seemed promising early on. Why do you think it just didn't work out with Andrew McCutchen?
So one, I think it'd be unfair to not at least acknowledge just age. You know, maybe Father Time has caught up. He's never really been. I mean, because of the lack of lefties they faced early in the season, he was almost like just a full-time pinch hitter, right? The Rangers faced 2 lefties against Philadelphia. He had a good series against Philadelphia. But then they just, you know, after Trevor Rogers on, I think it was April 1st, they really didn't face lefties. And so he didn't get a lot of opportunity. I don't know whether, and that's not the Rangers' fault, I don't think, because he was not brought here to face righties. The numbers against righties were not good.
Yeah.
It just was bad luck with the schedule. Now, if the Rangers would have faced more lefties early on, could he have gotten a rhythm? Maybe. It's easy to say that he could have. I don't know that he could have, right? I mean, frankly, the at-bats he did get didn't look great.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in the pinch hit role, he was not very good. And
that's been a trend across the entire team.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it unfortunately didn't work out. It was a low risk move when they brought him in. They decided Andrew McCutchen over Mark Canha. Andrew McCutchen is as little as you want to put into spring training numbers. It certainly doesn't hurt when you show up and you get on base more than 50% of the time, which is what he did.
Right.
So now they got to figure out another person to step up and fill that role.
Talking about the pinch hitting and just the struggles across the board, I also wanted to get your thoughts on early on Skip's pinch hitting methodology, because it does feel like, middle of the game, he's like, hey, time to pinch hit right now. What do you think about that idea, and does that leave you, unfortunately, sometimes in a disadvantageous position for the 8th and 9th inning when that matchup might pop up again?
Yeah, it's possible. So I remember talking to A.J. Hinch about this a few years ago. When A.J. Hinch was the manager of the Astros, he had a different roster than he has had as the manager of the Tigers. To me, A.J. Hinch is one of the best in-game managers in all of baseball, as much as it pains me to say that from his Astros ties. But he is.
He tried to get him to stop hitting the trash cans.
Yeah, he tried really hard, apparently. Only went up 10. And he, I was asking him about how he reconciles kind of what you just asked, Kevin. How do you, 5th inning, that could be high leverage, but you might then expose yourself later. And, he gave an incredibly thoughtful answer, but the first thing he said was, hey, in a perfect world, I don't have to make these decisions. I have a lineup full of guys who they're not platoon liabilities. So it's not, I want to first establish, I don't think Skip Schumacher does this because he's like bored in game, right? The Rangers have, and I know you know that, but the Rangers have guys who start against righties who struggle mightily against lefties. Alejandro Osuna, Evan Carter, Jock Peterson. Or 3 of them. Josh Smith kind of needs to show, is he more last year Josh Smith or 2 years ago Josh Smith against lefties? So when that's the case, you got to have quality off your bench. And unfortunately, Sam Haggerty, who had a really good year last year, has not replicated that yet. Andrew McCutchen did not give them what they needed. Jock Peterson, when a lefty comes off the bench, he's actually been okay in that role, right? But so the big decision the other day against the Angels was in the 6th inning. Alejandro Osuna gets pinch hit for. He's 3 for 3, and they go to Andrew McCutchen. Andrew McCutchen doesn't come through with the tying run at second in a 1-run game. Alejandro Osuna was 3 for 3, but it was against a righty. I don't know if he would have gotten a hit against a lefty. No one does.
Right.
But people don't like when a move is made exclusively what they perceive because of data.
Yeah.
I get that. I do think feel is a part of it. If Skip Schumacher was operating exclusively off of data, then Alejandro Osuna would never bat second in the Rangers lineup because analytics
would say no-go.
That is not the right guy for that spot, right?
Yeah.
And we can point out other things, other reasons. There is a feel part of it, right? Alejandro Osuna in his upper-level minor league career is a sub-600 OPS guy against lefties. The gap between AAA and the major leagues is as wide as it's ever been because teams are way more aggressive getting guys up to the big leagues, which is to say the quality of competition in AA and AAA compared to the major leagues is as far removed as maybe it's ever been.
Yeah.
So how you do in AAA from a success standpoint doesn't translate as easily as it used to. From a struggle standpoint, you would think it could even be exacerbated. Alejandro Osuna had 2 hits against lefties this year. They were ground balls. And hey, a hit's a hit. But my point is, I'm not going to sit here and say that was absolutely 100% unequivocally the right decision. But it also wasn't the wrong decision because the data pointed so heavily towards making that move. I think the issue, unfortunately, is that Andrew McCutchen wasn't providing the production and didn't in that at bat that you need. There are 2 other elements to this. The feel thing. We have no idea. I don't have any idea how Alejandro Osuna is mentally against a lefty. I think he's like his at bat quality against lefties gives me hope that he will develop there. people want, hey, how are you going to develop the guy if you don't let him hit in those spots? That's not when you develop him, when you need to win a game against the Angels in the 6th inning with a tying run at second. You develop him in other spots. The other part of it that, again, this is where it becomes incredibly nuanced. Josh Young got hurt.
Yep.
Michael Hellman was in the game at shortstop, off the bench. Ezekiel Duran is now at third base. Michael Hellman was your only real backup center fielder. So if you let Taylor Saucedo face Alejandro Osuna, there's a decent chance Kurt Suzuki is going to let Taylor Saucedo face Evan Carter. So now you got a choice. Either Alejandro Osuna...
I don't love that.
Right. Either Alejandro Osuna delivers and you tie the game, which, again, unfortunately, the odds are not great. So then you go to the 7th inning. Evan Carter is now, I hate to say this, but kind of an automatic out.
Yep.
Because you can't take him out.
Yep.
Because you don't have a good center fielder to fill his spot. And so that move also kind of protects Evan Carter. So there are just always levels to these things. It's not that the manager is always right. And obviously, we're very, results-based, so the results don't always work out.
Sure.
But I can assure you that decision was not made out of, just one little specific data point. And, hey, that's it. And that's the only reason we're doing this, right? They're always layered and nuanced.
Do you kind of wish that we could go back to what Atkinson said the other day, that the Cavs had really won 2 of those first 3 games based on the data against the Knicks? So, hey, who knows what our record could be?
I think the Rangers lost a game earlier this year, and I tweeted something like, well, their expected batting average is like 150 points better than the other team. And, when
that didn't end well for you, did it? No, that did not end well for you. All right, we got a lot more to discuss, from the Rangers to collective bargaining to Wander Franco, and we will do all of that next right here on The Fan.
Thanks for making The Fan
105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And we're continuing the Power Hour with Jared. And I wanted to start with this. And Alec, I would love for you to weigh in on this as well. Do you guys think it is a bad thing for the Rangers long term that this division and the American League is so bad? Because we were talking about it earlier. If you're in the National League, you're at minimum 9 games out of first place in every single division in the National League. And so I kind of feel like you could just sort of put some of your hopes to bed and move on with your life. But because the American League and the American League West specifically is so awful, it feels like it's giving a false hope of contention that I think in the long term is bad for the Rangers when it comes to the trade deadline.
Yeah, Alex, you want to start? Oh, yeah.
It's a weird place to be because one side of me does enjoy the fact that you do have a chance. You are still alive somehow, and a lot of the time not by your own doing, right. But you are still alive in this situation, so it gives you reason to at least push a little bit harder, to press on what you do have a little bit more, and then you have a president of baseball ops that's not afraid to make a move. Right. If there is a move to be made with what little assets you do have left, he's not gonna leave any stone unturned in that page. But I also wouldn't mind the idea of accepting reality because it's a little bit more clear cut for you right now. That's the side that I lean towards, is I do think it's a bit more detrimental that the American League is not good this year, because it gives you not necessarily a false sense of hope. You can go that far, but it just leaves you in the conversation, and it leaves the door open longer than it should be. Because if I am in the NL right now, I'm very committed to the idea that I'm not competitive right now. And that's okay, because you can start to plan for the future right now rather than 2 steps too late.
And Jared, this might be too simplistic, but I watch this team. It's not a playoff team. And yet you look at the standings and you're like, but it could be. So do you think this could be detrimental for the Rangers long term and kind of fooling themselves into staying into a race or not making a trade or a move or whatever that could perhaps long term be better off for them?
Yeah, I think that this is, like, it's easy to know you got to buy when you're 10 games up in the division. Right. It's easy to know you got to sell when you're 10 games down. I think, one of the challenging decisions is when you're kind of in the middle, right? And a lot of that has to do with, less of the hope is a plan and more of the, what do you see in your team? And I think last year the challenge for Chris Young was, this is the best pitching in franchise history.
Yep.
How do we turn our backs on that? 2 years ago, it was, we just won the World Series. Are we going to punt? And, what sort of message does that send?
Because you remember when the Mavs did that and people lost their frickin' minds.
Now, neither of those years, it worked out. The Rangers didn't make the playoffs. So how do those years influence the decision this year, right? Maybe you're supposed to look at it in a vacuum, but you're human, not robot, right? So could it be detrimental? I guess, if you keep coming up short, yeah. If you do get into the playoffs with 84 wins, though, then it's not detrimental. But yeah, I totally understand that. I think it's just so important to really understand what your team has right now. You're right. The quality of play for the Rangers so far this year has not resembled that of a playoff team. So what would be the hook, right? Well, you've done it without Langford and Seager, and when they were healthy, they were not productive in the way that you would expect. When you get them back, what does it look like? And hopefully you get them back with enough runway to get a true look at that, right? The deadline's August 3rd this year, I think.
Yeah.
So you should get those guys back, and then hopefully you can get a sense, hey, Wyatt's got it figured out. Corey's back being Corey. This is the way our lineup looks. This is what we need. Is the juice worth the squeeze? How are we playing? Has a team, I think you just got to look at the big picture, the whole picture, I should say, to make that determination.
Do you think we're probably still a couple weeks out from Seager?
I think we'll have a better answer Sunday or Monday when they reevaluate him. But yeah, okay. I think it's possible, a couple weeks out from. I think the mid-June maybe is a good conservative date. Could be a little bit before, could be slightly after, but I think that the thought is that he's definitely back in June.
Okay. Is there... I'm just speaking for me right here, and obviously as a fan, you go through all kinds of ups and downs, Alec, is the idea of Seager and Langford coming back. Totally get it. They should absolutely be your two best hitters. But are we pinning too much hope maybe at this moment in 2026 for the return of somebody who has struggled in Seager and in Wyatt Langford, who has not yet perhaps the heights that we all hope he will? Is there like a
well, here's what I'd say. Even with Seager and Langford back at 90% of who you think they are, right, which I think that's fair, that leaves wiggle room. I'm not saying like the best version. This lineup is still going to have some areas it needs to improve upon, but it also could be a much better lineup, right? Like I don't think we need this lineup
hopefully to
be to be a top 5 lineup to make the playoffs.
Yeah. I'd agree with that.
Right? So, can they, if you get, like, Wyatt Langford, I'm just going to use WAR so as to be a little more concise. Wyatt Langford last year was a 5-win player. If you get 5.5 win, it's like a little improvement. If you get 5.5 win WAR Wyatt Langford from when he returns through the rest of the season, and you get 90% of who Corey Seager was last year, this lineup, the complexion changes a ton.
So to go along with that, again, I'm going to kick it over to you, Alec and Jared, is if you look at kind of the 3 components of the game, even if you get average to slightly above average in your lineup when these players come back, you still feel solid about your pitching. How do you factor in that, man, does it feel like this defense has been god-awful this year?
That to me, it may be the biggest disappointment, because they have been so good defensively, and there's no reason it needed to flip the way it's flipped. All right, so you lost Marcus Semien. You're not going to be as good defensively at second. That in and of itself is
about Adolis.
You lose Adolis, but you know what? I'll tell you, Brandon Nimmo's been pretty good and right. Now, the Rangers don't have the arms in the outfield that they did last year, and it's really because of Adolis. But I think Brandon Nimmo's ability to go and make plays has been a lot better than what I remember from when he was with the Mets.
Right.
But yeah, and even last night, like Tyler Alexander throwing the bunt away, but then also Justin Foscue not being in position to back up properly. Right. He was if you watch the replay, he wasn't busting his ass to get to where he needs to be. And it's a learning lesson for Justin Foscue, right? I bet that's not going to happen tonight if it's a similar spot. But that part's been frustrating because the Rangers have lost some games this year when you get in the car, you drive home, and when we get on the bus, you just have a feeling like, dang, not asking you to score 10 runs off of Christopher Sanchez to win this game. That game the Rangers lost, pretty definitively. But gosh, just make some basic plays, and you feel like you're going to put yourself in a better chance to win.
Alec, his defense, because I feel like we talk about the hitting a ton. Has defense been perhaps the most surprising slip of the year?
Yeah, just because you only lost a couple of pieces of that puzzle. You didn't lose the entire puzzle. You still have some of those players that contributed to a ton of defensive success last year. That was the one thing that you could always count on. It wasn't always flashy. It was just right. You're not even getting the right play, as Jared broke down, just some fundamental things that you're like, that is a play that easily could have been made. We just didn't do that. And Skip even talked to you and Corey about that a little bit last week, about that is probably the most difficult loss to cope with, is when you look back and you say, the offense did enough in this game. The pitching did enough. We just didn't back all of that up. And having equal amounts of prosperity on every phase of the game has just been something that's snake-bitten the Rangers so far this season.
Now, I want to loop back around to the...
Sure, Alec, that's a great point. Like, it wasn't that the Rangers were littering in web gems. Baseball Tonight doesn't exist anymore. But they just made the routine play, and they made the hard play look routine. It wasn't about highlight plays night in, night out.
Yeah. It's just consistent, sturdy, and you always know it's going to get done. Now, one of the things, Jared, we'll wrap back around to the Rangers, but I love getting your insight because, seriously, I feel like you know pretty much as much about baseball as any human I've ever met. Will Wander Franco ever be in Major League Baseball again?
It's just tough to believe. Wander Franco was not as disliked by teammates as Trevor Bauer was, but Wander Franco was not a beloved teammate.
Oh.
Trevor Bauer's infraction was far less than Wander Franco's.
Right.
I mean, not that we need a scoreboard injustices,
sure. But when it's a kid,
yeah,
it's a whole different deal.
I would, like, if you told me I had to make a firm commitment one way or the other right now, I'd say I'd be shocked if he's back in Major League Baseball. I mean, like, Alejandro Osuna's brother, Roberto, is in Japan for another year after this year, and he'd like to come back and play Major League Baseball. I think charges were dropped from his domestic situation, and he is, like, once the Astros parted with him, which, they did get him after the fact, but once, the Blue Jays let go of him, the Astros got him, but teams have been a little reluctant to touch him. So I'd have a tough time seeing it.
I was reading something from Amy Maldonado. She's an immigration attorney, has several clients that include MLB teams. She goes, there is no way the Department of State will give this man a visa. And so, obviously, that would prevent him from coming back and, of course, get the Rangers off the hook. Do you think any kind of, grievance or whatever could be filed over all of this? And what kind of position does that put the Players Association in if they're having to actively fight for somebody who was found guilty with a 14-year-old?
Yeah, no, that's a great question because, the players associations, unions, they typically just, I don't want to say blind, it wouldn't be fair for me to say blindly act pro-player, right? Pro-union member. And I know that there's certain things, I've talked to players who have shared, man, the union's fighting for this. I don't know that I believe in it, but you can't break that precedent.
Sure.
I don't know. I don't know what what's going to happen with this one. I do think that this is a circumstance where it might be a little more difficult to, get the full strength of Bruce Meyer and the union behind him. I don't know. It really is a.
No, that's why I wanted to ask you because I've been thinking about it a lot. Because, like you said, you stand up for the union. That's their job. Yeah. But what a terrible situation it puts you in if you have to be like, I know he was found guilty of that with a 14-year-old girl, but they also said, that is a really tough position to find yourself in.
It's weird because you got to count morality into it, but at the same time, like you just painted, it's business.
Yeah.
You got to do your job
for sure.
At the end of the day. And it's probably one of those where you get a super vague, muddy fight where it's just, the player is entitled to this compensation. The player will get this compensation. They're not going to address any of the other stuff. And then the league's going to be like, well, we have a stronger argument because we'll say the quiet part out loud.
Right.
And then maybe something just kind of quietly figures itself out. It's odd.
It is odd. I know we have another segment, but real quick, the potential return of Cody Freeman sooner rather than later. Do you think that could be a nice little jump start for the lineup, or am I maybe putting a little too much stock in that?
Yeah, it could be. A guy coming off a back situation, like a prolonged back situation. He was a great energy boost. I think having Cody Freeman around will be a good thing. Now, I just want to, because I got asked this yesterday, I'm not watching his rehab appearances. I see numbers. Numbers don't always tell the full story in these situations. If they don't feel like he's in great form, they can option him to AAA, right? I don't know that it's like a guaranteed done deal. Now, unfortunately, the Rangers haven't gotten a lot from their bench, so I think, they'd be open to some new blood, and he's a right-handed hitter, so the idea that they need some juice against lefties like that, that fits. Cody was, he had a 600 OPS last year, right? So I think the perception was probably that he was more productive because the Little Rascals. So
I fall into that perception. I think.
But he can play multiple positions. He is a great influence, like a great presence, great energy. That stuff all matters. And also, he's 25 years old, so yeah, I would expect him to get better. It's not like, he was only a 600 OPS guy last year. It's not going to get better. No, like there's improvement. He hasn't played in a Major League Baseball game yet this year, so I just don't know where he's at. But yeah, I do think that at some point this year, he could definitely improve the depth of this team.
So let's fire up another segment. I'm going to give everybody the opportunity, 877-881-1053, if you want to use the Franklin Injury Attorney text line to send in some of your questions for Jared. And then also, hey, apparently the negotiations for baseball have begun. All of that next right here on The Fan.
And is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A 2-0 pitch, and Nimmo lines one to right field, hooking down the line. It is in there for a base hit. Peterson is home, and the Rangers lead 1-0 in the first.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to hit a few of these questions, and I kind of want to get your thoughts about the MLB negotiations. From the 945, what have you thought about Foscue thus far? And then when Wyatt Langford comes back, what does that mean for Alejandro Osuna, either at the plate or in the field?
Oh, I keep looking at the wrong mic. I'll tell you, if Alejandro Osuna is getting on base 40% of the time, Alejandro Osuna is not going anywhere.
Hell yeah. That's my guy from last year.
That's right. Now, you do need to make sure you've got flexibility to cover as many positions with your bench as possible with how often they use their bench, right? It gives you the flexibility to get creative. Like last night, had it gotten to Kyle Higashioka, you could have pinch hit Kyle Higashioka for your shortstop and still found a way to make it work with some of the other options that you have. I think with Foscue, it's tough because the Rangers really need someone to hit lefties, and he's doing that really well. And that's kind of his, I don't want to say party trick, but I don't know what Justin Foscue's path is over the next 10 years or what it looks like. I don't like putting ceilings on guys who barely have. So he could be a really good hitter against righties. I don't know. But I think he's going to be a pretty good hitter against lefties. But then again, Wyatt Langford should also be able to help with that. So maybe it's tough. They got to see what pieces make sense, and maybe that's where Nicky Lopez comes in. Even though you look at his Baseball Reference page, it's not going to turn you on or anything.
That's
but
fair.
He does allow you the flexibility to maybe make some of those moves. And then
I like that descriptor because I was like, that actually sounds almost exactly like how I went through that.
And you need that. Like I remember watching teams like Detroit, like Tampa, like Minnesota. When these teams were even at their most competitive, and you see this guy's starting today. It's like, oh, he kind of stinks. Like, how is this guy on the major league roster for this team that's leading the division? But you realize it's not, these decisions are not all made in a vacuum.
Yeah.
It's about puzzle pieces fitting together. Maybe that's where Cody Freeman comes in, right? Like Josh Smith and his utility really helps. I think that will definitely help. But now I'll tell you, Alejandro Osuna, the energy he provides, what he does outside of the batter's box, I think it would be tough to send him back if he is still hitting at this level.
Now, on the broader baseball look, we've been talking about this, Alec, I have to admit, I was pretty surprised that they have already begun collective bargaining agreement talks, not because they shouldn't, just because I thought everyone was going to be like, well, we have no common ground, so screw it. But there's already a proposal thrown out, and the other side has already said, here are all the reasons that it doesn't work. What is your optimism level, before we get into the specifics of the first proposal, that this can get done and not impact the 2027 season in any way?
Yeah, I don't. It's funny, you talk to someone one day, and someone who's got insight, and they're super optimistic. Now this is going to get done. It might bleed into the off season a little bit, but we're going to play 162 next year. And then you speak to someone who's optimistic, but their optimism is, we'll play probably 140, 150.
Okay.
Right? And then you get the person that's like, I don't know, this blah, blah, blah. And the big sticking point is usually the variance with those people is the degree to which they think the players will cave on the idea of a salary cap. And
side question,
yeah,
really quick. Side question: do you believe it is caving if that salary cap also comes with a vastly elevated salary floor?
Yeah, that's the thing, is that the salary cap in a vacuum stinks, but this is the owners, they want this so badly, and the person I spoke to who has been a part of the executive committee when he was a player said that this is the fact that the owners are so hell-bent on this is actually or could be a great thing for the players because they can then get a lot of things that they want that aren't trivial, right? It's not like
what do they want? Do you?
Yeah, I think there's certain things like games, off days, travel stuff, a floor. The big thing, I think, in addition to the floor, like the games and travel stuff. Games, I wouldn't say games are trivial. Travel stuff is trivial in the big picture, but the big one is arbitration.
Yeah.
Maybe taking a year of arbitration away, allowing guys to get to free agency 1 year earlier.
Which it seems like MLB is amenable to.
I think so. I mean, the owners have to know that if they're going to fight tooth and nail for a salary cap, they got to give up something, right? And so maybe that's it. And then the question with the cap, though, becomes like, yeah, what's the ceiling? What's the floor? If the ceiling is the luxury tax level, the first apron, and the floor is not like where the athletics have been at in the past, then you can maybe have some conversations. Now, maybe the players decide we're not doing this because, like, I've talked to people who were a part of the union years ago, and like before I was born, like we dedicated our non 9 innings a night baseball lives to making sure that there is not a salary cap in baseball, and these guys better not compromise that. And I get why they feel that way. Sure. I don't know how the current guys feel or what their appetite is for compromise in that regard.
Something with the competitive integrity tax is what the PA is calling it for the salary floor. Their proposal is $150 million in the first year. That's more than what 11 teams are projected to spend this season. Oh. So it's a pretty big jump. Do you think, maybe not even just the first year, maybe the first few years, how does that actually look? Does it actually balance out competitive nature, or does it lead in some instances maybe to bad contracts being handed out just because you have something that you have to hit as required by the league?
Yeah, so that is one thing, Alec, where I don't know, just because I don't know that we've seen something like this.
Yeah.
Where you have to now, like, I think there's going to be a few years, 2, 3, I don't know, where teams have a runway to get these contracts that were signed without it. Because it wouldn't be fair to tell a team, hey, you signed these contracts without a cap. Tough crap. You got to now trade these guys because you can't afford them, right? Like, so I don't know if there's some sort of like percentage conversion for those contracts, or if they scale it to where that cap next year is like some ridiculous number that few teams would hit, and then the year after it gets lower, and then the third year it settles in. I don't know. It's a great question.
Sure.
And thank gosh they're smarter people than I am to figure that stuff out. I don't know what would be most fair there. I really don't.
That's the weird thing about this whole thing is, like, I don't know where the middle ground is. Obviously, they're going to work to try to figure that out, and who knows how long that's going to take. Is both sides want something so totally different. Usually you can kind of pinpoint an area where you say this makes sense for both sides. Right now, they're so distinctively different that I'm just like, what is fair in this situation? So I kind of want to just hit fast forward and get to the point where we're like, okay, the ink is dry. Here's what it looks like. Because right now, any kind of projection, any kind of idea that gets thrown out, it's like, well, it benefits one side.
Okay, and so to kind of go along with that, when you ask what's fair, is there even an agreed upon starting point? And what I mean by that is, like, you always hear that owners don't really open up their books for the players to see. So, like, is that true? And is it difficult to negotiate if the owners are crying poverty but won't let you see what kind of money they actually make?
I don't think there's a scenario where Carmen Sandiego comes in and uncovers all that. Pablo Torre's not on the scene.
Okay.
Sorry, is that what you're asking? Like, are we, like, the more transparency with that?
Yeah, and, like, how are you supposed to, like, even find a common ground if that transparency isn't necessarily there to begin with, where they're like, well, we're losing money. And you're like, are you? Let me see.
Yeah. listen, the owners showed their hand when the Padres sold for $4 billion, right?
They're doing all right.
Yeah, you can move numbers. I mean, it's kind of like advanced stats in baseball. You can tell whatever story you want to tell, probably. There's probably going to be some acronym out there that supports whatever case you want to make.
No.
But at the end of the day, the Padres just sold for $4 billion.
Right.
And so the owners can say whatever they want to say, but I think that there's quite a bit of evidence that suggests that they're not struggling, right? And I think my guess is the owners know that. They're not dumb. They might try and fight for something to see if the other side is dumb, but they're not. And I don't think the player, I will tell you, Kevin, I don't know the last time a team purchase or team acquisition or sale was like a big talking point in the clubhouse the next day.
Right.
Because I don't know how much these guys are really dialed into that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, if that is not what everyone was people, but you see it, Padres so far, and it's probably because they understand that labor, a labor stoppage is potentially in the future. Players are well aware. They know what's up.
And I don't know how much insight you can give me on this question, but we'll give it a shot nonetheless. Do you think there's any part of the lack of spending and budget from the Rangers tied into that potential work stoppage? Or have we just gotten to the point where the owner's like, we won the World Series, I feel comfortable at this level of money?
I don't know. This is not me talking around it. I don't like just what I said an hour ago. I'm not going to BS. I've not had that conversation with Ray Davis, but my guess is yes. My guess is that absolutely has played a part. And you can ask, well, why don't some other teams care about that? It's a fair question. Different perspectives on that, different strategies. I know that the regional sports network money that could eventually get back to and maybe exceed what it used to be, but isn't there yet, has impacted a lot of teams' strategies with that. You can look at the Dodgers and you can look at the Padres, but the Padres sell out every night. They play 81 home games. I'm pretty sure they sell out 81. If not, it's pretty close. And they make the playoffs, and there's a lot of money there. Unfortunately, the Rangers haven't made the playoffs the last 2 years. I don't know all the economics behind it, but I do think that the potential labor stoppage and Kevin wanting to get underneath the luxury tax apron to reset the penalties also plays a role. Now, why did they go so far below? I'm sure it's a combination of luxury tax, but also if the Rangers are in a position to buy at the deadline to be able to take on some salary. Whereas last year, they really couldn't. That was a big challenge, and they ended up getting over. But they tried hard to stay under, and they still ended up getting over. I think they have more wiggle room this year.
So I wanted to throw out just one more thing. I know there are prospects like Scarborough or Russell or I think it's Morabel that you can get excited about, but they all feel like they're still a good little bit away. Is there a prospect or two or somebody that you've been keeping an eye on that you think is closer? I'm not saying that's going to turn the thing around now, but we could reasonably see within the next 12 months.
I'm intrigued by A.J. Russell. He could be a quick mover because he's a college guy who is starting slowly because of injury, but could be a quick mover. I mean, listen, I'm not going to count out Sebastian Walcott in 2026 if the Rangers are out of it or if the Rangers are in it and he could fill a specific role, but he's got to get back first, and I think August is kind of the target. Josh Owens is a guy who really intrigues me. He's a two-way player. He's not 12 months. David Davalillo, I think, will make his major league debut at some point this year.
Yeah.
But he has scuffled a little bit with his command after getting the bump up to AAA. The other guy who I think is interesting, and again, unfortunately not a year away, is Yolfran Castillo. But I'll give you a guy who I think... But
you get my question about, it feels like, not just now, but for a long time, the Rangers' best prospects have been the ones that are furthest away.
Yeah, 100%. Aaron Zavala. Aaron Zavala was a second-round pick in 2021. He has been a great on-base guy in the minors, but has not complemented that with the other necessary offensive attributes. He's having a good year in AAA. Now, that's not a 900 OPS, but it's a 780 OPS.
Okay.
Getting on base with some power. He's 20. Let me look here. He's 26. He's turning 26 in next month. Maybe it's time to see, like, hey, what can he bring to the table if there's a need, right? He's an outfielder, so there's got to be a need. With White Langford coming back, it's not like there's an immediate need. But he's a guy, he's not a top 10 prospect anymore, but he's a guy that was a second-round pick, and maybe it's clicking for him this year, and see what he can bring.
Alec, anything you want to jump in or throw out there?
I feel a lot better after listening. I mean, at this point in the season anyways, whenever you can't really make too many harsh judgments, I start to like prospect watching just to see who could help or even just make an appearance.
Yeah.
So I like hearing stuff like that because it gives me something to look forward to while we still try to figure out what the hell is going on.
That is a good way to put it. Jared, thank you very much for the time and for jumping up in studio. I know you didn't ask to be called this. I say the man who knows all the things about baseball, and I think this just proves it yet again.
That's right.
We're the Kansas Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up.
Grapevine, the number one Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight, they got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
There's a swing by Jock, and there's a long drive to right field. That's way back, and that ball is history. Jock Peterson with his second home run of the ball game. They have both been of the leadoff variety. He has scored all 3 Ranger runs, and Texas now trails 4-3.
K&C Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty dang good. Hagee, how are you?
I am doing A-OK. Thank you for asking. Now, Broadus, you pointed this out when our show finished yesterday, and it was coming out like right when we were doing the crosstalk, the idea of the bipartisan college sports bill with the salary caps, but also, did you see Kirby Smart and him stepping out and being like, look, man, I've been a huge advocate that if we can't find rules that everybody plays by, I don't know if he means the speed zone, the speed limit or whatever, then we should go play on our own. I'm not afraid of that. I'm not afraid to break away and say our conference is strong enough to go out and play. What do you think about the concept of either the salary cap in college sports or the SEC just saying, F you guys, we're going to go do our own thing?
You know, I think the pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered line that Mark Cuban used about a decade ago could be in play here.
It was wrong about the NFL, but he might be right about this one.
We talked about this as it was breaking last night late in the show, and I think one of the guys said this is probably just negotiation, and I hope that's all it is. There's no way you could think we're going to break off and be our own college football league.
Right.
Or, I don't even know.
I do think that's what they think, which I think is silly.
And I'm sure they would have a level of success with SEC loyalists, and they would be, but it would just make college football collectively worse.
Yeah.
In a big way. Do damage.
I'm with you. What do you guys think about the idea of the salary cap for college, and will that just lead to a new round of lawsuits?
Probably, but I think that they do need to do something to try and get this more unified so it's not quite the wild, wild west. So I felt like we were kind of going that route anyway. Didn't they kind of try? Didn't we supposedly put like a $20 million cap on this thing?
I thought we did.
But then now teams are like, it's coming out that they're north of $30 million. I mean, that's kind of what you have to have a competitive squad these days. So I do think eventually it's going to go, like Gavin, you talked about contracts early on. Like, I think this is going to end up being just like a pro sport.
And I saw in Congress there's bipartisan support of an antitrust exemption for college football that would allow them to instill the salary cap and a bunch of stuff. And, I think if you're paying attention, they're about to give you a brief lesson on how business in America works. If the free market isn't working for you, you pay politicians to make rules that bend the free market to your will.
Yeah.
And it's benefited other sports, and I'm sure it's about to benefit NCAA, and everybody's going to win still. There's a lot of money. Maybe it's not an ideal, pure, open market with all freedoms honored, but I think we've been headed for this.
That's another thing about the free market, and I think you just brought up a great point, is if enough money is being made, we'll all come together and figure out a way that is it's acceptable.
Let's reduce the chaos here so we can all get rich.
Exactly.
No, these kids fought to get money, to get paid.
Yeah.
There should be no laws. Go for it.
No restrictions, no cap,
Go for it. Texas A&M's better than Texas Tech or LSU or anybody else. By all means, go for it.
I mean, we should be for that with the collective purse strings tied to UT and A&M, and now Lubbock in the game. Let's not limit the spending. Let's see how that oil money starts producing dubs.
There you go.
It also shows how out of touch the NCAA was that they did not foresee this. They're like, oh well, maybe a couple kids will get a few bucks, but they were purposely undervaluing their student athletes. And then now that you see there's an open market and everyone wants to pay them, they're like, whoa, that's too much money.
I will say this, though. There's a couple of things I would like to see differently.
Such as?
I would like to see the transfer portal be limited to how many times you could do it.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is I think you should have 5 years, and that's it. Yeah. I don't think if you're trying to petition for a 6th or 7th year, I don't think that's really where the intent needs to be. I'm all for you making...
I believe that 5-year thing is part of that bipartisan suggestion.
It absolutely is. So that's what I'm saying. But if I'm just saying from my perspective of if I was a fan of one of these teams, and I'm a fan of LSU, and I'm losing guys, but you know what? Listen, maybe I benefit from a guy transferring 4 times, but I'm kind of in the spirit of, listen, I'll give you 2. If you want to go from freshman year, it doesn't work out for you at LSU, and you want to go play at A&M, and it doesn't work for you at A&M, and you want to go to Miami, I give you that.
Right.
But then you want to go for that 4th one or the 5th one. I can't go for that.
Now
I can't go at all.
5-year rule that also is for the injuries.
Correct.
Like now, that's how we're getting these 7-8 years. It's like
that's how I did at LSU.
Yeah.
That's how I did at LSU. I was redshirted my first year. So then I got 5 years, and that's plenty enough time.
But you can't keep going on like, okay, I got hurt 3 different times.
But it could help some kids who get that 5th year of eligibility to cash in on NIL that might not have like the
hardship
professional.
Rule, the hardship rule needs to be changed.
Yeah,
it absolutely needs to be changed.
You brought up Texas Tech, and Texas A&M. Texas and Texas Tech in the college softball World Series
victory.
Yeah, Tech already 8-0. Are you locked in on things like this, especially when the Texas teams are they're 2 of the 8 right there?
Yeah, my brother-in-law's gotten me pretty into this. I mean, like, he's hardcore everything Red Raiders. He's also got to work it and write about it for Red Raider Sports. But I think it's a lot of fun. I mean, I think as a show we enjoy this now because we'll put it on and watch it during the day.
The show. Yeah,
I think it's perfect. So we'll have Tennessee, Texas on during the show. Nebraska plays Arkansas late tonight. Yeah, once we start to get into the World Series aspect of it, I think it's a lot of fun.
By the way, Tennessee has jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the top of the second against Texas. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, Hagee, thanks for asking. Joseph Hoyt, Morning News, is going to join us at 3 o'clock. He just wrote about 5 players the Cowboys could add this summer. We'll ask him how likely they are, who he'd sign if he had his choice, stuff like that. 3 o'clock.
Will you ask him to really push to get Bobby Wagner? Bobby Wagner.
You want
the
him?
guy. I do.
Okay.
I do.
Sign me up.
So sign Bobby Wagner, trade for Josh Sweat, or sign Von Miller, trade for Jordan Brooks?
I mean, Von Miller just sounds like his heart is set on Denver, right? But otherwise, sure, I'd be in on that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got 4.5 hours of sports coming up for you. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. Joseph Hoyt in an hour. Okay, there's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635, fixing to go 4.5 flawless. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here, of course, your nosebleed brothers. Aiden Butler is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, YouTube, and, of course, the Tolo's best backup. His best friend is the Odyssey app. Always there for you when you need it most, okay? We'll talk Rangers in a minute, guys. Crosstalk ended with Bobby Wagner talk and Hagee endorsing him. I was wondering how, Broadus, you feel about Bobby Wagner, and Wolchuk, how you feel about him at this stage in his career.
I think Bobby Wagner is probably a two-down player that is still really good against the run. I think he can give you some blitz abilities, is super intelligent, has that football IQ that you want. And I think that he can help when you've got a young linebacker room, which they really have. Like DeMarvion Overshown still hasn't even played really a full season when you look over his game log because of injuries. Shamar James, Justin Barron, you just drafted Barham. Like, these are all guys that he could probably help with. I do think last year it was the coverage aspect of it. So I think that he would be a good depth piece. I just wonder if they look at that now and it's like, if we had a camp injury, knock on wood, God forbid, that would be maybe an in-season move that you would make.
903 says, I would like to sign yes on that Bobby Wagner petition. If Clowney still has gas, so does Bobby. That's from our guy Tim in Carthage.
What up, Timbo?
And I don't know. I spent a good portion of the early offseason endorsing, hey, go get veteran linebackers, go get somebody he can tackle, and that's huge. I just want to know what Christian Parker specifically wants, because I don't think, after doing a more thorough review, like, Wagner can't go sideline to sideline anymore, and just about every linebacker in the NFL can and does. If this was the 1960s, 1970s, yeah, Bobby Wagner's still going. We're getting 125 tackles out of this guy. He's playing between the tackles. I mean, he's in the A gap, he's in the B gap, he's crushing it. But what I wonder is if Bobby Wagner is now too slow-footed for any modern defense, much less Christian Parker's, that's going to ask him to be pretty dynamic and cover the flats and, maybe even go up the seam with tight ends. I don't think Bobby Wagner cannot do that. He would get dusted. Like, watching him play, I would just say, if you are on pro Bobby Wagner's side right now, I get it. You look at the stats, he produced a lot. It's almost startling how slow he is.
Yeah.
It's shocking is what it is. It's like, holy crap, that's a starter in the NFL still? That guy looks like he was washed up 2 years ago.
I'd be more interested, and I know he's also been a hurt guy in his career, but Matt Milano from Buffalo, who's a free agent's a name that I look at and I'm like, I'd be interested in a workout. He's a guy that's been really good in his career and has been one of the more underrated linebackers. He's just had injury issues.
Yeah, I like Matt Milano myself. I was going to ask you guys a question. You ever seen Bobby Wagner rush the passer?
Like, as outside of just blitzing?
He's just as a blitzer, as a guy that attacks the pocket. Have you ever seen him do this?
I haven't been looking for that, but I don't think so.
He's one of the best linebackers in the league when it comes to blitzing.
He is still?
Yeah. He is.
Okay.
His pass coverage grade is absolutely what you think it is.
Okay.
It's he is a 90% run defender and a 50% pass defender. But if you put him in a role where he attacks the pocket and you don't put him in space, then you got a guy. You got a guy that could, like, he is a handful for backs to have to deal with because of how big he is.
All right. Yeah, I see right here. I mean, just last year from Pro Football Focus, he was the second-ranked linebacker out of 88 when it comes to blitzing.
Yeah.
So he's got timing. He's got a little short area burst.
How about downhill?
How about awareness?
Yeah.
How about power?
All right.
How about a feel for how to play as a pass rusher? I think that if you talk about him as a two-down player, which is absolutely fair.
Yeah.
But, like, coaches, this is what coaching matters. If you get a guy and you're like, how am I going to use this guy?
Yeah.
How am I going to use him? Like, I'm going to put him in coverage. Well, then you deserve to get fired.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But if you play Bobby Wagner as a like 2-down linebacker playing the run, and then all of a sudden, like, okay, I'm going to take him off the field on 3rd down, and then the next series I'm going to leave him on the field on 3rd down
And just blitz him.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna ever ask him. And maybe the guys, the Rams guy and the 49ers guy and the Seattle Seahawks guy,
They could force him.
maybe they force him to have to play some coverage.
All right.
But now it's Christian Parker's job to say, listen, I'm going to play enough corners and safeties where I don't have to put him in coverage.
Well, and look, Nakobe Dean's strength wasn't coverage. That's really kind of how Christian Parker used Nakobe Dean.
For sure. Yeah, he was a really, really good blitzer
Dick
for him.
Fangio, yeah.
I mean, at least Nakobe Dean was part of a good defense, though. Like, Washington's defense was god-awful last year. So how good is a player who was part of a horrible defense is, a part of this?
Well, you would say that about
Vaughn?
You could say that about Quinnen Williams?
That's what I do exactly.
Yeah.
That's right. I was like, if we were doing radio in another market and you said, well, how good is Quinnen Williams be? Well, he's not a horrible defense. And I'm like, you're right.
Okay.
But he was not one of the horrible players.
So you think there is a role for a linebacker in this league that can stop the run and blitz? How many times a year are you going to blitz? 25, 30?
That's what I'm saying, though. If you tell me he's one of the top 2 or 3 linebackers in the league when it comes to attacking the pocket, I'm figuring something out.
How are you going to be multiple? How are you going to be versatile against a variety of schemes?
Well,
when you have a guy that can only play the run, like that's one of Christian Parker's things. If you're looking for,
I'm playing a 4-2-5, and I'm playing him as a Mike linebacker.
All right,
that's what I'm doing. He's not having to play. You're playing him as a run defender.
Mm-hmm.
You're not really playing him as a pass as a cover guy. You're playing him as an occasional, like maybe occasional blitzer.
Won't offenses line up and say, "Yeah, we're running psych"? Bobby Wagner's on the field. We're sure as hell passing over the middle now.
Well, that's why you got. That's why you drafted that kid from Ohio State. And that's why that's why you went out and got Thompson, and that's why you went out and got all these safeties. So hopefully you don't have a problem in the middle of the field.
I mean, but one guy's enough to bust, isn't it? And for Christian Parker, everybody's going to be in position.
His defense is capable of 7 guys busting on a play. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
The thing about Bobby Wagner that's interesting, and listen, the Milano one is more interesting to me.
I'm intrigued by Milano.
Yeah, but the problem is he can't stay healthy.
No, that is an issue.
He can't stay healthy.
And Wagner is a pretty healthy guy.
Yeah,
he is.
Oh, he's not going to miss any games. But the thing about it is, can you? And I don't think you have to hide the guy. But but what you do is when you're playing with 5 defensive backs, you make up for Bobby Wagner being on the field. Is what you do.
Yeah.
So if you're going to play 4-2-5 all day, and when I say 4-2-5, 4 down linemen, 2 linebackers, 5 in the secondary. When you play that, you could find ways to get around a Mike linebacker.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, and I would assume Bobby Wagner would want to start if you signed him. So if you're going 4-2-5, which I agree with you, are you sitting D. Winters, Overshown? Are we just rotating?
Well, listen, my level of comfort for Overshown is pretty low.
Yeah, that might work itself out.
Then how much money would Bobby Wagner want, I think, is big. How much are you willing to allocate?
Did we lose him for $10 million one time?
Yeah, it was a few years ago.
Did we lose him for $10 million somewhere?
How much cap space do the Cowboys have now? I think it's around 10. I think if you got Bobby Wagner,
these are things I should look up every day.
Be tapped out. Yeah, I think I saw it. What is it, Chief?
It was $8 million guaranteed is what Wagner had last year with the Commanders.
Okay,
so I got to see what the Cowboys cap space is currently.
All righty, we'll circle back around on this. Joseph Hoyt morning news coming up at 3:00. He wrote today, or I think he posted this last night, an article: 5 guys the Cowboys could add this summer, and Bobby Wagner was one of them.
We always love to add Bobby Wagner.
Yeah,
Bobby
he's
Wagner
been a name for a while.
Bobby Wagner is a name we've tried to add for the last 8 years.
They got $13 million according to Over the Cap.
I mean, I'm just fascinated to know if a guy that looks that limited can actually be a good player on a good defense. Are you damage control tackling 125 times? Because when you watch him play, it is a very old man, and he's hard to block still. I love finding out that he's great at blitzing, because this actually does present the possibility. And if the brain works, brain smart, will Christian Parker and the Cowboys defense look at him like an asset or a liability? How complete does your skill set need to be to play for these Cowboys?
I'm letting D. Winters. I'm letting him run, and I'm letting Bobby Wagner play behind that nose tackle and those 4 eyes, and saying I'm going to play this run defense with 4 guys, and everybody else, if they want to throw the ball on us, everybody else is responsible for the throwing of it. That's what I'm looking at. I'm saying I got 4 guys to play the run and 7 guys to defend the pass. If that's what we're going to do. So I'm doing everything I can not to put Bobby Wagner in a situation where he has to cover. I know I said that earlier.
Yeah.
But if you're getting crushed, on the outside because Bobby Wagner is playing inside, well then that's something you have to. But that means you're not very good at outside linebacker. That means you're not very good at 4-eye or 5. Those are the 4 eyes and the 5 and the head up guys. That's responsible for the run.
Yeah, Rashawn Gary and Donovan Ezeraku.
Donovan Ezeraku, all those guys. Yeah, they got rid of Oso Digizua because they didn't think he can handle the run as a 4-eye. So they're thinking like, okay, let's play the run. Let's play the run with these 4 guys, and let's defend the pass with these guys if we have to.
I like it. All right, we're off and running here. It's the G-Back Nation and the Fan. Last night gave you the keys to Rangers' victory, and what did I say? What was my second key?
I think
Watch
you said
out for Yordan. Yeah. Might want to consider walking Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah.
And they made a huge mistake, our guy Alexander, throwing a 3-0 pitch right down the middle. Alvarez knocks it out of the park.
Yeah.
4-3, gut-wrenching.
My 87-year-old dad goes, he crushed that one.
Yeah.
That's
what he does, man.
Yeah, Dad, he did. He crushed him. He's crushed a couple.
Baseball.
Dad's like going to me, he goes, does he hit a home run every time he comes up? And I'm like, he asked me. He did. He goes, that guy hit a home run every time he comes up. I said, pretty much against the Rangers, yeah. Pretty much.
Is this 4 or 5 home runs this series? He is just 4. He is sawing them. Okay.
Yeah.
So hopefully the Rangers can earn the split tonight and progress into the weekend against the Royals. Evan Grant had some incredible details on the situation. Alvarez was hitting under 200 against lefty sliders. He hadn't hit a home run on that pitch against a lefty since 2022.
Yeah.
It's like, holy crap, can you be a little bit more snake bit? And there have been 17 previous 3-0 lefty-on-lefty homers, according to StatCast, in the last decade. Like, it just doesn't happen what happened. Yeah. He's probably winging that thing in there like there's no way he's hitting this out of the ballpark.
Did you feel like, though, when you saw the ball leave his hand and it was kind of just ending up in the middle of the plate, that it was going to be...
Why'd you just throw him a strike?
Yeah, it was like, why did you do that?
Yeah.
I mean, no, seriously, I as soon as I saw where the ball was located, I'm like, how does he miss that? He's not going to miss that.
And Skip post-game needs to say, like, we should have walked him. Yeah. I mean, the defense of like, you know what, it wasn't a bad pitch.
You don't want to put the winning run on.
It was a bad pitch. It was 3-0 right down the pipe.
You should have walked Yordan Alvarez. The dude's killed you. He's got 6 home runs against you this season. It's unreal.
Okay, Jock Peterson is a man on a mission, so let's celebrate our guy Jock a little bit. 2 homers, 3 for 4. Rangers only had 3 more hits, though.
Yeah.
So they fall to Houston, and they'll be back at it tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7:05 first pitch. They slide back to 25 and 30. And the Rangers are going to go with Nathan Eovaldi, but they got to face Arrighetti.
Yeah, he's a dog.
Flipping Arrighetti again tonight.
7 innings and no hit ball the last time we played him.
Okay.
The under tonight, I think, is a good play.
Yeah, I like that. Although I'm hoping.
Less.
What did you term this in spring training? A bag stealing offense?
Yeah,
I think they're heading that direction. Evan Grant posting a separate article today. That's what adding that Ricky Lopez was all about yesterday. Apparently he's like a flea on the base paths. So you get him on, you start sending him, and they're talking about. So CY had this quote in the article. They do have 6 hitters who are above league average in OPS right now, which is kind of crazy. But they're doing some pretty good things. So maybe at the bottom of the lineup, says CY, they're going to try to put the game in motion a little bit more, and that'll make it more entertaining, won't it?
Yeah, well, they should have done it yesterday with Evan Carter. He had opportunities to run, and he didn't. So I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. I think the idea is a nice idea. Will they execute it out on the diamond? Remains to be seen.
Grant also pointing out that Brandon Nimmo subtly hinting earlier this week, I missed it, but apparently he was talking about it's time for the lineup to play as a team and not as individuals. So he's kind of magnifying that message across the fan base and hopefully in the clubhouse. We've been hearing this story for a long time, haven't we?
Well, it's certainly last offseason. It came out in a big way. Big reason reason why Marcus Simeon's not here. Also, him declining in play.
Yeah, Kevin Pillar showed up and spent a couple of weeks here and was like, "Yep, they're just all playing for themselves. It's not a connected clubhouse." And I mean, that's tough. You change skippers. I thought the idea that maybe Boch was just the old grandpa that let you do whatever the hell you wanted was kind of playing for me. And I was thinking Skip's going to be younger, more at it, more urgent. Hey guys, let's get on the same page with the energy and all that. But either he hasn't wanted to make it a point of emphasis, or the chemistry's just off. You know, like chemistry. Sometimes you can want to have good chemistry, but you don't. Mm-hmm. So maybe it's time to blow this thing up.
That's what I think.
You know, maybe that's the most compelling reason. It does seem like maybe the ballpark's in the guys' heads a little bit as far as getting no hit 3 times at the Globe since 2020.
It shouldn't be, guys. Look at what Yordan Alvarez does anytime he shows up here. Look at what Jock's now doing. You can hit home runs in that ballpark.
Yeah.
That seems to not be a fair excuse to use anymore.
Got to barrel it up. Okay, we got to run. We got the G-Bag of the Day champion on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking him?
God, what a glorious day it is. National Hamburger Day. Fresh, new, top 10 best burgers in Dallas right now. 877-881-1053. Where's your best burger? That's next in the nation.
105.3 The Fan. We got the champ here. And then the top 10 segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
All right, going for 2 today at 5:30. Going for 2. I got some John Blaze, so you don't want to miss 5:30. Come back or stick around, whichever one you got to do, Playboy. I got you. Let's go to Cubs Baseball Channel on YouTube. Cubs Baseball Channel on YouTube. They were talking to the Cubs Hall of Fame catcher Jody Davis, and they were talking about mound visits. And we always are wondering what they're saying up there on the mound. What is he saying to that guy? Is he telling him he's cooked? He's had enough?
And
is he encouraging him? What is he saying?
Jason Alexander was getting rocked the other night. His catcher came out when it was about 7-zip or something like that. And I was thinking the same thing, like, dude, because he was saying a lot in a hurry, urgently. Get it figured out, bro.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to say one thing. Bruh. Bruh, what are we doing? Yeah, they tell a story about a mountain visit. It's a kind of long story, but it pays off at the end. Bam. Hold on. Whole lot of chapos on that ass.
What's the craziest thing that ever happened in a mound conversation when you would come out from behind the plate and you'd go to the mound?
Oh, God. It's got to be a Rick Sutcliffe story. We're in Cincinnati, and when a Red hits a home run, they shoot fireworks while he's running around the bases. Boom, 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 boom. Well, Sutcliffe shakes me off one day and gives up a freaking solo, and the runner's running the bases, the fireworks are booming. So the next guy comes up, and we get in the middle of the count. Suck gives up another one, back to back. Fireworks are going off, boom, 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 boom. So I go out to the mound, and he's screaming at me before I even get to the dirt. Get back behind the plate. I know I made a mistake. Yada, yada. Why are you coming out here? Go back. We get in the middle of the count, and he gives up another one, back to back to back.
Jeez.
So now, Billy Connors, the pitching coach, is coming out, and the same thing. Sutch starts screaming at him when he's coming across the third baseline, and he's yelling at him and Big Sutcliffe. And why are you coming out here, Billy? Damn it, I know I made a mistake. Why are you coming out here? Why are you coming out here, Billy? And Billy Connors looked at him and said, I'm just giving that fireworks guy time to reload. And he turned around and walked back to the dugout.
That's so good, man.
Yeah.
He shakes me off, gives off a home run.
It's quick on his feet, that guy.
Very quick, yeah.
Very quick.
All-timer, man. Love it.
It's incredible.
Tune in tonight, 5:30, see if that champ can make it 2 in his pursuit of 5. The great Jody Davis. Going to be hard to beat for me, you know?
Yeah, that's a great story.
I remember opening up packs of Fleer and Tops in the 80s and pulling Jody Davis's and Rick Sutcliffe's right and left. You know, so that's pulling at my nostalgia, Wolchuk. Here he is with his top 10.
All right, we're going to get to hamburger talk here. We do have the MLB owners are proposing a salary cap for the first time since the 94 strike season. The floor for the salary cap for 2027 would be just over $171 million. The salary cap ceiling would be $245.3 plus a 50-50 revenue share. So there are a handful of teams that would be well over this right now. The Dodgers, of course, being one. The Rangers would not be one of those teams that would have to get under the salary cap. We'll see how this goes with the negotiations. And then the approval of the new NBA tanking proposal. It's out, and it's been accepted. So we'll have that new lottery format starting next year as well, where the lottery is going to extend out to 16 teams.
Even odds with the worst 3 getting penalized a little bit for being
I think
bad.
That's the one.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
So now you're going to have teams fighting to stay out of the bottom 3.
Right. And I guess some of the NBA beat writers are saying this will be like less incentive to be trading draft picks because now it's not, you're not so sure what you'll be picking.
Mm-hmm.
And so this certainly will have layers to it. And I'm excited to kind of see how this all plays out. And I'm also excited about the salary cap proposal here. I mean, you got the Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, the Phillies, the Red Sox, the Padres, and the Braves are the 8 clubs that would have to reduce payroll. So I don't know. I could definitely see the Players Association like, nah, we're going to push against this, but we'll see how these talks go moving forward. I think this is going to be a long summer of negotiation. All right, it is National Hamburger Day. Happy Hamburger Day, everybody. And there are quite a lot of offers across the Metroplex right now. They got a lot of BOGO deals that are going down. Buy one, get one deals. Deep discounts on the menu today for National Burger Day. Buffalo Wild Wings offering 50% off any burger ordered through the Buffalo Wild Wings Go for takeout or delivery. You've got Eric's favorite Burger King.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they give those for free every day.
Royal Perks members can score a free burger with any purchase of $3 or more through the Burger King app or website. DQ, that's what I like about Texas. $1 off any signature stack burger, including the Backyard Bacon Ranch, Bacon Cheese Deluxe, the Flamethrower, the Cheese Deluxe, and the original cheeseburger for rewards. Shake Shack's doing a free Shake Shack burger with any purchase of $10 or more. Steak and Shake. You just got to wear or show an American flag item in store for a free double steak burger.
That's a pretty good deal right there.
That's a good one.
Walk in there for free.
Whataburger, free Whataburger to customers who order a medium fry and medium drink online or by scanning the app in store. And Sonic is doing a free Sonic Smasher or All-American Smasher with a $5 purchase. This is actually going up until the end of the month. So, boom. You got some good deals out there.
I need to try that. I like the Supersonic cheeseburger. I don't think I've had one of their smash burgers.
But, I mean, I used to think that Sonic burgers were really bad, and then they upped their game. And I think now they're actually one of the better fast food burger out there.
Yeah, I think Sonic has. I got a lot of respect for Sonic.
They've definitely done a great job. 817, best burger I've ever had is the El Diablo Smash at 407 Barbecue in Argyle. And I'm a fat guy, so trust me.
Yeah, I mean, a burger from a barbecue spot
Hurtado's burger
is usually going to bring heat, man.
I've heard Hard Eight has a really good one.
Yeah. Oh, do they really?
Yep. I have not tried it, but supposedly they've got a good one there. But Hurtado's was delicious when we went there and got that smash burger they're making. Absolutely fantastic. A lot of love to Twin Peaks. They do it right. Jake's Burgers, who's had us out there. I mean, they're absolutely fantastic. The turkey burger, Brian.
I love the turkey burger.
Outstanding. Of course, Whataburger, tried and true right there. But we're spoiled with a lot, and the Dallas Observer just came out 2 days ago with their new list of the best burgers in Dallas right now. One of the burger places on this list we have discussed in previous years, and it's one that Lucius actually told us about. Lucius, you were in your bag with this.
Man, my secret's out.
Tastemaker.
Whatever it is, my secret's out.
It is. And
now there's going to be a line and weird hours. Yeah, we're only open 2 hours on Saturday.
Yeah, you better get
here early.
45 minutes. Should have gate kept it.
It's Blackjack Pizza, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
Blackjack Pizza.
Yes.
Yep, Blackjack Pizza is still one of the sleeper hits.
Huge burger, cooked the old-fashioned country way.
Have you? Do you have a new burger spot? I know, like when the fair comes around, that's one of your go-tos.
Absolutely.
We've talked about Keller's. We've talked about Wingfields, which are not
really
featured
good
on the list, but those are outstanding.
Lately, I've been going to this place called The Ranch in Las Colinas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Really good burger.
Okay.
You know, they cook right there on the flame.
Yeah.
Tastes so good, dog. And if I'm in Grand Prairie and I want a burger, Passion Cafe. It's a food truck. It's parked over there by Forever Young Records in that parking lot on the weekend. Fire!
I love a good food truck. Passion Cafe. I'm going to write that one down.
Cafe over there by
Area.
Forever Young. You can make a day out of it. Go to Forever Young, get you some old records.
That sounds fun. So we've got, this is not ordered 1 through 10. So I'm just going from I went through the top as 1 and just went down to 15. So your honorable mentions here at the bottom of the list. But we start with Skyrocket Burger, which has multiple locations across the Metroplex. That has been featured previously. We've talked about that on this list. They use quarter-pound Angus beef patties, all ground on site. It's not the fancy type of burger. It's like the one that brings you back to your childhood. That's what they're doing there at Skyrocket Burger. The Peak Inn off North Peak Street is an affordable, no-frills hangout. Burgers here are taken seriously, but not like $27 serious, okay? The Little Kahuna Burger is a house favorite. It's made with 2 1/3 pound patties ground in-house from scratch Thousand Island dressing and a slice of American queso. Local bakery Signature Baking provides the bun, which is buttered and toasted. That kitchen stays open until 1:30 a.m. every night.
That's fantastic.
You also have Maple and Motor, which made the top 10 last year.
I brought you that one time.
Yep, that's off Preston. Jack Perkins opened his Humble Burger abode back in 2009, and it does make most of your best burgers in DFW list. The burgers are a mix of brisket and chuck seared on a hot griddle. Perkins does not have time to fuss with things. The meat-to-fat ratio here has no shame. In a 2023 social media job post, the restaurant boasted of its highest sales ever in 15 years of business. So they're doing really well in Maple and Motor.
Yeah, and I think the original was on Maple Avenue, like kind of near Love Field.
Yes, and then the new one is right off Preston Road.
Yeah, I got you the one from Preston.
That they've
where I got
opened up.
mine, yeah.
Then Knox Bistro, which was previously up on Knox, is a classic French restaurant, but they sneak in the Le Burger au Poivre, which comes blessed in a classic rich French peppercorn cream sauce that is then ladled over the patty, forming a pool of love on the plate. This is a knife and fork situation burger. Use the final piece of the toasted bun to then soak up every speck of that delicious sauce, or you can just lick the damn plate clean. Now, how do you feel about a knife and fork burger?
It's not something I'm accustomed to nor familiar with. I'd like to think I would attack that thing with my bare hands.
You do it with pizza?
I do not do it with pizza.
Okay. I don't usually. I've never had one knife and fork, but I could see it if it's like a cheesy, thick sauce that's going to get all over my hands.
I'll tell you.
Is that what we're doing here? We've doused it in so much sauce that you have to knife and fork it.
That's what it sounds like. It's like a pool of sauce that the burger's sitting in.
I'll tell you what. If I've seen now, I've only seen it knife and fork for a sandwich with like a roast beef dip. If they take the whole sandwich and they put the the juice on it, au jus on it, and then they dip it in the au jus again. Then you get bun disintegration, kind of. So you got to go with the knife and fork to eat it. But that would be the only thing if it just got too wet.
Bun disintegration.
Yeah. Bun disintegration.
That's what sidelined Dwight Howard at one point, didn't it?
It sure did.
Got him.
Walton Waco is shouting out Fred's Texas Cafe, Fort Worth Western Central location. That is.
Can I shout out Burger House over there?
Burger House is and that's
my friend Chris Kanellis, the Greek.
Yeah,
he's got they're right across from SMU.
That's a tried and true spot right there.
Place to eat.
Is that the place you guys used to go to after the bars closed?
I don't think the Greek. Oh, one time Greek, he opened the doors for us. We all went out drinking one night, and we went into and made our own burgers and stuff.
Yes, I remember that story.
Yeah,
okay, so it was just one time.
Yeah, we've done that before. Like he's like, "Hey man, you guys hungry?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I could always eat." And he
happened
goes,
to own a burger
next thing you know, we're standing there, and he's opening the door at the Burger House.
That's
and
awesome.
We're firing up the flat top. You know.
The final honorable mention is Herbie's in Oak Cliff. It is a throwback simple burger spot. South Dallas neighborhood. Menu and jukebox are all retro. They do a smash burger. They
Don't rock the jukebox.
Hey. OG Smash comes with American cheese, thinly sliced sauteed onions, and a beef patty smashed into an odd shape.
You like the sauteed onions?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm cool with
both.
I like a nice, maybe some yellow or that purple onion on that joint.
With the crunch.
You want the crunch.
You want the raw.
Yeah. People are doing a lot making it kind of the onion jam. You know, they're making it kind of really breaking it down.
Caramelize it, get it really, and I'm a fan of a good grill.
Do they completely take out the chunks in that? In an onion jam?
Well, onion jam, it's actually it's just cooked down to, again, I'm going to use the word disintegration. It really is. Down. It's almost like a jelly.
I'm going to try that.
Yeah, it is.
Try that.
Did you like the onion flavor?
You get full disintegration.
You would probably, it'd probably work for you.
Is it like a condiment? Yeah.
You don't want to do it because you don't like the crunch.
The crunch,
yeah.
You don't like the
texture. A lot of vegetables.
Cooking it down. You can make onion jam. It'd take an hour and a half to actually make it. I mean, you start with all these onions, and then it comes down to where it's just a little pile of it, But man, it's like good on
starved to death trying to make that.
Yeah, right.
Waiting, if you do it right, it takes about an hour to do it.
But it sounds worth it.
Yeah. 10
is Good Friend Beer Garden and Burger House off PV Road.
Well, this sounds
East Dallas.
What the hell?
Yes, so this is this place has a burger named after Anthony Bourdain. Chef David Pena has built this burger with 2 6-ounce smash patties and double American cheese slices.
Smash, Lucius.
Q pie mayo, which is Japanese mayo.
Japanese, yeah.
They've hooked me on the smash, dude.
Pickles, lettuce, tomato. It's perfect.
That's surprising because you do not. You always eat multiple patties on your burger. So I think a smash one would not be down your wheelhouse.
Well, you could probably fit. I mean, if you're going a triple, usually you might be able to go with like a 6.
I've always seen him like, throw 2 more patties on that thing.
Yeah, generally, but like
he could go for more meat.
You just read 2 6-ounce patties, so now we're talking 12 ounces of meat on there. So I mean,
you're still getting a pound of meat.
You add 1 more and you're good.
Yeah, Burger Schmurger, which they brought burgers up to us and is delicious.
That was good. Thanks to them for doing that.
Fantastic place,
top tier, dude.
Blackjack Pizza, which is at 8, which Lucius told us about a few years ago.
Well, how's the pizza there then, Lucius?
Damn good. It's huge,
Where is this place?
South Dino?
Yeah.
There's 2 of them. MLK or something like that?
Yeah, they've got 2. You're right. MLK Junior Drive and then North Street, Augustine Road.
Yeah. All right. I got to go to this place now.
We've got Juicy Joint off Frankfurt Road. Comes in at number 7.
Juicy Lucy. We did that here one time.
6 is the Burger House.
Yeah.
There you go.
Go get him, Chris Knelson. Chris is
crushing it.
Yeah, he's a Tolo. He'll listen to us.
Burger House.
This one's an interesting one. Number 5.
That's their jingle, right?
Yeah, pretty close. Burger House. It you could use it with another famous sponsor.
With Rally House?
Yeah.
Doda Burger and Sushi. Crutcher Street, Dallas. Maybe a small restaurant, but the food packs mammoth flavors. The burgers here are American Wagyu beef.
Okay, the Asians.
Tucked between buns, baked fresh daily. Yeah. Doda's signature burger is piled high with cucumber, lettuce, tomato, pickles, onions, jalapeno, and pepper jack cheese. And then it's
especially one
got a zing to it. You can also get onion rings, regular fries, which are sublime.
Give me the onion rings.
They do a furikake. I don't know what that is.
What? You just wanted to say it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Can I get a definition, please?
Look it up. Furikake.
Furikake.
Sounds like a category.
Cake. Yeah. It does. Mm-hmm. That's going to be on the website. Yeah. Hamburgatti's comes in next at number 4, which is off South Sherman.
Hamburgatti.
Doo-doo. Number 3 is JG's Old Fashioned Hamburgers off Greenville Avenue.
Nice.
2, Smokey John's Barbecue.
Yes, my peoples.
Mockingbird Lane.
I've heard of that one before.
John Smokey Reeves founded this barbecue spot in 76. Then his sons Juan and Brent run it now. They're doing brisket trimmings for the patties, which have an essence of smoke, so you won't forget that. That's what the core is.
That's what I love a good smoke ring on the burger. You slice that thing, you open it up.
Yeah.
You know, just like a rib or a piece of brisket.
Yes.
That's when you know you're in for.
The use of brisket trimmings is so good nowadays.
Yeah.
Just so good.
But the number one Dallas Observer burger in DFW is Bar Sardine. Snyder Plaza, Park Cities. It's a French menu, but the most popular item here is a very stylish burger. They sell about 50 a day. The beef is ground in-house. And instead of smashing the patty, they smash the buns.
I see it.
The patty is topped with cheese and a tall pile of shoestring fries for texture and crunch. It's then all topped off with a house-made barbecue tinted aioli.
Yes, please.
It's looking like a win. Yeah.
I mean, you're selling only 50 a day.
I think Matt Pittman in Meat Church was doing like a smash burgers where he's also smashing the buns.
Yeah,
forget what he called them.
Interesting.
Smash bun burger or something like that.
I saw.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I saw Bradley Robinson who does stuff.
A little late.
Oh, sorry. Bradley Robinson did stuff he did a Cubano with a smash burger. So he did it with ham on the burger. And then smashed it like a Cuban sandwich.
I'm here for that.
We have Joseph Hoyt Morning News coming up at 3 o'clock. Where are we going next, Eric?
Walchuk left us a good 4.5 minutes for some news bag.
No,
we'll
I'm
get
sorry.
to all of it next to the nation. But first, Holes, I want to tell you about my friend.
3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their old price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. Chief, take it away.
Yes, sir. Live at the news desk right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, we get the Game 6 opportunity tonight in San Antonio. Our very own Jason Ripple, big-time Tolo, is working in Austin this week, and he bounced over to San Antonio. He's going to soak in a little Wemby action, get in the building for $175.
It's not bad at all. Can you imagine a Knicks fan what they would do with those prices?
Yeah, dude, the get-in prices for the finals are over $3,000.
Gosh, it's a party.
At MSG.
Just buy them up.
It's insane to go watch Wemby, who's certainly going to have a different level of, I would imagine, dominance tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think there's going to be Knicks fans that buy up whether it's San Antonio tickets or OKC tickets?
100%. They did it with Cleveland.
Knicks fans in OKC, Knicks fans in San Antonio.
Yes. They took over Game 4 in Cleveland during the sweep. It was basically like a Knicks home game.
I mean, it's
a little bit closer travel, right?
It's tougher geographically. It's tougher, obviously to get into OKC. How many Knicks fans are floating around?
To be exact.
Okay, that's what I would say then. As a fan, man, showing up at Oklahoma City or showing up at San Antonio, that'd be worth it.
Well, and it might be cheaper to travel and then buy a ticket to one of those games. I mean, I remember which was weird in 2011 when my buddy Jared and we bought tickets to go to St. Louis for Game 6 of that World Series. It was cheaper than the tickets here because it was like our second straight year going.
Wasn't that one of those weird deals where you had to turn around?
Yeah, it was a terrible experience. The game got rained out. It should never have been rained out.
That's right. That's right.
Then he was starting a new job at AT&T, so we had to turn around, just drive right back. And then what ended up happened.
Yeah,
but
it's probably better off you weren't there.
Or
it was
maybe a terrible sports moment.
Was that about an 11-hour drive?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just an all-time wasted trip.
It was the worst.
That's amazing. Well, you're going to have Jalen Williams listed as questionable with the hamstring. You have A.J. Mitchell, who is going to be out. So for Thunder fans who are hoping to see some Jalen Williams, he is questionable, so maybe they'll get him an opportunity to go in there and play. And you've had some guys step up in his absence, of course, Jared McCain, but it seems like the old adage of the role players play better at home. I don't know that you can imagine that Jared McCain and some of those backup dudes are going to be able to step in there and play on the road the way they did the other night.
I think the ticket price shows that maybe San Antonio fans aren't super believing, right? They might have a little bit of doubt, but that doubt is going to reach epic decibels when the game tips off, especially if they start hot. I think the home crowd, the role players, it all goes into, believing San Antonio will win tonight. But let me ask you this. Doesn't it just feel like whoever shoots the better three-point percentage is going to win?
I mean, that's
been that kind of series.
Well, it's
giving up on San Antonio's bench.
That league.
It's that kind of league
You're right.
now. I mean, it's
make or miss league.
That's a lot of what it is. That's why you see Boston, who's been so committed with Joe Mazzulla to the 3-point line. We want to take 43s in a game. Well, all of a sudden, in 4 out of 7 games, you don't hit the same way that you had been. You can go cold real quick.
Yeah.
So I think that's just the kind of league that we're living in right now, and it is kind of a bummer that's the case, but for sure, you need guys to step up and bang down some shots. Did you see the spread for the game? Do we know who?
I think it's 3.5.
3.5 San Antonio. 3.5 San Antonio to go ahead and extend this series to Game 7. I think we're all, for the most part, hoping for that. I know we have a lot of Thunder fans.
That number's grown, hasn't it? Like at the beginning of the series, San Antonio, is this the Jalen Williams thing? The injuries, maybe?
Oh, yeah, I definitely.
Is that the injury swing or San Antonio building credibility in the sports books?
Yeah, that's going to be probably a combination of the two there, for sure.
And they're at home. You think they'll put their best foot forward in an elimination type of game? I'm hoping the Spurs extend this to 7. Do you think a lot of OKC fans show up in San Antonio with those prices?
What is that?
No.
9-hour drive?
I think
10-hour drive?
San Antonio's legit with the love for their Spurs.
Oh, for sure.
I think they buy them up.
Southwest Airlines that thing if it was me.
But they're obviously available.
But the get-in price of
we got Rip
$1.40?
going.
$1.75.
$1.75?
Yeah, that's true.
With the second market stuff, I mean, it's kind of like you can't really avoid it now. It sucks.
I didn't notice wasn't like, oh my gosh, there's a bunch of Thunder fans here in the first
I haven't
two
either,
San Antonio
to your point,
games.
But just because it's possible, like we're going to the finals if we win, I don't know if maybe that's more incentives to show up. But you're probably right. The Spurs fans probably hold court.
I just don't know if the organization's been around long enough for there to be fans that have moved out of Oklahoma and ended up in San Antonio enough to create. So it would have to be traveling fans.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Now, we do have...
Especially with these gas prices, bro.
No kidding.
Yeah,
Right.
gosh, that's
About
throwing
a $3
everybody.
trip.
Right.
Jeez. The Nolan Ryan bloody jersey going down this weekend.
Man, there's a whole article about this on ESPN, just talking about the backstory of how that photo ended up. It's a solid read.
I just saw it pop up. And okay,
We're
so
having a blood drive out there too for this thing, I think.
they are having a blood drive, and you can get at the game tomorrow. I guess you'll have an opportunity to get like some red colored beer. So if you want to feel like you're drinking bloody beer, you have that opportunity at Globe Life Field, which is
Maybe
very
like you just spill it all over yourself.
exciting. Yeah, if you don't get the jersey, just take your White Rangers jersey, pour your red beer all over it, and feel like you're playing along.
We're drinking the blood of Nolan.
34, got blood all over the front of your
They better
Sounds
freaking
kind of
win.
sacrilegious, if you ask me.
We're going to be out there Saturday. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, we are.
Familia.
We are going to be out there on Saturday, man. Looking
Taking the
forward to it.
kids?
Yeah, well, I'm taking Eliza, not the little one. Leia's going to stay with Grandma. But it's going to be Eliza's first game. Last night I was teaching her to say, go Rangers.
You going to leave early?
She's like, go Rangers. I don't know.
Okay, you got to get us some audio of that, won't you?
Go Rangers. Yeah, okay, I will. It's cute. It's adorable.
I want to get. How about some audio of her just f-bombing the Rangers as they blow leads in the eighth?
I have had to watch myself a lot around the house, guys. It's
just
been bad.
throw it past first base like it's no.
Kids
She
start
is-
cussing.
Yeah,
Kids
well,
start
because she's
repeating,
repeating everything that I do and say now. So it's like I've got to watch myself. And Maya has
So is my
scolded
dad.
me.
They learn that they can't say it by the time they're like 4.
Okay.
You know?
Good.
Well, just be careful
I
as
can
we
get back
close
in my
it.
bag.
We close it down here at the news. I'm definitely leaving the game early. I'm going to have all 3 of my kids. Like, there's just no way that's going to last for 9 innings. That's probably by inning number 6, we're packing them up.
What if we try and
How
send
much?
them
How much
off?
to keep you there the whole game?
Like you and I, we
How
send
much?
the wives with the girls to Texas Live. We're like, we'll meet you over there. And then we just enjoy the
If
game.
we're playing money.
No, if we're playing money,
I'm playing money.
I'll
full
stand
9.
tall in the pocket for $150. You want to go $150? I'll stay there for 9 innings
With the
probably
3 girls?
crying, frustrated, hammered. You know how kids get.
They do get hammered.
I might do this just for the content.
Cussing like sailors. Maybe that's just Wolchuk.
You're going to be unruly, man. And just be careful.
Just the parents around, or people around you, just like yelling at you. I know.
Watch out for the Boner Bears chocolate that was recalled for containing Viagra.
Boner Bears?
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Broadus is a big fan. Just be careful because you probably didn't
We're
know
the
there was
polar bears.
actual Viagra inside of those. They weren't supposed to be.
Boner Bears?
Boner Bears. Yeah, it's like a chocolate, little
They have
sexy
the gummy
chocolate.
ones too.
They got the gummy
yeah,
ones?
they got the gummy ones too, man.
Are these at the gas station?
The Hariboners.
Yeah.
Delicious.
That's good.
So they had Viagra in them.
Yeah.
What do you think was supposed to be in them?
I guess you have to be very upfront with what is in your product.
Your proprietary blend, whatever it's called. What is it?
Proprietary
blend, whatever it's called. Yeah.
Nailed it.
Porky
Yeah,
Pig
you
there.
crushed it.
Yeah.
Make it out there in Carthage.
Fake Viagra.
Yeah, you're like, wow, these boner.
Viagra.
We got 1 down, 3.5 to go. Coming back with Joseph Hoyt, Morning News, talking Cowboys, the fan.
All right, it is 1.
FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time now to be joined by a special guest. We're talking Cowboys here with Joseph Hoyt of the Dallas Morning News. And a good afternoon, Joseph. How the heck are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well, fellas. I got the Rio booking done, got the Oxnard booking done. It's we're still a little far away, but at least we have some inkling of when football season's coming.
How much like recreating or vacationing do you write into this Brazil trip? Like, you got to take advantage of this a little bit, don't you?
A little bit for sure, but it's funny. Like, Rio has actually never been on my list of places I wanted to go. It's definitely gonna be a lot of work. That overnight flight there and back is gonna be a lot. But I definitely, I got to see the Christ the Redeemer statue, and got to see some other things. I might actually go to a Brazilian steakhouse. I love me some of the Brazilian steakhouses out here, so we might have to try some real Brazilian steakhouse.
What about a Brazilian wax, Joe?
I haven't dabbled there yet. But hey, when in Rome, right?
Why not?
Rio.
I love it. Man, Joe, you're doing a great job. Thanks for the off-season content. I see you pointing out they have 3 open roster spots right now, and you're talking about players the Cowboys could add. You got a top 5 here on the Morning News website. Do you believe that the Cowboys are interested in improving this roster before we get to Oxnard?
I think they are, but I think it's kind of what they've been, echoing a little bit in terms of there's a comfort level, right? And I think, Brian Schottenheimer, when asked specifically about their linebacker room, then right now it's kind of a D. Winters, DeMarvion Overshown, potentially Jay Sean Barnes situation. Like, there's obviously a little bit of room for improvement if the situation was right, but I think that that's where they're at with a lot of elements of their roster. They like where they're at. But if there's a situation that arises, they could be open to doing things. I think running back's another great example. I think they really like Phil Maffa. I think they were excited about what Jaden Blue showed at the end in terms of not only what he did on the field in Week 18, but in terms of him kind of accepting that he needs to be more of a professional and starting to kind of get on that track. And then obviously Malik Davis, what he did was very impressive last year. But, if a running back were to become available, is that something they do to try and increase their room? I don't think that's out of the question at all. So I think that's where you're at. And then I think the big question in terms of potentially improving the roster, and I don't think this is something that happens, June 2nd. But you look at offensive tackle, and we talked about it a lot. I know Brian and I have talked about it, the idea of potentially moving to Tyler Smith and having that kind of card in your backhand to move him to left tackle. That's something that, you can fall back on. But ideally, is that what you want to do? Probably not. Is there a tackle out there that makes some sense? That could potentially add some competition with Tyler Guyton, Nate Thomas, Drew Shelton, and more. I think those are things to keep an eye on.
So like 3 different positions: running back, linebacker, tackle?
That's kind of where I was kind of, mostly focusing on. I think if we're looking at what areas where there's comfort but slight uncertainty that could be improved with someone else, I think that's kind of where my mind went.
So when it comes to edge, we've chatted about Josh Sweat, and that was a name that I had heard a couple months ago that could be on the trade block. And I don't know if the Cowboys had interest or maybe they had just kind of kicked that around. Do you think that there could be any interest in a Josh Sweat?
Yeah, and I think that's a great example of kind of a little bit of what I was talking about in terms of, hey, man, if that situation becomes a place where they feel comfortable, yeah, like, why not, right? Like, I think Josh Sweat's extremely talented. Obviously, that there's some familiarity there, not only with Clayton Adams, being on the other side of the ball there at Arizona, but obviously Ryan Smith in the secondary. And it doesn't take much to realize that Josh Sweat is a very talented guy. But I do think if you look at the contract, you look at the situation in Arizona, things would have to fall into place in order for that to happen. Right now, I kind of don't see that happening. Especially, I do think that there's comfort at the edge position with the Cowboys too. I think they really like Rashawn Gary. I think that they're optimistic about what Donovan Ezeraku can do in year 2. I think, when you look at Ezeraku, just as an aside, I think it's just so funny that the thing that we kind of hailed with him coming out of Boston College was this is a guy that has every pass rush tool skill set there is, and he should be able to apply that.
Yeah.
Last year it didn't really come out, but he played well in the run game. So I think that there's optimism about what if he could turn that corner and do that. And obviously I think Malachi Lawrence, if you can harness that 10-second split, get rid of those false steps, I think that there's a lot of optimism about the juice he brings off the edge as well.
Do you think we're, and maybe you're not, but I think that in terms of how our station's probably covered Rashawn Gary? Are we kind of underrating him?
I don't want to speak for you guys because I haven't heard all the coverage, but, I think with Rashawn Gary, there is a little bit of an underrated factor. I think the familiarity with Derek Ansley is going to help. I think that they're going to have a good plan for him and how they utilize him. Obviously, they want to be really multiple, and I think that he's someone that gives you the capabilities to do multiple different things. Is he going to be the juice off the edge that I was just kind of talking about in terms of being optimistic about Malachi Lawrence? No, there's no way. But I do think if you kind of look at what he did when he had someone next to him with some juice or, opposite of him, I think this is someone that can understand pass rush lanes and get after there if he has a little bit of help from someone like a Micah Parsons. Obviously, the Cowboys don't have that. But I do think that he's a solid player that I in terms of where they turned after the Max Crosby deal, I didn't think that was a bad move at all.
Joe Hoyt, Morning News with us here in the G-Bag Nation. How interested do you think they're going to be in terms of the Brendan Sorsby stuff if he goes supplemental in the draft there? Do you think that would be something that they would be interested in? How far would they go in terms of draft capital?
It's a good question. I haven't really dove into that, to be honest with you, too much with people I've talked to around the organization. I probably should. But I think my initial kind of thought on that was, I think that the Cowboys do like, the ability to kind of try and set themselves up in the future with players that might not cost a lot. Obviously, if you look at their last two starting quarterbacks, he went from Tony Romo, undrafted, to Dak Prescott, 4th-round pick. Things worked out well there. And I think it's also kind of my philosophy on quarterbacks is it's almost like a dartboard, and I'd rather take as many darts thrown as possible, regardless of round. I was thinking about this. If you got all your answers from Joe Milton a year ago in terms of what you think about him, why not try to flip Joe Milton for a day 3 pick and then use a day 3 pick in the supplemental draft on a guy like Brendan Sorsby, to come in and learn from Sam Howell and Dak Prescott. That was one thought I had that purely just in my own brain. But that obviously means that they would be giving up on someone they had a lot of talent or thought had a lot of talent going into last year and tried to develop. So, I think it'd be intriguing. I think Sorsby's really talented. And it'll be fascinating to see what happens with the supplemental draft and what he does.
Hey, Joe, we're all this whole really off season ever since Christian Parker was, signed on. We just kind of, it's like, we don't know what he's going to do here or do there, that kind of thing. We've got a little bit of some of the, the OTA stuff or the stuff that they've been working on. What are you looking for the most at training camp from him? Is there anything you're like, I'm interested to see this guy do this? Is there something you've kind of got a focus on?
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, Brian, it's more just the kind of cohesion of everything he's putting together. And I know that's probably a pretty general statement for a guy being a first-time DC. But I do think that there's going to be elements, obviously, of what Vic Fangio did. And I'm curious to see, though, how he kind of creates his own version of things. And there's one comment I just kind of can't get out of my head, and it's the way that Zach Bond talked about him and how instrumental he was with not only what the secondary was doing coverages in Philadelphia, but how the front seven kind of adapted to what the back secondary was doing as well. And I'm just curious to see him work with linebackers. I'm curious to see him work about how they're going to be multiple and what that looks like in terms of different guys doing different things. I know that he's going to be able to develop corners. And, I'm so curious to see, what kind of jump maybe a guy like Savone Revel can take. If Deron Bland, if healthy, can kind of come back. Devin Moore, we talked about other guys with some, height, weight, and speed, kind of length abilities, what he can do from a developmental standpoint with them. But I think just the cohesion between the front and the secondary and how those two kind of play off each other. And obviously throwing the idea of BT Jordan there too and what they did in Denver from just a pass rush standpoint. It's not like it was one Micah Parsons type guy making plays. There was good rush lanes. There was good cohesion between what the secondary was doing and the pass rush. And I think that's a huge area in terms of where the Cowboys can improve in 2026.
Hoping for it. I mean, they've invested in coaching, haven't they? Between Dixon, Uzu Duribe from Georgia. Is that how I say that? And then BT Jordan, the three guys coaching it up. Hopefully that can get right. It's Joseph Hoyt in Morning News here with you on the Fan. We opened up talking Bobby Wagner and kind of going off the article. There's a number of people who want to sign the Bobby Wagner petition, and my signature has been on there, Joe. But I'm wondering if I should leave it on there because I'm just thinking, do we know what kind of linebackers Christian Parker really wants or what they need right now, and a guy that's that's going to play the run and I guess pass rush pretty good in Bobby Wagner, but might not have the speed to go sideline to sideline or coverage anymore. Like, am I comfortable? Do you think I'm safe believing that Christian Parker wants Bobby Wagner?
I think it's been fascinating because, when I talk to people about Bobby Wagner specifically, like, there's not been like a no. There's not been like, oh, no, he's too slow, or no, he's not there. But it's also been almost more like almost sometimes about reading people, and I'm not necessarily sure there's like excitement there either, but I haven't been ruled out on it. And so part of me thinks that, when it comes to a guy like Bobby Wagner, you look at his strengths right now, right? To your point, he's not a sideline-to-sideline guy. Right now, they have two very fast inside linebackers in D. Winters and DeMar Van Overshown, right? That's not Bobby Wagner. But I do think if we're talking about their linebacker room and what it looks like, not now, but maybe August 15th, right? Or closer to training camp, is there a need for someone that can just be a green dot? And obviously that'd be a little late for a guy like Bobby Wagner to come in, but is there someone just that can settle things in a linebacker room that hasn't been settled? And I think that's almost where my mind goes in terms of potential Bobby Wagner thing. It's more of a read and react and see what a veteran can do, late in the process. That's where my mind goes there. But I do think that they like the speed of D. Winters and DeMar Van Overshown. And they're hopeful that maybe a D. Winters or even someone like Curtis Robinson can, help them with the green dot and kind of get them going in that direction without a guy like Bobby Wagner.
So would you rather have a Bobby Wagner and trade for a Josh Sweat or trade for a Jordan Brooks and sign, say, a Von Miller?
Oh, well, me personally, the Jordan Brooks half sounds better. To me, I also, but Vaughn, I don't know how much juice Vaughn has left, to be honest.
Sure.
I think I would still go with the Jordan Brooks thing. I think that's still a guy who was an all-pro linebacker a year ago, top 10 in PFF, someone that can still move around and be, a pretty standout linebacker for you. And if we're talking about this defense right now, I think that is still the biggest question defensively is what they're going to do at linebacker and how well a guy like D. Winters can adjust to being a true, potential Mike with next to DeMar Van Overshown. There's a lot of questions in that linebacker room, and so I think a guy like Jordan Brooks would answer a lot of them. I just don't know if they're going to be willing to give up the price for that. We checked in and at the earlier this offseason, and it seemed like those talks had definitely cooled off with Miami about Jordan Brooks. So I don't know what it would take to revisit them.
Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News with us here talking Cowboys and the G-Bag Nation. How healthy, have you heard any updates for Revel, for Bland? Like, what do you think of the cornerback room right now?
I mean, that's another question, to be honest. I'll give credit to Clarence Hill, who talked with Savon Revel's dad, I believe, and said that he's out of the brace. We'll see exactly how healthy Savon is, and going into your the Ron Bland foot thing really concerns me, if we're being honest. I even asked kind of point blank to Jerry at the first end of the season press conference, like, how much does that concern you? And he said it was very concerning to have 2 foot surgeries back to back. I think when you talk about feet with corners, it's such a huge thing because there's so much planting, so much anticipation. And if you even have a second of hesitation, that affects that anticipation. I think that they've done a good job adding a lot of depth to kind of have some security there and some insurance policies. We'll see if those insurance policies have to cash in. But I think if Rebel's healthy, that's someone that it would really do a lot for this defense, not only now, but over the next handful of years, if you can get a lot of optimism in that corner spot from Savon Revel.
Wanted to circle back to the Sorsby idea that you had there. When do you think the quarterback thing would progress as far as trying to find the next guy? Would they want to bring in somebody to sit behind Dak, like Love behind Aaron Rodgers, for a year or two? Do you think it would progress next spring, where we're looking at using higher assets or more expensive resources to try to find the heir apparent, if you will?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, because I think they kind of have been doing it subtly, for a while, right? Like, I think that they've tried some things. I mean, you don't trade for Trey Lance if you totally think that he's just a true backup that won't do anything, right? You want to see if he can develop. You trade for Joe Milton because you want to see if he can develop, because the risk versus the cost, it's in good direction for you, right? And I think even signing a guy like Sam Howell, though, I think was kind of further evidence that they want to solidify more than just develop the backup quarterback position this year. So I think they've been attempting to do it. The question kind of becomes, as the years go on and Dak gets older and maybe the money just kind of gets more and more expensive, and I think you pointed it out, like, when do you start amplifying the resources used, right? When do you turn a 5th round pick that you trade, for a developmental guy to a day 2 pick, for someone that has intriguing stuff but also could step in? Or when do you say, you know what, we need to just trade up and go get a 1st round quarterback, right? When do they say, like, let's target a Paxton Lynch and Johnny Manziel, which obviously has some concerns in targeting things like that, in the 1st round. So I think as years goes on, you could see those resources amplify. Right now, I just don't see them wanting to invest so much because they have so much confidence in what Dak Prescott can be. And honestly, if Dak Prescott isn't what they hope he can be, then this thing's a wash anyways.
You're the man, Joe. Keep it up. We'll keep reading it and talking about it on the show, and we'll look forward to catching up with you as soon as we can.
Yeah, fellas, always a pleasure. Talk to you later.
Joseph Hoyt, Morning News here with you on 105.3 The Fan. We'll come back, hit the C note. Cowboys news of the evening. Speaking of Joseph Hoyt, I think he's got some more content for us to talk about. And 4 other names that he floated as possible players of interest for the Cowboys this summer. That's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. Time for the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. You've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Top story this afternoon in Dallas is 409 East 9th Street, Bishop Arts District in Oak Cliff. Apartment building explosion. Some tragic reactions happening on social media. I guess 4 injured, 1 on their way to the hospital, but the officials are saying that number could rise quickly because there's people that are unaccounted for. There's an eyewitness account from a family member saying her family member was on the couch and then the big boom happened, an explosion. And maybe it was a gas line or something like that, but she went out to the couch and the family member was gone. Can't find her. So you look at the pictures on social, it's rubble. It looks like a bomb went off there.
Yeah, it's awful.
A 4-alarm fire as they continue to try to get it under control. And we'll just hope for the best possible resolution from this point forward. Thinks about as much as we can say there. All righty. Joseph Hoyt did 5 players the Cowboys could add this summer. We just had Joseph on. If you want to go back, if the Odyssey app, you can instantly rewind and check out Joseph and then listen to this. We did talk with him about Bobby Wagner. He is one of the guys on the list, but I want to talk about the other 4 with you guys. James Conner, the Clayton Adams connection, possibly a factor. How much juice does James Conner have at 31? Reworked his deal to stay in Arizona so he didn't get cut. Then they drafted his replacement, Jeremiah Love, and signed Tyler Algier. Is he content to be running back 3? If he is, maybe he just wants to stay in Arizona. Maybe, he's got roots there and he doesn't want to move. But I would be real interested to see if scouts could look at him and determine how much gas he has left in the tank. And if it's a good fit, maybe it's no longer a good fit because that was a very specific role Clayton Adams had for him. Design the offense around James Conner's strengths, just as he did, with the Colts and now with the Cowboys around Javonte Williams' strength. But that's one name. Taylor Decker's a good veteran. He wants a lot of money. I think his market value, according to Spotrac, is $20 million. PFF grade approaching 70 last year, which is significantly above average. Left tackle, but I think if they hadn't gone after a guy like Taylor Decker right now, it'd be a surprise if they did. When the offseason started, that would have been one of my top priorities. Can we improve our floor at tackle? Maybe it's on the cards if you have a training camp injury or some guy just massively underperforms. Maybe Tyler Guyton disappoints the coaches again with how he shows up and goes about his business. It's I guess it's comforting to know a player of that quality is still out there and available if they need him.
Yeah, I think that would be injury related. I think they're going to give Guyton every chance to earn this job, and hopefully he does. I mean, I think that he needs, if he can stay on the field and he shows the strides that he took last year before the injury in camp, they'll be in a good spot. But Decker's definitely a name that I would kick around 100%. And Connor's coming off that foot injury. He only played 3 games last year. So you'd have to check out the health.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. He was dinged. 817, I can see that fire from Venus, Texas, west of Midlothian. Yeah, it's quite a plume. Jordan Brooks, we talked a lot about this guy. It'd be great to have Jordan Brooks. That's maybe the most competent player on this list. We did some Bobby Wagner. Jonah Williams, unfortunately, when it comes to the Cowboys and how they do business, maybe Jonah Williams is the most likely out of this list.
First-round pick. They look to resurrect their career. Yeah, I could see that, and probably wouldn't be overly expensive. That guy was such a disappointment in Cincinnati.
Yeah, but he signed with Arizona with Clayton Adams in 2024.
Maybe he can get something from him.
And then he went out and missed 19 of the 34 games. He's only played in 15 games.
Yeah, he's been a hurt guy.
He's a banged up bust. So, I mean, I don't feel like right now they need to add players to compete who are a long shot. I think you have enough young guys to compete. But hell, why not throw another one in there if the price is right on Jonah Williams? All right, that's the first article here in our Cowboys news of the evening. And let's move on to the next one. We stay in the morning news. And I'm going to take you over here to Calvin Watkins, friend of the show. Probably should have him on here before too long. The headline, 10 Cowboys players who need to have a good offseason. And number one's George Pickens. And, when I first saw that, I was like, man, he's kind of hit his peak. I don't know what you're hoping to get out of him. But then I read on and I'm like, okay, I get it.
Off the field?
Yeah. Can George Pickens be the everything?
Yeah.
Because I feel like, especially with Shoddy, they're thinking we only are going to pay a certain amount of guys on every football team. It's somewhere between 6 and 14, depending on how many awesome players you have and how aggressive your ownership is with writing checks. And if we're going to say we want you to be a culture guy, it's not good enough to just be amazing on Sunday, is it? And then on top of that, can you be maybe more of an unselfish football player? Can you block better? George Pickens should be a hell of a blocker.
Yeah, at that size, for sure.
Yeah. And he loves to kick DB's butts.
He does.
He likes to get in fights.
You can legally kick this guy's ass.
Yeah.
And now maybe it's a conditioning thing. Maybe it's hard. It is hard to play defense and score 30 in basketball.
Mm-hmm.
It is hard to run great routes and yak everybody and jump over dudes and be the hardest dude to tackle in the league, and also block your ass off. Maybe that's why you have blocking specialists as your fourth wide receiver or something like that. But I think the point plays, and for it to be number one on the list, from Calvin Watkins, he's dialed in. He knows what the team's looking for.
For sure. I mean, and you do have teams like some of the best Shanahan offenses, the McVay offenses. They got wide receivers that are willing to block. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. Look at Puka Nacua. I mean, Puka is a monster when it comes to blocking, and he's also a dog, getting targeted almost more than anyone in the league, making big plays. Like, I'd be showing all my wide receivers, look what Puka's doing.
Oh, Amon-Ra St. Brown in Detroit.
Yeah, St. Brown's another great example. Like, these guys are prolific, they're productive, they're some of the best in the sport, and they're also willing to do the dirty work.
Game changer.
And that's not just you, George. That's right. Every one of you in this wide receiver room.
And we talk about chunk runs. That helps you with that.
Oh, yes.
I mean, how is Jahmyr Gibbs and Christian McCaffrey and Kyron Williams, all these guys, like when you get to that second and third level, a lot of that is because of your running or your wide receivers blocking along the edge.
If he wants to accept that challenge and look it in the eye and look in the man in the mirror and say, I'm going to be the 100% best employee I could, there will be no doubt in my mind that when we get to the end of the year, the Cowboys should pay him and not CeeDee Lamb. How many times do we watch CeeDee Lamb just watch his dude jump inside and go make a tackle in the run game? Like, if you can get a guy to do this for you, I want to have both of them, obviously, but if I got to pick one, if George Pickens could ace this test.
And I think that's kind of what they're looking at. I mean, to me, I just, and I could be totally wrong, but just reading the tea leaves and listen to what Stephen Jones said, I don't believe they want to pay two wide receivers that type of money.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Right.
I think if they wanted to get the George Pickens deal done, they'd have got this thing done. After what they went through with Micah, and that agent and all that, it's, and I don't think it's a grudge match thing or anything like that. I just don't think they want to pay the two guys.
It's hard to team build like that.
Maybe Schottenheimer's come out and told, Steven and Will and Jerry that, listen, I know this guy's a great player. I know that Pickens is a great player, but man, I can't have him doing things, being late, missing things and all that, and everybody else on the team's looking at me and I'm not doing anything about it. So maybe it's one of those things like, hey, let's see what happens this year, play through it, and then probably move on.
Okay, this is 10 players who need to have a good offseason from Calvin Watkins Morning News. George Pickens is number 1. D. Winters, number 2. Learning a new defense, new teammates. Opportunity is massive. He's unrestricted in 2027. How hard would you be hitting the books right here? You're D. Winters. You're trying to get paid. You're trying to stay with your Cowboys. You went to TCU. I don't think I'm doing anything else. I'm trying to hook up with Sean Lee and get that AI program installed in the house. Like, what do I need to do to make this opportunity come to life for me and be the Cowboys starting linebacker and then get a contract next spring? Overshown's number 3 contract year. Can he stay healthy? Can he shine in this new system? I think it'd be the absolute best version of himself. That's huge, and I think it's a giant unknown. I was very excited about Overshown at a couple of points in his career, but at this point, I'm just, it's not belief. It's just like I'm keeping my fingers crossed for the guy. He's one of the easier dudes to root for. He's a character. He's a culture guy. He's a leader. He's the Dak of the defense in a lot of ways. Like, he just exudes that kind of energy that you need at key spots. So if he could be good, I think it could, be a multiplier type effect around that locker room. But you gotta play well to get that status to impact guys, to inspire guys. Guyton at 4, make or break, you think?
I do.
Yeah,
this is it, man. And it's similar to Overshone in the sense that a lot of it is just simply staying healthy, though we've seen Overshone actually be the dominant player on the field, and you haven't quite gotten that from Guyton. But, yeah, this is absolutely make or break.
Nate Thomas, the 2024 seventh rounder, he was decent in a couple of games last year, kind of shaky at others, but it seems like they want to give him a shot, and he's strong as hell. So that'd be cool if Nate Thomas can have a good offseason and show up significantly better. Deron Bland at 6, coming back from the foot. Ezra Raku at 7. Revel at 8. Cowboys now have 11 corners on the 90-man roster, I saw. That's like 12% of your team is corners right now, so they are looking for answers. They are prospecting hard, and all these guys have an opportunity. Caleb Downs at 9. Can he live up to the hype? A lot of expectations for this guy. And then Scooney at 10. It's just a deal where
talk about make or break. I mean, are you going to make the roster?
Yeah, I guess they just need Trigg to be so good that Scooney becomes a 4th tight end.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's nobody that could really push him out of there. I think you would just take the Scooney 8 catches or whatever he's going to give you and some decent blocking and move along at the end of the season. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next, though. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some more questions for my guys, and I want to also know. When are the interceptions quarterbacks' faults? We'll do that next.
All right, I do want to talk East Dallas Diesel with you. If you're in the market for a truck or a new vehicle, East Dallas Diesel is the only place you need to look. No matter what you're looking for, every single vehicle in that lot is custom. They got every brand that you can think of, and they're family-owned and operated. They're not about the dealership games. At East Dallas Diesel, it's about getting you in and out in under an hour. Go ahead, check out that website, eastdallasdiesel.com, or stop by that showroom. When it comes to financing, East Dallas Diesel, they're going to work with you to find the best deal possible no matter what your budget is. And they're incredible when it comes to custom, as I mentioned. If you're checking out that website and you're seeing not, the exact truck or that SUV that you want, or maybe you saw something close but it wasn't lifted, it wasn't wrapped, didn't have your name on it, at East Dallas Diesel, custom is the standard. So give them a call today. Call East Dallas Diesel, ask for Tony. He and the team are going to help you source, build, or customize exactly what you want. They are truly unmatched when it comes to delivering a one-of-a-kind vehicle. So check them out, eastdallasdiesel.com. You can also follow them on Instagram and on Facebook. Shout out to Brendan Schaub, who hopped on the show a couple weeks ago. He went ahead and bought a truck as well recently from East Dallas Diesel, and he is loving it. So go ahead, check out the showroom, eastdallasdiesel.com. Tell them Old Chuck sent you. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Spurs survive? The Rangers finish up with the armpit. We have worst of the weekend and the junk drawer, plus 2 more Luke Bryan ticket giveaways in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours. It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
School's out, and these are the only courses you need. Celebrate your graduation with 5 courses fresh from the Walkfire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Congratulations, you handled the hard work. Now let us handle the cooking. Celebrate with some sizzle, only at PF Chang's.
A weekend of baseball at the ballpark. Now, that's how you start your summer. Get to Globe Life Field May 29th through the 31st when Josh Young and the Rangers host Bobby Witt Jr. and the Kansas City Royals. These 3 games will bring big moments and great giveaways, including the must-have Nolan Ryan Bloody Lip jersey, presented by Globe Life. Grab your tickets at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Colo Schiafollo here to remind you, if you're buying or selling a home, one thing can stop a deal real fast: the roof.
I'm Josh Fining with Greystone Roofing. Realtors trust us because a bad inspection can delay a closing or kill the deal completely. We offer no-cost roof inspections and honest, fast assessments.
Before you list or buy, know where you stand.
Greystone Roofing, the choice of real estate professionals across North Texas.
Visit greystone-roofing.com.
Licensed, local, and family-owned. The best roofs come from Greystone.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Follow here, Tolos, and I could not be happier thanks to CertaPro Painters who recently painted my home. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And now's the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. And they exceeded all of my expectations. True professionals, top to bottom. My wife couldn't be happier. I couldn't be happier. CertaPro Painters knows how important your home is to you. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, babe. Business owners need to take advantage of the final days of our classic Memorial Day savings. We take pride in being the #1 Chevy dealer in the world 3 years straight. We're always helping business owners upgrade their business vehicles for less. These are the final days to upgrade your business with Memorial Day savings.
Sounds like the game plan is for business owners to come see you today. What vehicles have the biggest savings right now?
Upgrade to a new Chevrolet Silverado 4500 HT work truck, $25,000 in total savings.
See all classic Memorial Day savings at ClassicFleet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic, your Chevy business elite dealer. Together, let's drive. Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial, driving business since 1978.
Based on 2023 through 2025 new Chevrolet deliveries. Stock number RH077801. MSRP $68,662. Dealer added equipment and accessories $16,961. Classic discount $13,000. Consumer cash program $10,000. 24 model bonus cash $2,000. $60,623 sales price plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer duck fee. Expires 5/31/26.
January, February, March, and now April. Thanks, Tolos. You've made us the #1 sports station in DFW. They said it couldn't be done, but together we proved them wrong. Thanks for choosing 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Lucius. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of that. You guys excited to get your airline trip stuff lined up for training camp?
Yeah. Dude. It's a beautiful
ready
thing.
For that? Everybody excited about that?
Just got to make sure we're there for the media party. It's really the next box to check.
As a guy that doesn't love to fly, what's exciting for you? Just that football is getting closer? So like we know the dates.
Spencer McKenzie's.
Fish
burritos.
Yeah, the fish burritos for sure. I think the thing I'm excited about, Dawson, I like to go to practice. I like to watch, but this is going to be interesting for me this year because I'm going to really try not to be like
overly excited.
You see that?
Yeah.
You see that? You see that? And I'm not going to be just totally. I'm going to report, and I'm excited that I get to go out there a little early, like we did last year. So that's kind of fun to be able to do that and
get our best guest on the show.
Best guest. I'll be your guys' best guest on the show.
Better come with the hard stuff.
Yeah, but I've also
have your fastball working.
Have a fastball. I love 3 live mics. I love all that stuff that we do out there. But I'm also
2 live mics.
Well, yeah. Well,
that's right. It's 2 live mics.
We do. We kind of
share.
We figured it out over the last 5 years. It's 2 live mics.
But I am excited. I was hearing some whispers that they might be working, doing a couple of these practices against teams. You know, they've done stuff in the past where it's only been one.
Saints is official. It's out there.
Saints out there official?
Yep. It was put out there. Nick Harris confirmed it. The Saints on their side, their beat writers were confirming it. So we not only get the Rams, but we get the Saints in Oxnard before they play their preseason finale.
Well, it sounds like then that the Cowboys, I think they're going home and home with the Rams.
Cowboys going to go to the Rams this year.
Yeah, because last year the
Saints
Rams
go to Oxnard.
Yeah.
But hey, I love this. I think that they're even better than the preseason games, in my opinion, these joint practices.
Yeah, I think you could get a lot out of this. I think you get a lot out of these practices with other teams.
Real players play.
Yeah, and the fact that it's the ones versus the ones and the twos versus twos, and you kind of get that, you kind of see where you're really at. And I think last year, we were here in town, but people who were covering the team were like, man, I don't know. Cowboys are kind of struggling a little bit here with this defensive line. Cowboys are struggling a little bit here with some coverage stuff, and you're like going, I'll be okay. I'll be fine. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It wasn't okay. So you'll have really 2 opportunities. We'll see how good the Saints are. But to me, working against the Rams, that's good stuff.
It's a legit Super Bowl team.
That's what, and you watch McVay, you watch him and his crew go at it. They're out there trying to win practice.
Yeah.
And you could get a lot watching your guys go up against that, and you're like, oh man, that didn't look too good. That was kind of rough. That was a rough series there.
Gave you a dose of reality last summer.
It did.
Yeah.
It did. And I think I'm going into this training camp with the attitude of, all right, I'm interested to see where guys line up. I'm interested to see how these coaches coach, and I'm interested to see if the players, in fact, can execute what these coaches are asking them to do.
You really can't tell how well they're doing until joint practice and preseason.
Joint practice, and my hope is that they do a little bit more in preseason. My hope is that I guess we don't have to see Dak or Williams.
So that would be it. I think everybody else needs to play.
But everybody else, line them up. Line them up and let them play. Let them get a couple of
Especially
series.
on defense.
Yeah.
Definitely on defense.
Or Tyler Smith. Maybe that would be another one. It's like, okay, that's
fine.
How
about Guyton?
Guyton needs to play. Steele needs to play.
Yeah,
Beebe needs to play. Booker needs to play.
This thing is, to me, they need to have a training camp where you kind of get a little bit of an idea with this. The joint practices, the preseason, feel a little bit better. I don't want to be, us breaking down week 1 and like, well, we really don't know about this.
Do you think the coaches meet and talk to each other if they're friends about?
Oh no, they do.
Yeah,
that's
what's hot.
Well, that's what they want. I mean, are you talking about what, for the joint practices? Or?
Yeah, are McVay and Shoddy going to get together and talk ball?
They plan. Both staffs plan the practice with the other staff. So they're like, hey, what would you like to see? Well, we need to see more of this. And so you get the head coaches talk. They kind of it filters down to the coordinators. And then the coordinators talk to each other like, hey, listen, this is what we're working on. Can you kind of give us a little bit or, in this, and they break down the practices that way. So, but still, this is one of those training camps where I'm really, really excited to go to. But I think it's going to be the first training camp in a long time where I'm going to okay, you got to prove to me that you're actually doing stuff the right way.
Which could be more measured.
Yeah, a little bit.
We need to take what we're seeing on the field. Kyrie Elam last year.
Kyrie Elam did a great job.
Well, can you carry that over into the season? Yeah, Kyrie Elam was tremendous.
But that's the MO.
Practice.
That's the MO of Kyrie Elam was that always looks good in practice.
Yeah.
Can't play a damn worth in the game.
Noah Brown was kind of like that.
Well, Turpin was the MVP of the offense last year in training camp. Like, he was making plays left and right.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of evaporated.
But I'm excited. I'm excited to get to go out there.
I can't wait to watch Caleb Downs.
I really am. Have you guys, I was just, by the way, I was going to ask you this question. I had a guy comment to me, and I read comments. I'm going to read a comment.
They'll ruin your day.
They'll try and ruin your day.
This on your YouTube page?
This is my YouTube page. And a guy just said, man, take that back. It was my Crown Global Media, my Twitter account that's not been hacked yet. And and a guy said, he goes, God, I can't wait till the season, the training camp starts. These subject matter you guys are bringing up, it's just ridiculous. I'm like, man, we're doing our job. Bro, we're doing our job.
He doesn't like your May content.
He doesn't like when we try and do June radio. He doesn't like June radio, and then
hater.
Ultimately what happens is everybody lines up and it's like, nah, man, this is cool. These things make you think, so the things we do, June radio's tough for us. Let's not act like it's but you got to create content. It's our job, right?
I think it's where some of the most interesting conversations happen, Brian.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I think anytime I walk around and think of questions all the time that I like to ask you guys. And you guys do a great job, I think, of answering them, too.
After the games, it's so toxic and angry.
Yeah.
It's emotionally exhausting to talk about the Cowboys during the season. In the offseason, hope's eternal. You have optimism.
Yep.
It's legitimate. They haven't failed yet to prove you wrong. It's actually a fun thought experiment.
I agree totally about that. All right, I was looking at Pro Football Focus the other day. And I guess looking at some content of guys that are still there working. It's unfortunate that some of our buddies are no longer working there.
They got 2 or 3 dudes
and
there
by
now.
the way, too, Charles Robinson's a friend of the program at Yahoo.
He should get scooped up pretty quick.
God, I hope so. Yeah. I hope so.
He's really good at what he does.
Charles Robinson, you want to talk about a guy that if he says something about Jerry Jones, you better believe him. And I'm saying this in all respect to Charles because I can't tell you how many times I've asked Charles to do something at training camp. Hey, Charles, can I get some of your time? He goes, no, man, I got a one-on-one with Jerry.
Yeah, dude,
he's plugged in.
This guy,
doing it for years.
If Charles Robinson is saying something about your football team, you probably should listen.
Well, he taught us to wear sunscreen out there at Oxnard.
No, he wears
we learned the
massive.
hard way.
Cakes it on his nose.
He was right about it, man.
It seems like, did the Athletic replace Rossini? Because it seems like they would just snatch him up, or NFL Network or ESPN, like one of the top 3. Yeah. Unless he wants to start his own thing.
Yeah.
And maybe he should do that with all of the info he has.
Well, he has got so many people that he talks to. Like, you could talk to him about the NFL draft, and he's got it like wired. Like, afterwards you're going like, damn, I wish I would have talked to him sooner. He had this pretty, he's like, well, no, think about it this way. And he's always got something to think about it. But yeah, Charles Robinson from Yahoo, buddy, man, he's down there in Houston. Okay. And so I hope he finds a way to get back on the horse and gets going. All right, I'd say this again, Pro Football Focus. Have you guys ever heard of unlucky and lucky quarterbacks?
Yeah, as it pertains to the interceptions.
Did you read this?
Yes, I did.
When I was gone, did you do this?
No, I just saw it. I just saw it today.
Oh, did you?
Is this a turnover-worthy play thing?
Yeah. They have like who the luckiest and unluckiest quarterbacks are, and a lot of this is based on turnover-worthy throws.
Yeah, that's the good category that Pro Football Focus has conjured up, I don't know, sometime in the last 10 years to give you a feel for, it wasn't an interception on that play, but it was a turnover-worthy play. So you could see a quarterback that has high level of turnover-worthy plays, but they didn't result in the turnover, but it still gives you a picture. This guy is consistently putting the ball in harm's way, and maybe he got lucky this season and he didn't get picked off a bunch. That's going to correct itself for the next year. It doesn't carry over.
Did you see who the luckiest quarterback was in the league?
For last season?
Yeah.
Stafford?
Stafford.
Yeah.
Who was your MVP?
Stafford.
Old Staffy.
How about that? Now, The luckiest quarterbacks last year in the NFL were Matthew Stafford, Cam Ward.
That's scary for the Titans.
Wow. Jordan Love.
These are gunslingers.
Michael Penix, Jackson Dart, Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, and Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, these are some guys that are just going to fire it in there. They trust their arm.
Just for example, Dak Prescott had 17 throws that were considered turnover worthy.
Wow.
He had interception on 6 of those 17 throws. He had non-turnover worthy interceptions. He had 4. And
so it was a good throw. DB just made a hell of a play on those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or a receiver goes to the receiver's hands.
George Pickens.
Yeah, exactly.
Off his shoulder.
Exactly. Yeah. But those were the 8 luckiest quarterbacks in the league. There were some times, I mean, we always kind of feel like with Dak, it's like, is he unlucky? Or is that, he's had some problems. But the most unlucky quarterbacks, I'm sorry, I got about a minute here, or I'm almost out of time. But the most unlucky quarterbacks are Geno Smith, Brock Purdy, Justin Herbert, Joe Flacco, Bryce Young, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and Sam Darnold are the most unlucky quarterbacks in the league.
They were last year?
Last year. But all time, when you start to talk about all-time quarterbacks, Matthew Stafford is number 1 for the most luckiest quarterbacks for the decade. Him, Ben Roethlisberger, and then Matthew Stafford again. So it's like
it's the 2024 season for Stafford.
The 25 and the 24 and 25 season. So,
I wonder if that's because he throws it so hard. Like I saw a clip of Ebron and talking about how he broke 4 of his fingers.
Yeah,
and he's throwing it so damn hard he's breaking his receivers and tight ends' fingers, and the DBs have no shot of catching it.
Yeah, that what they call net luck. he's a plus 7.3. That was in 2024. And then in this past season, he's a plus 6.8 net luck. So if you're interested in those kinds of things, if you got the Pro Football Focus, go and check that out. It's some really fascinating stuff that they're talking about lucky and unlucky quarterbacks in the NFL.
Thank you, Brian. We got 2 down, 2.5 to go. Football fix time. We'll check I need a fix. What do we got?
Let's do it. We got the latest on A.J. Brown, a surprise Harbaugh answer, and who is the most underrated Cowboy? That's next.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's been assumed that when the calendar turns to June that Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown will be headed to New England in a trade. Now new reports suggest that the two sides are not particularly close, and this may drag on for a while because the Patriots aren't willing to send a first-round pick to Philadelphia for Brown. A.J. Brown was not at Eagles OTAs taking place this week in Philly, and the team drafted wide receiver Mekhi Lemon 20th overall in this year's draft. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in Texas, making therapy far more accessible for people who have previously thought it was too expensive to start. With quick coverage checks, easy online matching, and average copays around $23, $3. This removes a major barrier and helps more people get support when they need it most. As I've discussed a lot on these airwaves, therapy has been a game changer in my adult life, and BetterHelp is the next evolution of this as the largest online therapy platform with more than 30,000 therapists and having served more than 6 million people globally with an average rating of 4.9 stars out of 5. Here's how it works. BetterHelp does the initial work for you via a short questionnaire that helps identify your needs, and with BetterHelp's 12 years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment rate, they typically get it right. Fill out the questionnaire and check your coverage today at BetterHelp.com/KRLD. That's BetterHelp.com/KRLD. Average copay is based on eligible members. Actual cost and coverage may vary by plan.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Don't miss the biggest wrestling event of the year. Real American Freestyle 09. Live at College Park Center on May 30th. Witness the debut of Gable Stevenson. And see stars like Kyle Snyder, Jason Nolf, Colby Covington, Marab Devalish-Billy, Armand Sarukian, and more. All in one place. Plus experience the RAF 09 fan zone before the matches begin. And attend a special RAF wrestling clinic the next day run by our RAF athletes. Get your tickets now at realamericanfreestyle.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Most home sellers get one offer, and it's never enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard offers, you don't get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all competing for your home. Here's how it works. An Orchard agent submits your home to their exclusive network of local cash buyers. They compete to buy your home. You choose the winner. No repairs, no showings, no settling. Get started with a free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, mine starts here.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the place to go is Platinum Chevrolet. My family has bought 4 cars from Platinum in the last 6.5 years. It's because of the great people, service, selection, and those low prices. You get them all at Platinum Chevrolet.
Get in now and pound your fist on the table for GM Justin Rudd. You got clear upfront pricing. Whatever you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, hour 3 of the nation. Welcome back. We got a return of Eric's segment, Ball Maxing, coming up at 4:20. Looking forward to that.
This is going to be a ridiculous one, too, man. Let's go.
I'm here for it.
I got to be honest with you. This is one of the more diabolical play-by-plays I've ever heard.
Perfect.
Let's go.
Looking forward to that coming up here in under 20 minutes. Now here's Wolchuk with your fix.
All right, let's do it. Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
Oh, I got to get my fix, man. Let's go to the Barnwell, who has got every single team's best and worst deals this offseason.
Oh, he doesn't, dude. He doesn't have all 32 like that. He's not Charles Robinson.
He had AFC. Now he's got the NFC. And I skipped the AFC. Because honestly, I didn't care. Do I really care overall? No.
No.
But
Thought you loved America, Wolchuk. That's surprising.
Oh, because
he does by that shirt.
I love my family.
That is a good shirt.
That's an Andy Reid special.
It's very comfortable.
When I walked in, that's the first person I thought of.
Get this man,
Andy.
Get this man
Andy
a chili
Reid.
dog.
Andy said they're not trading Rashee Rice today.
I said I got caught cheating shirt.
Best signing.
Confirming that Vrabel's wearing one of these right now.
No denial from Wolchuk.
Vrabel's entire closet.
He's got that vest.
I'm sitting here with tons of options. The
Picking
ladies
himself from the cleaners right now.
They're just banging my door
love my
down.
family.
Yeah, I love my kids. Love my wife Jen. Best signing, Kobe Durant, 1 year, $4 million deal. Maybe one that we haven't highlighted quite enough yet.
Oh, we've highlighted it,
You know,
dude.
Kobe Durant's been fantastic.
We're acting like we don't do content around here.
Come on, Kobe Durant. Have we talked about him enough? No.
It's not that he's great.
He's the guy. He's the best.
Or maybe even good, but he's just not one of the worst 20 corners in the league.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you were trotting out there.
Yeah.
100%. Now, the worst, he says it's bringing back Terrence Steele on a restructured deal. Ouch. Yeah.
We're taking less money, right?
Was once a glowing example of Dallas's ability to develop offensive linemen. The former
he never
undrafted
was.
free agent
He never was.
hasn't been the same.
No, I don't know about this.
Since suffering a multi-ligament knee injury.
Thank you. And then that's when they gave him the contract. After the knee injury.
Cowboys could have cut Steele to avoid triggering his $13.3 million salary, but instead they signed the incumbent tackle to a 3-year, $33 million deal, paying the 28-year-old $13 million in cash this year in the process. I'm not sure there would have been a market to sign Steele at that price in free agency. There's no guaranteed money left on the contract
They don't have
after
a right
the season.
tackle, okay?
But the Cowboys would owe $22 million in dead money if they moved on from Steele after 26. He's not a bad player, but this probably wasn't the right fit for a team that needs to squeeze every bit of surplus valuable possible, given how much it's paying its top 5 players.
You have more of a problem at left tackle than you do at right.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Steele's solid. You know, I think that if we were to watch every single team in the league, every single snap, we'd probably have a better appreciation for Terrence Steele.
You ever watch that guy play for the Giants? Elmanure? He some days he blocks okay, and then other days he looks like he's got a welcome mat on his chest.
Yeah, I mean, Steele is a good run blocking tackle, and there are just times where he can get totally worked as a pass blocker.
Isn't this weird? Steele, you would not think would be a good run blocking tackle. And he is, and you would think that Ezra Rocco was a much better pass rusher. And then it's strange how sometimes players turn into something different
than what they're built for.
Than what
ideally,
they're built for, yeah. Maybe the thing with Donovan Ezra Rocco, and I'm hopeful, second year.
Yeah,
I really am.
Be hopeful.
I'm very, very hopeful.
I think he's going to be great.
I hope so, too. Because he was one of the best pass rushers I saw coming out. And it's just so funny how, wow, he's a really good run defender. And I thought he was a good run defender in college, but not like what he's doing now.
That'd be my number one thing for BT Jordan. If I'm
he's
hiring him, I'm like, dude, can you unlock this guy? Yeah. It doesn't look like he has a plan.
He's going to be unlocked.
But he had so many sacks in college. I think with Steele, you got to weaponize that run game more. You know, give him more chances to go hit. What was it, the linebacker, the safety? Remember when he went all across the field? Go do more stuff like that. And I think if your left tackle is solid, Dak can see that coming and slide, but he can't when both tackles are failing.
No, if they're both going to collapse, that's going to be an issue. So you need somebody to step up there.
I will say this about Steele: a man has been very fortunate that the guy playing next to him in his inside has been a high-level player. That's Zach Martin for a long time.
And him and Zach loved each other.
And then Booker, if him and Booker can kind of get it going together.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Now, the top candidate for each NFC team is the most underappreciated in 2026. This is from Tom Blair, NFL.com. Your most underappreciated Dallas Cowboy heading into the season. Running back, Javonte Williams.
Oh, how about that?
Yep. Williams finished off a 252-carry, 1,201-yard season with 11 rushing touchdowns, plus a couple of receiving touchdowns as well. That wasn't just a veteran free agent on a one-year prove-it contract putting up a nice line for a team. That wasn't even just the best season of his career. It was one of the best running back seasons by any Cowboy this century. Since 2003, Dallas players have logged at least one season with 1,100-plus rushing yards and 10-plus rushing touchdowns. That would be DeMarco Murray in 2014, Ezekiel Elliott in 2016 and 2019, and then Javonte Williams last year. That is damn impressive. Not even Tony Pollard did that.
Not even Tony Pollard did. Not even Julio Jones. Excuse me, Julius Jones.
Julius Randle. None of those guys.
Marion Barber.
Yeah, I do think 3-year, $24 million extension. You're getting $8 million a year for Javonte Williams. Like, that is one of the better offseason deals in the entire league if he's able to keep up that type of production.
You're right about that.
I mean, the running back market ended up getting a little bit higher than I thought we even were looking at there. Some of these guys going for 12. You get Javonte Williams for 8. It's a hell of a player. Plus the pass blocking. He is underrated.
Yeah, they need to do him the service of having a guy that can take the pressure off him a little bit.
Yeah, that way, because you could see it. The wear and tear started to wear down the season a little bit. Here's A.J. Brown. Okay, we're about to be June 1st. Right, this trade's supposed to happen, right? We're going to have A.J. Brown out of Filthy. He's going to be with Mike Vrabel and the Rossinis. And really, this is when we need Diana. Where are you? We need your reporting on this because nobody really knows what's happening. We got Josina Anderson's throwing stuff out there like we got issues in terms of compensation. And
she's got to go independent, man. We need that content.
We need something. But here's Ian Rappaport.
You know, Vrabes' wife would probably lose it if Rossini had a Patriots insider report this week, though.
You think so?
Oh, for sure.
I don't know. Maybe Jen and Diana are gals.
I have seen the theory that at some point people get married for so long that they don't care if their spouse is cheating. They're like, whatever. I'm cheating. She's cheating. We're just going to stay together for the kids. Try not to let it go public.
Just like whatever.
But we don't want anything to do with each other that much anymore. We're friends. We have a family together, but we don't want to get a divorce. So I do what I do and she does what she does.
Maybe there's just an agreement there.
I think that's fairly common. And for us folk who are living the true romance and found the love of our life, could never imagine stuff like that.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
You guys haven't?
But I've been with my woman for 16 years.
I'm wearing mine on my chest.
And at least for me, it's still like the first 6 months.
Yeah.
Honeymoon phase.
100%. I like that sell job.
Coming up on 20 years of honeymoon phase.
Just pure bliss.
What a blessing, dude.
Here's Rap
Sorry,
Sheet.
I'm entertaining myself over here too much. I'm going to pipe down.
Here's the latest on the A.J. Brown trade.
As far as the actual trade, though, we're all waiting for June 1st to happen, so the cap hit is in half for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they could trade him. I just don't know that it's going to be like snap your fingers and the deal is done, because the two sides are where they have been, which is the Eagles wanting a first-round pick in 2027, the Patriots, the most likely destination. We'll see if someone else arises, but Patriots, the most likely destination, not being willing to give up a first-round pick as of right now. That means they're not particularly close, and there's a chance this could drag on for the foreseeable future.
Oh my
Rap Sheet's
gosh.
like way behind the game here.
Whoa.
Did we talk about this weeks ago?
Yeah, we did.
I told you Elliot Wolf told me they didn't have a deal done yet.
Yeah, so now, just
I did. I said, hey, man, you got to trade for that guy? He goes, not yet. No, we don't.
Yep, and I get it. And if you're Elliott, I think you should hold out and not give up a first-round pick. Why the hell should I trade what you traded for a player, 5 years ago? Like, this dude's older now. Come on. He's a good player. I'm not giving you a 1 for him. So I love it. I like what they're doing there. I'm sure this thing still ends up getting done.
He still is pretty crazy good, though, right?
Oh, he's fantastic. Yeah, he is. He's still one of the top receivers in the league.
I mean, I was listening to Nate Tice, and he pointed out there's only a couple of guys in the league who can go get it, high point a ball, beat a guy, and also yak you to death.
Right.
Right. And he's like, it's him and it's Jamar Chase, and there's not many other guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're haggling. They're doing a little haggling
Are we talking about the route runner, though? right?
What about him as a? I think he's solid.
it's a guy that like
He kind of
you're gonna he's in a way he's limited in what he can do as a route runner.
He's not running the full route tree,
So
but
if
what
he goes,
does well.
if he goes to a team, it's like, bro, you got to run some routes.
Well, then, that's on the team for it's just like the linebacker in coverage.
Shouldn't trade for him then. If you're a team that's like you're about trying to, you have to scheme things up. 49ers, right? 49ers route running team, Rams route running teams,
and the Rams are trying to trade for him. So I mean, I think that
maybe they feel like that he can run routes.
Yeah,
but it's like Philadelphia. It seemed like that goes.
A lot of
curls,
goes.
slant.
Yeah.
It wasn't a lot there. It wasn't a lot.
That's kind of how he's being used in that offense.
But he's so good at those that it's worth.
Outstanding player. I'm just saying, though, beware if you're thinking, well, this guy does a lot of things.
Yeah.
I mean, and Dawson told you the things he's really good at.
And New England knows. I mean, like Vrabel knows him well. He was with him there in Tennessee, and it was them trading him was a big reason why he got fired there. I mean,
he got mad at the GM.
Well, rightly so. It was a stupid deal.
I do think it's like a second round pick should be the
this
price
done.
here. Like
I'm with
he's
you.
a little bit older. It's a position that teams find in the draft pretty regularly now. Second round pick should get it done.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just it's a matter of time, but maybe the Eagles don't get the full asking price that they wanted. Now, we had Justin Herbert. He has joined the Chargers at OTAs, but he was not there at the start. He was back yesterday. He missed phase 2 of the team's offseason program. Why? He was supporting his girlfriend, singer Madison Beer. Now, when I think of Jim Harbaugh, I'm like old school, He's drinking milk. He's eating steaks.
He's hitting the sleds.
He's in his khakis.
Wears cleats to practice.
And he doesn't have
He's
time
on the jugs
to be going out there and just supporting your girlfriend.
Machine.
Oh. Right? I expect my quarterback to be there. Right? What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
This is football time. You're not traveling with your smoke show girlfriend. This is not what we're doing here. Well,
he's jealous. That's what it is.
I think that we might have seen a softer side now of Harbaugh. Here was his response to the media when it came to Justin Herbert.
So excited. I was happy. We went to support Madison on her music tour. Madison supports him at the football games, and he told me he wasn't going to be here for those 2 weeks. And my first reaction was, "Do you need a ride to the airport?" He's just been somebody that he's just here all the time. I mean, there's times I've wanted to shoo him out of the building. He's at every voluntary, every non-voluntary workout. I'm the same guy that broke his hand, and then he was here the next day practicing. The next game, stiff-arming guys. I was happy. Good balance.
You think he's ball sacking us?
Yeah, absolutely. You got an entire off season, bro. You've been off since the second week of January, where they get whacked in the wild card round.
Yeah.
And you can always tell. My buddy Newbear taught me this. When people's voice raises a couple octaves, they're lying. They go, "Oh, this is the line.
That's really good. This is really good.
Happy fun. I'll take
it's delicious."
Yeah, no, he was tongue in cheek. He was making a joke out of it.
Yeah.
Probably because he just decided I don't want to make a bigger deal out of this.
Drop
Let the
you off
media
at the
feast.
airport. When he said that line, I was like, wow.
Yeah. Drop you off at the airport.
Right.
He's doing a bid up there, and I love it.
It's really strong stuff.
Yeah.
Well done.
Cowboys really should have hired Harb, shouldn't they?
Gosh, that would have been.
I don't know, dude. Shoddy.
Tremendous.
Shoddy's got your respect.
There's very few that I would trade Shoddy for right now. I think Jim's one of them.
I get it.
Andy, Sean, Shanny.
McDonald.
Ben Johnson?
Ben Johnson, Mike McDonald.
Mike McDonald, yeah.
By the way, Ben's buying stock in Luther Burden. So you fantasy footballers out there, you might want to draft Burden. He's loving what he's seeing. He said he's very coachable.
All right, let's not be late for another Chief segment because Wolchuk's over talking.
I'm sorry, guys.
Okay,
well, too late.
We got Ball Maxon coming up, Chief.
Most diabolical play-by-play I've ever heard next year in the nation. Batolos, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results, whether you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or some just general thinning of your hair, hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Now, Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. Absolutely unprecedented stuff. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. You are going to love them. Now, it all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course, with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
1976, gas was 59 cents a gallon. Disco ruled the radio, and D&M Leasing opened its doors in Texas. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M because we make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and often less expensive than the traditional dealership experience. No negotiating, no pressure, just experts designing the right lease for your life. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, 50 years of helping Texans drive smarter.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Need a new water heater? Call Berkey's and get a 40 or 50-gallon gas or electric water heater installed for $19.75 with an 8-year parts and 1-year labor warranty, over-the-phone pricing and scheduling. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
Whether you're commuting to work or heading out for a fast coffee break, getting an auto insurance quote is just a tap away. With AAA, you're always connected, so you can focus on the road ahead. Rest easy knowing AAA's got you covered, no matter where life takes you. AAA, we're always with you. To start your quote, visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Gavin Dawson here for Men's T Clinic. If you're not feeling like you, I know how hard it can be to take that first step. But once you take it with Men's T Clinic, everything starts lining up. Hormones, mood, weight, muscle mass, and those symptoms holding you back finally end up in the rear view mirror. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what's next? Endless scrolling's not going to get you there. Do what I did and call a dedicated men's health expert at Men's T Clinic, 972-GO-MEN'S-T. Mention me, get free in-body composition analysis and a B12 shot. menstclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
menstclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door. Join us this summer every Saturday at the Mesquite Championship Rodeo. Concerts on site, giving away free genie openers, and live rodeo entertainment. See you there, Tolos.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here. It's time now for your favorite news segment in the nation, Ball Maxing with the Chief. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here's Eric.
I guarantee you've never heard play-by-play quite like this right now.
Now there's a new trend called ball maxing.
Everybody has a preference. Some guys like them round, and some guys like them thin. Some guys like them tacky. Some guys like them brand new. Some guys like old balls. I mean, they're all different.
Do you still think the balls are juiced?
These balls are juiced.
Now, speaking of ball tonight, I'm just not excited to watch SGA play basketball anymore. I'm just over it. I'm done with it. I think Wolchuk's got a little something in the mixed bag that will reinforce just how soft he actually is.
Oh, do I?
Or maybe is he a businessman?
Haters.
But,
I love it. I'll watch for the both of us, Chief.
I'm still going to watch. I'm going to hate watching it.
I love it.
I might do the thing where I just close my eyes when he has the ball, you know? You ever done that before? Just mid-game, you just close your eyes because you hate somebody so much.
I could tell you.
Just the way they do their job, not them as a person.
Pretty sure it happened a couple of times. Kobe was on like a 5-year run of just nailing fourth quarter threes, you know?
Yeah.
He would just go like stone cold killer mode on you.
It can get under your skin. I know a lot of people are closing their eyes during the tush push these days. It's like, I don't want to watch this.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my silent protest.
Every time Stephen A. Smith is on television.
Close your eyes and cover your ears.
I'm just disgusted.
When I used to watch games from the sidelines, like the ball would go down the field and like our guys were being like on defense, I would turn away. I couldn't look.
Really?
I'd be standing at the end of the bench, and the ball, I'd see it go in the air, and I'd see our defender, and I would turn, and I wouldn't look. And I just listened
waiting for the crowd reaction.
Every single time.
Man.
And then even now when I'm with the Cowboys in the press box, I find myself doing the same thing. Ball goes down the field, and I just kind of look away. And now I'm trying better to watch the whole play through. But
is that more out of fear, not out of hate?
it was out of fear.
Yeah.
It was out of fear that we were about to give up a huge play. You know?
That makes sense why you're always like, was that Hooker?
That damn
Like, did
Hooker
you not
again.
see it? Like,
I do ask you a lot of questions.
you're
I'm
like,
because
who was
I'll
that?
see the ball going in, I'll just turn, and I won't even watch.
who was that just got beat?
Yeah, who was that just got beat?
Just watch it back on the film. Okay, so you guys, I know, Lucius, you said you were soaking in the Indy 500 over the weekend.
Yeah.
And I didn't.
What a hell of a finish. Like, we didn't even talk about that. That was an amazing finish.
Heck of a finish.
You should see what happened for third, fourth, fifth. That was even closer. That finish was even closer.
Just that man went for it. He was
Yeah.
like, "No, this is it."
Top 5 was as close as you'll ever get in a car race.
Really?
Ever.
It was all about who's going to be scared at that moment.
Yeah. Who was going to lift?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we had I believe, the second installment of the Oscar Mayer Weenie 500, where they get in the Oscar Mayer Weenie Mobile.
It happened.
Yeah, it happened.
missed this.
It happened on, I believe, Friday.
Gosh,
it took place
darn
last
it.
Friday.
Carb day.
But I
Usually,
I keep getting inundated with some of the play-by-play clips because these guys really lean into the bit of everything. Okay, and this is on Fox. This is Fox play-by-play of the Weenie 500, where you have Oscar Mayer Wiener mobiles, like you have the Chicago dog, the New York dog, the Slaw dog. They're all 27-foot-long fiberglass hot dogs on wheels, and they go up to about 60 miles per hour, and they take 2 laps around the track and see who wins this thing. The play-by-play is unbelievable, and of course the winner gets the Borg Wiener Trophy and a mustard shower in the Wiener Circle at the end. Now,
You should try and drive one of these. You would love a mustard shower.
I would love a mustard shower.
That'd be that payoff for anybody that doesn't like mustard. What's something you don't like? We'll shower you with something else.
Like a black olive shower.
All right, perfect.
That would
Juicy.
suck. But here's a couple of the highlights from the Weenie 500, and this is right out of the gates. Here's the start.
Phenomenal start. Everybody seemingly getting away cleanly. The rookie, Corn Dog, a great start. Already one position up.
Rules are you can't move in reaction to. You have to anticipate. You got to get your weenie to the inside faster than they can make the move from behind.
Yeah, that's the key there, Townsend. And you see the conditions here so much different than last year. This cloud cover, cooler temperatures. Does that play advantage to the chili dog? We talked last year about slippery wieners. Conditions this year are slippery, not yet wet, but how does that make the handling of your wiener different?
Well, you got to look at the trail of New York Dog now. Almost has lost the draft entirely back there. You got to think that all the boos from this crowd when New York Dog was introduced,
oh yeah,
the locals are not a fan, and you got to think it's playing in their heads a little bit.
As we get further into this race, the tires start to fall off. These weenies get hard to handle. You got to grab them with both hands and make sure you hang on through these corners because they can really start stepping out and getting away from you.
I mean,
wow.
That is the actual broadcast team of the Indianapolis 500.
This is better than Femke Cox.
Yeah.
This is the Indy 500 real broadcasters. Like, I couldn't believe
here
comes Femke Cox.
the way that they were doing this.
Yeah.
I thought they kind of blew it.
Well, this is,
what way?
this is one of the drivers who was, I guess, getting a little bit dirty in the way that he was approaching things.
Seattle Dog making a move. That's a block, Townsend. That's absolutely a block.
That is a dirty wiener. I just don't think I can endorse that kind of behavior.
They were buns to buns coming off of 2, and that was not right. That was not right. But it killed the momentum. It killed the momentum. And Slaw Dog, your defending champions, making a move. Can they stuff it up the inside? What a silly sausage. Shy Dog loses the lead. Slaw Dog back in front. It's wiener on wiener action here. 5 very much still in the race.
But I am watching Corn Dog. as this first lap comes to conclusion.
I'll tell you what's so good about corn dog. The longer the wiener, the better when it comes to aero efficiency. And that tail coming off, that stick off the back of that wiener is really going to give them advantage at the end of the straights into turn 3 and into turn 1. I'd say keep an eye at the start of the second lap for a big move into the first corner.
I got to relax, man.
Bro, this is on
amazing.
Fox. Yeah. And do you feel like all this is extemporaneous speaking? Like this isn't scripted?
No, it's not scripted.
It's off the cuff.
They're having
Wiener
fun
on
with this.
wiener, bro.
Bun on bun.
Come on, man.
I can't believe that they actually do this. This is now 2 years running.
I'm going to throw my headphones down and walked out. Like the Geico and the Caveman commercials. I'm out of here, bro.
I mean, I feel like they should probably tap into your expertise in this field and bring you into the mix.
Yes.
You know?
I would be I'd be down to do some play-by-play here.
Maybe you could be, what do they call them, the turn announcers?
Yeah.
Let's go to turn 3 for the Chief.
Yeah. Pit reporter.
Give us your
corn
best
dog
weenie
balls
talk.
deep down here, guys. Get it? I get it.
These are the real broadcasters.
They are, dude. I can't believe that it's on network television.
That's incredible.
I know.
The
And
Wiener 500.
It's 10 minutes. I mean, I got like 5 clips in there.
You sure do.
It's insane.
I want more.
Okay, let's see what happens next here. Oh, this is where we get to the techniques. You have like the professional Indy drivers that are given some technique, practice.
James, you know what it takes. Townsend, you know what it takes around this legendary racing circuit. When you have a moment like that on the first lap, how do you redouble your effort and get back into it?
You know, I talked to some of the drivers before this, and they said it's a gentle touch with the wiener, actually. You would think it's 2 hands holding strong, but it's a gentle touch that really is the differentiator, to have the finesse when nursing it through the corners.
You don't want to handle this too hard.
I mean,
you don't want to handle it too hard, you know?
These are your professional drivers.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is how they went about the broadcast. Pretty unbelievable stuff. I did not know they were this aggressive with it.
No.
But congratulations to the New York dog who ended up coming away with the victory, getting the Borg Wiener trophy and getting the mustard shower, despite how much the fans there at the Indy 500 seemingly hated the New York dog. For whatever reason, they have an issue with the New York dog. But
Knicks Pacers, maybe?
Yeah, I mean,
That could be a good point.
just Pacers fans in there hating on what that is. Yeah. But there's your Wiener 500 2.0. Wow. Just a little taste of what that was like.
Well, thank you, Chief. That was outstanding. We got a mixed bag coming up next, Wolchuk.
Yeah, if every NBA mascot
that.
fought, who do you think would win?
Ooh.
That's next in the nation.
Sean and RJ here with the greatest of Underdog Fantasy. The NBA playoffs are finally here. Underdog is the place to get in on all the action. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. It's very, very easy. You pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. You get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. We love playing nightly on Underdog.
Download the app today. Use promo code TOLO to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro football futures market, Buffalo favored to win the AFC East at -155. Last year's champ New England +150. New England expected to complete a trade early next week for Philadelphia star receiver, and that will drive interest in New England. And at that point, I'd like Buffalo at a shorter price. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we're committed to doing things the right way. With clear, upfront pricing, no unwanted dealer addendums, and over 100 years serving North Texas. Our vehicles are engineered to inspire exploration, pushing the boundaries of what luxury can be. And our dealership delivers an experience defined by comfort, intention, and elevated detail. Visit Genesis of Plano today and discover a higher standard of luxury, totally on your terms.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Dallas Metro's newest resort community, Bynum Springs Club, has sold over 60 estate lots in just a few months. Their newest phase opens Saturday, June 6th. Go to bynumsprings.com to RSVP. bynumsprings.com.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by ntccog.org/gameplan.
The big event is finally coming to North Texas this summer, and that means increased travel activity. Consider using transit, carpooling, shifting travel times, or working from home if possible during busier travel periods. Travel tips, schedules, and maps at nctcog.org/gameplan.
Here
Here at The Fan, we're your proud home of Rangers baseball. Set these appointments for the best Rangers content in DFW. Monday afternoons at 4:20, Rangers President of Baseball Operations, Chris Young. Each Tuesday afternoon, a different Rangers player joins G-Bag Nation. Wednesday afternoon at 12:20, Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. And Friday afternoons at 4:40, it's our Hall of Fame voice, Eric Nadel. Nobody talks and covers this team like your official home of the Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through The Fan. Sands coming up at 5:20. Puts us 35 minutes away from our Rangers Insider pregame at 6:30. Trying to get a silver boot split and get back to within 4 or 5 hundo. Here's Wolchuk with your mixed bag.
All right, so Charmin Soft, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Well, the free throw merchant label has been put on him now for a couple of years, and as it's made Eric sick to watch, it's made a lot of fans in the NBA sick to watch. Now, yesterday, Adam Silver, NBA commissioner, was on the Pat McAfee show, and he said, I would only say that there's a difference between selling a call, exaggeration, and a true flop, which is where you're actually fooling the refs. He does not think that there is flopping, that there is an issue. He said, I think sometimes, even as I sit in the stands at games, players may be falling down. Players may be just reacting to a call, but he does not believe that flopping is an issue in the game right now. Now, Dylan Brooks is...
I mean, to me, it's a defensive issue, right? You're being too aggressive defending Shea, and he is too good at recognizing when you're out of position. Keep your hands off me, stay out of my landing zone, and I won't have to flop, right?
Yeah, sure.
You know, play more conservative defense. But I'm too quick. And the thing with Shea is, like, he's got the reactions of a prize fighter. So this is something that a lot of the great basketball players and soccer athletes, running backs have in common, that they can wait until you reach and then react. And that's a very rare trait in sports. Like, your reaction time, your timing, and your instincts has to be insanely off the scale good. Mm-hmm. Stay away from me, and I won't have to protect myself. It's the way I see it. And I love watching him play because I appreciate how he punishes defenders for getting out of position.
I think he is fantastic, but I mean, just the numbers of how many times he ends up on the ground and falls during a shot, it is kind of hard to overlook. I mean, because I was with you in terms of, like, I think that this is a little bit overblown because you look at his free throw attempts compared to, like, is he always leading the league in free throw attempts? The answer is no. But there is something about he ends up on the ground. What was it, 20% of his shot attempts? Like, there might be something here.
I mean, but there's always been an element of flopping. There always has been in basketball. Why are we mad at this now?
And I don't think it's as bad as what James Harden used to do.
No, it's definitely not the worst.
He's like leaning into it. Yeah, like that stuff would piss me off. But clearly fans are not loving what SGA is doing. I think the best thing was Dylan Brooks.
I think they just don't like him because he's so damn good looking.
Is that what it is?
I think it's part of it.
It's the looks.
Just like the Tom Brady hate.
Somebody's like, they're watching with their girl, and they're like, who's that? You know, and now it's, I hate this guy. Screw him. He's a flopper. But Dylan Brooks mocked SGA by sharing a custom operation board game, which was created by Underdog Sports. Now, Underdog reportedly created 100 custom copies of the game. But since then, you have SGA, according to The Athletic, his representation has filed a cease and desist letter asking the company to stop using his image for its game or face legal repercussions. Fair or foul? Fan After Dark style. Do you like what Shea did here? Or is this just Charmin Soft?
Yeah, I mean, initially I thought it was soft. The more I think about it, it's like, you are using my name. Yeah. You are using everything about me. Yeah. I should at least get a cut of this.
Sure.
You know, that's really what it comes down to. I think from a business standpoint,
just give me some money. If you're going to make fun of me, at least can I get some money from this?
Yeah, I should be able to get a little bit.
That's fair.
I should be able to get a little.
I
cash
think that's
for
a fair point, 100%.
Because they didn't just use a generic blue uniform number 2, you know, where everybody knows it's SGA, but they're not saying it.
It's legit as face.
They're going all out with this is 100% him.
No, you get yours,
so,
SGA.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that.
And that's what this should have been. It's just like, hey, the cease and desist is I want my portion of whatever money you've made off of this.
Okay, so I stumbled across this video last night on, while I was brain rotting on TikTok. Let's go to New York, and this is just a couple of guys on the street that start debating if you had every NBA mascot fight, who's coming out on top. Now, this is a little bit of a long clip. Bear with them. Eventually, they're going to come to a conclusion.
If every single NBA team was what they were, their mascot, their name, that's what you are, and they all had an all-out war, who would win?
The Hawks.
No.
Yes, the Cavaliers.
I say the Mavericks. A Raptor would destroy all of them. Okay. A rocket would destroy a Raptor.
What about Hornets? Hornets could be.
Hornets. Also, number 2.
Swarm at them, you're done.
Yeah, Macaulay Culkin died in that one movie from the Hornets. Yeah.
Macaulay Culkin.
What about Warriors?
Warrior, bro. You know what? If I'm a wizard, I'm gonna point my wand at this warrior and be like, a wizard can control everything. Where the Rockets land. Hey, they can control everything. The wizard's gonna win.
76ers, we took on the British.
Oh, that's what 76ers means? It's like the colonial guys.
The Hawks are bad. I saw a hawk.
If you have a wizard or magic.
I saw a hawk take a fucking squirrel off the ground and watch.
You know who will win the war, though? I gotta be honest. The Clippers. They'll clip anything. It's over. What about the power of music in the Utah Jazz? No, Jazz will not save the world.
Did we say the Heat?
The Heat is a good one because the Heat could just melt everybody. If the sun is like, yo, I'm gonna be 10 billion degrees and melt all of y'all right now, that could be the Heat. So what's more, the Heat or the sun? What about the Lakers?
Now Lakers.
Lakers was the Lakers. Yeah, so they can escape the Heat.
So what's the answer?
I think the Magic of the Wizards. Yeah, I would think so too.
Celtic. What's a Celtic?
Irish.
Yeah, you don't with the Irish.
Well, that's terrific audio. It blew my mind multiple times. I think the Suns was a great point.
Yeah, the Suns. That's the one.
Suns would be hard.
The Suns are the Heat, though, and I think
the Heat would be good.
You think I would leave the Sun?
Yeah,
but he's got a point about the Lakers because of the water. Right?
I think a sun would evaporate a lake instantly if it got close enough.
Yeah.
She'd be like, you're out of here, lake.
The sun is going to be undefeated here.
Just boil the water, right?
Yeah, you're done for. It's evaporated. Yeah, you're a crater at this point. I think is what you'd be. Now, with the animals, I was waiting for them to say Grizzlies.
Clippers are shit, by the way.
Yeah, they
right?
didn't say Grizzlies.
I thought when you're living in the animal kingdom, I think the Grizzlies would be champs.
That's fair.
But I like the Wizards and the Magic play as well. Like if you had Infinity Stone level Magic, you know, might be able to snuff out a sun.
Like Clash of Clans,
True.
The Wizards were fantastic.
Yeah, they're going to be able to just do things, pull stuff off with their wands, that you don't see coming. It's going to be wild.
And you get distracted by their sleeves.
And the hats and the beards. Joey McGuire says Texas Tech is offering to play Texas on September 5th this season.
Okay, this is crazy. For this season, you always get the scheduled stuff, and it's like, we're in 2026. In 2031, we're going to play this team.
He's saying, you know what, let's do this now, and here's why. We're going to buy out Abilene Christian University. That's who we're scheduled to play. We're going to pay it. We're going to give them their money. Don't worry. Now we're open. He said, Texas, you can afford to buy out the Texas State game too. You buy out Texas State. We buy out ACU. Now we have an opening. Let's play each other head to head. We can do it in Lubbock. We can do it at AT&T Stadium, but let's get it on.
Man, all the parents at Texas State and Abilene Christian are like, yeah
give us the
my
money.
son's safe.
Yeah, no doubt.
But gosh, I
they ought
love
to play
this.
each other now. Abilene Christian, Texas State ought to play each other.
There you go.
That's how you make
that'd be great.
Big party.
That'd be great. They
Bring
play
in a
each
band.
other, and then we get Texas and Texas.
But we got
Tech.
Texas State now in the WAC, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think they have, I think both those teams are starting to rise up the conferences every year. But, man, he said, quote, we would love to play Texas. This is in response to what Sark had to say last week. I think this would be great. Now, Tech does have a glaring weakness. Their non-con opponents are terrible. He did say for 27, they're in the next 2 weeks, Joey McGuire said they're going to announce a big-time opponent for next year's schedule. But that's something in the CFP committee. Like, if they were to drop a game in the Big 12 schedule, they're not going to be giving them the benefit of the doubt because they're playing cupcakes here.
And it is a pretty compelling case to go to 24 teams because at 24, I don't have to worry about my non-con. I can line up patsies and just get good for the conference schedule, go undefeated there. Or I could schedule tough teams, and if we lose one, we're fine. We could lose another game, and with 2 losses, just be good, right? Should be the criteria for getting into the playoffs. Not you tricked the schedule makers or you got a lucky year where you didn't have to play Alabama, so now you're undefeated. It should be just have a compelling case that you're a damn good football team. And at 24, you can include everybody under that definition.
Can. I mean, 24 to me just feels too, like, I think 16 is kind of the max that I'd go here, but I think 24 is inevitable, and we're just going to have to deal with it. But I'd love that. Let's make this happen, Texas and Texas Tech. Let's do it. I think we'd all be pumped to see that matchup.
Shoot, yeah.
I love that he's just going out with this. Like, okay, Sark, you want to talk smack like that? I'm going to put this in the public. This isn't even behind closed doors. I'm going to let everybody know that we're ready for you.
Yeah, well, we'll do it. We'll buy out our game. You buy out yours.
It wouldn't be an impossible road trip either, too. That'd be pretty simple for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do it, yeah, if you want to hold it at AT&T, that'd be great, too.
It'd be awesome.
I think that's what he said, right?
Yeah,
he said Lubbock or AT&T.
Yeah,
let's do that.
I think if you're Texas as well, like without Sorsby and with Tech coming off the season they had, you can kick off this season with a bang, get people fired up talking about it. You just beat Tech.
And Texas would be super favored in that, in my opinion, especially with the quarterback situation. So I think you're right there. All right, let's finish up the mixed bag here. Here's some more audio. This is a story, Ravens-Steelers, old school rivalry. Bart Scott and T. Sizzle, Terrell Suggs. Now, there is a poor Steelers fullback that is the centerpiece of this story, but how about a defensive player shooting his shot? Take it away. They're going to bounce between Bart Scott and Terrell Suggs telling this story.
This is about Bart Scott. It was one of those years they beat the out of us in the season.
The play before the timeout, I hit Willie Park, and I'm like, listen, Willie, this guy's going to get you killed. He sucks. Oh, you f***ing suck. You f***ing suck. He pops up, screw you. I'm like, yeah, you don't want this smoke, trust me. So we're arguing, so of course, I'm following him all the way to the sideline. It's a TV timeout. And he said, man, you won't do nothing.
And Bart Scott said, bring your ass out. He called out the fullback. And Mike Tomlin looking like, who he talking to? And he was like, I'm talking to him. Bring his fat ass out here.
Oh, my.
Mike Tomlin was like, get your ass in there.
Yeah. And he's pumping his head up and stuff like that. I knew what time it was, so I hauled ass 0 to 100 real quick.
Man, when I tell you I've never heard a car crash so hard, oh, you heard that? Hi,
Met him in the hole. Bow. I'm talking my talk. I told you this dude sucked. The problem was, he got up too fast, runs to the sideline, gets to the numbers, collapses. If you ever in life need a hype man, call Terrell Suggs. He is the Flavor Flay of football. Terrell Suggs said, oh my God! He's done!
35? I've never seen like a defensive player call their shot. Like, yo, I'm finna knock you out, and then actually on the next play, on the ensuing play, knocks the guy. Yeah. Like, I'm like, that my concussion pro. I ain't seen that dude.
During that time, the next week, he was out because of an injury because of that play.
No. The story grows.
Yeah, it was Dan Kreider, Steelers fullback, and he did. He knocked him out, had a concussion, had to miss the following game as well. But man, boy, that Ravens old school defense, Bart Scott and Terrell Suggs.
Well, those were just some of the funnest matchups ever. When it was
violence.
Steelers Ravens.
Oh yeah,
it was amazing, dude. Like some of the best defenders of an era, all on the field, and they were just dogs.
I just love the idea of like he's pointing at the Steelers sideline. Mike Tomlin's like, "Who are you calling out? You get out there, go."
I guess we're in 21. You're calling our personnel now.
Mono. Let's make this happen. Coach is like, "All right, hell yeah."
All right, we got 3 down, 90 minutes to go. Finest coming up, Chief. Where you taking it?
Yeah, let's hear from the luckiest quarterback in the league. And Texas Tech might actually have another option to replace Sorsby. That's next year in the nation. But first, Tolos, I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It is so easy, free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and right off the car, not the kid.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for play, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Kyler Murray sure sounded like QB1 when meeting the media at Vikings OTAs yesterday and discussing his relationship with J.J. McCarthy. While McCarthy, on the other hand, compared the quarterback room to high school. Seems like one QB is ready for the moment and one is still in school. I'm Adam Abdallah.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Injured in an accident? Call now! Oh, look. If you've been hurt, the last thing you need is another high-stress situation. At Branch & Dillon, our goal is to remove that stress and let you focus on recovery while we focus on protecting your interests. Established right here in Dallas-Fort Worth. When you work with us, you're a fellow Texan, not a number. No yelling, no gimmicks. Visit us at crashhelpfast.com. You focus on recovery. We'll handle the rest. crashhelpfast.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Hey, Tolo's Air Chiafalo here to tell you something you don't hear every day. You can keep your insurance check and still get a brand new roof.
I'm Alexis Vining with Greystone Roofing. We offer in-house financing that can cover 100% of your roof. Low rates, no hard credit check, and no income verification.
So you can use that insurance money to pay off debt, invest, or just keep it in the bank.
Call Greystone Roofing, licensed, local, and family owned.
Visit greystone-roofing.com.
Licensed, local, and family owned. The best roofs come from Greystone.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here. Do I have a major announcement for you from Platinum Ford in Terrell? You can get employee pricing right now, which means you pay what they pay at Platinum Ford. We're talking American value for American values. It doesn't get better than this. Check out the full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Some restrictions apply. Go see GM Adam Vinci right now. Tell him you want your employee pricing and you want to pay what he pays. You can start the process online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. Jared Sandler's coming up in 20 minutes. We'll talk with Sands about tonight's Rangers game, which is pregame coming up at 6:30. Here's Chief with your football's finest.
Yes, sir. Let's get it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
All right, here we go, boys and girls. I have DraftKings, the passing touchdown prop totals for the 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL. Ooh. Who is projected to lead the league in touchdown passes in 2026?
Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford's on the board. The luckiest quarterback in football, thanks to the Brian Broaddus Pro Football Focus.
Burrow.
Joe Burrow's on the board.
Patrick Mahomes?
Patrick Mahomes is actually a little bit lower on this here list, and I think it's because they're playing scared with the injury.
Josh Allen.
But Joe Burrow is the number one. Okay,
right.
So congratulations to Dawson.
MVP.
32.5 touchdowns is the line for Joe Burrow's touchdown.
Dak Prescott.
You'd hammer the over on that.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford does come in second with 30.5.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get Jared Goff, Brock Purdy, and Dak Prescott tied at 4 with 27.5 touchdowns.
Oh, nice.
So 27.5 touchdowns. And that would be a solid year, especially if you're able to really just run the football. You get 28 touchdowns. That's decent. Usually you're looking for the 30s, though. I mean, you want that, but they're only projecting basically 2 or 3 quarterbacks right now of touching that 30 marker.
How many quarterbacks do you think threw for over 30 last year?
3.
I was going to say 3. Give me 4.
It is 4. Dak with 30, Drake May with 31, Goff with 34, and Stafford with 46.
Golly.
Way ahead of the pack.
I didn't even realize he had that many.
46 touchdowns, just 8 picks.
46. That's a pretty dang large number. Now, I guess we're playing in the world now with the extra game. So, I mean, you've seen the Mannings and the Bradys and the Breezes
50,
go in the 50s,
55,
which is really just insane.
It's wild though. I mean, he hasn't had under 27.5 in a healthy season since his first 3 years when he was handing it to Zeke. You know, Dak, if he's healthy, it's definitely over 27. It's 30. It's 36. It's 37. You know, he had the 1 year with 23 and 15 picks, but he didn't play the whole season that year. There was 3 games left on the ledger in 2022 when he got hurt. So he played 13 games, and we were talking about how many picks he threw, but you give him 3 more starts, he's probably going to throw 4 more touchdowns and end up with 27. So I think healthy, it's candy from a baby. Now, he hasn't been healthy in 3 of the last 6 seasons.
It's kind of an every other year thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing with Joe Burrow. Why I don't think I'd bet that either.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point with Burrow. I mean, if he's healthy, it's the same thing. Like, he's going to be putting up ridiculous numbers, but the health factor is huge there. I was surprised to see, and I don't know, maybe you guys can look this up and see Josh Allen and how many touchdown passes he usually throws for, because they only have him at 24.5.
25 last year.
25
I think he runs
year.
a lot in.
He does run in quite a few, which is going to eat up some of his passing touchdowns. That's part of the reason why you get down in the red zone. You got a guy like Josh Allen. He can help you in a big way, and he will get some on the ground. But yeah, Dak is, especially in the division, far and away the guy that's projected with the most touchdown passes. Next would be Jalen Hurts when it comes to the NFC East with 22.5, Jaden Daniels 21.5, and Jackson Dart 19.5. So Dak, of course, is projected to throw for the most touchdowns in the division for this season. Now, we also got a little glimpse of Matthew Stafford, who just got the extension with the Rams, and we're finally hearing from him after the Ty Simpson situation. And you always, you never really know how a veteran quarterback is going to take the young guy under his wing. But this was Stafford on with Pat McAfee.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm in there with him, in the meeting room, on the practice field, trying to share as much knowledge as I can. Listen, I was a big fan of Ty when he was playing at Alabama. I sent him a text after, he got drafted and said, really enjoyed watching you play. Just you were in the wrong jersey. You weren't a dog. So, but no, I did enjoy watching him play. He's a talented kid. I'm going to do everything I can to get this team ready to play, to win. But at the same time, share some of the knowledge that I've gained throughout my career, because I wouldn't be in the seat that I am right now talking to you guys after a really good football season, and if I didn't have people that were helping me out along the way too. So I'm happy to do that. But he's been a sponge, man. He's looking to get better, and really that's everybody on our team, all the young guys that we picked.
And that's a blessing for Ty Simpson right there.
Yeah.
An absolute blessing, because that does not always happen for the young quarterbacks that come into similar situations. But being able to learn from Stafford and the McVay situation, like that is, he's going to be in football 101 for the next 2 or 3 years before likely he has to do a whole lot unless Stafford gets hurt.
Yeah, is Stafford's wife still podcasting?
I think she punted on that.
Did she punt on that?
Or she just hit the pause button,
in
perhaps.
week 2 or 3, we might hear some comments from her, some negativity or something, Well,
she's usually been a fan of the backup quarterbacks when it comes to Stafford.
That's a good point. Good point.
It was an unfortunate college situation.
It's a good point, but yeah, you wonder. She can say
she no longer is active.
She's no longer. Well,
the morning after with Kelly Stafford has been canceled.
That's a miss there. I think like in week 2 or 3 we would hear something.
Yeah, she'd be taking shots.
Like Matthew comes home and tells me this kid is one of the dumbest guys he's ever worked with. This guy,
McVay really didn't even want him.
Yeah, I can't believe that McVay would even draft this guy. What is he supposed to know about quarterbacks? Luckily, Matthew came along and did something for him. One of those things.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about that at this point.
See that Mekhi Lemon? We could have had him on our team.
Instead, we had to draft a guy. Yeah,
had to take this freaking Ty Simpson guy.
We would have won the game if only we drafted Mekhi Lemon. You have Adam Schefter on with McAfee as well. He's saying that the Giants remain hopeful about Malik Neighbors being ready for Week 1 versus the Cowboys, but that sounds a little ambitious, and we'll have to see how much progress he makes. So the idea that Malik Neighbors will not be there Week 1, helping to ease in for Christian Parker and some of the DBs, no Malik Neighbors, that is starting to trend like he won't be there. And we will wish him a speedy recovery, and hopefully he hits the ground running in Week 2, and just starts tearing it up.
I can't imagine them having much of a chance of victory. So, Neighbors is good. They lost Wan'Dale Robinson. I'm thinking about betting big on the Cowboys Week 1 already. Do we got a line on this? Where do I need to get down? FanDuel?
Yeah.
Slayton, Mooney, Fields, Calvin Austin. I don't think they can exploit the Cowboys' biggest weakness anymore like they were able to last year.
No, not at all. And I don't know. I want to say the line was Cowboys by road game. I think it was Cowboys by 3.5 or something. Vegas,
it's a decent sized number.
It's a decent sized number, but the Cowboys usually go into New York with a healthy squad and they tear them up pretty good. Now the Eagles, of course, have a new offensive coordinator, Sean Mannion, and he's going to be implementing a lot more under center stuff. So that'll be interesting for Jalen Hurts to see how he can, acquit himself that way. But then also the outside zone concept. So you have Saquon Barkley reaching out to Todd Gurley to try and get some. I wonder what Todd Gurley's up to these days. He's just sort of vanished.
Chilling.
Chilling, absolutely. Not trying to overextend himself with the bad knees, but Saquon's reaching out to Todd Gurley to be like, hey, how do I need to handle things? Because their entire rushing attack is going to be different. Like, they had the Stoutland stuff. He's one of the best offensive line coaches in football, has been for a long time, but now they're going to be changing things up and going a different direction with it. So Saquon's reaching out to Todd Gurley to see what do I need to know about how to be efficient in an offense like this, where Todd Gurley was an absolute dog. You talk about a guy that could have had an unbelievable career. He was a monster if it wasn't for the injuries. So he's getting a little bit of coaching there from old Todd Gurley.
He had a really bad knee, right? Like, he got arthritis.
Yeah, that was a disaster for him. And then in the college football world, this is all taking place sort of in real time, but I saw this from Yahoo Sports just a few minutes ago, where you have a player for UCLA. Okay, his name is Carson Gordon, and he's one of the quarterbacks on their roster. He was a pretty touted prospect. He's been banged up, but he's also a track star. And there's like some sort of transfer portal loophole situation where if you're a dual sport athlete,
he can use those.
You can actually he can go into the portal as a track athlete.
Yeah, there you go.
This time of year, can't do it as football, but he could still play football at the next school that he goes to.
Oh.
So he's a track star. He's entering the portal as a track player, but he's also planning to play football wherever he ends up next.
Sounds like
Texas Tech recruited him out of high school.
And I was just going to say, it sounds like a bunch of football players are about to become two sport athletes.
I know. Yeah, this is something I'm surprised.
I can shot put it.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to whoever it is that sort of, I guess, representing him or whatever, but you haven't seen this yet, and maybe they'll have to fix things in the language about how you can go about this. But for now, it's kind of open season. So I would expect to see maybe some more players. Maybe it's not this year, but at some point using that dual sport loophole to be able to get in the portal when most guys can't. But this could be a guy. I mean, he's undersized. They're saying that he could be actually a receiver, though he's been a quarterback. And I do wonder if Texas Tech would take a shot on him. Now, he's also coming off an ACL, just like Will Hammond is, who's supposed to be the starter now that Sorsby's likely not going to be there. But when the Sorsby stuff becomes inevitable, which it feels like it sort of already is, I wonder if Texas Tech will take a flyer on this guy and just bring in another talented dude, again, off an ACL injury, but he's from Bel Air, Texas. And
went to Missouri City.
And Texas Tech was one of the teams that was recruiting him before he opted for UCLA. So he's a track star, obviously fast as could be, and putting him there at the quarterback position, that could be a nice little cheat code for you.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm Texas Tech, I think that I'm kicking the tires on this thing just to see why not. Get yourself a dual threat quarterback. I don't know how much Will Hammond is much of a runner.
He can run.
Can he?
But he is also coming off an ACL. So, I mean, like, how much is he going to have that in his arsenal year one coming back from that? So, why not? I mean, you could even do some packages for him at the very least.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll have to wait to see if Texas Tech gets in the mix here for this fella, but thought that was pretty interesting. Now, did you guys...
I think they might. They're going to have to plug some kind of rule in here immediately. I think this would be a good spot for that old, if you do this, you got to sit out a year on the football side of it. You know?
Ooh, okay.
You can compete in track, but you got to wait your turn
Bring
in
that
football.
rule back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Baseball, too? Like all those sports?
Yeah,
any sport.
Any
like
sport.
whatever you're going into the portal for, you can play.
Whenever that window is, you're hitting it.
Yeah.
Anything else that's out of the portal window, you're sitting out that year.
You got to sit him down.
I think that's a good compromise.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty good as well. Did you guys see that Des Bryant was doing like a football camp? Did you guys see the clips of that?
No.
Oh, yeah, and he called a kid
challenged.
out. Yeah. Got beat up pretty good.
Oh, did he? Up pretty good.
It seems like he's always at some kind of a practice with his kid. Is this kid like 13 or 14 now and starting to make plays?
Might
maybe
even
15?
be older.
Yeah.
I thought this kid was getting recruited.
He is.
Okay. I think he's got a couple of sons, but
okay.
I see one of them on social quite a
Yeah,
bit. It looks pretty big.
Jr.
Looks like about high school age.
Class of 28.
Okay.
He's at South Lake Carroll right now.
But he was doing his patented movies down on the goal line. This is just like throw it up to Dez. He's got a high school kid corner going up against him. He had like 4 tries, and he ended up giving the kid $1,000. He bet the kid $1,000. Same thing happened with Devontae Adams. He said whoever
the watch,
the Rolex.
Yeah.
But I think Devontae Adams was the one that was actually playing defense in this scenario. He was like guarding wide receivers at his camp, and he was like, whoever beats me, I'm going to give you a Rolex watch. He literally takes the watch off his wrist and gives it to the kid.
Wow.
So, but that's a little bit different because he's having to play DB.
Yeah.
I was made a little bit sad to watch Dez. I can only imagine how frustrated he was.
Yeah.
With this kid kind of locking him up there. And it's in the... Now, if it was Tony throwing him the ball...
Yeah, different story.
Maybe a different story.
I want to believe that, too. I hope so.
I know.
He did score on the second route. He got him on the comeback. But this kid was impressive, dude.
Kid was pretty dang impressive. And he earned himself $1,000, so respect to him.
I mean, 37-year-old Dez, probably 20 pounds over his playing weight. I'm guessing there. I could be wrong. And the Achilles.
Oh, yeah.
Against an elite high school corner. I mean, you could see when he was in Baltimore that the elevation was gone, and that was like his superpower. Okay, thank you, Chief. Finest in the books. We got the Expressway coming up next. Jared Sandler's going to join you for a baseball conversation, and what happens with the Rangers next is coming up on The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing, because if you're thinking about what vehicle you're going to put in your driveway or garage next, there's no better outfit to call than my friends at D&M Leasing, 972-817-35 Lease. They'll put any make, any model in your driveway. It'll make you happy. You know, brand new vehicle for the summer. What are you going to look sweet in? Is it the new truck, sports car, SUV, family truckster? Do you need a minivan? You know, maybe an expanding family, something like that, fuel efficient, good capacity. Whatever you need, D&M Leasing is going to make it happen for you in the Easy Lease program, the most consumer-friendly lease on the market. And all you have to do is call them, about a 10-minute phone conversation. They'll want to know the details on what you're trading in. They will give you the highest trade-in value possible on the old one. There's nothing down, nothing due for 60 days. And when the payments kick in, they're up to 50% less compared to buying. You're going to see why I love D&M Leasing and why they have thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews online, because it is the best way to acquire new vehicles. Save a bunch of money and a bunch of time. You don't have to go into a dealership and haggle, hang out in the lobby for hours. Just call D&M Leasing and tell them what you want. They'll bring it to you, probably tomorrow. You can even have them drop it off at the office if you want. Drive off with the old one. Pretty cool. 972-817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautoleasing.com.
So many of you still have that 3% rate from the COVID years, and you want to keep it, but you want to get cash out of your home. It's very simple. A second lien home equity loan with TexasLending.com. We have an automated appraisal. It goes fast. We have great rates, and we have loan officers who care. Call us today. Get that financing done now with TexasLending.com. 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Hi, it's Michaela, and it's always game time at Boomer Jacks. Now, there are 2 more great reasons to love us. Enjoy $2 domestics and $3 Dos Equis each day until 2 a.m. Find your location in DFW at boomerjacks.com and raise your game.
This is the Game of the Week Report, brought to you by Hyundai.
As we head into summer, the pro baseball schedule continues to ramp up. On Monday, we have a full slate of games scheduled, including 3 night games out on the West Coast, where we'll see Los Angeles host Colorado, Seattle host New York, and Arizona versus LA.
The Game of the Week Report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space.
Come on, guys. Mill cleats on a seat.
Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Hey, Tolo, Sean, and RJ here with the official coffee of the morning show. Just love coffee. And look, we're big coffee drinkers. We have to in the morning. We know you are too. So let's get on over to the Sean and RJ coffee, the Ethiopian Yirgacheffe. It's a step above that grocery store coffee. It's 5 steps above.
You're supporting local coffee, local partnerships, and local charities all at the same time. Proceeds from the Sean and RJ coffee bag go to the Sandlot Children's Charity. That's a pretty cool combination. It's just love coffee. Tell them Sean and RJ sent you.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here to tell you about my friends at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The clock is winding down, and the winning team has the drive you're cheering for. It's the Classic Memorial Day event's final days. Last chance to trade up at the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. 3 years straight. Upgrade to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $16,000 off MSRP. That's a winning drive. $16,000 off. Making the right trade is always the game plan. Well, right now, trade values are up. You could trade into something better than you thought and lower those payments. Plus, they'll buy your current car, even if you don't buy from them. Get a check on the spot. There's no timeouts left. Hurry in to the final days of Classic Memorial Day savings. The best models are selling fast. Shop now at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference.
Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025. Stock number TZ14625. Classic discount 12750. Customer cash 1250. Bonus cash 2000 plus tax title license and 225 dealer doc fee. Expires 6/126.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Need a new AC system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877 Berkey's or visit Berkeys.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And we're going to have a baseball conversation with Jared Sandler here in just a moment. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. A little bit of breaking news. Walt texted and said AZ Fudd's going to get her first career start. So look that up. And I guess the deal is Enrique Ogunbowale is out with an illness, which clears the path for AZ Fudd to start for the Wings tonight as they host the Aces.
The Aces are in town, yeah.
Aces are like championship quality still.
Yep.
Yeah, got the multi-time MVP and all that. So it's going to be tough, but I think the Wings are up to the challenge now. You know, this is a very legitimate quality WNBA basketball team we have to pull for. And I guess if the Rangers slip up tonight and things get ugly in a hurry, I'm going to be fishing around looking for that Wings game on TV. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to them playing at the AAC here starting next year. Do you think they're going to be able to pack the house? Is there enough interest? I don't know. We'll find out.
Not game in, game out. I don't imagine it'll be every game. But, I mean, she's just Fudd off that 24 points. Her and Becker's both.
I think she hit 5 threes in a quarter, which was a WNBA record.
Yeah, 6 of 12 from downtown that game. She was rocking.
Yeah, she was. And, you know, if she can just make threes and play great defense, they have good post players. They obviously have Paige Beckers, good guard play. Like, the great thing about Fudd, and I think this league in general, is she's not coming into a situation where she's got to do everything. There's an excess of quality players in the WNBA. That's why, like, a Haley Van Lith can just get cut. It's like, sorry, there's other good players that are unemployed right now. Sure. We're gonna move on from you and bring another one in, and, you know, you can go play in Russia in the offseason or something like that. I think there's a pretty good league over there. Okay.
I think it's something real quick about the WNBA rule. Yeah. And I was just looking this up because I was making sure that the Aces are good.
Yeah.
They're 4-2 right now. I believe I got this right. They haven't lost on the road yet.
Oh.
So their losses have been at home. They have not lost on the road. So
all right.
Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that sounds like a tough test, but these Wings are probably up to it as Jared Sandler joins us now here on The Fan. Buddy, how we doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Well, you know, just hanging out, getting ready for this baseball game tonight and hoping that we don't have to put the Rangers on no-hitter watch against Eric Getty. This guy had their number last time, didn't he?
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's having a great year. You know, it's interesting. He's a guy who he decided that he didn't want to throw as hard as he did last year. Felt like that was actually maybe detrimental. So fastball not as hard. He doesn't throw his curveball as hard. It's I don't know if you guys remember Charlie Morton, who pitched for a number of teams, including the Astros, but he has a curveball that has similar movement, like a similar movement profile to Charlie Morton's, and that was one of the best curveballs in the game when he was throwing it, and didn't throw it like a power curve per se. And so you know, I don't know, you know, for guys like that, you see him a second time in a couple weeks, maybe it helps, but maybe it doesn't. I guess we'll find out. But he's been awfully good this year. It wasn't just against the Rangers. He's got an ERA coming into tonight at 1.32. That's not a joke.
Yeah, that's a tough matchup on a night like tonight, but hopefully the Rangers rise to the challenge. Did want to circle back with you on the DeGrom start from last night because it was a big part of our conversation yesterday going into it. Felt like it was a good bounce-back game for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, gosh, Yordan Alvarez is hitting home runs off of, you know, everyone, it seems like, this year and especially this series. So, yeah, I thought so. You know, it was it obviously wasn't like, hey, 11 strikeouts dominant or anything, but gosh, you give up 2 runs over 6 innings, you know, that's pretty good. I thought it was a really good start against a good lineup, and definitely good to see for sure.
Okay, so speaking of Yordan, how big of a sin is it in that situation to give up a 3-0 lefty on lefty, a go-ahead dong?
Yeah, well, first of all, just a little bit of research. He, with that home run, tied the record for most home runs in a single series hit against the Rangers. It's been done a handful of times, guys hitting 5 home runs in a series, trying to figure out the major league record. So we'll see if he is within striking distance of that. But second player this year to have 5 home runs in a series, Mike Trout, had 5 home runs against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium earlier this year. Gavin, I think my thoughts on that, and I thought Skip gave a great explanation after the game. But if it's Shohei Ohtani, then it's a different story. I have to pitch to Shohei Ohtani in that spot. I at least have to give myself a fighting chance because Shohei Ohtani runs like the wind. And if he gets on to begin the 8th inning as the go-ahead run, that walk could very easily turn into a double. He's scoring from first on a double. He's scoring from second on a single, right? All these different things are in play. Yordan's on the other end of the speed spectrum. He doesn't run at all. All the injuries over the last few years, he is slow as slow. And so if he gets on first, he's still 2 hits away from scoring. Right? A double probably doesn't score him unless it really rattles around and you misplay a carom or something like that. But with nobody out, especially on a ball that's not an obvious double off the bat, he's got to hold a second. He's not scoring on a double. And so, I think the challenge there is, all right, so what if you walk him? It's not like you got Murderer's Row coming up. And the other thing, too, is, all right, let's say Tyler Alexander lands that pitch for a strike or it's fouled off. Now the count's 3-1. Are you fired up about that? I still don't know that you are. So, Skip's explanation afterwards I thought made sense. Hey, you throw a sweeper out of the zone, try get him to hit something off the bat, knowing that he was probably going to have the green light and be aggressive in that spot. But you obviously run the risk of not throwing it out of the zone. And when you got a guy going the way Yordan Alvarez is going, he's just not missing, and he didn't miss last night.
So, yeah, I guess MLB doesn't track home runs per series, so you're going to have to do the work on that yourself. It's probably 6 or 7, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. There's a database that does have some series research, but you can't search in larger than 10-year increments. So I've got to go in 10 years, so it'll take a little bit of time, but hopefully I'll have that answer by first pitch.
Okay, you feeling good about Eovaldi, speaking of first pitch?
I'm feeling good about Eovaldi for sure. I don't know what Spencer Arrighetti's going to give up tonight, but I definitely feel great about Nathan Eovaldi, giving the Rangers the very best chance. I am curious what the Rangers are going to do with Yordan Alvarez 2 batters into the game. If it was any other pitcher, if it was anyone other than Eovaldi or DeGrom, it's probably an auto walk. You give him 4 balls perhaps if you get Jeremy Pena out or if Pena doubles or triples. But, for Nathan Eovaldi, I don't know if he's going to be okay with it. I think he's going to say, hey, I'm going to go after him. And so I'm curious to see. I'm definitely curious to see how they handle him situationally in general. But Nathan Eovaldi, in any start, I feel really good about.
Are we going to put this game in motion starting tonight?
You mean get the running game?
Yeah.
What? Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah.
The bag stealing offense.
We do need the bag stealing offense. I'm looking at the lineup though, and Eric, I hate to tell you, they're really, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 guys who could legitimately steal a base without the element of major surprise, but Nicky Lopez, not a guy that gets on base a whole lot. Evan Carter can, and hopefully he's starting to turn things around. But he's obviously had a tougher time, at the plate this year. But yeah, I mean, the bag stealing offense is one that I would love to see the Rangers employ more. They don't have great speed in their lineup in general, but they got to figure out ways to score runs, especially here at home, if the long ball is not going to be a huge part of it.
Well, thank you, sir. Have a great night, and we will catch up with you tomorrow.
Sounds good. See you, fellas.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. The Expressway brought to you by the On Time Experts. Without further ado, we go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Hey, G back in the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan. at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. How you doing on a Thursday, ladies' night, Thursday? What my man say? Crack 'em if you got 'em.
Crack 'em if you got 'em, buddy.
Crack 'em if you got 'em.
Did Gia become a big thing here? Because I know, like in the 90s, it was massive in Washington State, up at University of Washington.
Yeah, shout out to MC8.
Yes.
Gia. Straight up menace. Gia. Boy, that was a jam, dog.
It was, dude.
That was a traumatic movie to watch, though. My God. All right, this piece of audio will be going for 2 today, right here. It comes from the Cubs baseball channel on YouTube or all on your social medias, wherever you can find them. Cubs Hall of Fame catcher Jody Davis was telling the story about, telling the story about a mound visit. It's a pretty interesting story, and it pays off at the end. Pay attention.
What's the craziest thing that ever happened in a mound conversation when you would come out from behind the plate and you'd go to the mound?
Oh, God. It's got to be a Rick Sutcliffe story. We're in Cincinnati, and when a Red hits a home run, they shoot fireworks while he's running around the bases. Boom, 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 boom. Well, Sutcliffe shakes me off one day and gives up a freaking solo, and the runner's running the bases, the fireworks are booming. So the next guy comes up, and we get in the middle of the count. Suck gives up another one, back to back. Fireworks are going off, boom, 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 boom. So I go out to the mound, and he's screaming at me before I even get to the dirt. Get back behind the plate. I know I made a mistake. Yada, yada. Why are you coming out here? Go back. We get in the middle of the count, and he gives up another one, back to back to back solos. So now Billy Connors, the pitching coach, is coming out, and the same thing. Sutch starts screaming at him when he's coming across the third baseline, and he's yelling at him and Big Sutcliffe. And why are you coming out here, Billy? Damn it, I know I made a mistake. Why are you coming out here? Why are you coming out here, Billy? And Billy Connors looked at him and said, I'm just giving that fireworks guy time to reload. And he turned around and walked back to the dugout.
Giving that fireworks guy time to reload. With your sorry ass.
I think I could listen to Jody Davis tell a story. If he's got other ones, man.
Yeah.
What a narrator? Was that an orator?
Orator.
Yeah. Storyteller.
All right, it is a ladies' night here, so I have a whole lot of clips around the ladies. This one right here is not like a lady, but a lady caused this one. And I think we've all kind of been through this one. We have a heartbroken man going through it in New Mexico. I believe it's Albuquerque, New Mexico. He was just, he was washed. He looked like maybe he was drunk or something. Like he was going through something. But type of something where you would see him and say, hey, man, are you okay? And you would get this story.
Do you need help, man?
I caught my wife of 6 years sleeping with another man.
Right now?
Right now.
Where at? Oh.
And instead of beating her ass, I just left.
In those apartments over there?
Yes.
You ran across this? Guys.
And instead of putting my hands on the bench, I left.
You left that bitch.
And I can't even walk, dog.
Dog. I can't even walk. All right, dude. Well, I'm gonna go eat some Bubba's.
Yeah, you go eat, bro.
You go eat, bro. You enjoy your night,
I
dog.
appreciate you for checking up on me.
I got
You're
you.
a real one.
I got you.
You go eat, bro.
I would have told him to get up. Get your ass on the ground. All that crying. Oh, get up.
Yeah.
Pull yourself together, man.
Can't imagine her finding a better man than that, you know?
He loved her, bro. He really did. He loved her. She had no respect. She did it at the crib. At the crib, bro. She didn't even hide, fam.
Those apartments got a lot of dudes lurking around, sneaking around in the hallways.
Oh, man.
Meeting them at the mailbox, you know?
Hey.
Yeah.
Got to be careful those apartment spots.
You got to watch them. We have a hit and run
Young
situation.
guys in shape at the gym. Crap.
Yeah, using the facilities.
Oh, man. There they are at the pool.
Yeah, the girl just taking out the trash. That's why you should have took that trash out, dog.
Yeah.
That's why you should have took that trash out, player.
Right.
You got to protect her from these streets. We have a hit and run situation. The girl catches up to a man that hit her car in the parking lot. And it is wild because he is not giving up any information. In fact, that's just a little scratch.
Yo, sir, you got your insurance information for me, yes or no?
Sorry, no.
No? Okay.
You are lying.
I'm not lying about nothing. Stop your car. You're not going nowhere.
Are you crazy?
Are you crazy? You crashed into my car.
Please, you have my
go take your car over there. Wait, I don't have your license and registration.
I can't stop, okay? Don't do that, okay?
Stop your car.
I can't because you guys lying. I just scratched a little bit. You say
so what?
You say
So if it's a little bit, give your license.
Doesn't matter, okay?
He's a lawyer.
You have to stop.
Why I'm stuck?
You damaged the car. You have to stop.
Okay, take my plate, okay?
So give your license and registration.
Do you have your license and your car
I can't
insurance?
give to you. Police coming, I give a police.
So we need to wait here for the
I can't
police.
wait for them.
Police! Police! They're right there. They're coming. No worries. You wait right here for them.
Just be easy, be
Yeah,
cool.
no, I'm gonna
okay?
be cool. I'm gonna be cool as hell.
What's the big deal? Only little scratch.
So what? So pay for it. If it's not a big deal, then you're gonna pay for it.
For that, but you say everything is my fault.
What's the big deal? Just a little scratch.
Okay,
What's the big deal?
I'm gonna be chill.
What's the big deal?
Just a little scratch.
A little scratch.
Sound like he might have been hammered too.
He was so chill about it. He had a Lacoste tattoo, the little alligator.
Yeah,
okay.
little alligator, yeah.
I've never seen that.
Like on his chest, like where it would
right
be
there
on
on
his
his
shirt.
forearm.
Oh, okay. Oh, pretty cool tattoo.
What's the big deal? It's just a little scratch. I'm just gonna scratch your car and drive off.
Big deal.
Oh my gosh. How about this one? We got a prank on Pops. She's pranking him. This is not real, but she called her dad and said that her and her boyfriend broke up, and in fact, he put me out, packed all the clothes.
Oh no.
Dad must have really liked this guy, or he's just feeling for the daughter in this situation.
Hello?
Daddy.
Hey!
What you doing?
I'm watching the game. What's going on?
Daddy, I'm just so mad.
For what? For what?
Daddy, cause like JJ just packed up all his clothes and he said he don't want to be with me no more, and he let
me. What happened?
He just said he don't want to be with me no more.
Oh, bitch. He's taking clothes off.
Yeah, he let me.
But why are you going through that right now? He gone?
Yeah, he did me like that.
He taking clothes up.
Yep, he packed all his clothes up and he just said he don't.
Big guy, Robin, what you do?
What'd you do?
I didn't do nothing.
You got let me why everything going bad, huh?
Yep, left me, Daddy.
Big guy.
I think Daddy.
He must really like that little future son-in-law.
Oh, man. What did you do?
Damn. What'd you do?
Oh, man. Yeah, he thought, man, I know my daughter. She might have done something.
What'd you do? Yeah, no words of wisdom. He was just cussing with you.
Man, that was great support, though. I think that's what women want when they complain.
Yeah, they just want you to crash out with them.
Yeah.
They want you to crash out with them, bro.
Don't fix it.
Don't fix it. Just crash out with them.
Provide any solution.
Nope.
No.
Can't believe this happened to you, man.
I can't even believe it.
Wow. That's how I did when it comes to them wings the other day. God, I can't believe it, man.
They won't do that for you?
It's all new to me.
Gotta do that.
I need to get with it.
Garlic parmesan hot sauce, come on.
Yeah, you get the parmesan hot sauce, bro. All right, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Hold up. Hey. Whoop. Hey. My dance in my $1,000 pants. All right, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician, Mr. Freddie Haynes. I got a throwback Thursday classic for you right here. A man went hella viral a long time ago named LaVon Bennett, a.k.a. Crash Cut. He is a singer with about 116 monthly listeners on Spotify.
Okay.
Killing him. He's smoking them right now. He was invited to a church to sing this song called The Secret Is Out. He went viral for this.
I'm so glad the secret out. The secret is out. My Jesus coming.
Why are they clapping?
Jesus coming for me.
All right.
He's hitting the note every now and then that sounded good.
Every now and then. It's amazing.
Yes. He just needed like a coach.
Yeah. Hey, man, you're almost there, bro.
Less of that. All right, it's time to vote.
Yeah, please.
We got Jody Davis, your one-time champ. We got a heartbroken man going through it. We have the insurance info request. We got the prank on Pops and LaVon Bennett, a.k.a. Crash Cut. I'm going to go with Jody. Chief, how about you?
Yeah, same here.
Lucius?
I would hate to be in a situation with him. Let's see here. Jody, prank on Pops.
We're at 2-1, Wolchuk.
I'm going with the prank on Pops as well.
Make it 3.
Okay, in comeback fashion by a score of 3-2, it's your Pop prank that is your current champ. If you ever miss it, tune in every afternoon, 2:20, right before Wolchuk's Top 10. Lucius replays the champ for you every afternoon. And speaking of Lucius, here he is with LA Live.
Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Right after the great Rick James.
Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. It'll make you dance some of everything. Everybody get high.
Why is it rude to ask a woman how old she is? That's old school.
I think if they look old. Yeah.
This weekend in La Jolla, I was talking about that, and then Keenan said after the show, it was a lady that told him, like, tell Tony it's rude to ask a woman how old she is. And I was like, why? What we talking about, man? So I want to be talking to you and it's a mystery. I want to know what references you gonna get. I want to be like, remember when the first Beetlejuice came out? You ain't see Beetlejuice, the first one? Who's in it? Oh, man. You too young to be talking to, you know? So maybe that's what it is. If they look old, they just be like, darn ass. Tell them it's rude to ask a woman how old she is. I wasn't asking you, Mildred. I knew you was old.
I knew you were old, Mildred. Where did that come from? Why can't we ask your age? Gotta know nowadays, baby. Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, May 28th, 2026. It is a Thirsty Thursday, Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the Tolo ladies that listen to this here station. You are appreciated. Your perspective is appreciated as well. In fact, I have a question for you. This is a classic, what would you do type of situation. The timeline has been split over this. I'm going to need your help too, guys, by the way. And Tolos listening, male Tolos. Shout out to you. Ladies, y'all all right? Fellas, how you doing? Mm-hmm. All right, people and bots have been going back and forth on the timeline after a kid smelled his neighbor's barbecue. Then he knocked on the door asking for some food. Here's how the clip went.
I ain't trying to be rude, though, but you still grilling?
Nah, we done now.
Oh, y'all just finished today?
Yeah.
Y'all have some leftovers?
Nah, we ain't yet.
It's almost done.
What you need, man?
I'm trying to get some food. I saw y'all grill up. I was like, y'all grilling?
Do you live up the street?
Yeah.
Okay, well, next time we grill, I'll make sure to get something extra for you, okay?
Okay.
Because do you like, it's not grilling, but do you like Cheeto Puffs?
Yeah.
You like Cheetos? Okay. Here you go, bud.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Little buddy got sent home with 2 bags of Cheeto Puffs. Ooh. Point of contention here. Half of the internet says a little buddy deserved a proper plate. You know, there's a little hungry child in your neighborhood. You feed a village, in a sense, you know. You don't want to
see that.
Leave a child starving, especially if they knocked on your door. The other half of the internet says that children should not be encouraged to knock on random doors asking for food, citing safety concerns and general neighborly etiquette.
Yeah. There might be some neighborly etiquette going on. You never know the dynamic between the families. They might be really like community vibing, you know, like I'll help you, you help me, we borrow and stuff all the time. So I could see that for sure. I wonder what they grilled and if they only had enough for the people there, Like sometimes you're doing a brisket and it's unlimited damn near. Sometimes you did 5 burgers and there's 5 people in your family. So
I
you're
bet
like,
they did the burgers.
man, we really like to help this kid.
Yeah.
Next time we'll
like
make
they were. Sounded like he said, we already ate it. Like it's done.
Well, they didn't eat it yet. They just finished making it and they haven't sat down to eat yet. So there was still food available. There was still food available out there. So people were saying like, who doesn't have leftovers at a barbecue?
Plate's got to go.
She backed it up by saying that she was cooking some plant-based sausage, some salmon, and chicken.
All right, go.
And she also said this in quotes: "Nothing he would have wanted, so I gave him some chips."
Oh, good.
Well, how do you know what he would have wanted?
I mean, who doesn't like chicken?
Some chicken?
I think he asked the kid,
I'd have
hey,
said
listen,
you can have the salmon.
This is what I got.
We got salmon. What would you like? Would you like some salmon? Would you like some chicken? Would you like,
You definitely don't want these plant-based sausages. I understand that.
Well, so obviously they're cooking the chickens
Yeah.
because somebody didn't want the plant-based sausages.
Yeah.
See, that's probably for a specific person.
Yeah, that person's like, I ain't eating that crap.
No, I mean, I think, generally speaking here, you're gonna give more than just some chips to the kid.
Yeah.
But also agreed on the first part where it's like, I'm never going to tell my kid to go knock on somebody's door. I can't imagine that his family
didn't even know. You heard him ask, like, you live in the neighborhood? I don't even know you, kid. You don't even play with my kids.
Yeah, that's a ballsy move, but it's a kid.
Yes,
kids are going to do random crap that their parents would be like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Why would you even consider doing that?
Why not see him
But
again?
if you got food, I think you're giving them some of that chicken, some of that salmon.
Yeah, if you have leftover,
I think you're giving the chicken for a kid. Unless he likes the salmon, yeah.
Then you have to be careful because you don't know if this kid has any type of allergies or whatever.
Yeah,
now you're responsible.
That's a good point.
Well,
then you
I
know
didn't
what?
think
Take the
about
damn
that.
Cheetos and go.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
at least they gave me
allergic
Cheetos.
to that.
You can ask though. Are you allergic to anything?
Yeah.
I hate salmon. Okay. We got that. We won't give that to you.
I think if he knocked on any one of our doors, we would have all probably given him more than Cheetos.
Yeah, he would have got a hot. I would have gave him a chicken thigh or something like that.
Yeah.
Some sides. Here you go, buddy.
I mean, if you're hungry enough to go knock on a neighbor's door, you might be super hungry.
Or greedy.
Yeah.
Which one is it? 'Cause you can smell that barbecue in the air. Now, you might be a starving kid.
Yeah.
Whose parents are probably not there because they're working all the time or something.
Was the kid heavy set?
Yeah.
Okay.
Respectfully.
All right.
So maybe he was being greedy.
He was just hungry.
Possibly. He's probably not hungry. He's probably not going hungry.
Here, let me give you some money to buy a pizza. What do you say?
Wow, that's crazy that you say that part right there, Mr. Broaders, because the follow-up on the story is because of all this internet backlash, she had a pizza party for him. I think it was today.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Or maybe yesterday. They had a pizza party to try to post that up.
Yeah.
And he was in there crushing some pizza in the background too, bro.
There you go.
All right.
Pizza party. Gets everybody going.
What if we're at the crawfish boil? Do you invite him to the table?
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah,
come
on.
You go to the table?
Come on over here.
Or do you just give him like a box of some crawfish with some potatoes and a corn and say, call it a day? Just give him a to-go box.
Yeah, I'm giving him a to-go box.
You ain't letting him sit.
Depends on how annoying he is. Some 8-9-year-olds, very annoying, won't shut up.
Yeah.
So we probably know the kid,
Hopefully, the kid. He doesn't sound like he knows them, but they know them now. The whole internet knows them.
Yeah.
So all of us would have gave the kids some food the first round.
Yeah.
Not just the Cheetos. I would have come up with something.
Yeah.
Made him a turkey sandwich or something in the fridge,
I'm not making anything extra. Whatever I got right here, bro.
Dude, you're putting us in a weird
I'm
position.
kind of a sucker, though. Abby had this friend for a while, and she was coming over, and they were playing. And then one day, her older brother knocks on the door, and I'm like, hey, how's it going? He's like 12 or something. He's like, hey, I heard you got an Xbox over here. I'm like, yeah. He goes, do you mind if I play it?
Oh, no.
Wow. I was like, he said yes. I was like, bro, I'm going to be in my office getting ready for the show, but knock yourself out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Come in my crib and play the Xbox.
I found out his name.
That is crazy.
You mind if I play it?
Probably boosted your scores a little bit.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. I've knocked on neighbors' doors to go hoop on their goal or something like that. Like, you mind if we hoop out here?
Sure.
But never like to go inside and play your Xbox unless I knew the kid.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Neighbor kids have asked now because we got a lot next to the house, my mom and dad's house, and they got a lot, and the neighbor kids asked now to come play baseball over there.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
that's
They
nice.
knock on the
That's
door,
awesome.
and the little kid brought me some chocolate cake. Like it
Oh,
was
that's
at a
nice.
party. He goes, here's some chocolate cake. Thanks for letting us play.
Nice.
And I'm like, but
That's a
these
well-mannered
kids,
kid.
yeah, these kids they knock on the door and they say, do you mind if we play baseball? I'm like, yeah, go for it. There's like 10 kids out there playing baseball. It's kind of cool.
Broadus is out there, all-time pitcher.
I'm yelling at him.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Move your ass. Get to the ball.
All right, let me do this real quick here.
You've been together a long time, too. Your wife will give you a list of things to do around the house. Am I right, fellas? A honey-do list. Honey do this, honey do that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine ever walking up to your wife, hand her a list and going, here, get this done. Yeah. Let me know how that works out for you.
That's bad.
Not in a million years would it ever occur to any of us to try and pull that one off.
I don't know, bro. I definitely left my lady some instructions.
Oh, there you go. And you survived.
Can you follow some instructions? I don't do it all the time, but you got to leave her some instructions every once in a while. Make sure she follows through for you, that she has your back right there. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on the ladies' night. Hold up. Shoot, man.
Man, they are stretching Kikuchi tonight.
Let's go to Detroit. Detroit, what up, though, real quick? Fox 2, there was a landlord using one of his tenants' crib as a stabbing cabin.
Oh.
He waited till they were gone, and he took a little old street meat over there. He got caught on all the cameras.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's how we know about it. Now it's a national story.
Oh, gosh.
Let's go to Fox 2 Detroit for the story here.
Yeah, you never know what you're walking into when you come into work here at Fox 2 Roop. Now, the tenants in Westland, they say that the tenant and his special little friend, they position themselves right in front of the security camera. We had to look at all that footage. It's very clear what they're doing. We paid a visit to that tenant to see what he had to say for himself.
He walked back and forth through here naked. And
what did you do in the kitchen? I saw him come out with some kind of rag or something.
I don't know. Might have been.
You better find that rag, fam.
Yeah, better find that rag.
Yeah. You better retrace all of those steps. Whose rag was that? Your rag? My God, bro. Was that disrespectful too?
I make a sandwich, but I don't know. It's creepy.
Their landlord was supposed to be removing dead birds from the attic. Instead, he was giving a lesson on the birds and the bees on camera.
Yeah,
bonnet down, legs up.
Bro.
Oh, my
God.
God.
Bonnet down, legs
News
up.
broadcast?
Wow.
Bonnet down, legs up.
Must be sweeps week.
Bees on camera. Bonnet down, legs up for about an hour. That landlord has...
Nice stamina.
Yeah, we need questions about that. We need total answers.
Was that Blue Chew? Was that Viagra?
Was that the whole ordeal in front of the
bikes?
cat? Like, what are we talking about?
That was the boner bears, bro.
Boner bears really kicked in strong.
An hour is crazy.
Yeah, was there a break? Was that 2 sessions?
That's what I'm saying.
That just kind of...
It's marathon, man.
Had a sandwich, he said, right?
Clearly.
Bonnet down, legs up for about an hour. That landlord has some explaining to do. We tracked him to his Canton Township home. Is this you, naked in a tenant's home? What?
How the hell did you get this? What a reporter.
Fool said, what? Is this you naked?
And what happened to that rag?
Yeah, please, where is that rag? What did you do? Did you take that with you? You can. That is yours now, bro.
Take that with you.
Take that with you. What a wild dude, man.
That is crazy.
I gotta hear the very end when he got confronted. I like that. Hold on one time.
Naked in a tenant's home? What?
What? Is this you? What? Hell no, it's not me. That's AI.